In the initial encounter between the two sides, all 5 core players of Chelsea remained seated on the substitutes bench, openly pressuring for a change in leadership. Consequently, Chelsea faced a 3-1 defeat at the hands of Napoli at the Stadio San Paolo, compelling Abramovich to make a pivotal decision, to choose between the 5 influential figures or Andre Villas-Boas. Ultimately, it was Villas-Boas who bore the brunt of this decision. Thus, he was dismissed from his position. In the second leg, Chelsea triumphed over Napoli with a resounding 3-0 victory at home, advancing to the quarterfinals. This draw was not particularly favorable for Malaga. Chelsea is notoriously a formidable opponent, especially given their reputation for solid defense and proficiency in knockout matches. Furthermore, Malaga is evidently stronger in attack than in defense, with Chelsea having resolved their internal power struggle and the 5 senior players firmly in control of the locker room. The team's combat effectiveness is indeed formidable. While I concur that Chelsea poses a significant challenge, one must ponder which team in the quarterfinals is truly easy to confront. This sentiment was expressed by Yelo as he faced reporters at the training facility. The first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals is scheduled to commence on March 29th, leaving a span of 20 days. During this period, Malaga has 4 league matches to contend with: an away challenge against Valencia in the 24th round, a home fixture against Sevilla in the 25th round, a home match against Racing Santander in the 26th round, and another home game against Granada in the 27th round. Facing top-ranking opponents Sevilla and Valencia in consecutive matches presents a significant challenge for Malaga. Conversely, for Barcelona and Real Madrid, this serves as an opportune moment to close the gap with Malaga. On March 12th, Malaga's away match against Valencia coincides almost perfectly with Real Madrid's away game against Atletico Madrid. Prior to this, Barcelona secured an early victory against Zaragoza, thus leading the standings with an extra match played. For both Malaga and Real Madrid, this match is one they cannot afford to lose or even draw. As the league progresses into its latter stages, fluctuations in the points table are likely to have a substantial impact on the eventual champion. Real Madrid leads. At the Mestalla Stadium, shortly after Pellegrini shook hands with his counterpart Emery, and before he could settle into his seat, he was met with disheartening news from his assistant Malaga. Cristiano Ronaldo scored from a corner in the very first minute. Malaga shook his head in disbelief. What a nightmare. Pellegrini muttered. It's the Madrid derby. This season, Atletico Madrid has exhibited remarkable defensive prowess at home. Why is it that they falter against Real Madrid? Valencia, too, is not an easy adversary. They are under pressure to secure a top 4 finish and, unlike Malaga, who are battling on 2 fronts, Valencia is wholly focused on the league. In preparation for this match, even after the Champions League fixture held midweek, Pellegrini refrained from making any rotations, deploying his strongest lineup. The starting roster featured only a single alteration compared to the previous match, with striker Van Nistelrooy taking the place of the fatigued Joaquin. Baptista returned to the midfield, while Isco continued to operate on the flanks. Aside from this adjustment, Malaga indeed fielded their full-strength team. However, following the exertion of a Champions League encounter, the players for Malaga appeared somewhat lackluster, which caused a tinge of concern for Pellegrini. As it turned out, Pellegrini's apprehensions were well-founded. In the 24th minute of the match, Valencia, playing on home soil, struck first. Striker Soldado headed the ball into Malaga's net from a cross, igniting the Mestalla Stadium into a frenzy. The Valencia commentator exuberantly proclaimed Soldado's name, and although there existed a one-sided rivalry between Soldado and Yelo, the latter remained indifferent. Yet, following his goal, Soldado seemed to exorcise his frustrations, celebrating wildly. On the sidelines, Pellegrini furrowed his brow, as this concession only amplified his pressure. The psychological toll of the title race was immense. Even Pellegrini could not suppress a curse under his breath. By the time the first half concluded, Malaga had failed to breach Valencia's defense, who led by a score of 1-0. Malaga was left to accept this reality with resignation. On the other side, the score stood at 0-1, with Real Madrid ahead. During halftime, assistant coach Faria relayed this encouraging news to Mourinho. They are trailing, Mourinho exclaimed with excitement. Faria nodded, affirming, indeed. They conceded. Now Emery's team is in the lead. Mourinho could not help but clench his fist in exhilaration. Should Real Madrid emerge victorious and Malaga falter, Madrid would ascend to the top of the standings, leaving Malaga 2 points behind and Barcelona just 1. At this critical juncture in the title race, reclaiming the top position would serve as a tremendous motivation for the players of Real Madrid. As the second half commenced, the trailing Malaga promptly launched a vigorous assault on Valencia's goal. However, to everyone's astonishment, it was Valencia who struck first in the second half. In the 49th minute, Valencia seized a counterattack opportunity. Their winger Jonas, wearing the number 7 jersey, advanced down the left flank and delivered a low cross into the area. Veteran midfielder Albelda met the ball with a precise push, slotting it into the far corner. Oh no, another goal conceded. Malaga finds itself 2 goals down. And they are indeed unfortunate. This match may prove to be a pivotal moment in Malaga's season. Despite having played a Champions League match midweek, Pellegrini fielded a strong starting lineup. However, the fatigue from 90 minutes of play has rendered his key players in this match almost lethargic, their movements heavy and expressions weary. At the Mestalla Stadium, such a lackluster performance comes at a steep price, compelling Malaga to make a choice. They desire success in both the league and the Champions League. But such ambition may lead to dire consequences. Malaga has not yet reached the level where they can excel on both fronts. Valencia is no pushover. Pellegrini and Malaga must reckon with the repercussions of their greed. Television broadcasts captured close-ups of several Malaga players, their expressions reflecting confusion and disbelief at being 2 goals behind. The impact of the Champions League is becoming apparent, a conundrum for Malaga that seems insurmountable. Andres, the commentator from Cope Radio, shook his head in disappointment, lamenting for Yelo. Given Yelo's performance, it would indeed be a pity if Malaga were to end the season empty-handed. However, he is still quite young, and after this season, it is certain that Malaga will not be able to retain him. For Yelo, his career will undoubtedly be adorned with championships. 2-0. Valencia leads Malaga at home. While at the Calderón Stadium, Real Madrid maintains a 1-0 advantage. If the match concludes with this scoreline, Malaga will tumble from the summit of the league standings to a disheartening 3rd place. The title race this season has shifted from being a duel between Real Madrid and Barcelona. The question now is how long Malaga can sustain their performance. Malaga has conceded another goal. On the visiting bench at the Calderón Stadium, Farias' tone was animated as he excitedly conveyed the good news to Mourinho. The smile on Mourinho's face was not merely a reaction to Malaga's predicament, but also a reflection of Real Madrid's control over the match. Atletico Madrid excels at counterattacks. But with Real Madrid having scored first, they have retreated to defend, inviting Atletico to press forward, an endeavor in which they are least proficient. Should they dare to advance, Real Madrid's counterattacks would prove formidable. The latter half of the league season is the true test for championship contenders, Mourinho remarked with a smile. Even finding time to cross his legs, he acknowledged that Malaga's starting lineup is indeed strong, and Yelo is formidable as well. However, the pursuit of the league title is not determined by a mere handful of matches. It spans 38 encounters. As the season progresses, the pressure on title contenders intensifies, demanding greater depth from their squads. In this regard, Malaga lacks both the championship experience to handle such pressure and the necessary bench strength. Mourinho is confident. One must consistently exert pressure on Malaga, for this team is highly susceptible to collapsing in the final stages. Thus, it can be posited that the true adversary this season is Barcelona. As for Malaga, they are commendable, yet the ultimate champions shall not be them. They merely serve as the supporting cast. Chapter 153, Yelo, I can scarcely breathe. Pressure can crush everything. Pellegrini, a coach seasoned in the pursuit of titles, finds that most of his players lack such experience. Trailing by 2 goals and relinquishing the top position is a recipe for accumulating pressure, which can ultimately shatter a team. We must implement some changes, stated assistant coach Marlo Ska, his expression grave. Indeed, we need to instigate some alterations, Pellegrini murmured, glancing toward the bench. The only reliable offensive player available was Van Nistelrooy. But whom would he replace? Baptista? Or should they deploy a dual striker formation? Pellegrini inhaled deeply. At this juncture, any decision could hold merit, akin to 2 dishes presented before the coach. Each dish possesses its advantages and disadvantages. The crux lies in making a choice. Although the selection may not necessarily be correct, Pellegrini understood that inaction at this moment would be the gravest error. Van Nistelrooy was warming up. Who would he substitute? Matheson? Good heavens, Pellegrini must have lost his mind. Replacing a central defender with a striker indicated that Malaga was ready to fight tooth and nail. Commentators were astounded by Pellegrini's substitution. The camera focused on Pellegrini at the sidelines. This choice was indeed quite audacious. With only one central defender, de Michelis, remaining, Could he effectively manage such a vast defensive area? Was this not overly aggressive? Marlosca inquired. Pellegrini paused momentarily, then turned to his assistant and declared, I must convey to the players that we must fight relentlessly in every match. His gaze returned to the field. Achieving the championship is no easy task. Gentlemen, the coach has instructed me to convey that no championship trophy can be claimed without considerable effort. It is time for us to give our all. In this match, even if we face a significant defeat, we must press forward and attack. Only through offense can we reverse our downward spiral. Van Nistelrooy's words invigorated the Malaga players. Initially, they had considered the opponent's counterattacks formidable. With the substitution of a central defender, they questioned the coach's sanity. But now, they recognized that this was indeed a moment to fight with fervor, to meet steel with steel. Valencia is not a soft target. Yet if they were to lose this match, the possibility of reclaiming their position would be uncertain. Everyone, rally your spirits. We cannot accept defeat. Yelo encouraged loudly. Clapping his hands, Van Nistelrooy glanced at Yelo, fully aware that given his current physical condition, he could not be the savior the team needed. Only Yelo in front of us can be the savior. He embraced Yelo's shoulders and said, I, along with Bapu, will hold the line at the forefront, creating space for you to score. Leave it to me. Yelo nodded. Attack. We must attack. The impact of Van Nistelrooy's entrance onto the field was indeed immediate. One could say that Lady Luck always favors those who toil diligently. In the very first minute after Malaga adopted a desperate stance, the ball was transmitted from the back line to Van Nistelrooy's feet. This was his first touch. He did not dribble or shoot, but rather delivered a swift pass, sending the ball diagonally into the vacant space at the left side of the penalty area. This exemplifies the wisdom of a seasoned veteran. He understood that if he were to control the ball, assess the situation, and then pass, the opportunity would vanish. At that moment, speed was of the essence. It was not that the elderly Van Nistelrooy ran particularly fast, but that his mind was quick. While passing, he did not see his teammates. Yet he trusted that if any of them perceived the same opening as he did, it would present a splendid opportunity. This was a daring pass. To score, one must take risks. Van Nistelrooy's audacious decision bore fruit. As the ball reached him, Yelo also noticed the space along the side of the penalty area. He decisively darted into that gap. If Van Nistelrooy failed to pass, he would merely have run in vain. However, if the pass came through, it would be an exceptional chance. To score, one must run. Yelo topped the scoring charts, yet not every goal was a sensational strike. Nor did it always involve dribbling past multiple defenders or long-range shots. In reality, many of his goals were born from positioning, passing, exploiting spaces, and seizing opportunities. Just like now, as Yelo surged forward, Van Nistelrooy's pass found him perfectly. The synergy between Yelo's off-the-ball movement and Van Nistelrooy's daring pass converged at that moment. Thus, during his run, Yelo merely had to lift his foot and push the ball. The speed of the ball was not particularly swift, yet it was directed toward the far corner. Valencia's goalkeeper, Diego Alves, dove in an attempt to save, but was entirely out of reach. The ball grazed the far post and nestled into the net. This goal left several Valencia players momentarily stunned. Their defense had yet to fully organize itself when Van Nistelrooy and Yelo's rapid interplay tore through it. Some Valencia players even raised their hands, alleging offside against Yelo. Yet there were indeed Valencia players recovering near the far post, making it impossible for the goal to be offside in any case. Yelo. Malaga has pulled one back. They are now only a goal behind. The match has only progressed 60 minutes, and Malaga still has hope. Amidst the thunderous boos of the Mestalla Stadium, Yelo dashed into the net, seized the ball, and celebrated with a high-five with Van Nistelrooy as he ran back to the center circle. This was their way of celebrating the goal. We must seize the moment. One goal is not enough. The players of Malaga were invigorated by their goal, as the weariness of body and spirit seemed to vanish. They scored, and it was Mourinho who interjected. It was wasn't it? Faria nodded. No matter, we merely need to concentrate on our own performance. The affairs of others are beyond our control. Mourinho cast his gaze upon the field, his expression as enigmatic as ever. Faria surmised that he was contemplating the direct confrontation between Real Madrid and Malaga. Would Real Madrid secure a smooth victory at the Rose Garden Stadium? Faria pondered. In truth, Mourinho was genuinely surprised by Malaga's performance. Logically, this season presented a prime opportunity for Real Madrid to seize the league championship. Their upcoming Champions League adversary was Inter Milan. And as the coach who led Inter to a treble, Mourinho was acutely aware that the current squad largely mirrored the one he left, filled with seasoned players lacking ambition. Thus, overcoming them should pose little challenge for Real Madrid. Conversely, for Malaga to surmount Chelsea would prove exceedingly difficult. Although Chelsea had undergone a managerial change, their veterans maintained control, and the strength of Chelsea's lineup was evident. Furthermore, Malaga was precisely the type of opponent Chelsea favored. Their defensive capabilities were lacking, overly reliant on Yelo and their offensive prowess. Consequently, the two Champions League knockout matches against Chelsea would undoubtedly take a significant toll on Malaga. Strategically, Mourinho certainly hoped for Malaga's defeat. The accumulation of pressure is not instantaneous. It builds gradually, bit by bit. Each point lost contributes to this mounting pressure. Yet now, astonishingly, Malaga had equalized. The outcome of this match had become uncertain. Mourinho's intuition was not mistaken. Shortly after the match resumed, the visiting Malaga regained possession and launched another attack. Cazorla maneuvered through midfield and passed to the flanks. Isco was magnificent. He skillfully evaded defenders and delivered a cross. At the moment Isco passed, within Valencia's penalty area, the dual role of Baptista and Van Nistelrooy as twin strikers was evident. Both forwards surged towards the 6-yard box, creating a formidable wave of attack. Goalkeeper Diego Alves dared not underestimate the situation. He leapt into action, soaring high to punch the ball away. Yet the football fortuitously flew towards Yelo. Near the edge of the penalty area, Yelo drew back his bow. He unleashed a stunning volley. Bam! Just as Diego Alves touched down, he saw the ball hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he raised his hands. The ball struck his wrist, causing a deflection. But this deviation was insufficient to prevent the ball from finding the net. The football crashed into the goal. Isco's cross had been met by Diego's clearance, but Yelo shot directly. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Yelo's spectacular volley once again propelled Malaga to score. The ball found its way in. Indeed, the ball has found its way into the net once more, a mere minute after the previous goal, and Malaga has struck again. The home team, Valencia, is left in a state of bewilderment, as the score is now equal at 2 apiece. Malaga has leveled the playing field. Following the goal, Yelo did not dash into the net this time. Instead, he clenched his fists, spread his arms wide, and roared in celebration. His teammates rushed to embrace him, while the Mestalla Stadium fell silent, stunned by Yelo's stunning strike. Valencia's supporters clasped their heads in disbelief, witnessing the unfolding drama on the pitch. Yelo, Yelo. It is indeed Yelo again. He has scored 2 goals in a single minute. Unbelievable, simply astonishing. Malaga, having trailed by 2 goals, has equalized in the blink of an eye. This is truly hard to fathom. Just look at the expressions on the faces of Valencia's players and fans. The Mestalla Stadium is momentarily in shock. Anyone who has been in a 2-goal lead and then sees it evaporate so swiftly would wear the same expression. Poor Valencia, who just a minute ago held a 2-goal advantage, appeared poised to defeat Malaga at home. But now they find themselves in the most unfortunate of positions. Cristiano Ronaldo. At the Calderon Stadium, several commentators have thrown their arms wide in exultation. See, Ronaldo is extending his arms, passionately celebrating at the Calderon. He always seems to have a fine touch against Simeone's team. Indeed, Real Madrid has scored. They now lead by 2 goals. Away from home, they are ahead 2-0 against Atletico Madrid. On the field, Real Madrid's players are jubilantly celebrating. In the away stands, their fans wave white scarves, cheering and reveling in the moment. The coaching staff is equally exuberant, with Mourinho and his assistants celebrating the goal together. However, he is soon interrupted by Faria, who seems hesitant to speak. Is there something amiss? Mourinho inquires with a smile. Do you truly not care about what is happening over there? What? Mourinho pauses, taken aback, as he realizes that Faria has approached him regarding Malaga. Malaga has equalized. What? A look of astonishment crosses Mourinho's face. I recall just 2 minutes ago you informed me they had scored? Yes, Yelo netted 2 in a minute, and they have drawn level, Faria responds. Spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness, Mourinho mutters a phrase in Portuguese. The pressure. It is mutual. The players of Malaga are under pressure. But Real Madrid is not exempt from it either. If Malaga had maintained their lead, the pressure would have undoubtedly shifted to Real Madrid. At last, the Mestalla Stadium is filled with jeers once more. The Valencia supporters, having recovered from the shock of conceding 2 goals in a minute, respond defiantly with their boos. However, for the players of Malaga, the confusion on their faces has dissipated, replaced by a newfound confidence. The television cameras have now honed in on Yelo. Incredibly, Yelo has scored twice in this match, marking his 29th goal in the league this season. An average of over 1 goal per match is simply astonishing, leaving the commentator in awe. Meanwhile, on the Malaga bench, assistant coach Marlaska is reporting the situation regarding Real Madrid to Pellegrini, who, with a smile, confidently states, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Winning this match is not a problem for us." Pellegrini's prediction proves accurate, as Valencia is indeed being overwhelmed by Malaga's offensive onslaught. However, they display remarkable resilience, tightening their defense and holding their ground. Malaga's supporters, after witnessing 2 consecutive goals, assumed victory was inevitable. Yet, as the match reached the 80th minute, the score remained level. Valencia held firm for 20 minutes without conceding a goal. As the match drew to a close, Malaga pushed forward relentlessly, besieging their opponents. Yet time was slipping away. Including stoppage time, they had at most 12 to 13 minutes left. Could Malaga truly score within this brief window? The excited Malaga fans began to harbor concerns. At this juncture, Emery seemed to abandon hope of a victory, opting to substitute 2 attacking players for 2 defenders, signaling a desire to secure a draw. For Valencia, achieving a draw against a championship contender like Malaga would be commendable, especially considering that other competitors for the top 4 might likely succumb to Malaga. A single point would suffice for Valencia's contentment. However, for Malaga, a solitary point would not quench their thirst. If they were to be held to a draw, they would find themselves relegated to 2nd place in the standings, level on points with Barcelona. In the final moments, Malaga eschewed complex plays, opting instead for the desperate measures typical of teams seeking a late goal. They resorted to crossing from the flanks and taking long-range shots. At this point, their strategy shifted to maximizing their attacking chances, trading quantity for quality. Cazorla takes a long-range shot. Yelo turns in the box and strikes. Oh, so close. Van Nistelrooy's header goes wide. Time ticks away relentlessly. Malaga's offensive is fierce, yet Valencia's defense remains equally tenacious. Malaga is unable to net their 3rd goal. That proverbial boot never drops. They remain locked in a draw. The match at the Calderon Stadium has devolved into mere formality, as Real Madrid has surged to a 3-goal lead. Ramos capitalizes on a corner opportunity, heading the ball into the net, propelling Real Madrid to a 3-0 advantage over Atletico Madrid. Now, not only the coaching staff, but also the substitutes of Real Madrid are intently focused on Malaga's match. As long as Malaga fails to secure a victory, Real Madrid will ascend to the top of the standings once more. Upon hearing that Malaga had settled for a draw, Mourinho felt a flicker of anticipation within him. If Valencia were to hold Malaga, he could contemplate inviting Emery for a drink the next time he brought his team to the Bernabeu. Time was running short in the match, and the likelihood of Malaga regaining the lead diminished with each passing moment. Should the score remain as it was, Real Madrid would surpass Malaga by a single point, claiming the top position on the leaderboard. The clock was ticking down for Malaga, yet they pressed forward in their attack, while Valencia had retreated to defend. The atmosphere in the Mestalla was electric, with fans rising to their feet in collective anticipation. A scoreline of 2-2 felt precarious, and with only 5 minutes remaining, the question loomed. Could Malaga truly find the back of the net and execute a dramatic turnaround? The commentator from the national sports channel, Duan Xian, could not suppress his growing urgency. Yelo received the ball outside the penalty area, his back to the goal, as Valencia's defenders employed every means to prevent him from turning. None dared to underestimate Yelo. A single lapse could result in a goal. The ball landed at Yelo's feet, and he skillfully passed it back to Cazorla before turning to dart into the penalty area. Valencia's defenders, vigilant, followed closely, determined to thwart his advance. Yet, in a moment of brilliance, Yelo abruptly halted and veered back, momentarily shedding his markers. However, this fleeting respite would not last long, certainly not beyond a second. Cazorla's pass had already reached Yelo's feet. This was the synergy between the two, a testament to Malaga's instinctive habit of seeking Yelo whenever a goal was needed. Cazorla had initially intended to chip the ball into the area, but upon witnessing Yelo's sudden stop, he instinctively altered his approach, opting to nudge the ball forward instead. With a deft flick, he sent it towards Yelo. The moment Yelo received the ball, he had no time for adjustments. Although the Valencia defenders had been momentarily deceived by Yelo's quick change of direction, they were far from sloths. Their reactions were those of seasoned professionals. They swiftly regrouped, converging on Yelo once more. Consequently, without the luxury of adjusting his position, Yelo chose to flick the ball delicately with his toes, lifting it slightly. His left foot acted as a pivot, allowing his body to rotate, while his right foot straightened, propelling him into a powerful turn, striking the ball towards the goal. This was not an easy shot to generate power from, and Yelo found himself unable to muster the necessary force. Thus, he aimed more for precision. His foot, akin to a table tennis paddle, grazed the lower half of the ball. As it soared into the air, it spun violently, tracing a breathtaking arc reminiscent of a rainbow. This trajectory circumvented all of Valencia's defenders. Goalkeeper Diego Alves leaped in a desperate attempt to save it, but the ball eluded him, slipping past from his vantage point. The football seemed to soar towards the sideline, only to curve back gracefully, slipping past the fingertips of the goalkeeper and finding its way into the net from behind him. What a magnificent goal. My goodness, it is simply stunning. This goal left Duan Xian at a loss for words. For a moment, he could not find the vocabulary to describe such an extraordinary strike. Yelo, a hat trick, a beautiful pivoting shot. He scored his third goal of the match, marking the 30th goal of his season. Unbelievable. An astonishing goal. In the 87th minute, Yelo delivered a fatal blow to Valencia. 3-2. Brilliant. A spectacular goal. An exhilarating match. Yelo. Once again Yelo. A flick and a turn, a seamless shot. It was simply breathtaking, an exquisite goal. Malaga triumphed over Valencia, securing their position at the top of the league. The Mestalla Stadium erupted with cheers from Malaga supporters, while the Valencia fans stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief and horror. After scoring, Yelo lost his balance and fell to the ground, just as the euphoric Cazorla, in a fit of excitement, landed atop him. Soon, Van Nistelrooy, Baptista, Isco, Tula, and Joaquin all piled on. Yelo could barely breathe, patting the grass beneath him. Yet, no one seemed to care. What a dramatic turnaround. A last-minute victory, a reversal. Who could possibly remain calm in such a moment? The chapter concludes. Chapter 154. The Iron-Blooded Blue Army, the formidable Chelsea. Mourinho learned just a minute later that Malaga had taken a 3-2 lead over Valencia. Sitting on the bench, he shook his head slightly. How could Valencia squander such a golden opportunity? It seems Emery's chance for that glass of wine at the Bernabeu has vanished. To lose a 2-goal lead is indeed a great pity. Yelo has completed a hat trick, Faria remarked. He has scored 30 league goals, hasn't he? Mourinho's expression shifted as he inquired. Yes, indeed, 30 goals. Remarkable, Mourinho exclaimed. The chairman must be taking action, but the competition will be fierce. It is said that Manchester City has already been in touch with his agent, Faria added. The Madrid derby is not yet over. However, the score stands at 0-3, with Real Madrid leading by 3 goals away from home. The match has lost its suspense and has entered garbage time. Neither Mourinho nor Faria's attention remained on the pitch. As for Manchester City, Mourinho mused with a smirk. They are likely trying to lure him with money, aren't they? Indeed. I've heard a rather astonishing figure. How much? £1 million per week. Mourinho gasped in astonishment. This is something Manchester City could afford. But can they comply with financial fair play regulations? It is uncertain whether Faria spread his hands, yet it is indeed true that he possesses substantial wealth. And such a powerful consortium would likely be treated with caution by UEFA. Mourinho shook his head in disbelief. If a player were to earn a weekly salary of £100,000, it would be utterly outrageous, wouldn't it? He gazed towards the pitch, already envisioning the seismic impact that the protagonist, Yelo, would create during this summer's transfer window. The Mestalla Stadium had transformed into a celebratory stage for the Malaga supporters. While Valencia fans began to exit the arena, the Malaga contingent in the away stand sang and danced exuberantly. Meanwhile, Valencia's players appeared completely stunned by the goal. Simultaneously, Pellegrini utilized his final 2 substitutions, replacing Joaquin and Isco with defensive midfielder Juanito and substitute center-back Ivan Gonzalez to fortify the defense. However, Valencia was incapable of mounting any effective offensive maneuvers. Over the years, they had lost core players each season. Last season, it was David Silva to Manchester City. And this season, it was Mata to Chelsea, alongside several other key departures. Frankly speaking, it is remarkable that Emery has managed to keep Valencia competitive in the standings under such circumstances. This discord between Emery and Valencia's upper management stems from the frustration of nurturing players only to see them hastily sold off. With core players consistently departing, Valencia is unlikely to produce another player of the caliber of David Silva or Mata this year. Such elite talent is rare and elusive, while youth academies are vital. For any team with ambition, financial resources remain paramount. Youth academies cannot yield a sufficient number of polished players for coaches to construct their teams effectively. Instances like Manchester United's class of '92 or Barcelona's La Masia that supported a dynasty are indeed extraordinary anomalies in the annals of football history. Had Valencia not sold Isco, perhaps he could have filled Mata's role. However, the world offers no what-ifs. Thus, even as Emery paced nervously on the sidelines, Valencia's players failed to launch any genuine threats against Malaga's goal. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 2-3, with Yelo's hat trick securing a thrilling 3 points for the team, allowing Malaga to maintain their position at the top of the table. In the aftermath, Emery could only express his resignation, having briefly glimpsed the prospect of victory. Yet Yelo's explosive performance took him and his team by surprise. Will Malaga clinch the championship? I cannot say, but one thing is certain. As long as Yelo is on the pitch, Malaga is an exceptionally formidable team. The 24th round of the league has concluded, with Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga continuing their winning momentum in the title race. Perhaps only when the three teams engage in direct confrontation will the standings witness any significant alteration. Sevilla undoubtedly stands as another team fervently intent on thwarting Malaga's relentless advance. The relationship between the fans of Sevilla and Malaga is far from amicable, as it represents a fierce derby within the Andalusian region. The rivalry among Sevilla, Malaga, and Real Betis is deeply entrenched. Until now, Malaga has struggled to pose a threat to Sevilla's standing, leading to a lack of media interest in the hostile atmosphere between the two fan bases. However, with Malaga now vying for the championship title, Sevilla must certainly provide an account to their supporters. On March 17th, prior to the 25th round of the league where Malaga hosted Sevilla, the latter, from media to coach to players and fans, presented a united front, prepared to battle fiercely at the Rose Garden Stadium, willing to risk it all to see their rivals humbled. Witnessing their neighbors' pursuit of the title is indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Thus, at the Rose Garden, Sevilla was truly determined, their players filled with fighting spirit. Yet, in this match, the well-rested Malaga players, having had 5 days of recuperation, offered no opportunities to Sevilla. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed with a 2-0 victory over Sevilla. Although Yelo did not score, he provided a crucial assist. This month's match schedule is relatively light, as Malaga had been eliminated from the Copa del Rey early on, allowing them to focus solely on the league. It has been quite some time since Malaga enjoyed the luxury of a week with only one match to play. Following their victory over Sevilla on March 21st, Malaga secured a 2-1 win against Racing Santander in the 26th round of the league. On March 26th, Malaga faced Granada at home. Most anticipated an easy victory for Malaga. However, injury struck just before the match. Cazorla experienced tightness in his hamstring, prompting Pellegrini to exclude him from the matchday squad for safety reasons. Tula was sidelined with an ankle sprain sustained during training, Joaquin had a groin issue, and wingback Monterrey was afflicted with a cold and fever. With 4 key players suddenly unavailable, the team found themselves unprepared for the match. In the first half, Granada, positioned in the relegation zone, scored their second goal just before halftime, leaving Malaga 2 goals behind at the break. This time, virtually all media and commentators believed Malaga was destined for defeat. Could they possibly stage another remarkable comeback from a 2-goal deficit? As the second half unfolded, Yelo rose to the occasion, contributing both a goal and an assist to level the score. In the 78th minute, after a free kick was parried by the goalkeeper, Van Nistelrooy capitalized on the rebound to score. Malaga surged ahead 3-2 once more. What more could one say? Once again, Malaga has achieved a remarkable comeback from a 2-goal deficit. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the hallmark of champions. In the commentary booth, Andres was exclaiming with fervor, and the Rose Garden Stadium erupted in jubilation due to this goal. Following their draw with Athletic Bilbao, Malaga has now embarked on a streak of 4 consecutive victories in the league. After 27 rounds of the league, Malaga boasts an impressive record of 23 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 72 points, firmly establishing themselves at the pinnacle of the standings. Meanwhile, Real Madrid and Barcelona have garnered 70 and 69 points, placing them in second and third, respectively. However, following this round of league matches, the Champions League is set to commence in full swing. For Malaga, the challenge of competing on two fronts is upon them once more. On March 28th, the quarterfinals of the Champions League will commence, with the first match featuring Real Madrid facing off against Inter Milan on their home turf. Mourinho's squad ultimately settled for a 1-1 draw with Inter Milan away from home, a result that heightens the anticipation for their second leg. Following this match, Barcelona also played away, triumphing over Basel with a score of 2-0, effectively placing half a foot into the semifinals. As the first day of Champions League fixtures concluded, March 29th will witness the second day of quarterfinal encounters, featuring Benfica at home against Bayern Munich and Chelsea hosting Malaga. With the first day of matches behind them, Malaga is set to challenge Chelsea away. The attention surrounding this match in the Dragon Kingdom rivals that of previous Champions League finals. This marks the first appearance of Dragon Kingdom players on the quarterfinal stage of the Champions League. Indeed, this record has been achieved by Yelo on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, the media in the Dragon Kingdom continues to revel in this achievement. Additionally, the match between Benfica and Bayern Munich appears to lack competitive intrigue, further diminishing its viewership. In fact, not only in the Dragon Kingdom but across Europe, the matchup between Chelsea and Malaga garners more attention than that of Benfica and Bayern Munich. In the lead-up to the match, both European and Dragon Kingdom media have predominantly focused on this encounter. Notably, from the moment Malaga players boarded their flight to London, to their arrival, player interviews, and pre-match press conferences held by both coaches, every detail of Malaga's training in London has been meticulously documented. Upon their arrival in London, Malaga received assistance from Fulham FC, which generously offered their first team training facilities to provide the Malaga players with a conducive training environment, while their own first-team players relocated to Fulham's youth academy. Chelsea's head coach Di Matteo expressed that the team is fully prepared and intends to secure victory against Malaga on their home ground. During an interview, Drogba praised Yelo's performances in the Champions League, while Chelsea captain Cech declared that they would employ every means possible to limit Yelo's impact during the match. Chelsea's first-choice goalkeeper, Petr Cech, declared that their sole objective in this match is to secure victory. As for my personal ambition, I aspire to achieve a clean sheet against Yelo. Cech, without his helmet, stated this directly to the camera. Yelo has certainly become a target for the London media as well. During his media engagements, he refrained from making any bold declarations. I am well aware that scoring at Stamford Bridge is no easy feat. We will strive to secure an away goal in this match. Yelo's understated demeanor has surprised many. Analysts from the Dragon Nation suggest this is a tactic to feign weakness, aiming to lull Chelsea's players into a false sense of security before striking unexpectedly. Should Yelo come across the reports from the Dragon Nation's media, he would likely retort, "You journalists are truly desperate for sensational news." The coaching staff of Malaga has not set overly ambitious goals. Achieving an away draw, and if possible, securing an away goal, is a pragmatic target. Defeating Chelsea at their home ground is no simple task due to their formidable defense. To win away, one must commit resources to attack. However, Chelsea's counterattacks are fearsome, and Pellegrini harbors significant caution. With top-tier attackers like Drogba, Torres, Mata, and Maluda, coupled with the assist capabilities of left-back Ashley Cole and right-back Ivanovic, Chelsea's strength lies not only in their offense, but equally in their defense. They excel in counterattacking, a resilient trait instilled by Mourinho. Even the peak Barcelona struggled against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. If Malaga harbors ambitions of decisively overcoming their opponents in an away match, the outcome may often be less than favorable. Hence, Pellegrini's tactical approach for the away game is notably conservative and cautious. In a two-legged knockout tie, it is prudent to exercise caution when playing away. Securing an unbeaten result on the road would indeed be a victory. Chapter 155. Things often do not go as planned. March 29th, Champions League match day. Stamford Bridge is filled to capacity. For Chelsea, after a lackluster first half of the season, they find themselves eliminated from both the League Cup and the FA Cup. Currently sitting ninth in the Premier League with little hope of contending for the title or even a top-4 finish. Therefore, the Champions League has become their singular focus this season. For the 5 executives on Chelsea's board, this season offers the only opportunity for redemption. to provide the fans with a sense of fulfillment by striving wholeheartedly for the Champions League title. In fact, this is also the goal of Chelsea's owner, Abramovich. Mourinho has secured every possible accolade for Chelsea in England, the record for highest points in the Premier League, and the fewest goals conceded in a season with just 14. Chelsea's rise has shattered the long-standing monopoly of Manchester United and Arsenal over the Premier League title. After Abramovich took ownership, Chelsea swiftly ushered in the era of financial might in the Premier League, clinching back-to-back titles that instilled profound trepidation in dominant teams like Manchester United. Arsenal, too, found itself relegated from title contenders to a mere pursuit of a top-4 finish due to Chelsea's meteoric rise. In fact, before Ferguson's third generation of Red Devils, centered around Rooney and Ronaldo, reached maturity, Chelsea appeared poised to establish a dynasty in the Premier League. Having achieved everything in the league, Chelsea possessed formidable competitiveness. The only accolade missing from their illustrious cabinet was the coveted UEFA Champions League trophy. While the definition of a footballing giant may vary, the consensus suggests that possessing a Champions League title is a requisite condition for such a designation. Chelsea, indeed, had the prowess to claim it and came tantalizingly close to the goal. In 2009, on a rain-soaked night in Moscow, had Terry successfully converted his penalty, Chelsea might have secured the Champions League title that year. Thus, Chelsea is, in truth, a team endowed with the capability to win the Champions League. In light of such formidable opponents, Pellegrini's caution and meticulousness are undoubtedly justified. The remarks by Yelo were grounded in the coaching staff's assessment of the match, devoid of any conspiracy theories. As the familiar Champions League anthem resonated, players from both teams entered the pitch alongside ball boys, signaling the imminent commencement of the match. Both sides fielded their strongest lineups. In the commentary booth, renowned Sky Sports presenter Andy Gray exuberantly proclaimed. At that moment, Yelov's visage appeared on the monitor before him. Gray remarked, "Yelo, the jewel of Malaga, their star player, and the leading scorer in both this season's Champions League and La Liga, has netted 32 goals in La Liga, potentially surpassing his tally from the previous season. Furthermore, every goal he scores in the Champions League sets a new record. He has already scored 18 goals in the competition." Yes, 18. You heard that correctly. This is no jest, nor is it the creation of a character in a FIFA video game. This is a reality unfolding before our eyes. After playing 8 matches in the Champions League, he has scored 18 goals. With a terrifying average of over 2 goals per match, this season's Yelo has become the most prolific scorer in the history of the Champions League. As Andy Gray's excitement echoed, his co-commentator Robson seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, Malaga's offensive prowess in this season's Champions League has been exceptionally fierce. With 24 goals in 8 matches, averaging 3 goals per game, ranking them first among all Champions League teams. Robson, a Manchester United legend and the first captain under Ferguson's management, received high praise from the latter in his autobiography. Even as Robson approached the twilight of his career during Ferguson's tenure, he was lauded as Ferguson's best captain at Manchester United. Robson experienced a transition from the chaos of Manchester United to an era of dominance, emerging as a pivotal leader during the nascent phase of Ferguson's Red Empire. Chelsea's defense cannot be underestimated, while Malaga is adept at attacking. However, I do not believe their offensive capabilities can penetrate Chelsea's formidable defense. The speaker is another commentator. Former Chelsea luminary Franco Zola, who was the manager of West Ham United last season but was dismissed due to dismal results. Zola is a legendary player from Chelsea's pre-monetary era, sharing an epic with Robson. During their playing days, they frequently faced each other on the pitch. The British media, known for its vibrancy, revels in such dramatic pairings, featuring former rivals as commentators to enhance the clash of perspectives, undoubtedly capturing the attention of fans. Chelsea boasts a central defensive partnership of Terry and David Luiz, complemented by the midfield duo of Mikel and Ramirez. In the face of such a formidable lineup, how much opportunity can Malaga realistically expect? I doubt they will pose significant trouble for Chelsea at Stamford Bridge, Zola remarked. As a Chelsea icon, his allegiance is clearly towards his former club. However, Robson quickly countered, "Are you suggesting that Yelo is to face Chelsea's defense single-handedly? Do not forget, Malaga has Van Nistelrooy." Van Nistelrooy, that 34-year-old veteran? Zola scoffed. "Veteran? He possesses far more firepower than you do, and Malaga also boasts the talents of Cazorla, Isco, and Joaquin, whose abilities are certainly not inferior to Chelsea's roster." Robson retorted with a smirk. Do you truly believe Chelsea can focus all their attention on Yelo? Do you think Terry, with his current capabilities, can handle Yelo one-on-one? Robson pressed with pointed inquiries. Zola, evading the question, maintained, Chelsea has the overall advantage. I do not deny Yelo's talent, but football relies on teamwork. As the players entered the field, the two legendary figures engaged in a spirited debate, causing Sky Sports viewership to soar. Many English fans opted to watch this match, partly because Chelsea stands as the sole representative of the Premier League in the quarterfinals. This season, the performance of Premier League teams in the Champions League has been lackluster. Manchester City found themselves in a daunting group, finishing third and relegated to the Europa League. Manchester United, in what appeared to be a non-competitive group, was surprisingly eliminated, finishing third behind Benfica and Basel. Consequently, the Manchester clubs share their misfortunes in the Europa League. As for Arsenal, their group stage performance was commendable, emerging as group leaders, only to be eliminated by Bayern in the round of 16. Thus, only Chelsea remains. Chelsea had a commendable group stage, demonstrating solid defensive capabilities, conceding only 3 goals across 6 matches, showcasing remarkable stability. In the quarterfinals, due to the discord between the locker room's heavyweights and Andre Villas-Boas, Chelsea faced a disheartening 1-3 defeat against Napoli. This led to the successful ousting of Villas-Boas, who subsequently departed, only for the team to return to Stamford Bridge and triumph over Napoli with a commanding 3-0 victory, securing their place in the last 8. Consequently, numerous local Chelsea supporters brimmed with anticipation for this match. Within the rich tapestry of English football culture, the coach wields considerable authority. Actions such as the Chelsea board's dismissal of Villas-Boas would be unequivocally condemned in the realm of English football. Many Chelsea fans expressed their disapproval of such conduct. This match was perceived by several Chelsea players as a battle for redemption. On another front, the influence of star players cannot be understated. Chelsea boasted iconic figures like Fernando Torres, who possessed both skill and charisma, alongside the formidable Didier Drogba, whose prowess overshadowed his less-than-stellar looks. However, through prolonged observation, even Drogba's features became endearingly familiar, earning him the affectionate moniker of the African Prince. Additionally, in the stands of Stamford Bridge, there were numerous fans adorned in yellow jerseys, with a closer look revealing many local female supporters, their freckled faces unmistakably marking them as true Londoners. In this era, the impact of star athletes has begun to rival that of the teams themselves. For instance, Cristiano Ronaldo has amassed more followers on social media than Real Madrid. Increasingly, fans are drawn not solely to their clubs, but to the players themselves, as the culture of fandom permeates the world of football. Yellows, too, have their share of admirers in England, despite never having played for an English club. Yet, these fans may not necessarily harbor affection for Malaga. Following a series of pre-match rituals, during the coin toss, Yellows lost to John Terry, granting Chelsea the choice of side, while Malaga secured the kickoff rights. This was, in fact, more advantageous for Malaga, as they could seize possession right from the outset. The significance of the coin toss has diminished over time. It used to be crucial, as certain teams would exploit their home grounds. For instance, England's notoriously rainy climate has accustomed its players to navigating muddy pitches, while historically, English football favored a robust style characterized by long passes and aerial duels. To counter the warm-weather teams from Italy or Spain, many English clubs would deliberately soak their pitches to create bogs, rendering Southern European teams unable to adapt, forcing them to resort to aerial play, where they would struggle against their English counterparts. To thwart such unscrupulous attempts to fabricate home advantage, UEFA now conducts pre-match inspections of the playing surfaces, as no spectator enjoys watching a match unfold on a quagmire. UEFA has established standardized regulations for venues hosting Champions League matches. The regulations encompass various aspects such as the softness of the pitch, the amount of watering, the height of the grass, and the standards for the length and width of the field. Consequently, the interference from the playing surface diminishes significantly, and gaining the kickoff can provide a slight advantage. With the referee's whistle, Yelo passed the ball to Cazorla, who, instead of hastily advancing, opted to pass back to the central defender Demichelis. Chelsea did not engage in vigorous pressing in the forward area. Overall, the match resembled a tactical encounter for both teams, as they approached the opening stages with caution and careful exploration. When the ball reached goalkeeper Caballero, it lingered for several seconds before Chelsea's starting striker Torres initiated a press. Caballero then distributed the ball to the flanks. For Malaga, unless a particularly favorable opportunity arose, they preferred to maintain possession. But what constitutes a good opportunity? That depends on Yelo's positioning. The initial formation for the team was a 4-3-3, with the attacking trident consisting of Yelo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco. However, it was Van Nistelrooy who occupied the foremost position. Isco was not a winger, but rather played as an advanced midfielder positioned on the flank, actively engaging in the midfield's passing orchestration and occasionally interchanging positions with Cazorla and Joaquin. Chelsea also had a player fulfilling a similar role, namely Juan Mata, who stood on the right flank. A characteristic of modern football is the blurring of positional attributes. Players no longer strictly adhere to the traditional numbering from 1 to 11 concerning positioning and responsibilities. Wingers no longer merely hug the touchline to deliver crosses. They often cut inside and may be entrusted with orchestrating attacks, as Mata does. Fullbacks are no longer solely defensive players. They sometimes function as wingers. In fact, there have been instances where coaches have assigned fullbacks to play in central midfield roles, assuming part of the team's organizational duties. The number 10 position is no longer confined to the classical playmaker. A new breed of more dynamic modern attacking midfielders has emerged, characterized by greater mobility, higher physical demands, and broader coverage, adaptable to the fluid positional interchange on the field. This reflects the fundamental requirements for contemporary footballers. Yelo embodies this evolution. In the era of Ronaldo, a center forward was strictly a center forward, tasked with breaching defenses. Rarely did one witness Ronaldo returning to his own half to assist in the build-up. Nor did center forwards typically drift wide or swap positions with attacking midfielders. Yet in today's game, such behaviors have become essential expectations. Nowadays, any center forward lacking playmaking ability or support skills is deemed unworthy of a starting position, while any attacking midfielder without pressing, defensive support, or the ability to roam the front line finds it embarrassing to step onto the pitch. Yelo's current range of movement illustrates the developmental trajectory of modern football, making it challenging to definitively categorize his specific position. From the initial positioning, he occupies the role of a left winger. However, in reality, his range of movement encompasses the entire forward line and the space between midfield and attack. Owing to his exceptional personal abilities, his movements effectively disrupt the opponent's defense. Regardless of where he appears, Chelsea must rally their forces and adopt a vigilant stance. It is evident that contemporary defensive strategies can no longer afford to remain static. Nowadays, defenses predominantly rely on a combination of zonal and man-marking tactics. Wherever Yelo roams, the defender assigned to his zone must maintain a steadfast watch. This approach allows for the monitoring of Yelo while striving to preserve the integrity of their defensive formation. Yet, it simultaneously grants Yelo greater freedom. He continuously shifts across the midfield and forward areas, receiving and distributing the ball. Throughout this process, he keenly observes, searching for potential opportunities. Patience is the key word for Malaga in this match. Chelsea cannot be overwhelmed in one fell swoop. Thus, patience is paramount. Scoring is secondary. The focus must be on denying Chelsea any chances to score. On one hand, Chelsea is adept at minimizing their opponent's possession, while on the other, they are wary of Malaga's swift attacking prowess, particularly fearing counterattacks led by Yelo. Everyone knows that if Yelo is afforded a counterattacking opportunity, especially in a one-on-one situation, it is nearly tantamount to conceding a goal. Granting Yelo space is akin to gifting him a goal. Although a tightly packed defense may not guarantee success, it is the lesser of two evils. Therefore, Chelsea's initial strategy of fortifying their defense is both prudent and realistic. Meanwhile, Malaga possesses clear passing objectives, and Yelo's ball control is of the highest caliber, allowing for a well-coordinated performance thus far. In the opening 2 minutes, Chelsea scarcely touched the ball. By the third minute, Malaga finally initiated the match's first attack. Yelo's advance with the ball signaled an offensive intent. Prior to this, Yelo had been methodically passing at midfield, but his sudden surge forward disrupted Chelsea's rhythm slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Yelo delivered a through ball to Van Nistelrooy before pressing forward. Van Nistelrooy, receiving the ball with his back to goal, deftly controlled it with his left foot before flicking it with the outside of his right foot. The ball rolled diagonally to the opposite side, where Yelo surged in. Utilizing Van Nistelrooy as a springboard, Yelo struck the ball without letting it bounce. The resounding impact reverberated through the otherwise subdued Stamford Bridge. In the commentary box, even the previously indifferent commentators were invigorated. Yelo shoots. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, the ball soared through the air like a cannonball. Czech leaped, extending his arms as far as possible. His fingertips grazed the ball, which slightly altered its trajectory. Bang! Another thunderous sound echoed as the ball struck the crossbar. The danger was far from over. The football ricocheted off the crossbar. Van Nistelrooy swiftly surged forward, eager to capitalize on the rebound. In this critical moment, it was Terry who intervened first, managing to deflect the ball, causing Van Nistelrooy's shot to miss its target. His foot connected with the edge of the ball, sending it wide of the goalpost and out of play, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the entire Stamford Bridge. Many Chelsea supporters turned pale, alarmed by Malaga's sudden offensive onslaught. With a swift change of rhythm, Van Nistelrooy and Yelo wreaked havoc upon Chelsea's defense, nearly placing the ball into the hands of Czech. Malaga's attacking prowess emerged like an iceberg from the depths, offering the fans at Stamford Bridge a glimpse of its formidable potential. The supporters were understandably rattled. What of Chelsea's interim coach, Di Matteo? He appeared relatively composed. Yet internally, he was shaken by the threatening combination play between Yelo and Van Nistelrooy. In truth, Di Matteo's standing in the Chelsea dressing room was not particularly high. His tactical adjustments were mere fine-tunings made to avoid ruffling the feathers of the team's senior figures. However, this does not imply that Di Matteo is devoid of acumen. On the contrary, his position as Chelsea's head coach suggests he possesses a foundational understanding of tactics. He certainly recognized the fluidity with which Malaga executed their attacking strategies, centered around Yelo. The seamless interplay of receiving the ball, dribbling, passing, and shooting showcased a profound integration of his individual talent within Malaga's system, yielding a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. It could be said that this team unequivocally belonged to Yelo, with all tactics revolving around him. To neutralize this tactical efficacy would be a straightforward task of curbing Yelo's influence. Yet, therein lies the conundrum: how to restrain Yelo's capabilities, which present a challenge of world-class proportions. Furthermore, the current Yelo hardly resembled a mere 19-year-old. His presence on the pitch exuded an effortless mastery. Quick, slow passing, and running. He always seemed to strike the perfect balance, evoking in Di Matteo the impression of a seasoned veteran in his 30s, endowed with the vitality of a 20-year-old. Yelo struck the crossbar. In the commentary booth, Robson clasped his head in disbelief, his expression one of shock. The typically composed Chelsea legend Zola mirrored this gesture, equally startled. The previously mundane scene was abruptly disrupted by Malaga's offensive foray, as though thunder had erupted from a clear sky. For retired players like Robson and Zola, the implications ran deeper. This attack, orchestrated by Yelo, with its harmonious blend of pace and precision, culminated in a threatening shot without expending much effort. This was the truly daunting aspect. Undoubtedly, the exhilarating goals following consecutive dribbles, the long-range strikes that sent adrenaline coursing through the veins, were thrilling. Yet both Robson and Zola understood that relying solely on such star-studded brilliance for victory would not suffice. It is utterly impossible for any team to progress far in any tournament. The tactical system of a team invariably guarantees its minimum performance. At present, Malaga has unveiled their potential at this baseline. Such teams are indeed formidable. This kind of shooting is the result of a tactical system that can be replicated. Yelo's shot hit the crossbar, and Van Nistelrooy's follow-up, under Terry's interference, went astray, allowing Chelsea to narrowly escape. However, they are undoubtedly in trouble. Malaga's offensive prowess is remarkably strong. If Di Matteo believes Chelsea can withstand Malaga's assaults solely through defense, he may be underestimating the opponent. Sky Sports commentator Andy Gray exclaimed, with his two guests nodding in agreement. Zola's expression grew serious. Chelsea needed to modify their strategy. Relying on such defense at home would not sufficiently restrain Yelo's performance. Zola remarked with a hint of frustration. Frankly, having been a head coach himself, he admitted that if he were in Chelsea's managerial position now, he would be at a loss for an effective countermeasure. To the slight relief of the Stamford Bridge faithful, after Malaga's offensive foray concluded, possession finally returned to Chelsea. After being pressed by Malaga for several minutes, the Chelsea players felt quite vexed, particularly due to Yelo's influence. Malaga's passing revolved entirely around Yelo. It was well known that after a maximum of 3 passes, Malaga players would seek Yelo's position, with the ball ultimately finding its way to his feet. Yet, despite this knowledge, Chelsea's players failed to intercept the ball. leading to considerable frustration among a squad typically confident in their defensive capabilities. This overwhelming sensation of being unable to control the game was one they had previously only experienced against peak Barcelona. In the Premier League, even during the zenith of Manchester United, Chelsea could hold their own, maintaining parity on the field. However, the initial minutes of this match left Chelsea players feeling as though they were being led by the nose by their opponents. This sentiment ignited an eagerness to launch an attack as soon as they regained possession. The ball reached Torres, who, with his back to the attacking direction, passed to Lampard. Lampard swiftly distributed the ball to the flank, where left-back Ashley Cole had advanced. He delivered a precise cross into the penalty area. In the center, Torres, Kalu, and Lampard had all made their way into the box. Torres attempted a shot near the penalty spot, only to be thwarted by a Malaga player. Tourelane cleared the ball out of play, temporarily alleviating the crisis. Nevertheless, Chelsea showcased their attacking capability to Malaga: simple, direct, rapid, and imbued with power. Torres, in the box, held his head in regret, having been a fraction too slow, resulting in his shot being blocked. Upon his arrival at Chelsea, Torres seemingly lost the sharpness that characterized his tenure at Liverpool. His once precise shooting had become erratic, earning him the unwelcome moniker of a defensive stalwart. A series of severe injuries and a shift in environment eroded his confidence in front of goal. Nevertheless, aside from this particular aspect, Torres remained formidable in other respects. He possessed robust physicality, commendable speed, and agility in positioning, along with a commendable ability to orchestrate play in the attacking third. It is no surprise that he was chosen to start, filling the role typically reserved for Drogba, which attests to the recognition of his abilities. Although Torres's attempts on goal failed to pose a significant threat, the spectators in the stands at Stamford Bridge finally erupted with excitement, cheering and applauding Chelsea's offensive endeavor. Regardless, after Malaga executed a notably threatening attack, Chelsea promptly responded. The ball reverted to Malaga, who continued to maintain control of the tempo without committing to an all-out assault. The architect of the fluctuating rhythm of Malaga's offense remained the astute Yelo, who dictated the pace, deciding when to accelerate, when to proceed cautiously, when to probe, and when to unleash a ferocious strike. The ball soon found its way to Yelo's feet. As he traversed the left flank, he executed a diagonal pass with his right foot, sending the ball arcing past the defensive duo of Ramirez and Mikel, landing at Isco's feet on the right side. Upon receiving the pass, Isco took a step forward, enticing Azpilicueta to draw closer to the center. In that instant, Cazorla exploited the space created by the interplay between Yelo and Isco, making a penetrating run down the flank. After a lateral movement, Isco delivered a precise through ball, perfectly positioned for Cazorla. Without needing to adjust, Cazorla glanced towards the direction of the penalty area and struck the ball with his right foot towards the goal. The ball soared through the air with remarkable velocity, evading the recovering Ramirez before descending into the central zone of the penalty area. Terry, positioned to clear the danger, suddenly found himself confronted by a figure that darted in like the wind. In an instant, the silhouette clad in Malaga's white-away kit monopolized his field of vision. Terry's expression changed dramatically. However, as a world-class center-back, he could not afford to abandon his defensive duties at that moment. He stepped forward, using his body to impede Yelo, who was charging in. Yelo felt a sudden impact from behind. Despite his formidable physicality, he stumbled but still managed to direct a shot towards the goal. Unfortunately, the effort lacked power and was deftly parried out by Cech, who immediately clapped his hands together, urging his teammates to stay alert and focused. Terry, shaken by the near miss, exchanged a high-five with Cech, acknowledging, "This player is more formidable than I anticipated." Cech remarked, "He possesses astonishing speed, a refined finishing touch, and remarkable strength, practically devoid of weaknesses." Both players could not help but fix their gaze upon Yelo, who remained poised in the penalty area, ready to execute a corner kick, their brows furrowed in concern. Malaga had launched two attacks that not only resulted in shots on goal, but also compelled Cech to make critical saves. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding around Chelsea's goal. Mikel and Ramirez felt immense pressure, as both Cech and Terry were pointing fingers at them for failing to safeguard the defense. "Stay alert. Do not let him slip easily into the box," Terry urged as he patted Mikel on the shoulder. Yet, Chelsea's fate was not entirely in their hands. Whether Yelo would penetrate depended significantly on the opportunities presented. Should the positioning and angle be favorable, he would undoubtedly seize the moment without hesitation. His range of movement was extensive, constantly meandering around the periphery to disorient the opponents. The instant Chelsea's players showed any sign of relaxation, Yelo would spring into action, swiftly infiltrating their defenses. Such tactics left Chelsea's players feeling increasingly uneasy, reluctant to unleash their attacking prowess. Moreover, the rhythm of the first half was firmly under Malaga's control. They deliberately maintained a measured pace, aiming to stifle Chelsea's offensive momentum. Chelsea's attacks, though formidable, were not to be underestimated. A moment's lapse could very well see Malaga conceding a goal. However, overall, Malaga held the advantage in the first half, commanding the flow of the game. In the 44th minute, Yelo executed a deft stop and dribble before attempting a shot from a tight angle, but check. In a display of acrobatic prowess, deflected the ball away with his foot, once again thwarting Malaga's threatening advance. Yelo was taken aback by the save. He had heard of Cech's reputation, but this encounter illuminated why some considered him comparable to Buffon, a top-tier goalkeeper. His reflexes and shot-stopping ability were indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for his prior head injury, this Czech goalkeeper might have contended for the title of the world's foremost keeper. As the first half concluded, neither side had altered the scoreline, and both teams retreated to their respective dressing rooms with the score still at 0-0. In the second half, let us deploy 2 strikers. This is our home ground. We cannot afford to play so passively, declared Drogba. Agreed. We must win at home. With 2 strikers, we will exploit the flanks and overwhelm them with our force. Drogba's words resonated with the other committee members, who readily expressed their concurrence. With the committee's leaders having spoken, the Chelsea players had no choice but to comply. All eyes turned to Di Matteo, for the committee would decide, and the head coach would execute. This structure provided a sense of stability. On the other hand, Malaga was relatively content with their performance in the first half, leading them to refrain from making any adjustments. As the second half was poised to commence, Drogba stood at the sidelines, preparing to substitute Ramirez, substituting the defensive midfielder for the striker Drogba. Chelsea shifted to a 4-4-2 formation, with Drogba and Torres playing as dual forwards. What Chelsea intended to do in this formation was clear to the players of Malaga. Pellegrini, who had been comfortably seated on the sidelines, stood up, prepared for the opposing team's dual striker approach. The players had trained for this scenario previously. If Chelsea did not press forward vigorously, Malaga would maintain their languid pace, engaging in a slow duel with their opponents. However, should Chelsea choose to advance, Malaga would find themselves with greater space to exploit. As Pellegrini contemplated this, Lampard unleashed a long-range shot from the front, which was deflected out of bounds by Demichelis, granting Chelsea the first corner of the match. The commentators spoke in a monotone. Chelsea had few offensive opportunities throughout the game, rendering this corner rather inconsequential. However, when Mata delivered the ball and Drogba leapt into the air, a collective gasp arose. Drogba, a header! Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Drogba directed the ball with a powerful header, altering its trajectory and accelerating it into the far corner of the net. It was a goal. Even the fans at Stamford Bridge were momentarily stunned, followed by a thunderous cheer that resonated through the stadium. The players from Malaga were momentarily taken aback, realizing this was their first header that had been on target. What kind of luck was this? Pellegrini rushed to the sidelines, his face displaying fury. Yet he found no outlet for his anger. The only shot on target from the opposing team had found the net. Who could he blame for this? Now, Pellegrini faced an even greater dilemma. Malaga could no longer afford to remain composed. They had to attack. They had to score. The plans that Pellegrini and Malaga had devised were now in disarray due to this goal. The chapter concludes here, with the next titled The Sole Hope. This is Chelsea. In the studio of the Dragon Country National Television, commentator Duan Xian couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing this goal. Indeed, this is Chelsea. They had defended for the majority of the match, only to strike suddenly, just as they did now. Drogba's header had given Chelsea the lead. One could only imagine how challenging the forthcoming match would be for Malaga, as overcoming Chelsea's defense after they took the lead posed a significant difficulty, well understood by Barcelona. At Stamford Bridge, the atmosphere felt like an erupting volcano. Chelsea's fans were in a frenzy, although they were playing at home. It seemed that Malaga had controlled the pace of the game, with Chelsea often forced into a defensive posture. However, who could have anticipated that a solitary header from Drogba would grant Chelsea the lead? This goal was pivotal. Had they been held to a draw at home by Malaga, Chelsea would certainly have found it challenging to secure any advantage on their opponent's turf. In a two-legged knockout tie, this single goal may very well be the decisive factor determining the fates of both teams. After scoring, Drogba was overwhelmed with elation. He spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the corner flag, executing a flawlessly smooth slide on his knees. Alongside him, other Chelsea players rushed in, equally exuberant. For the Chelsea squad, this match resembled a redemption arc. They had utilized various means to oust Villas-Boas, and in order to appease their fans, they found themselves with only the Champions League left to contest this season. Hence, these prominent stars of Chelsea were willing to adopt a remarkably humble demeanor on their home ground. This is the essence that Mourinho instilled in Chelsea. They could defend resolutely for 90 minutes, yet when presented with a single opportunity, a formidable striker like Drogba could convert it into a goal. Drogba. The commentator Andy Gray from Sky Sports exclaimed with fervor, 1-0. 1-0. In the 83rd minute, Chelsea scored. Drogba seized a corner kick opportunity, propelling Chelsea into the lead. Nearby, two guest commentators applauded. Drogba is truly remarkable, Robson remarked. Although modern football seems to demand strikers to be increasingly versatile, a powerful forward like Drogba continues to hold his ground on the pitch. Robson reflected, as a defender, he was acutely aware of how challenging it is to contain a player like Drogba. His physique was formidable, charging through defenses like a tank. Just like this goal, Drogba managed to execute a powerful header despite defensive pressure, sending the ball into the net. Splendid. Well done, Chelsea legend Zola exclaimed, raising his arms in triumph. At this moment, the camera panned to Abramovich in the stands, the Chelsea owners smiling and applauding. After enduring a tumultuous half-season, it seemed that Chelsea had resolved their internal issues. Now their sole ambition was the Champions League. In 2009, they reached the final but narrowly missed the championship. This season, Chelsea embarked anew, striving to reclaim their position in the Champions League. Compared to other teams remaining in the tournament, Chelsea's advantage lay in their lack of aspirations in the league. They could only fight valiantly in the Champions League. As the commentators spoke on the sidelines, Di Matteo and his coaching staff, along with Chelsea's substitutes, surged onto the field. Meanwhile, Pellegrini could only smile wryly and shake his head. What could he say? His team had dominated for the majority of the match. However, the opponent capitalized on a corner kick to score a goal, which can only be attributed to Malaga's unfortunate luck. Conceding a goal in the 80-minute mark makes it difficult to ascertain whether they can equalize. If they return to the Rose Garden Stadium with a scoreline of 0-1, the pressure on the team will be immense. Moreover, this goal has severely impacted the morale of the squad. Pellegrini has noticed the Chelsea coaching staff signaling for their midfielder Eschen to warm up. Due to injury issues, Eschen has struggled to secure a starting position at Chelsea, yet his prowess is indisputable. His defensive capabilities in midfield are formidable. It is highly probable that Eschen will replace Torres. The substitution strategy is now evident. Chelsea promptly opted to make the change, bringing on Eschen to replace Torres. Currently, Chelsea boasts Mikel, Ramirez, and Eschen as their three central midfielders, while Mata and Lampard operate as dual attacking midfielders, thus fortifying Chelsea's midfield defense. Crucially, up front, they still have Drogba. Malaga now faces an even more daunting challenge against Chelsea's resolute defense. How will Pellegrini and his team respond? The television footage captures the substitution of Eschen for Torres. 3 defensive midfielders and 4 defenders, each an elite defender. Mata and Lampard are not merely tasked with attacking. They also contribute defensively, and Drogba's pressing ability is particularly potent, especially since he entered the match as a fresh substitute. Pellegrini remains steadfast, recognizing that while a 1-0 scoreline is disadvantageous for Malaga, it is merely 1 goal conceded. If they recklessly push forward in a desperate attempt to attack, they risk succumbing to a counterattack from Chelsea, potentially leading to their demise. They must fight with determination, but also strategically, as they will need to return to the Rose Garden for the next battle. He gestures to his players to maintain their composure and refrain from hasty actions. With time running out, Malaga has controlled nearly all possession in the last 5 minutes, yet they find no space against Chelsea's impenetrable defense. The Spanish commentator Andres furrows his brow. At Stamford Bridge, despite Malaga's siege, the home crowd erupts in cheers and jubilation. They wave blue towels, unconcerned about the prospect of conceding a goal. Malaga has failed to score even after nearly 90 minutes of relentless effort. Now, with With Chelsea's three defensive midfielders in a fortified formation, what options remain for Malaga? In the away section, many Malaga supporters bite their lower lips, faces etched with helplessness and anxiety. Yet, anxiety proves futile. Upon the resumption of play, Chelsea has entirely adopted a defensive posture. Even Drogba is tirelessly running in midfield, pressing with vigor. Witnessing this scene, Andy Gray could not help but lament. If Chelsea had managed to avoid conflicts between the coach and players during the first half of the season, would they not now harbor hopes of securing a Champions League spot in the Premier League? Zola, upon hearing this, subtly shook his head. As a former Chelsea luminary from the previous generation, he found himself distanced from the players of Chelsea's golden era and the inner workings of the club. Nevertheless, he was privy to certain insider information. If Chelsea fails to clinch the Champions League title this season, they will be absent from the competition next season. From one perspective, perhaps this serves as a motivation for Chelsea. Time slipped away, ticking steadily. In the 89th minute, Toureleng passed the ball to Cazorla, who then delivered a lateral pass to Joaquin. After taking a step inward with the ball, Joaquin sent it across to Isco. As Isco controlled the ball, he found himself confronted by a dense wall of Chelsea players, and reluctantly, he opted to pass it back. The ball returned to Toureleng's feet. The players of Malaga exchanged passes, only to find themselves back at square one. Their attacking efforts appeared increasingly futile, as Chelsea's defense was impenetrable. No team in the world could claim to breach their formidable defense. With time running out, Malaga faced the grim prospect that if the score remained unchanged, they would have to confront this staunch defense at the Rose Garden Stadium. Even though there were still 90 minutes left in the return leg, could Malaga truly assure themselves they could break through Chelsea's defensive line? Advancing further in the cup relied heavily on their defensive prowess. As the commentators spoke, the television screen revealed the fourth official raising the board indicating stoppage time. The allocated stoppage time for this match was 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes remained, leaving Malaga with a fleeting opportunity. Duan Xian's voice conveyed urgency, as numerous fans from the Dragon Kingdom watching on television began to fidget in their seats. 3 minutes left, and hope seemed dim. A 1-0 scoreline was hardly the end of the world, was it? Perhaps not. Yet, could Malaga, returning home, expect to breach such a steadfast defensive formation? Indeed, at that moment, despair began to creep into the online discussions among fans. After all, Malaga's progression to the quarterfinals had already made history. Yes, the Champions League remained a grand affair of elite clubs. For Yelo to claim the Champions League trophy, a transfer to a prestigious club would be imperative. This season, perhaps the focus should solely be on seizing the league title. Some fans sought to rationalize and console themselves regarding Yelo's situation. Just then, the television screen showcased a close-up of Yelo. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the fans, Yelo's demeanor appeared remarkably calm. The camera's focus on him conveyed a clear message. All tactical maneuvers employed by Malaga had failed to penetrate Chelsea's dense defense. So, what more could Malaga hope for? They needed someone to step up. Now is the moment for the stars to emerge. The Spanish commentator, Andy Gray, proclaimed from the commentary box. At this juncture, the only salvation for Malaga lies in the brilliance of a superstar. Among the Malaga players capable of delivering such brilliance, who else could it be but Yelo? He raised his hand, signaling for the ball. The football once again found its way to his feet. Chapter 157. He is the storm. Yelo received the ball on the left flank, and time was running out for Malaga. He brought the ball to a stop as his teammates made runs to create space and angles for a potential pass. However, Chelsea's defense was nearly impenetrable, densely packed, controlling all crucial points. Previous attempts by Malaga to penetrate the defense through passing and combination play had proven futile. Yelo lifted his gaze and found himself confronted by Chelsea's right-back Abramovich and the returning Lampard, who was known for being the highest-scoring midfielder in the Premier League. Yet, as an English midfielder, active participation in defense was a fundamental expectation. Even players like Scholes, who seldom tackled, were sometimes referred to as defensive stalwarts. Regardless of their technical prowess, seasoned English players undeniably exhibited diligence on the field. Approaching him were Ivanovic and Lampard, and behind them, the defensive midfielder Eschen came to offer support, forming a defensive gradient. However, this was merely the first challenge Yelo had to face. Behind these three defenders loomed additional Chelsea players. As Yelo held onto the ball, Chelsea compressed their right flank, which was Malaga's left side of attack, intensifying the density of their positioning. Breaking through such a compact defense proved to be an arduous task. Yellow needed to act quickly, or rather, Malaga needed to seize the moment. The voice of Duan Xin grew anxious. Yellow had kept the ball under his control for 1 or 2 seconds. While Chelsea's players remained composed, holding their positions and refraining from rushing into tackle, wary of being outmaneuvered by Yellow. Yellow had etched the dynamics of the match into his mind. Now, the opportunity had to be created by his own volition. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Facing the defense of Ivanovic and Lampard, he burst into action. Splendid. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Yellow deftly pulled the ball forward with the sole of his foot, and then, in a sudden motion, propelled himself forward, transitioning from stillness to acceleration with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he executed a feint, threading the football between Ivanovic and Lampard. Yet, both defenders were prepared for this maneuver. They launched themselves simultaneously, colliding with Yellow in a closing defense. A narrow gap appeared before Yellow, but it was swiftly diminishing. If that gap were to vanish entirely, all hope would be lost. Gritting his teeth, Yellow exerted more force, quickening his pace. Bang! At that moment, the three of them collided. Andres, the commentator from Spain, sighed upon witnessing the scene, fully aware of the formidable challenge of breaching such a defense. Ivanovic and Lampard are closing in him. His tone shifted dramatically. He asked through. Yellow has slipped past. The defensive blockade failed to contain him. A chorus of boos erupted from the stands. On the pitch, Yellow surged forward like a tank, crashing through the defenses of Lampard and Ivanovic. That door was forcefully breached. Ivanovic and Lampard stumbled, their intended closure rendered futile, as they clutched their chests, gasping. That lad is relentless. This collision surely left its mark. In that moment of impact, neither Ivanovic nor Lampard could regain their balance. Yet Yellow, seemingly unfazed, slipped through effortlessly. Yellow, he has made it past. The commentators exclaimed in unison. Emerging from that narrow gap, Yellow was met not with open space, but rather the imposing figure of Eschen, who sprang into action immediately. As the ball emerged from the tight confines, Eschen was poised to seize control. Although surprised by the failure of Ivanovic and Lampard's defense, he assessed the rolling ball and recognized his advantage in speed. Eschen planned to let the ball pass, pivot, and present Yellow with a formidable barrier. Having maneuvered past Ivanovic and Lampard, Yellow's momentum had waned. A collision with such a solid frame might well knock the wind out of him. Eschen's strategy was sound. Accomplish the defense while simultaneously undermining Yellow's morale. Yet, what he did not anticipate was Yellow's remarkable speed. After bursting through that narrow opening, Yellow maintained his velocity, propelling himself toward the ball with a powerful push, swiftly separating the ball from Eschen, lowering his shoulder in a proactive display of physicality. Eschen found himself unceremoniously pushed aside. At the same moment, Yellow deftly maneuvered the ball forward with his left foot, leaving Eschen behind him. Stop him! Came the voice of Drogba, who watched in disbelief as Yellow deftly navigated past the defenses of Ivanovic, Lampard, and Eschen. The successive physical confrontations left Drogba feeling a chill run down his spine. Yellow had dominated in both encounters, appearing effortlessly skilled. Taken aback by Yellow's speed, Eschen quickly turned, his hand reaching out to grasp Yellow's shoulder, intent on closing the distance. What awaited him was an ironclad resistance. He who schemes against others shall be met with the same fate. Eschen struggled to catch his breath, disoriented by the force of the impact. He could only watch helplessly as Yellow evaded his grasp. However, at that moment, a blue figure surged forward, diving to the ground. A flying tackle. It was Lampard. A player of Lampard's caliber, known for his fierce English midfield style, was relentless in defense. As Yelo was poised to penetrate the penalty area, Lampard faced a decisive choice: either retain possession of the ball or secure the player. Renowned for his offensive prowess in England's midfield, Lampard was equally unrestrained when it came to executing a robust tackle. The English fans appreciated such visceral physical confrontations and tackles. Watch out! The commentators exclaimed. Yelo sensed the imminent danger from the side, leaping instinctively while deftly flicking the ball away, evading both the fierce tackle and the oncoming player. Lampard, failing to connect with either the ball or the man, nonetheless succeeded in buying time for David Luiz, who surged forward, launching into a flying tackle with legs spread wide. Resembling a pair of scissors, capturing both Yelo and the ball within its grasp. Is this truly the defensive style of the Premier League? Indeed, it was ferocious. Physical clashes, tackles, rapid pace, and abundant stamina marked the game as it approached the 90-minute mark. The Chelsea players continued to engage in such intense confrontations. Impressive. Yet, in the eyes of the Chelsea players, Yelo was the true monster, having tormented them for several minutes. In the Premier League, top stars had been brought down by the closing defenses of Abramovich and Lampard. Those who were slightly more formidable likely wouldn't have surpassed Eschen's defenses. However, Yelo seemed to navigate every hurdle with ease. Yet, this time, David Luiz's frontal tackle appeared to be the decisive blow. Everyone wondered how Yelo could possibly evade Luiz's defense. His best outcome might be a free kick just outside the penalty area. Suddenly, all eyes widened in astonishment. As Yelo landed, the ball had yet to touch the ground, yet he flicked it upward with his toes and leaped again. In a moment of incredulity for David Luiz, Yelo, with the ball at his feet, surged into the penalty area. Yelo, Yelo, Yelo. Almost all commentators were murmuring his name. In the midst of such defense, Yelo skillfully maneuvered past several Chelsea players, successfully bringing the ball into the penalty area. At that moment, Chelsea's defenders could no longer maintain their composure. Yelo resembled a colossal magnet, drawing all Chelsea defenders within the penalty area toward him. Terry, hesitant to act recklessly, recognized the gravity of the situation. If he engaged physically now, a penalty could be disastrous. He stationed himself, maintaining a cautious distance. His imposing figure blocking Yelo's shooting angle while vigilantly watching for an opportunity to intercept the ball. The other Chelsea players instinctively gravitated toward Terry, converging towards the goal. They moved like a tempest, orbiting around Yelo. In the eye of the storm, Yelo found an unexpected tranquility upon entering the forbidden zone. The cacophony of boos from the crowd and the shouts of players faded into silence at that moment. It was an eerie calm before the tempest. Yelo faced Terry, one of the most illustrious center-backs in the world. With no feints, he pivoted and surged forward. Terry reacted instantaneously, yet Yelo slipped past him effortlessly. As Terry placed a hand on Yelo's shoulder, he exerted force. Simultaneously, Yelo lifted his left foot, preparing to shoot. Ashley Cole and Mikel, akin to musicians in a symphony, recognized the conductor's cue and dove to block. The moment Terry tugged at Yelo's shoulder, he felt a slight stumble, even as Terry relinquished his grip. Meanwhile, Ramirez charged forward, aiming to poke the ball with his toes. Yelo spread his arms to maintain balance, simultaneously executing a feigned shot before deftly maneuvering the ball through Terry's legs. Amidst the commentators' gasps, the ball slipped past Ramirez, and Yelo surged forward, bending slightly. His steps became a tad chaotic. Czech advanced. Czech dashed out of the goal with alacrity. Yelo, now slightly unsteady, rushed towards him. Their eyes locked, fierce determination igniting a spark in the air. Czech spread his arms, thinking, this kid should be down. Yet he was fully prepared, sealing off the angle. In his stagger, Yelo raised his gaze to Czech. In a flash, he caught up to the ball, and just before falling, he flicked it with his toes, sending it soaring. Yelo's body descended as Czech leaped upwards. The ball traced a perfect parabola through the air, gracefully sailing over Czech's fingertips before cascading downwards. It struck the ground and collided with the net. Boom! The storm erupted. Yelo, sprawled on the grass, slid towards the sideline, a smile gracing his lips. He had conjured the tempest. He was the storm. The winds roared, sweeping across Stamford Bridge. Chapter 158. Giants and Challengers. Yelo, 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 exclaimed Andy Gray, the commentator from Sky Sports England. Beside him, Chelsea legend Zola held his head in disbelief. Former Manchester United captain Robson bore a look of shock. Unbelievable. An incredible goal. Yelo single-handedly secured a draw for Malaga against Chelsea. My God, is this even a goal that a human can achieve? Gasped Andy Gray. Many Chelsea players stood with their heads in their hands. Czech stared blankly at the ball nestled in his net, while Lampard patted the grass in frustration, and Drogba, hands on his head, gazed in disbelief at the jubilant Yelo. The score was 1-1. This result was somewhat unfavorable for Chelsea. Not only did they fail to secure a victory at home, but they also allowed Malaga to score an away goal. It is truly unfortunate that Chelsea conceded a goal in the dying moments, causing their hard-earned triumph to slip away, Andy Gray remarked, shaking his head. Shortly after this goal, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The match has concluded. Malaga's last-minute equalizer enabled them to leave Stamford Bridge with a draw and an away goal. Duan Xian expressed this sentiment with great enthusiasm. Although this result does not guarantee Malaga's advancement at home, it certainly affords them a certain advantage. The second leg will be held at Malaga's home ground. For Chelsea to progress, they must score, while Malaga can afford to be comparatively relaxed. After the match, neither team celebrated excessively, as it was merely a draw. Both sides still have 90 minutes of battle ahead for progression. Following the match, Chelsea stars found it impossible to avoid discussing Yelo in interviews. "I once thought our defense was sufficient to contain him, but the late goal revealed that it was not enough," Lampard said, shaking his head. "There is a second leg, and Malaga is a formidable opponent. When your team boasts a player like Yelo, you can never afford to be complacent," Drogba lamented. Helplessly watching Yelo penetrate the penalty area to score the equalizer. "Do I feel we have an advantage? I do not believe we have gained significant leverage. It is merely a draw, and such a situation is not worthy of celebration. Chelsea is a powerful team, and we must remain vigilant," Yelo stated during an interview. The quarterfinals of the Champions League do not feature the same 2-week interval as the round of 16. The first and second legs are separated only by a weekend of matches. The time for rest and adjustment is considerably shorter than in the round of 16, which undoubtedly poses a significant challenge for Malaga. Consequently, for the 28th round of the league, playing away against Mallorca, Pellegrini made extensive rotations. Of course, Yelo remained a constant in the starting lineup. Media commentary on this has diminished significantly. Previously, many outlets criticized Pellegrini for over-relying on Yelo, suggesting that such usage would inevitably lead to injury. Yet here we are, deep into the season, and Yelo remains vibrant and energetic on the pitch, showing no signs of fatigue. It is now widely recognized that Yelo is indeed an Iron Man. While there are players of a similar robust nature, few possess Yelo's combination of speed, extraordinary technical skill, and astonishing stamina. Some media analyses of Yelo's goal distribution reveal that many of his goals are scored in the latter stages of matches. In the latter stages of the match, many players experience a decline in physical stamina, leading to diminished focus and reduced explosiveness and reaction times compared to when they are fully energized. However, Yelo maintains an exceptional level of fitness, as evidenced by his sprinting speed. In numerous matches, even towards the end, he continues to sprint at remarkable velocities, reminiscent of his equalizing goal against Chelsea. Had Chelsea's players exhibited the same vigor as at the outset of the game, and if Yelo had succumbed to fatigue like his counterparts, he likely would not have scored such a goal. Indeed, many teams prepare a substitute striker to exploit the opponent's waning stamina, waiting for the opportune moment to breach the defensive line. History is replete with renowned substitute heroes. Naturally, gifted players seldom accept a role on the bench. If one possesses the capability to start, why settle for a substitute position? Adequate stamina is, for an athlete, a rare talent. Take, for instance, the away match against Mallorca. By the 80th minute, Malaga found themselves trailing 0-1. Yet, in the 83rd minute, Yelo executed a stunning cut-in shot to level the score. Then, in the 89th minute, he broke through to earn a direct free kick, which he converted into a match-winning goal against Mallorca, leading Malaga to a remarkable comeback. In 28 rounds of the league, Malaga accumulated 75 points. In this round, both Real Madrid and Barcelona secured victories, leaving the point gap unchanged. With only 10 matches remaining in the season, the title race has entered its final stretch. Who could have anticipated that Malaga would still hold the top position on the leaderboard at this juncture? Prior to the season's commencement, many speculated that Malaga would fall behind due to injuries, stamina issues, and depth of the squad, predicting a more realistic goal of competing for a Champions League spot. Yet, here they stand, firmly entrenched in the title race, even atop the league standings. With just 10 rounds remaining, Malaga has demonstrated to the world that they indeed possess the mettle to contend for the championship. As long as their captain, their core, their star player Yelo continues to grace the pitch, their prospects remain bright. This season, Yelo ranks first among outfield players in total playing time. Even when including goalkeepers, he is surpassed only by Valdez and Casillas. He has nearly played every minute of the season, 28 league matches, 9 Champions League games, and 4 Copa del Rey fixtures. With just over 2 months left in the season, Yelo has already completed 43 matches, theoretically still having at least 11 more to play. Should Malaga advance to the Champions League semi-finals, that number could rise to at least 13 matches. He possesses an unparalleled physical endurance akin to that of an Iron Man, and his physique appears to be forged from steel. Remarkably, Yelo has yet to miss a single moment of competition due to injury. Following this round of the league, nearly all media outlets are abuzz with discussions regarding Yelo's exceptional performance. 34 league goals and 19 Champions League strikes, figures that have undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. These statistics firmly overshadow both Messi and Ronaldo in their respective competitions. Despite Messi's remarkable feat of scoring consecutive hat tricks in the 27th and 28th rounds, bringing his total to 32 goals, he remains eclipsed by Yelo. The competition for the title of top scorer in La Liga this season is unprecedentedly fierce, marking an era of rivalry among Yelo, Messi, and Ronaldo. After the match, radio commentator Andres penned a column that sparked considerable debate among fans. Supporters assert that Yelo's goal tally and abilities justify his inclusion in the elite competition with Messi and Ronaldo. Conversely, detractors point to the count of Champions League titles and Ballon d'Or awards as their basis for skepticism. Some fans mockingly questioned the legitimacy of such comparisons. Even certain media outlets joined the discourse, albeit with a degree of civility, as neither the Madrid nor Catalonia factions wished to offend Yelo, who is inevitably poised to depart from Malaga. The question of his ultimate destination looms large. Consequently, these commentators are exercising restraint, anxious to avoid leaving a negative impression on Yelo. Additionally, a number of fans have taken it upon themselves to act as enforcers, determined to root out any disparaging remarks directed at Yelo. The atmosphere has become quite lively as debates ensue. Amidst this fervor, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals commenced with vigor. First to take the stage were Barcelona and Real Madrid, both triumphing over their respective adversaries. At Camp Nou, Barcelona secured a resounding 4-0 victory against Basel, with Messi netting 2 goals, raising his Champions League total to 17. Meanwhile, Real Madrid edged out a narrow 1-0 win at home, with Ronaldo also finding the net, although he left the pitch with a rather displeased expression. Post-match media reports revealed Ronaldo's dissatisfaction with the team's defensive tactics after gaining the lead, feeling that Mourinho did not afford him the same attacking freedom that Guardiola grants Messi or Pellegrini allows Yelo, thus relegating him to 3rd place in the scoring charts. Mourinho, however, remains steadfast in his belief that his approach is justified, prioritizing solid victories as the head coach. On the following match day, Bayern Munich hosted Benfica, ultimately defeating them 3-0 at the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich's commanding performance propelled them into the Champions League semi-finals, solidifying the presence of 3 formidable teams in the Final Four. Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich are all illustrious giants of football. In terms of UEFA Champions League titles, Real Madrid stands supreme with 9 trophies, while Barcelona and Bayern Munich each boast 4. Collectively, these 3 clubs have amassed a remarkable total of 17 Champions League titles. In stark contrast, both Malaga and Chelsea find themselves in an awkward position with a tally of 0 trophies, regardless of which team reaches the semi-finals. Thus, whether it is Chelsea or Malaga advancing, they will inevitably face the onslaught of these footballing behemoths. Malaga and Chelsea emerge as challengers in this season's Champions League. In a sense, both teams represent the new wave that has risen during the era of financial influx. They contend against 3 traditional powerhouses, making the semi-final clash a narrative of a challenger pitted against 3 giants. The esteemed French media outlet, European Football, remarked on their social media account that earlier in the day, a player sustained an ankle injury while playing, hearing a distinct pop that rendered him unable to continue, much to the shock of his teammates. Fortunately, the injury was not bone-related, yet it will sideline him for at least 2 months. Thankfully, his hands remain unscathed, allowing him to continue writing. As the players from Chelsea emerged onto the pitch, they held their heads high, radiating determination. They were discontent with being compared to Malaga in the media narrative. Yes, Chelsea too rose through the ranks due to financial backing, but their ascent began a decade ago, which, while not traditional, certainly places them above Malaga in stature. Chelsea has even dominated the Premier League at one point, while Malaga's standing is considerably less impressive. Upon the commencement of the match, Chelsea, possessing the opening kickoff, launched an aggressive offensive. Unlike their previous home match, where a defensive strategy sufficed, they needed to score at Rose Garden Stadium to avoid elimination after a 1-1 draw. In the first minute, Chelsea executed a threatening shot on goal, Lampard unleashed a powerful long-range effort from the edge of the penalty area, which deflected off Matheson's thigh and narrowly grazed the post before going out of play. This shot set the tone for the match. Just moments into the game, Chelsea earned a corner kick. In this instance of a corner kick, Gary Cahill and Drogba showcased Chelsea's superiority in aerial duels. Drogba leaped majestically, overpowering Demichelis to head the ball toward the goal. The football grazed the crossbar and soared above the net, crossing the baseline. The quivering of the net sent many Malaga fans' hearts racing. Gasps filled the Rose Garden Stadium. Once the spectators realized the ball had gone out of play, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. Chelsea's consecutive attacks posed significant threats, prompting Pellegrini to rise from his seat, gesturing to his players to remain calm and composed. Drogba. "Oh, so close. Magnificent," exclaimed the English commentator, brimming with excitement. This was the performance they had hoped for. Chelsea found their rhythm early, potentially unsettling Malaga. If they could score quickly, Chelsea would equalize Malaga's away goal tally, a significant advantage for them. Chelsea appeared exuberant in the opening phase, necessitating Malaga to remain alert. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio furrowed his brow. Lampard, Drogba, Mata, and Kalu. Chelsea's attacking prowess was nearly on par with their defense. On the sidelines, Chelsea's interim coach Di Matteo was visibly elated, clapping his hands in praise of the team's offensive display. Prior to the match, Chelsea had devised a strategy to launch an aggressive attack from the outset. The aggregate score stood at 1-1, indicating that Malaga had an away goal. Thus, scoring was imperative for Chelsea. A 0-0 result would spell their elimination. They needed to secure an away goal to counteract Malaga's advantage. Chelsea's relentless assault thrilled Di Matteo. Eliminating Malaga to reach the semi-finals would provide Chelsea with a chance to vie for the championship. The mere thought of winning the Champions League as an interim coach was exhilarating. Under Chelsea's fierce offensive pressure, Malaga's goal ultimately succumbed. In the 12th minute, Mata made a cutting pass to the back post after a step inside. Drogba soared, redirecting the ball to the advancing Lampard in the penalty area. Lampard executed a shot with the instep of his foot. Caballero did everything within his capacity, quickly diving to instinctively block the attempt with his foot. However, when the ball rebounded into the box, it fortuitously landed right in front of Drogba. The beast, Drogba, wasted no time. He took a step forward, using his powerful physique to shield Demichelis behind him, before deftly guiding the ball into the empty net. Lampard shoots Drogba. "Splendid," the English commentator exclaimed, heralding a priceless goal. Chelsea leads the aggregate score 2-1, having secured an away goal. Drogba. It is Drogba once again. The seasoned veteran is beginning to assert his dominance as the knockout stage unfolds. His formidable physique proves invaluable. Demichelis finds himself overpowered in the physical duel against Drogba. Following the goal, Drogba is exuberantly animated, while Chelsea's players celebrate fervently amidst the cacophony of boos echoing through the Rose Garden Stadium. In the 12th minute of the match, Chelsea scores. They now lead the aggregate 2-1. Now, Malaga finds themselves in a quandary. Their advantage of an away goal has evaporated, and conceding at home is undeniably disastrous. Malaga is ensnared in a predicament. The commentator from Cadena Cope, Andres, furrowed his brow as he remarked that Chelsea had entered the match with greater intensity than Malaga from the outset. He shook his head, emphasizing that Malaga must rally. They cannot afford to concede further goals. The threat posed by Drogba is immense, and he must be contained. However, as he stated, restraining a player of Drogba's caliber is an arduous task. The opposing player possesses such physical strength that at times, this advantage borders on the unreasonable. Once the ball is delivered into the penalty area, he can effortlessly maneuver for a shooting opportunity. It is precisely this type of striker that is a rare find. The Malaga players appear somewhat bewildered, struggling to withstand Chelsea's onslaught. Moreover, after conceding a goal, a lack of unity in their mindset becomes evident. Some players are eager to attack and level the score, while others believe that they should first weather Chelsea's fervent assault. During Chelsea's celebratory moments, the captain, Yelo, recognizes his responsibility to stabilize the team's mentality and foster consensus among the players. Football is a team sport. If the players' thoughts are disjointed, they will be as scattered as sand, rendering the game futile. Do not rush. They are pressing hard now. We must not recklessly advance. Let us first consolidate our defense and observe their tactics. If they continue to press, we shall strike on the counter. There is still ample time left in the match. The key is to remain composed and deliberate, Yelo asserted. What if they pull back? A player inquired. Yelo glanced at Chelsea's coaching staff on the sidelines. If the coach were someone of Mourinho's stature, it is conceivable that Chelsea would indeed retreat after scoring. However, at present, it is not the interim coach Di Matteo who holds sway in the Chelsea locker room, but rather the influential senior players. Thus, under these circumstances, Chelsea is highly likely to seek to capitalize on their momentum. I believe they will not. If it were up to me, I would certainly continue to press forward, Yelo remarked. Indeed, Chelsea would not squander their attacking momentum by opting to withdraw immediately. Their coach is not Mourinho. I have heard that decisions in the Chelsea locker room are now dictated by a few influential figures. Therefore, they will undoubtedly continue their offensive counterattack. Let us strike back at them. Soon, the players of Malaga reached a consensus. Securing their defense was paramount. Although they conceded a goal at home, their composure was unwavering, thanks to the presence of a charismatic leader in the locker room. Following the restart of the match, Chelsea, emboldened by their success, opted to press forward aggressively. However, it was evident that Chelsea had devised a meticulous defensive strategy for this encounter. Malaga's counterattacks were not as fluid as they had hoped, particularly against the formidable Yelo. The moment he received the ball, Mikel swiftly brought him down. Chelsea's strategy was to focus on neutralizing Yelo's every potential opportunity to receive the ball, with defenders prepared to commit tactical fouls at the earliest moment to disrupt Malaga's counterplay. As long as Malaga struggled to mount an attack, they would face Chelsea's impregnable defense. After Mikel's foul, Chelsea's players retreated to their half, establishing a solid defensive formation, significantly heightening the difficulty for Malaga to score. The referee merely awarded a foul without issuing Mikel a yellow card, which incited considerable discontent among Malaga's players. That was a tactical foul. Shouldn't there be a card for that? You're condoning their infractions. In that moment, the Malaga players sought an explanation from the referee. Yelo, rising from the ground, placed the ball on the pitch, preparing for the free kick. He had encountered such scenarios often in simulated matches, where he was frequently targeted. Thus, his demeanor remained unfazed. He would not succumb to anger over a couple of fouls. In Yelo's eyes, the fact that the opposition could only resort to such measures to thwart Malaga's advances was a testament to their inferior tactics. Moreover, the location of the foul was somewhat distant from the goal. What about the next time? Yelo mused, unperturbed. There was plenty of time left in the match. Meanwhile, Mikel theatrically expressed his remorse, patting his chest in front of the referee, ensuring he conveyed an impression of unintentionality regarding the foul. After apologizing to Yelo, Mikel retreated to his defensive zone. However, upon observing Yelo's calm demeanor, Mikel felt a twinge of regret and admiration. Regret for not provoking Yelo's ire, failing to elicit any frustration or negative emotion from him. Admiration for the remarkable emotional control exhibited by the 19-year-old. Typically, a player subjected to repeated fouls, being brought down before even touching the ball, would be expected to react with anger, anxiety, and exasperation, yet Yelo remained composed. This individual was truly formidable. He resembled a robot, executing his skills with an unwavering focus, entirely unperturbed by emotions. Chelsea's defensive strategy was designed to provoke Yelo, ideally leading him to lose his composure. However, it now appeared that this tactic had faltered. Mikel received a verbal admonition from the referee, yet Malaga's offensive momentum remained unbroken by this foul. Yelo faced immense pressure, as Chelsea's defenders relentlessly shadowed him, employing every means, even fouling, to disrupt his possession. Chelsea's defense was fiercely tenacious, contesting every pass, engaging in physical duels, and committing fouls at the slightest hint of danger, ensuring Yelo was denied any opportunity to confront the goal directly. Nonetheless, Chelsea's defensive approach came at a cost, granting Malaga numerous free kicks and taxing their stamina. As the match progressed, the home team, spurred by Yelo's efforts, began to shift from a defensive posture to an assertive one, creating more offensive opportunities. Yelo intentionally quickened the team's attacking rhythm, utilizing rapid plays to unsettle Chelsea's defense. It was only through constant movement that vulnerabilities in Chelsea's backline could be exposed. In the 23rd minute, Yelo was once again brought down, but he swiftly rose, controlling the ball and executing a quick free kick, resolutely refusing to allow Chelsea's foul to disrupt Malaga's attacking flow. Maintaining a fluid offensive rhythm, they continued to exert maximum pressure on Chelsea's defense. The cost of Chelsea's relentless pursuit was their dwindling energy. They were compelled to maintain rapid mobility while upholding both discipline and defensive aggression. Any interruption in their offensive play presented Chelsea with an opportunity to regroup. Under Yelo's influence, Malaga's attacking tempo accelerated. As the unequivocal linchpin of the team, he could not afford to falter or retreat, even when ensnared in a tight corner. He must demand the ball. He could not shy away from the fray, regardless of repeated fouls, but needed to persistently position himself in perilous zones, continuously receiving, passing, and moving. The core of the team not only resided in his position, but also in the weight of responsibility it entailed. In such circumstances, he had to set an example, leading the team out of adversity. In motion once more, Yelo received the ball, striving to keep momentum and evade any opportunity for his opponents to foul him. Rather than halting, he executed a swift diagonal pass, finding Isco on the wing, effectively utilizing the width of the pitch to draw the opponent into action. In this process, the likelihood of Chelsea's defense revealing gaps increased. Following the pass, Yelo continued to shift laterally before suddenly making a diagonal run. After Isco controlled the ball, his immediate focus was on the positioning of Yelo. Indeed, as he lifted his gaze, he discerned Yelo's running trajectory. With a deft flick of his right foot, he sent the ball diagonally back to Yelo, who had perfectly timed his run to receive it. However, he found himself surrounded by Chelsea players, all within a mere 3 meters of him. Should Yelo pause, he would undoubtedly be encircled. Thus, once again, Yelo opted against stopping the ball, instead using the outside of his left foot to nudge it towards Joaquin, who was making an advancing run to the right. With these 2 lateral passes, Chelsea was compelled to contract their formation. It was undoubtedly correct to apply intensive marking on Yelo, yet this did not imply they would allow the other Malaga players excessive space. All were professionals, not amateurs. A chance to shoot in an open position would be too great for even the formidable Czech to guard against with such a vast goal at stake. As Joaquin received the ball, Chelsea's defense had also tightened up. He chose not to take the initiative himself, but instead played it back to Cazorla. Prior to receiving the ball, Cazorla had already spotted Yelo's position. Meeting the ball, he dispatched it with precision. The football found its way to Yelo's feet. In this fluid movement, with a series of quick passes, Chelsea found it nearly impossible to commit a foul. Yelo flowed through the gaps between the Chelsea players like water, eluding their grasp. Movement, passing, rhythm. Throughout this process, Yelo's pivotal role was vividly highlighted. When he regained possession, he could feel the pressure of the wind rushing from behind. Yet, before the opposition could close in, Yelo gently nudged the ball with the arch of his foot, sending it to Van Nistelrooy. What a splendid play! Commentators erupted in excitement as Malaga executed a seamless series of passes, particularly lauding Yelo's incisive through ball. Van Nistelrooy found himself positioned sideways to the goal. He controlled the ball with the outside of his right foot, positioning Gary Cahill between himself and the goal. Under significant pressure, he had to act swiftly, whether to pass or shoot, as Chelsea players were closing in. Without raising his head, he paused momentarily before opting for a backheel flick. He trusted in Yelo's speed. The ball rolled through the gap between Cahill's legs. In that instant, a figure darted swiftly into the penalty area. Yelo. Amid the commentators' astonished gasps, Yelo surged into the box, one-on-one. The commentators leaped up, their eyes riveted on the pitch. The interplay between Van Nistelrooy and Yelo was perfectly timed. Yelo's penetrating run shook off the defense, guiding the ball into the left side of the penalty area. Czech rushed out. Upon entering the box, Yelo had already prepared to shoot. With a powerful strike from his right foot, the ball soared, sailing over Czech's head. Czech had not anticipated that Yelo would suddenly take a shot at this moment. He instinctively raised his hand, and the football grazed past his fingertips. With a swish, as Czech turned his head, he beheld the ball piercing into the net from the junction of the near post and crossbar. The chapter concluded. Chapter 160. He dominated the match, advancing to the semifinals. Yelo Gualul. In the commentary booth, Andres was ecstatically shouting, Yelo! Yelo equalized for Malaga. A splendid goal resulting from a blend of teamwork and individual prowess. 1-1. Both sides returned to the starting line. Well done. The Malaga stadium reverberated, and all the Malaga supporters leaped to their feet, igniting the entire arena with this goal. The whole stadium trembled, the stands swayed. The cameras perched atop the stands shook violently at that moment, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Why? The live DJ elongated the sound. The entire Malaga crowd responded in unison. Here lies the Rose Garden Stadium. Once inconspicuous, it has now become the focal point of European and global football. This unheralded little team roared to the world at this moment. Yelo sprinted forward, arms outstretched, resembling an eagle soaring across the pitch. Soon, he was engulfed by the throng of Malaga players. Well done. What a thrill. Ha ha ha. The players laughed, roared, and cheered. They understood the significance of this goal all too well. It was not merely about equalizing the score. Simultaneously, this goal significantly dampened Chelsea's momentum in attack. The football match resembled a compressing spring, with pressure shifting from one side to the other. With Malaga equalizing, the pressure returned to Chelsea. Yelo's goal was equally magnificent. It was not a stroke of luck nor merely a moment of individual brilliance from a star player, but rather a tactical triumph. Through patient organization and strategic maneuvering in midfield, they delivered the final, decisive blow. The synergy between Yelo and Van Nistelrooy tore apart Chelsea's defense. Faced with check, Yelo remained remarkably composed. He aimed for the top corner, while a powerful shot could catch the goalkeeper off guard due to its speed. It also bore significant risk of missing the target. Yet, Yelo accurately placed the ball into the top corner's dead zone. This goal involved every Malaga player on the front line, showcasing both the team's collective effort and Yelo's extraordinary individual skill. Only when personal prowess is integrated within a system can it unleash its fullest potential. At this moment, leading the charge for this goal was Yelo, undeniably the protagonist of the stadium. Everyone erupted in jubilation, celebrating the triumph. Czech, visibly frustrated, patted the grass beneath him. He had witnessed Malaga's offensive maneuvers unfold right before his eyes on the goal line. Each pass from the opposition was deliberate and purposeful, especially from Yelo, whose range of movement was expansive. He weaved side to side, interspersing forward runs, all the while exchanging passes with remarkable fluidity. This relentless motion and distribution of the ball disrupted Chelsea's defense, leaving the defenders feeling overwhelmed and unable to cope. Furthermore, the foul tactics that had previously proved effective were rendered futile, as the opposition was as slippery as an eel, evading any attempts to be caught. The constant stream of passes left Chelsea unable to commit fouls without consequence. Meanwhile, several senior players within the Chelsea squad had convened for a strategy session. Terry clapped his hands, signaling for his teammates to regain their composure. It was merely an equalizer. This wasn't the end of the world. We just need to score another goal, and they'll be finished. Lampard exclaimed. Frank is absolutely right. Drogba added. Indeed, this was the Rose Garden Stadium. Playing at home presented both advantages and disadvantages for Malaga. One significant drawback was that Chelsea's away goals were incredibly beneficial. For instance, if Chelsea were to score again, Malaga would need to net at least 2 goals to advance. With Chelsea having secured 2 away goals, it compelled Malaga to achieve victory on their home turf. One more goal, and we can seal their fate, Czech emphasized. Under the reassurance of their leaders, Chelsea's players began to regain their calm. At that moment, the television replayed the entire sequence of the goal, from Yelo's initial touches to his decisive finish. The technology of modern football broadcasts had advanced significantly, allowing viewers to witness the full spectrum of the attack with remarkable clarity. Yelo's contribution to the goal was evident. He was the pivotal element in Malaga's strategy, connecting every player across the midfield and forward areas. He resembled a conductor on the field, orchestrating Malaga's symphony to reach its crescendo. Pass, carry, shoot. His versatility was astounding. Duan Xin marveled. On the internet in Longwa, the admiration for Yelo's goal was resounding. Master Yelo's execution was fluid and seamless, from organization to completion, a one-stop service. Have you ever been served by the Dragon? The midfield maestro and the finisher. Impressive. Finally leveling the score, Chelsea's defense was not as formidable as it seemed. They struggled to keep pace with the dynamic Yelo. Remarkable. On the television screen, the Malaga players concluded their celebrations, with Yelo pumping his fists towards the stands. His arms raised high, eliciting an even louder roar from the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium. Although Chelsea's ability to score may exceed that of Malaga, this is contingent upon their capacity to find the net amidst such a frenzied home atmosphere. Following the resumption of play, Malaga launched a fierce offensive, prompting Chelsea to tighten their defense in anticipation of counterattack opportunities. In the 33rd minute, Chelsea seized a rapid counterattack, startling both the Malaga fans and players. During a corner kick for Malaga, the ball was cleared, allowing Mata to receive it and deliver a diagonal pass to the fleet-footed winger Kalu. Under pressure from Malaga defenders, Kalou attempted a shot from the edge of the penalty area, sending the ball high over the goal. This represented Chelsea's most promising chance of the first half. Malaga, too, had several attempts on goal, all of which were thwarted by Czech. As the first half came to a close, the score remained tied at 1 apiece, with neither side managing to alter the tally. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the half, players from both teams returned to their respective dressing rooms. In the home team's quarters, Pellegrini emphasized the need for continued offensive vigor in the second half. With the aggregate score at 2-2, and each team having secured an away goal, a draw would necessitate extra time. Should the stalemate persist, a penalty shootout would ensue. For Malaga, despite the advantage of playing at home, the depth of their bench was a concern. They would likely struggle in extra time against Chelsea. Thus, it was imperative to resolve the match within the regulation 90 minutes, leveraging their home advantage to mount an effective attack. Meanwhile, in the visitors' dressing room, Di Matteo sat quietly on a chair as several senior committee members reached a consensus and began to communicate their directives to the team. Defense. We must fortify our defense. This is their home ground. We must remain composed. The urgency should be theirs, asserted Captain Terry. Indeed, we are not afraid of extra time. Our bench is robust. They understood that if Malaga failed to score, they would become increasingly anxious, and Chelsea needed to exercise patience, waiting for their moment. The seasoned veterans were well aware of how to maximize their advantage in this situation. As for the prospect of a penalty shootout, Chelsea had no trepidation. Czech was renowned for his proficiency in saving penalties, boasting world-class reflexes. While Caballero was a competent goalkeeper, he paled in comparison to Czech. Furthermore, Chelsea's experienced squad would handle penalties with confidence, having previously faced such situations, albeit with mixed results. In contrast, Malaga lacked any such experience, leaving Chelsea unperturbed by the prospect of a penalty shootout. Certainly, the seasoned veterans of Chelsea are acutely aware that taking penalties carries significant risk. They continue to emphasize the importance of counterattacks. Just one opportunity, just one chance. We can send them to hell. As the second half commenced, following the directives from the committee during halftime, Chelsea's defense became increasingly robust. Their defensive formation tightened. Malaga found themselves in possession for the majority of the match, with the ball predominantly at the feet of their players. Yet, Chelsea's players remained unperturbed. This mindset rendered Chelsea an exceedingly formidable opponent. Malaga struggled to find openings for penetration, prompting Yelo to attempt long-range shots from the periphery. In the 48th minute, Isco's cross was cleared by Terry, fortuitously landing at Yelo's feet. Without waiting for the ball to touch the ground, Yelo unleashed a powerful shot. The ball arced through the air, plummeting towards the goal. However, Czech was well positioned, extending his hand to deflect the ball out of the penalty area. Yelo. A long-range shot tested Czech, and the match commenced with Malaga's attack quickly gaining momentum. Just as the commentator noted this, Chelsea launched a counterattack. Mata received the ball on the outskirts and advanced along the flank, yet his pace was lacking, and he was soon caught up by Monterrey, who ultimately committed a foul. Chelsea was awarded a free kick in a promising position. Mata delivered the set piece into the penalty area. Terry leapt high, directing the ball towards the center. Drogba had already jumped, poised to head the ball. At that moment, Caballero sprang into action, punching the ball away from Drogba's head and out of the penalty area, where it fell to Ashley Cole. Cole took a brief moment to control the ball before unleashing a fierce shot. The ball skidded along the ground towards the goal. At a crucial moment, Cazorla stretched out his foot, deflecting the ball out of bounds. A corner kick. Mata took the corner, targeting Gary Cahill. In this match, Cahill partnered with John Terry in central defense, while the voluminous-haired David Luiz sat on the bench. Cahill managed to make contact with the ball, but fortunately, due to the interference from Matus, it soared over the bar. After Malaga's long-range attempt tested Czech, Chelsea swiftly retaliated. Both teams created opportunities, yet such chances were insufficient to convert into goals. Just as the second half began, both teams executed threatening offensive plays. In the commentary booth, the commentators remarked on this. The unfolding dynamics of the match were largely consistent. Malaga dominated possession, actively attacking, while Chelsea focused on counterattacks. As this scenario persisted, Pellegrini began to fidget on the sidelines. His team lacked substantial experience in Champions League knockout stages, let alone in extra time. Coupled with the disparity in bench depth, Pellegrini feared the match might extend into extra time. The tense atmosphere rendered Pellegrini somewhat anxious, yet he remained composed on the sidelines, refraining from vociferous exhortations. He wished to spare the players from undue pressure, for an anxious mindset is counterproductive. Chelsea's counterattacks posed a significant threat, compelling Malaga to exercise caution and refrain from overcommitting, lest they fall victim to Chelsea's quick strikes. In such moments, patience is paramount. A hasty offensive could lead to conceding a goal, which would spell disaster. As time dwindled, both teams grew increasingly cautious. Yelo found himself navigating this precarious scenario, with both sides treading carefully. The match had become a contest of nerves. Despite Malaga's dominance in ball possession, mere control holds little value without the ability to convert chances into goals. Yelo opted to pass the ball back, now confronted by Chelsea's robust defensive framework. To penetrate such a system, even a player of Yelo's exceptional caliber felt a sense of helplessness. He attempted a breakthrough, but the opposition was well prepared, leaving him with scant opportunities. For every advance he made, he was met with immediate encirclement, rendering flawless ball handling nearly impossible. Yelo, being human, is not infallible. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that Chelsea's players are also fallible, susceptible to errors, lapses, and oversights. Their defense could not maintain a flawless state indefinitely. Thus, Yelo patiently sought opportunities to control the game and await the moment to strike decisively. His figure darted through the front line, weaving connections that orchestrated the team's offensive maneuvers. Concurrently, he conveyed to his teammates that it was not yet time to gamble everything. Caution was essential. In the absence of clear opportunities, they must strive to retain possession and deny Chelsea the chance for counterattacks. As seconds ticked away, the match's tension intensified. The unfolding scenario mirrored expectations. A clash between a team proficient in offense and another skilled in defense often results in such a standoff. Both sides were now testing their patience. Malaga was reluctant to relinquish possession, while Chelsea maintained a low defensive posture, patiently awaiting counterattacking opportunities. Spanish commentator Andres remarked on the advantageous position for Chelsea. Time favored them. Their defense remained steadfast, and should Malaga lose possession, they risked facing Chelsea's lethal counterattack. English commentator Andy Gray concurred, observing that Chelsea's players grew increasingly composed, bolstered by confidence in their defensive capabilities. They perceived Malaga's attempts to circulate the ball as mere superficiality, akin to scratching the surface without a genuine effort to penetrate the defense. The players of Malaga have yet to discover the pathway to Chelsea's goal. This indicates a stark reality. Malaga's capabilities are limited. They lack the prowess to breach Chelsea's defenses. As a relaxed demeanor spread across the faces of Chelsea's players, a flicker of joy ignited within Yelo. An opportunity had finally arrived. The players of Chelsea are not mere automatons. They are illustrious stars, each having garnered numerous accolades. They are the architects of Chelsea's Premier League dynasty, having once advanced to the UEFA Champions League final. Their experience in knockout stages of the Champions League far surpasses that of Malaga. In terms of renown, Chelsea's players eclipsed the majority of their Malaga counterparts. Given these circumstances, a certain disdain for Malaga began to fester in the hearts of Chelsea's players. This very disdain, however, becomes their Achilles heel, as Malaga struggled to penetrate. This dismissive attitude inevitably intensified. Chelsea's players might think, Malaga? They are not formidable. Consequently, their defensive aggression began to wane. Yelo was conducting an experiment to validate this observation. Once more, he received the ball in the center of the field. This time, he secured it at his feet and mentally counted to 12. When Mikel finally approached, Yelo once again returned the ball. Mikel shook his head in disappointment, a hint of ease evident in his eyes. Even their star player was reduced to merely passing the ball back. What was there to fear? Victory for Chelsea seemed assured. The corners of Yelo's mouth lifted slightly. He sensed success was within his grasp. Had the Chelsea players been vigilant against Malaga's advances with heightened caution, at least 2 players would have closed in immediately. Yet now, it took 2 seconds for Mikel to arrive. This demonstrated that Yelo's previous lateral and backward passes had indeed lulled Chelsea's players into complacency. Such passes could easily be interpreted as Malaga's impotence, which, in turn, provoked Chelsea's underlying sense of superiority and disdain towards Malaga. Indeed, even now, Chelsea's players remained oblivious to this subtle shift in mentality. They continued to defend vigorously. A mere second's delay in such nuances is scarcely perceptible on the vast expanse of the pitch. Yelo continued to maneuver, signaling for the ball as before. Cazorla deftly placed the ball at Yelo's feet. Just as previously, Yelo met the ball with a sweeping motion to transfer it across the field. The Chelsea players, lacking suspicion, accepted this action, for Malaga had executed similar plays before. Moreover, with Chelsea's players positioned so tightly, what chance did Malaga truly have? The defensive inertia compelled Chelsea's backline to shift cohesively towards one side, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination. Throughout this movement, the defense maintained a compact formation, with the spacing between players appearing remarkably judicious, seemingly devoid of any vulnerabilities. Positioned directly in front of Yelo was Mikel, flanked by Ashley Cole and central defender Gary Cahill. Their proximity to one another notably tight. They were acutely aware of Yelo's capability to penetrate defenses, thus prepared to thwart any direct advances. However, Yelo refrained from a forceful breakthrough. Instead, he executed a feigned pass before deftly pulling the ball back with the arch of his left foot. Subsequently, he unleashed a strike with his right foot, snapping it like a whip against the soccer ball. Chelsea's players reacted swiftly. At the very moment Yelo pulled the ball, Mikel lunged forward. Yet, in the next instant, whoosh, the ball zipped past his ear, the rush of air creating a resonant vibration against his eardrum. The leather grazed his skin, eliciting a sharp pang, but Mikel had no time to dwell on it. He quickly turned his head to see the ball soaring skyward. And before he could exhale in relief, he noticed it beginning its descent, a lobbed ball. Check, having anticipated the trajectory of the ball from the moment it was struck, was already poised for a save. Yet, the descent was alarmingly rapid, and the spinning ball exhibited erratic lateral movement, complicating judgment. With such velocity, Czech found it increasingly difficult to ascertain its path. Within his line of sight, the ball suddenly transformed from small to large, leaving him to gamble on his instincts. He lunged towards one side, and fortune favored him as the ball indeed hurtled in his direction. However, in the next heartbeat, his expression froze. The ball, nearing its destination, executed a slight deviation, a hallmark of a lobbed shot. At the terminal point, such unpredictable shifts in trajectory significantly escalated the difficulty for the goalkeeper. As Czech soared through the air, the ball sailed just above his fingertips, nestling into the net. It appeared as though he had correctly anticipated the direction, yet faltered in execution. A brief silence enveloped the field as all eyes beheld the ball spinning within the netting. Prior to this moment, the match had remained locked in a slow, tense rhythm. Who could have foreseen that Yelo's sudden alteration in tempo, marked by an abrupt strike, would disrupt this cadence? A thunderous eruption from the ground. Yelo. A long-range shot. A lob ball. Magnificent. The goal is scored. It's in. 2-1. Malaga has taken the lead. They have overturned the scoreline at home. The aggregate stands at 3-2. Malaga is ahead. In the commentary booth, the announcers found themselves in a flurry of confusion. This was an utterly unforeseen goal. The rhythm of the crowd remained ensnared in a languid tempo, reminiscent of tepid water. Suddenly, the football soared into the net like a cannonball. Just as Yelo spread his arms wide, celebrating with the exuberant fans in the Rose Garden Stadium, the Chelsea players stood in stunned silence. Just moments prior, they had believed the situation remained under their control. Despite their lack of superiority in possession, Chelsea held no concern. Their winning percentage had historically been higher even when outmatched in ball control. Malaga's incessant lateral and backward passes led Chelsea's players to perceive them as utterly ineffectual. However, in an instant, the tide shifted. Before they could react, Yelo unleashed a long-range strike that thundered into Chelsea's goal. This concession was a devastating blow to Chelsea's morale. The players were utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events, failing to anticipate that they would suddenly find themselves trailing. Television screens replayed the goal, showcasing Yelo's feint that misled everyone. Chelsea's players, as well as those from Malaga, reacted to his seemingly innocuous lateral pass, shifting their entire defensive line. In that moment, Yelo executed a deceptive maneuver with a deft touch. The sudden shift in tempo left the entire arena momentarily breathless. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding drama, Yelo's right foot had already delivered a powerful shot. The ball soared through the air, tracing an erratic path at astonishing speed, finding its way into the net. The Chelsea players fell victim to their own cognitive inertia, failing to anticipate Yelo's abrupt change in rhythm. This alteration was clearly intentional, indicating that Yelo had meticulously orchestrated this goal over the course of several minutes. He had used that time to lull Chelsea's players into complacency through his lateral and backward passes, concocting a scheme that ensnared everyone, even his own teammates who remained oblivious to his true intentions. They followed Yelo's lead in trust, and now, that trust bore the sweetest fruit. Caught in Yelo's trap, Chelsea's players found their minds manipulated. Yes, Yelo's shot was spectacular, but the meticulous planning leading up to it was even more astonishing. Commentator Andy Gray remarked on Sky Sports, "Such an opponent is truly formidable." Guest commentator Zola mused, placing himself in the shoes of the Chelsea players, acknowledging that he too would likely have been deceived by Yelo. His ability to execute such a feat stems from an extraordinary level of confidence, does it not? Most players would struggle to produce such a high-quality shot even under no defensive pressure, remarked fellow commentator Robson. Nevertheless, the reality remained. Chelsea was now trailing, and they desperately needed a goal. Indeed, added Andy Gray, on the sidelines, Torres is warming up. Torres was preparing to come off the bench. As Chelsea opted for a dual striker formation, they were determined to push forward with vigor. Andy Gray raised his voice. With over 20 minutes remaining, it was far from the end of the world for Chelsea. If they could score just one more goal to equalize, they would secure their advancement. Zola proclaimed loudly from the sidelines. The current situation was quite delicate. Malaga led 2-1, yet this score was precarious. Should Chelsea find the back of the net, they would face elimination. Any shift in the dynamics could drastically alter the fates of both teams. The joys and sorrows of football often hinge on a mere goal's difference. Torres soon made his entrance, replacing Ramirez. Chelsea's formation shifted to a 4-4-2. However, judging by the positioning on the pitch, both Mata and Kalou had already advanced to the front line. This formation resembled more of a 4-2-4. They were certain to launch crosses in search of their strikers. Pellegrini, of course, could not allow his opponents to attack unchallenged. He substituted in the backup center-back Gonzalez for Van Nistelrooy and introduced Juanito in place of Isco, reinforcing the defense with an additional center-back and a defensive midfielder. Up front, only Yelo remained, transforming the formation into a 5-4-1. 3 center-backs secured the middle, with 2 fullbacks retreating and 2 defensive midfielders shielding the edge of the penalty area. Cazorla and Joaquin occupied the flanks, returning to assist in defense, primarily to disrupt Chelsea's crossing attempts and hinder their ability to deliver precise balls into the box. Meanwhile, Yelo positioned himself up front, poised for a counterattack. The tides of fortune had turned. Now it was Malaga's turn to fortify their defense and counter Chelsea's onslaught. For Malaga, a single player, Yelo, sufficed in the attacking front. Mata delivered a cross. Joaquin blocked. A corner kick. Mata took the corner, and Caballero made a splendid save. Ashley Cole surged forward with a low cross. Drogba, just over the bar. Chelsea's offensive momentum surged once more. Following Malaga's goal, the game's tempo finally quickened. Chelsea pressed forward with relentless attacks, continually crossing from the wings, causing Malaga's defense to become increasingly frantic. However, this aggressive approach came at a cost, exposing vast spaces in their own backline. Yelo was stationed there, waiting. As the match progressed, Malaga's fans felt time dragging unbearably, wishing for the match to conclude immediately. In contrast, Chelsea supporters felt time was slipping away far too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the match reached the 85th minute. At this juncture, even Terry surged into the attacking line, acting as a target. Chelsea was giving their all. This relentless effort indeed placed immense pressure on Malaga. The continuous wave of attacks began to instill anxiety among the Malaga fans at the Rose Garden Stadium. Meanwhile, in London, Chelsea supporters congregated in taverns. The Chelsea supporters clenched their fists and shouted with fervor, "Yes, that is how it's done. We can score. Let us break through their defenses. Come on, Chelsea." The inebriated English fans roared with excitement. Chelsea's relentless offensive play fueled their hopes of a goal. Just moments ago, Drogba's header was too straightforward, allowing Caballero to secure the ball. Yet, such scenes appeared increasingly often, instilling unwavering belief in all Chelsea supporters. A goal is imminent. However, in the next instant, the drunken fans in the tavern jolted as if doused with ice water, abruptly awakening them. The commentator's urgent cry echoed through the establishment. Yelo. He is maneuvering past the defender. He is racing along the outside. His speed overwhelms Ashley Cole, all eyes fixated on the television screen. On screen, Ashley Cole was sprinting alongside Yelo. Although Cole was swift, he was outpaced by Yelo. Yelo, circumventing the outer line, left Cole 2 positions behind despite having run a longer distance. With a deft flick of his foot, he angled the ball into the penalty area. Yelo has entered the box. The English commentator's astonished exclamations filled the air. The Chelsea fans in the tavern gasped. In some desperate eyes, a glimmer of hope lingered. Perhaps Gary Cahill could intervene? Cahill surged forward, but he too failed to become Chelsea's savior. As Yelo charged forward with the ball, he deftly controlled it with his left foot, then executed a swift change of direction, cutting inside, and unleashed a left-footed shot. Swish! The ball pierced through the tight angle, producing a crisp sound as it met the net. Chelsea conceded yet again. The once lively London tavern fell into an eerie silence, akin to a frozen wasteland. Yet, at that moment, the Rose Garden Stadium erupted like a boiling volcano. A cacophony of cheers swept across the arena. Yelo! Hooray! The roars echoed throughout the stands. Yelo! 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 3-1. 3-1. Malaga has secured victory. Malaga advances to the Champions League semi-finals. Oh my God! They have eliminated Chelsea. Indeed. The match has concluded. The match has concluded. No miracles. There can be no miracles. Yelo struck his 22nd goal in this season's Champions League. The match is over. Yelo dominated this encounter. In the commentary booth, Andres was frantically speaking, his words firing off like a machine gun. All Malaga supporters howled with fervor, their faces contorted in exhilaration. Pellegrini raised his arms high, rallying the crowd. Coaches and substitutes rushed onto the field. Yelo spread his arms, urging them to join him. In the next moment, Malaga's coaches and players crowded together on the sidelines. They have triumphed. They have entered the Champions League semi-finals. Once again, they have etched their name in the annals of history. Nearby, the jubilant Malaganos celebrated, while the Chelsea players, hands on hips, either in regret or deep contemplation, sat dejectedly on the grass, serving as the stark backdrop to this counterattack. Their efforts were rendered futile, dissipating like smoke. The match was nearing its conclusion. With only a few minutes remaining, yet Chelsea required 2 goals to advance. Though such miracles have occurred in history, the celebrations for Malaga were lengthy. No Chelsea player dared to remind the referee. Their morale had crumbled. With mere minutes left, what was the point of struggling, regardless of their efforts? It seemed futile against the formidable opponent. As the match resumed, Malaga braced for an intensified onslaught from Chelsea, yet the outcome was rather mundane. In the final moments, Chelsea failed to exert sufficient pressure on Malaga. Ultimately, as the match concluded, the score settled at 3-1. The game was over. Malaga triumphed over Chelsea at home with a score of 3-1. Yelo, the player who would dominate this match, scored a hat-trick, propelling Malaga into the Champions League semi-finals. The miracles crafted by Malaga continue. They have emerged as the greatest dark horse of this season's Champions League. Now firmly in the semi-finals. Malaga is creating miracles. Yelo is creating miracles. Andres exclaimed. On the television screen, the camera fixated on Yelo. Click. The television was turned off. Before the screen, Platini furrowed his brow. How could this player lead them to the semi-finals? He murmured. Although pitting Chelsea against Malaga was a perilous gamble, Platini was still taken aback by Chelsea's elimination. He harbored no fondness for Chelsea, yet he harbored even less for Malaga, particularly that audacious player who dared to provoke him with such gestures. Chapter concluded. Chapter 161. Indeed, it is Barcelona. At the Rose Garden Stadium. As the final whistle blew, reporters pounced on Yelo like hyenas. A team like Malaga, participating in the Champions League for the first time, had reached the semi-finals in their inaugural season. They are the biggest dark horse of this Champions League season. And once they reach the semi-finals, everything becomes unpredictable. Who now dares to claim that Malaga's perseverance in the Champions League was in vain? Even if they falter in the semi-finals, they shall still be regarded as a remarkable dark horse, a tale to be recounted for years to come. The player who has guided Malaga to this point is the young man before us. In the mixed zone, standing against a backdrop adorned with sponsor logos, Yelo stood bare-chested, draped in a yellow Chelsea away jersey, the number 11 faintly visible. It appears that Yelo and Drogba have exchanged jerseys. Congratulations on reaching the semi-finals of the Champions League. Thank you. The other 3 teams among the final 4 are Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, all of which Malaga is quite familiar with. Which team do you hope to draw? A reporter inquired. Real Madrid and Barcelona are well-known adversaries in La Liga, having faced off this season. Bayern Munich, too, was an opponent of Malaga in the Champions League group stage. Therefore, these 3 contenders are not strangers to Malaga. The teams that reach the semi-finals of the Champions League are formidable, and regardless of whom we draw, the level of difficulty remains the same, Yelo remarked. He genuinely saw no essential difference among these three opponents. They are all exceptionally strong. Moreover, looking at this list of semi-finalists, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and then the suddenly transformed Malaga, it is evident that anyone would perceive Malaga as the unexpected delight among the final four. The three heavyweights would undoubtedly desire to draw this surprise package. So what is Malaga's objective in this Champions League season? Of course, it is to win the championship. Can we, having reached the semi-finals, merely say we came to witness the Champions League and concede defeat? Yelo spread his hands in exasperation. On the other side, Chelsea's players were also engaging with the media. It is unfortunate that we could not advance further, Drogba stated, shaking his head. We lost to Yelo. Indeed. We lost to Yelo. His performance over the two legs was extraordinary. He is the most formidable player I have ever faced, without a doubt. Drogba's words left the reporters momentarily speechless. Do you believe Malaga can reach the final? A reporter asked. I support them. Yes, I support them. I support Yelo. Whether they can claim the championship, I do not know, but I believe that regardless of their opponent, if they underestimate Malaga, they will pay the price. Lampard, when facing the media, managed a faint smile. I do not wish to give an interview right now. This is how the game goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. We lost to Yelo. Yes, we lost to Yelo. Many Chelsea players echoed similar sentiments in their interviews. It is not that we, Chelsea, cannot compete with Malaga. It is simply that Malaga has Yelo, and we lost to him. In the post-match press conference, Di Matteo expressed similar views. Without Yelo, we would not have lost to them in these two matches. When Pellegrini arrived at the press conference, facing the reporters' questions, he chuckled. I do not understand how this mentality arises. Yelo is our player. His strength signifies that Malaga is strong. Yelo leads Malaga to victory. And Chelsea lost to Malaga. What is the issue here? In the aftermath, media outlets worldwide reported on the match. Malaga eliminated Chelsea and advanced to the semi-finals of the Champions League. Their status as dark horses solidified even further. Especially noteworthy is Yelo's hat-trick in the second leg, having previously single-handedly secured a dramatic equalizer for Malaga in the first leg. Every spectator of this match was utterly captivated by Yelo's performance. Traditional media promptly disseminated commentary and various interviews regarding this match on their official social media accounts. Football experts and legends from around the globe joined in the fervor. In all fairness, the encounters between Malaga and Chelsea were far more exhilarating than several other matches. Both teams exhibited remarkable parity and distinctive characteristics. Chelsea showcased a robust defense, while Malaga thrived with Yelo as their explosive offensive force. Each side endeavored to exploit their respective strengths, resulting in a captivating clash of contrasts. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed, propelled by the brilliance of their superstar. Online, fans expressed their exuberance regarding the match. Incredible. A hat-trick. 22 goals in the Champions League. Absolutely astounding. Maradona once led Napoli to the Serie A, Coppa Italia, and UEFA Cup titles, but those triumphs spanned several seasons. Can Yelo truly guide Malaga to both the Champions League and La Liga in a single season? Such is the essence of a football king. With Yelo's statistics, securing even one championship would render him an undeniable contender for the Ballon d'Or. To be candid, I am a Chelsea supporter. Yet losing this match is not a source of shame. After watching the game, sleep eludes me, and I still have to work. Forget it. Let the music play on and the festivities continue. Fans on social media were animated and unable to contain their excitement. Concurrently, a plethora of posts emerged across various forums. In the Dragon Kingdom, the match's popularity surged dramatically. The following day, major media outlets began reporting on the game. The strongest goalscorer in Champions League history. At this moment, he is the best in the world, single-handedly defeating Chelsea. Numerous seemingly exaggerated headlines adorn the front pages of various publications. While these headlines may appear hyperbolic, they are grounded in reality. Scoring 22 goals in the Champions League is an astonishing feat currently. The all-time leading scorer in the Champions League is Ronaldo, a legend of Real Madrid, who now plays for Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga, with a total of 78 goals in official Champions League matches over 129 appearances. As for Yelo, he achieved 22 goals in just 10 matches, averaging over 2 goals per game. Truly astonishing. Anyone who witnessed last night's match would find the media's headlines far from exaggerated. Although it should be noted that Messi has also reached new heights this season, scoring 32 goals in the league and 17 in the Champions League, with an alarming scoring efficiency. In truth, this season marks the pinnacle of Messi's illustrious career. In a parallel universe, during the 2011 to 2012 season, Messi remarkably netted 50 goals in the league, shattering the single-season scoring record in La Liga to an astonishing degree. Yet, this achievement pales in comparison to that of Yelo, who scored 34 goals in the league and 22 in the Champions League. In contrast, Messi's accomplishments seem somewhat diminished. As for Cristiano Ronaldo, he finds himself distanced from the top. He has scored 28 goals in the league and 15 in the Champions League. While these statistics are indeed impressive, they fall short when compared to the formidable duo above him, relegating him to a third-place standing. Numerous media outlets have drawn direct comparisons between Yelo's statistics and those of Messi and Ronaldo. It is evident that Yelo's team, Malaga, possesses a significantly weaker overall capability, implying that the support he receives from his teammates is rather limited. Nevertheless, under such circumstances, he has managed to surpass both Messi and Ronaldo in individual statistics, securing the top position, a remarkable feat indeed. What does it mean to score 22 goals in the Champions League? This tally could rival the top scorers in the Bundesliga. In Germany, many hope that Bayern Munich will draw Malaga. Yet considering Yelo's explosive form and the circumstances surrounding their encounters in the group stage, Bayern must not underestimate Malaga should they face them. Prior to the Champions League semi-final draw, German media outlets like Bild expressed their anticipation for the event. After the conclusion of the quarterfinals, the semi-final draw becomes considerably straightforward, with no avoidance principles, simply drawing two teams to determine home and away matches. The draw for the semi-finals will occur on the Friday following the completion of the quarterfinals. Leading up to this, media and fans alike have speculated about the semi-final matchups, with various memes reflecting the sentiments of supporters. From a reputational standpoint, it is undeniable that Malaga is the weakest team among the Final Four. In a preview by the English tabloid Daily Mail, a humorous image depicted a terrified kitten among three fierce tigers, symbolizing Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, with the kitten representing Malaga. This Friday, after a grueling Champions League match, Malaga concluded their training session, appearing somewhat fatigued, and thus the training regimen focused primarily on recuperating the players' energy and condition. Following the session, the players engaged in discussions regarding the semi-final draw, as it directly pertains to their forthcoming opponents. Each Malaga player had their preferred adversary in mind. Overall, the other three teams present similar levels of challenge, but it is evident that Barcelona stands out as the most formidable. Just wait and see, Yelo remarked while changing out of his training gear in the locker room. Why is that? Isco inquired. What else could it be? Barcelona is the strongest, and we are the weakest. The players of Malaga exchanged glances with one another as the draw ceremony commenced. The first team drawn was Malaga, followed by Real Madrid. The subsequent draw would determine the teams scheduled to play away first. When Malaga's opponent was revealed, the players shared a moment of realization. It was indeed Barcelona. Isco's expression shifted slightly as he murmured to himself. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 162. What if we eliminate Barcelona? In the locker room, all eyes turned towards Yelo. Taken aback, he asked, "Why is everyone looking at me?" Noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and said, "I do not wish to indulge in conspiracy theories, but from an external perspective, we might be regarded as the weakest team among the Final Four, while Barcelona is considered the strongest. Therefore, if Platini does not wish for us to advance to the finals, who could we possibly draw?" The atmosphere shifted as the gravity of his words sank in. Everyone understood the implications, yet Yelo had brought to light a harsh reality. UEFA, or rather Platini himself, likely did not desire to see Malaga progress. Memories of their match against Lyon resurfaced. Sensing the somber mood, Yelo attempted to uplift spirits, stating, "Indeed, Barcelona is formidable, but let us not forget. In our previous two encounters at their home ground, we achieved one victory and one draw. But this is the Champions League," a player interjected. "The Champions League differs from the league, a fact everyone acknowledges. Surely, Platini would not meddle in this match. It must not be so, for this is the semi-finals. Perhaps he believes that Barcelona's sheer strength will suffice to eliminate us," Yelo jested. The Malaga players soon set aside their thoughts of facing Barcelona in the semifinals, realizing that whether they faced Barcelona, Real Madrid, or Bayern Munich, the challenge remained daunting. Ultimately, all opponents were elite clubs, and the disparity in strength was minimal. Regardless of whom Malaga encountered, the path to the finals would be fraught with difficulty. Thus, the draw held little promise for Malaga. However, the fans of Real Madrid and Bayern Munich lamented the situation. How could such a promising opportunity be seized by Barcelona? Don't be envious. Do you think you have a benefactor? What good is a benefactor? The last one was eliminated, wasn't he? Fans from both teams expressed their displeasure. Meanwhile, online discussions among Dragon Kingdom fans reflected their concerns for Malaga's fate, especially considering that Barcelona was the reigning champion from the previous season. The analysis by the Southern Sports Daily regarding the draw results indicates that for Malaga, advancing to the semi-finals does not rely on mere luck. They must confront one of the prestigious giants, Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich. Drawing Barcelona, however, poses a particularly formidable challenge given their undeniable prowess. Nevertheless, Malaga possesses certain advantages. Notably, they have not succumbed to defeat in their last two encounters against Barcelona, which may provide them with a psychological edge. Furthermore, since the Champions League's restructuring, no team has successfully defended their title. While this notion may seem somewhat esoteric, it appears to favor Malaga at this juncture. Fans from the Dragon Kingdom express great confidence in Malaga. Why worry? We have triumphed over Barcelona in the league, they assert. Indeed, having faced all three opponents, this situation is preferable to the ordeal of confronting Chelsea. The prevailing optimism stems from the unwavering trust and support of the fans for their coach, Yelo. However, amidst this favorable discourse, dissenting voices emerge. Surely, there cannot be anyone who genuinely believes Malaga can surpass Barcelona? Do they truly equate league matches with Champions League contests? Winning against Barcelona in the league does not guarantee victory in the Champions League. The Royal Society often bests Real Madrid in the league. Let us see them attempt to clinch a Champions League title. Such blind optimism borders on hubris. Madashine expressed his thoughts on his Weibo account, which quickly garnered screenshots and circulated across various forums. The well-known discord between Madashine and Yelo, or rather, between the Dragon Kingdom Football Association and Yelo, is common knowledge. At this moment, Madashine's sudden emergence amidst the overwhelmingly supportive Dragon Kingdom fans for Malaga is starkly conspicuous. Isn't it enough to be humiliated? Why does this individual seek attention again? Are you a Barcelona member? Fans inundated the Weibo post with their reactions, though Madashine remained unfazed, maintaining a steady disposition. Moreover, he is not without his supporters, as several of Yelo's critics rallied in solidarity beneath his post. These misguided fans seem oblivious to the caliber of Barcelona, naively believing they could eliminate them. Eliminating Lyon and Chelsea does not define their true worth, commented an account verified as a notable media figure, receiving numerous replies, predominantly echoing nationalistic sentiments. Madashine retorted, "If Malaga eliminates Barcelona, I will livestream myself eating excrement." Consequently, the discourse has become increasingly muddy due to the contributions of Madashine and others. In truth, the sheer volume of Dragon Kingdom fans is immense. Even if the vast majority support Yelo, a small fraction of dissenters can still represent a significant number. Coupled with the internet's propensity to amplify extreme viewpoints, it is hardly surprising that the dialogue has become convoluted under the influence of individuals like Madashine. However, certain disparaging remarks within the Dragon Kingdom are merely hollow boasts, having no bearing on the distant Yelo in Spain. Following the conclusion of the draw, the media in Catalonia erupted in celebration, heralding Barcelona's fortuitous selection. In the 33rd round of the league, during the pre-match press conference for Malaga's home game against Zaragoza, a journalist from Catalonia stood up to inquire, "Mr. Pellegrini, what is your perspective on Malaga drawing Barcelona in the Champions League semifinals?" Pellegrini responded, "I shall not address matters unrelated to this match." Publications such as Mundo Deportivo and Diario Sport, known as Barcelona's mouthpieces, concurred that Barcelona had received a favorable draw. Barcelona has the opportunity to become the first team to defend the Champions League title since its reform. Facing Malaga in the semifinals? I truly cannot fathom a scenario in which Barcelona might falter. For Malaga to reach the Champions League semifinals this season is already a remarkable achievement. However, I believe their journey in the tournament ends here. The media in Catalonia remained optimistic, whereas the players and coach Guardiola of Barcelona maintained a humble demeanor. They are acutely aware that Yelo possesses the capability to threaten their defensive line. In a two-legged knockout round, it is premature to declare any team a certain victor. Moreover, both Malaga and Barcelona, alongside Real Madrid, must redirect their focus toward the league. With a month remaining until the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals, Malaga is set to play 3 league matches against Zaragoza, Getafe, and Levante. Meanwhile, both Barcelona and Real Madrid have 4 matches scheduled, comprising 3 league games and 1 Copa del Rey semi-final. The Copa del Rey semi-final also marks the second leg between the two teams, with the first leg at Camp Nou ending in a goalless draw. For Malaga, these 3 league matches prior to the Champions League semi-finals present a splendid opportunity to solidify their lead in the standings. However, in the 33rd round, Malaga succumbed to Zaragoza with a score of 2-3, having made significant rotations in their lineup. Ultimately, Yelo's 2 goals could not salvage their defeat, marking Malaga's second loss of the season. Nevertheless, Yelo elevated his tally in the league to 36 goals. Meanwhile, in this round of matches, both Real Madrid and Barcelona triumphed over their opponents, causing Malaga's points to slip to 3rd place. However, it is still too early to declare the league situation as clear-cut. In the scoring chart, during their home match against Racing Santander, Barcelona triumphed with a resounding 5-0 victory, while Messi erupted in a remarkable performance, scoring 4 goals. On the scoring chart, Messi equaled Yelo, with both players netting 36 goals. Following this round of matches, many in Spain began to harbor pessimistic predictions regarding Malaga's fate this season. Ultimately, Malaga could not withstand the pressure. The upcoming fixtures present a formidable challenge for Malaga, as they must confront Barcelona twice in the Champions League semi-finals, in addition to facing Real Madrid and Barcelona in the 33rd and 37th rounds of the league, respectively. At the season's outset, there may have been some optimism regarding Malaga's prospects, but as the season draws to a close, can they truly navigate this arduous schedule? Amidst skepticism from the media and public opinion, Malaga continues their away campaign, set to face Getafe. The match unfolds favorably for Malaga, with a goal in each half, establishing a 2-0 lead, both scored by Yelo, who has now elevated his tally to 38 goals. As the season wanes, Yelo's scoring form has certainly returned. However, the unfortunate news arises as Cazorla suffers an injury, forcing the midfield stalwart to exit the match. Upon the conclusion of the game, the players learned that Cazorla will be sidelined for at least 3 weeks, thereby missing the first leg against Barcelona. In this round of league play, Messi also nets a brace, intensifying the competition for both points and the Golden Boot. On April 15th, in the 32nd round of the league, Malaga hosts Levante. Just 4 days later, they will face Barcelona in the semi-finals at home. A degree of rotation is applied in this match, yet Yelo excels, seemingly spurred on by Messi's performance. He delivers a hat-trick at home, leading Malaga to a resounding 4-2 victory over Levante. Meanwhile, Barcelona succumbs to a 1-2 defeat against Real Madrid away. Consequently, after 32 matches, Malaga stands with 27 victories, 3 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating 84 points, placing them second in the league. Real Madrid leads with 28 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, totaling 86 points, while Barcelona holds third with 27 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, amassing 83 points. The 3 teams are nearly neck and neck. For Malaga, the true test lies ahead. On April 19th, they will host Barcelona in the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals. On April 22nd, they will face Real Madrid at home in the 33rd round of the league. Finally, on April 25th, they will challenge Barcelona away in the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals. These 3 matches could very well determine Malaga's fate this season. A defeat to Barcelona would mean elimination from the Champions League, and a loss to Real Madrid could widen the gap to 5 points, severely diminishing Malaga's championship aspirations. These encounters represent the ultimate trial for Malaga. If they can withstand this pressure, they may yet secure at least 1 title this season. The players of Malaga now stand on the precipice of their true test. This sentiment is widely echoed in the media. The upcoming 3 matches will decide the course of Malaga's season, and preparations for the first leg of the Champions League semi-finals are in full swing. This match poses significant difficulties for Malaga, as Cazorla is injured and Van Nistelrooy is also experiencing muscle tightness and is expected to be unavailable. Van Nistelrooy has Baptista to fill in, But the absence of Cazorla truly places Malaga's midfield in a precarious position. Isco can certainly be shifted back to occupy Cazorla's role. Yet, given Isco's youth, his experience and capabilities lag behind the seasoned Cazorla. During this period, Malaga has made considerable compromises to address Cazorla's absence. Pellegrini has adjusted the team's formation, opting for Yelo to operate in the number 10 position, a role in which he thrives, allowing him versatility across the field. Up front is Baptista, flanked by Isco and Joaquin as dual midfielders. Behind them, Talalan partners with Juanito, forming a double pivot. Malaga has been diligently practicing this 4-2-3-1 system. The team has also engaged in closed training sessions, with only a half-hour of media access each day, during which reporters could only capture images of Malaga's players warming up. As anticipation built, the day before the match finally arrived. Barcelona's players arrived in Malaga a day early, drawing all attention to the city and the Rose Garden Stadium. Meanwhile, a bombshell news story emerged from France, leaving everyone astounded. According to information from within UEFA, their financial review of Malaga had concluded, and a penalty decision, including fines and potential bans, was imminent. The exact amount of the fine remained unknown, but it was highly likely that Malaga would be barred from competing in next season's Champions League, as reported by France Football. The news struck like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of upheaval just before the Champions League semi-finals between Malaga and Barcelona. Soon, nearly all media outlets began to follow suit, reporting that Malaga had failed the financial fair play assessment and would face a ban from European competitions next season. The president of La Liga declined to comment on the matter, while the Spanish Football Federation remained silent on the news. The timing of this revelation was exceedingly unfavorable for Malaga, inevitably distracting them before the crucial match. I do not claim this as Platini's revenge against Malaga or Yelo, but the reality is evident. In an instant, the news of Malaga's impending ban from European competitions overshadowed all discussions surrounding the Champions League semi-finals, becoming the most talked-about story. As Malaga's players returned to the locker room after training, some saw the news on their phones and gasped in disbelief. Platini, truly remarkable, they exclaimed. At such a moment, this news breaks. Our dear UEFA president, Mr. Platini, certainly holds grudges. The players were incensed. Such news was bound to distract them, leaving their minds unsettled. In that moment, however, Yelo suddenly smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, he clapped his hands, a grin spreading across his face. What does this reveal about Platini's actions at this juncture? It is evident that this individual holds a considerable appreciation for our capabilities, as he has arranged for us to face an opponent as formidable as Barcelona. The timing of such news, coinciding with a crucial match point, is quite telling. Thus, Yelo's gaze swept over each player of Malaga. Should we succeed in eliminating Barcelona, the expression on Platini's face would undoubtedly be one to behold. In this chapter, titled Leave the Championship Before Departing, perhaps Platini believes that stirring up some commotion prior to the grand battle will unsettle the morale of the Malaga squad, ultimately leading to their downfall. If that is indeed his assumption, he is destined for disappointment. For Yelo's declaration has become an additional source of motivation for the Malaga players. There is no need to rally them for a Champions League semi-final. After all, a victory here leads to the finals, and winning that clinches the Champions League title. For the majority of Malaga's players, the Champions League title represents the pinnacle of honor they can aspire to. Accolades like the World Cup or European Championship are elusive at best. Hence, their resolve for this match is certainly unwavering. Now, coupled with our desire to deliver a resounding rebuttal to Platini and UEFA, the drive intensifies. Does Platini not wish to see Malaga advance? Is UEFA not poised to impose a ban on Malaga's participation in European competitions? If we were to seize the Champions League title before such a suspension, how exhilarating would that be? Everyone is brimming with determination, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the semi-final. As rumors of Malaga's potential ban circulate, the fervor surrounding the match against Barcelona escalates. This leaves our coach, Pellegrini, feeling somewhat helpless yet reassured. The greater the intensity of the match, the lesser the likelihood of adverse officiating. UEFA would certainly hesitate to create a debacle akin to the one witnessed during the round of 16 against Lyon. UEFA is not the football association of the Dragon Nation. They lack the authority to orchestrate such mischief. Moreover, for UEFA, the heightened excitement of this match translates to increased viewership, and with more eyes comes greater revenue. They would not jeopardize financial gain. Thus, Pellegrini should at least be relieved regarding officiating concerns. Of course, UEFA has acted in questionable ways before, but Pellegrini believes that since Platini is already engaging in off-field antics, it is unlikely he would persist in such behavior during the match. Sometimes, a hypocrite is easier to deal with than a true villain. Hypocrites often put on a facade and seek to maintain some semblance of dignity. The upcoming home match is crucial for Malaga. The schedule of playing at home first, followed by an away match, is not particularly advantageous. Therefore, this home game takes on even greater significance. Barcelona is a familiar adversary for Pellegrini, including last season. Malaga has faced Barcelona 3 times, with a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss. The defeat occurred before Yelo joined the team, resulting in a 0-3 loss at home. However, at the new camp last season, Malaga triumphed 3-2 over Barcelona, thanks to Yelo's remarkable performance. In this season, the first half of the match at Camp Nou ended in a draw. From the perspective of their head-to-head record, Malaga appears unfazed by their opponent. The outcome of the home leg is of utmost importance in a 2-legged tie. Pellegrini's strategy is straightforward. In the first leg at the Rose Garden Stadium, the team aims to secure a victory, preferably by scoring multiple goals if possible. Reflecting back, the encounters with Chelsea were rather perilous. Ultimately, the home match concluded with a score of 1-1, resulting in an aggregate score of 2-2. Chelsea had several opportunities to score. Had they netted their second goal, the final outcome would have been difficult to predict. Fortunately, luck favored Malaga. Indeed, the essence of a champion sometimes requires the blessing of fortune. At this stage, any influencing factor could potentially determine which team progresses to the final. Platini clearly understands this, generating a significant buzz before the crucial match is intended to affect Malaga's mindset. However, Pellegrini noticed that the players were not only maintaining their morale, but were also quite spirited. After all, football is an incredibly complex system. The emergence of a singular factor does not invariably signify adversity. Pellegrini is studying Barcelona, while Guardiola is analyzing Yelo. To defeat Malaga, it is essential to limit Yelo's scoring opportunities. Preventing him from scoring entirely is becoming increasingly improbable, as many teams have recognized, unless he is in a slump, which is rare for a player of his caliber. Although Yelo's form is generally stable, he is not immune to occasional off days. For young players, it is exceedingly uncommon to exhibit such consistency, yet it is understandable for them to have a lackluster performance now and then. Nevertheless, Guardiola cannot afford to rely on Yelo faltering when facing Barcelona. Furthermore, Yelo seems to consistently perform well against formidable opponents. Thus, the question arises, how to tackle Yelo? This is indeed a perplexing dilemma for Guardiola, who has been ruminating over it incessantly. Meanwhile, Pellegrini is acutely aware that for the team to emerge victorious, Yelo is pivotal. To triumph over Barcelona at home, they must swiftly find their rhythm and harness the advantage of playing on their own turf, establishing dominance early on. To achieve the optimal impact of Malaga's opening gambit, it is crucial to ensure that Yelo can acclimatize as quickly as possible. To this end, Pellegrini specifically sought a private conversation with Yelo. On the eve of the match, in the conference room of the hotel where the team was staying, Pellegrini began, "Yelo, it seems we haven't had a chance to talk one-on-one for quite some time." Yelo responded with a smile. "Sir, please feel free to speak your mind." Pellegrini smiled and nodded, appreciating Yelo's forthright nature. He relished engaging with individuals of such candid disposition, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. "Are you indeed planning to depart from the team at the conclusion of this season?" Pellegrini inquired. He already harbored the answer in his mind. Malaga was never in a position to retain Yelo. Not only Yelo, but even players like Isco and Cazorla. Could Malaga truly hold on to them? Even disregarding the UEFA ban on European competitions, it was uncertain whether these players would choose to remain at Malaga, a relatively modest club. Without evading the question, Yelo replied candidly, "Yes, I will be leaving." He felt no need to disguise his intention to part ways with the team in the upcoming season. In truth, his agent Mendes had already established connections with the transfer officials of several prestigious clubs. At Yelo's level, transfers were no longer a mere whim of packing up and departing. They encompassed a plethora of considerations such as the club's standing, salary, and image rights. Even upon agreeing to a transfer, negotiations for the contract would necessitate an extensive period of discussion. For Yelo, there wasn't a specific club he felt compelled to join. Rather, two factors held paramount importance: status and salary. Status encompassed both his standing within the locker room and his tactical role. He undoubtedly aspired to be a core player. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that any rational coach would assign him a supporting role. As for salary, it too reflected one's status. However, as a professional athlete, earning a living through football, he was, after all, a laborer. The dedication to salary was simply a fundamental respect for his profession. Yet, he had also pledged to Pellegrini last season to secure at least one championship for the team, a commitment intended to express gratitude for the opportunities afforded to him, demonstrating that he would not be ungrateful. Given the current circumstances, both the Champions League and the league appeared precarious. In the Champions League semi-finals, facing Barcelona, they would need to eliminate them to progress to the finals. Setting aside the question of whether reaching the finals would guarantee a championship, merely attaining that stage was no trivial feat. Malaga was not favored in this context, as evidenced by the odds from betting companies. Among the final four, Malaga's odds were the lowest, reflecting a unanimous lack of confidence in their prospects. These companies employed numerous data analysts and actuaries, and their odds held considerable weight. In reality, many believed that Malaga's advancement to the semi-finals was merely a stroke of luck. Lyon, touted as the top club in League One, was not particularly formidable. And what of Chelsea? The turbulence surrounding Chelsea this season was evident to all. Di Matteo was merely a caretaker manager with little authority. Many did not consider the elimination of such a disordered Chelsea a noteworthy achievement. Now, however, Malaga faced Barcelona, a true test, the reigning champions and universally acknowledged as one of the strongest teams of this era. The team's lineup remained stable, with Messi in explosive form and Guardiola, a coach holding 2 Champions League titles. Facing such formidable opponents, it is indeed no easy feat for Malaga to escape unscathed. Moreover, in the league, Malaga currently ranks second, trailing Real Madrid by 2 points. In both competitions, Malaga cannot afford to relax, which significantly drains their energy. Ultimately, this could lead to a comprehensive collapse. While the media marvel at Yelo's remarkable state, when predicting the league champion, even Barcelona, positioned behind Malaga, is considered more likely to seize the title. Sometimes, the experience of winning can decisively influence the outcome in the final moments, determining who emerges as champion. Thus, the championship Yelo has promised remains but a distant shadow. Nevertheless, Yelo nods in acknowledgement of a potential transfer, exhibiting profound confidence in himself. His singular focus is to reach the Champions League final. As for trailing Real Madrid by 2 points, that is a minor concern. They still have a direct confrontation against them. What is there to fear? If they defeat Real Madrid, they will ascend to the top, and indeed, Yelo thinks just that. Leading Malaga to secure both the La Liga and Champions League titles would provide the fans with enough pride to boast for decades. Such significant trophies would ensure that wherever he goes, the people of Malaga could never accuse him of ingratitude. This, too, is his farewell gift to Malaga. As for where his future lies, who can say? So, do you have confidence in winning the championship? Of course, Yelo replied. Pellegrini pondered for a moment and remarked, Barcelona is quite a formidable opponent. His meaning was clear. Barcelona is an incredibly tough contender, and it would be wise to strike early and score several goals to ease everyone's minds. Yelo nodded, responding, Sir, I understand your point. I can hardly wait to start the match. Pellegrini beamed, a smile breaking forth uncontrollably. With Yelo's assurance, he no longer had to worry about Yelo's form. Very well, Yelo. Go rest. I hope you leave with a championship trophy for Malaga. Of course, I genuinely wish for you to stay, Pellegrini added sincerely. What are 1 or 2 championship trophies worth? With Yelo, victory is assured. If Malaga faces a European ban next season, it means they can fully commit to La Liga. With Yelo on the team, the La Liga championship is undoubtedly within reach. Alas, this world offers no guarantees. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 164. What does it mean to defend while attacking? Guardiola, of course, is very familiar with Yelo, who has now become a highly sought-after superstar across Europe. Regarded as the kind of player capable of reigning over an era, those elite clubs fortunate enough to secure such talents often establish a dynasty within the league. And with a stroke of luck, they may even clinch several Champions League titles. It is fair to assert that superstars like Yelo, who can be the fulcrum of a team, are scarcely available in the transfer market. Currently, the opportunity for numerous prestigious clubs and affluent teams to acquire a player of Yelo's caliber lies before them. How could they not be tempted? In Spain, Mourinho has repeatedly expressed the necessity for Real Madrid to acquire a forward capable of executing explosive attacks during positional play. Is this not an implicit nudge for Florentino to pursue Yelo? Within the ranks of Real Madrid, players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria possess remarkable dribbling abilities. Should Mourinho remain unsatisfied and seek a forward with even superior dribbling skills, he is left with two options, Messi or Yelo. Naturally, Messi is unattainable, leaving only Yelo as a viable choice. In other nations, particularly in the Premier League, the financial capabilities of Serie A clubs have diminished, rendering them unlikely to afford Yelo's salary. Even Juventus is tightening its budget. Presently, the Premier League teams, Manchester City, Manchester United, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, are ardently pursuing Yelo. Guardiola undoubtedly dreams of witnessing Messi and Yelo soaring on either flank. It is not merely the dual wing attack. Both Messi and Yelo are versatile attacking players capable of operating across all three lines. The mere thought of their combined offensive prowess is exhilarating. Hence, it is clear that Guardiola has conducted thorough research on Yelo, having observed numerous strategies employed by teams against him. In summary, there are essentially two approaches. One involves crowding the area to compress space, a rather passive tactic that may inadvertently grant Malaga's other players more room. The other strategy focuses on cutting passing lanes, isolating Yelo from his teammates. However, executing this is no easy feat, given Yelo's exceptional off-the-ball movement. Consequently, as Guardiola deliberates, he resolves to shift his perspective. Rather than seeking to completely restrict Yelo, he should contemplate how to impose his strategy and open up the game. This is something Barcelona excels at. Surely, they will attempt to press forward in their home ground. He muses to his coaching staff, and before they can respond, he continues, affirming that such a strategy will indeed create exploitable spaces behind them. Even before the match begins, the Rose Garden Stadium is already filled to capacity. For Malaga's fans, this match represents the pinnacle of the club's history. Champions League semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals in their inaugural Champions League appearance is a height never before attained in Malaga's history, let alone the Champions League itself. The UEFA Europa League, along with its predecessor, the UEFA Cup, and the Cup Winners' Cup, has seen Malaga remain untouched by its glory. To say they have merely grazed the surface would be an understatement. Their participation in these tournaments is a rarity, indeed. Many teams in Europe's top 5 leagues boast histories spanning several decades, if not centuries. It is commonplace to unearth the pinnacle of success for any given club. In stark contrast, teams like Malaga, devoid of any significant golden era, are exceedingly rare. Consequently, the fans of Malaga are engulfed in exhilaration. Each Champions League match sees the Rose Garden Stadium filled to capacity. The achievements of this club have ignited a sense of pride and aspiration among the people of Malaga. Every tier of the Rose Garden Stadium is adorned with fans waving flags and scarves, creating a stunning tapestry of colors. One can sense that Barcelona will face a formidable challenge within these hallowed grounds. For Malaga, triumphing over Barcelona to reach the finals is crucial. A home victory is essential to nurture any glimmer of hope. Journalists in the press box engage in lively discussions. Aside from the Catalonian reporters, the majority lean towards supporting Malaga. The journalists from the Dragon Kingdom unreservedly back their compatriot, Yelo. Meanwhile, those from Madrid also favor Malaga's success, as they would prefer to confront Malaga rather than Barcelona should Real Madrid eliminate Bayern Munich and advance to the finals. Neutral reporters revel in the spectacle. The prospect of Malaga ousting Barcelona presents an enticing narrative, David overcoming the giant Goliath. What splendid material for news. The backdrop of UEFA's previous controversial decisions adds a dramatic flair to this encounter, reminiscent of a young hero challenging a fearsome dragon. After years of witnessing Champions League matches dominated by elite clubs, Real Madrid facing Manchester United, Barcelona clashing with Bayern Munich, this unexpected emergence of a dark horse like Malaga into the semi-finals refreshes the narrative, breaking the monotony that often accompanies the tournament's later stages. The clash of underdog versus powerhouse, particularly with the Golden Boot rivalry between Yelo and Messi intertwined, has piqued widespread interest. Such a match stirs the blood of even the most casual onlooker. The intensity on the pitch is palpable as the match commences. Malaga presses forward aggressively, while Barcelona opts for a strategy of ball control from the back, vying for dominance. The confrontation is fierce, with players clashing frequently across the field. Meanwhile, The fervent supporters in the Rose Garden Stadium rallied behind Malaga in their own spirited fashion. Malaga executed an aggressive pressing strategy in the attacking third, even managing to launch 2 immediate counterattacks after regaining possession in midfield, compelling Valdez to make critical saves. However, it was Barcelona who struck first, finding the back of the net in the 13th minute, when Xavi delivered a long pass that pierced through Malaga's defense. Pellegrini sprang to his feet in astonishment from the coaching bench. Barcelona, opting for a long ball, he cast a surprised glance at Guardiola, but quickly regained his composure. Barcelona is renowned for their short passing and possession style, yet it does not imply they lack the capability for long passes. Xavi's precise long ball connected seamlessly with Messi, who, with a clear path toward Caballero, effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. The jubilant atmosphere of the Rose Garden Stadium felt as if it had been doused with cold water. Malaga's inexperience was glaringly evident. This development favored Barcelona immensely, as Malaga's players, overly enthusiastic, pressed too high, allowing Barcelona to exploit the space behind them. In the press box, journalists shook their heads in dismay, while Pellegrini's expression darkened at the sidelines. The misfortune of conceding a goal within just 13 minutes was palpable, especially as it stemmed from a straightforward counterattack by Barcelona. Initially, Pellegrini was unfazed by Barcelona's back-and-forth ball control. However, it dawned on him that they were not intimidated by the home advantage, but had deliberately planned to target the spaces behind his defense. Malaga's aggressive forward play played directly into their opponent's hands. With Barcelona now ahead, and having scored an away goal, the situation was increasingly uncomfortable for Malaga. If they continued to push forward, such scenarios could easily recur. A defeat at home would significantly heighten the likelihood of Malaga's elimination. Pellegrini's thoughts spiraled into a headache. Logically, reaching the semi-finals was already an extraordinary achievement for Malaga, marking a historic milestone for the team. Yet, human nature breeds greed. Having reached the quarterfinals, aspirations naturally shifted toward the semi-finals, and upon reaching the Final Four, every team dreams of competing for the championship. At this juncture, Pellegrini was not contemplating satisfaction with merely reaching the semi-finals. He was deeply engrossed in devising strategies for victory. How could they secure a win in this match? Continuing to press forward and allowing Barcelona to exploit through balls was certainly not a viable strategy. Players like Messi and Sanchez possess remarkable speed and exceptional technical skills, especially Messi. Allowing him repeated opportunities like this would inevitably unravel Malaga's defense. Therefore, the first step must be to alter their high-pressing approach, which left excessive space at the back for Barcelona to exploit. To capture the championship, one must exercise caution at critical moments. Being overly aggressive could prove detrimental. The media and fans may relish the excitement of an attacking display, but the essence of victory often lies in prudent strategy. However, Pellegrini was acutely aware that the risk was considerable. Should Barcelona score again, all hope would be extinguished, leaving no suspense for the second leg. He glanced over at Guardiola, who sat calmly on the sidelines, seemingly at ease. Yet Pellegrini noticed the furrowed brow of his counterpart tightening with concern. It was unexpected. Who would have thought that the illustrious Guardiola would resort to such tactics? Long passes, exploiting the spaces behind. How could he have overlooked this crucial detail? As Pellegrini chastised himself internally, he contemplated the need to slow the tempo and bolster the defense. When Yelo received the latest instructions from the coach, Monterrey, he was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a directive to amplify their offensive efforts. However, Monterrey himself was uncertain of the coach's rationale. His role was merely to relay the adjustments to his teammates on the field. The coach is worried that the spaces behind us might be exploited again by the opponents. They are well prepared, explained Van Nistelrooy. Yelo nodded in agreement. With such vast space behind, if Barcelona were to launch another couple of attacks like that, conceding another goal would spell disaster for their chances in the match. Hence, the coach's decision to fortify the defense. Yet, they were still trailing. Yelo cast his gaze towards the Barcelona goal, secretly yearning for a more open contest, as that would present greater opportunities for attack. For a forward, the essence of resolving problems lies in scoring goals, doesn't he? Van Nistelrooy chuckled. Yelo, you may very well be the most talented player in the world right now, but sometimes, the experience of us old-timers might prove beneficial to you. I am all ears, Yelo responded humbly. For a forward, goal-scoring opportunities do not solely arise during offensive plays, Van Nistelrooy remarked. Are you suggesting? Yelo's realization dawned upon him. Van Nistelrooy patted Yelo on the shoulder. Indeed, you are quite astute. If they can score against us in that manner, why can't we retaliate in kind? Let us strive for it. I will assist you. Although the physical prowess of the veteran Van Nistelrooy had diminished, his experience and football intelligence still enabled him to make a significant impact on the pitch. Observing Van Nistelrooy's departing figure, Yelo clenched his fist slightly. Falling behind at home posed significant challenges for Malaga. Yet, what is difficulty if not a part of the journey? He had faced numerous challenges along the way. Trailing by a goal meant the team needed to equalize, which inherently required scoring. And that was his mission. Barcelona did not become complacent in light of Malaga's defensive strategy. They were already adept at attacking, and with Malaga retreating, the one-goal lead emboldened Barcelona to press forward. For Guardiola, a solitary away goal was insufficient to secure victory. Given their auspicious start, why not aim for a few more goals? The leading Barcelona exhibited remarkable finesse in their passing and movement in the midfield and attack. It appeared as if they had complete control of the situation, a sight that left the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium furrowing their brows. Malaga found themselves subdued, with Barcelona dominating the match. This predicament was particularly unfavorable for Malaga, as they desperately needed to score an equalizer, yet the majority of possession rested firmly with Barcelona. Duan Xian's tone conveyed a sense of urgency, a sentiment that resonated with the supporters of Langua. Why have we retreated? This coach is too timid. Behind by a goal. We should be pressing forward. Many fans expressed their impatience online. However, some argued that this was indeed the prudent choice. Barcelona's last goal came from a well-placed through ball that exploited the space behind the defense. Barcelona is well prepared. If they continue to push forward, they risk leaving gaps at the back, which could lead to conceding another goal, remarked a knowledgeable fan. What nonsense. If we play like this, even if Barca doesn't score, we'll still be eliminated. Why rush when we're only one goal down? Fans had split into two factions. Commentators, however, believed that Pellegrini's strategy was quite rational. Yet, could reason lead Malaga to victory? As Malaga opted for a more defensive stance, the one-goal lead allowed Barcelona to take on a more dominant role. Although Malaga attempted counterattacks with purposeful long passes, Barcelona's pressing in the attacking third was highly targeted. Their pressure often came in coordinated groups, swiftly cutting off passing lanes, leading many long balls from the backline to result in desperate clearances lacking accuracy. Moreover, the absence of key playmaker Cazorla diminished the team's ability to deliver threatening passes. Consequently, Yelo's repeated incursions yielded no results, with his teammates' long balls either going out of bounds or over the sidelines. Nevertheless, Yelo continued to charge forward, knowing that to score, he could not afford to miss any opportunity. The essence of modern football can be distilled into a single word: run. Only through running can one create chances. Isco launched a long pass. Oh dear, it was overhit. Commentators shook their heads as a ball emerged from the back line, soaring towards the front. This pass seemed aimed directly at goalkeeper Valdez. In this match, Pique partnered with Mascherano in central defense. He assessed the trajectory of the ball and Yelo's position before making a defensive decision. He intended to use his body to block Yelo, allowing Valdez to easily gather the ball. Thus, he took a few steps forward and planted himself firmly. As Yelo charged in, Pique realized that remaining stationary would result in a foul for colliding with him. If Yelo attempted to circumvent him, the ball would have been in Valdez's possession long ago. Logically, Pique's choice was sound. The only issue was that he failed to anticipate Yelo's leaping ability. When Yelo soared high in front of him, heading the ball towards the opposite side, Pique was taken aback and instinctively reached out to grab Yelo's shirt. However, Yelo, having finally seized this opportunity, would not easily allow Pique to ruin it. As he landed, he exerted tremendous force in the direction of the ball, swiftly breaking free from Pique's grasp. This time, Pique's arrogance also ensnared Mascherano. Mascherano sprinted back at high speed. Just as Yelo was about to make contact with the ball, he dove to the ground and attempted a tackle. However, Yelo was quicker, extending his foot first to nudge the ball forward, causing Mascherano to unceremoniously bring him down. Yelo fell to the ground. The whistle blew. A foul. This is a foul, Duan Xian exclaimed with excitement. Mascherano failed to make contact with the ball. He brought down the player. He thwarted a clear scoring opportunity. Pellegrini immediately spread his arms and rushed to the sidelines. A clear scoring chance. He disrupted a clear scoring chance. He ruined it with a foul. Hey, remember, that was a clear scoring opportunity. A foul, ruining a clear scoring chance. What does this mean? All the fans understood. The entire Rose Garden Stadium erupted. All eyes were on the match's referee, the German official Heining. Heining pulled out a card from his pocket. Both red and yellow were present. Ultimately, what he held was the red card. End of chapter 165. Regrets abound. The Battle of the Titans. Yelo fell due to a foul. Mascherano committed a foul. Undoubtedly a foul. The commentator from Cope Radio, Andres, exclaimed. Barcelona was in serious trouble. Commentators in the booth expressed their concerns. The Catalan commentator's face turned pale. He wanted to claim that Yelo had exaggerated the fall, but soon the replay of Mascherano's foul appeared on the monitor. After Yelo nudged the ball away, Mascherano's foot came crashing in, decisively taking Yelo down. If this were not a foul, the football field would inevitably devolve into a chaotic battleground. The Rose Garden Stadium erupted in chaos. Fans shouted fervently, "Red card!" The players from Malaga rushed forward. Yelo sprang up from the ground. Arms wide open. "Isn't that a red card?" Mascherano struggled, insisting, "He faked it. Faked it, my foot." Yelo shouted angrily at Mascherano. However, he was quickly restrained by Van Nistelrooy. At that moment, he needed to remain calm, avoiding unnecessary complications. As long as the referee called a foul, a red card was inevitable. According to the rules, a foul that disrupts a clear scoring opportunity warrants a red card. Wasn't it a clear scoring opportunity? Not only Pellegrini, not just the commentators, not only the fans of Malaga, and not only the players of Malaga, but Guardiola's expression was also grim. A promising situation was at risk of being destroyed. Mascherano's foul tackle prevented Yelo's clear chance, but he too would pay a heavy price for it. The referee brandished a red card, signaling for Mascherano to rise. Sitting on the ground, Mascherano persistently gestured to the referee, insisting that Yelo had simulated a foul. However, even without the benefit of a replay, it was evident that Mascherano had indeed made a firm challenge on Yelo's foot, even though it was not a clear goal-scoring opportunity. This foul was sufficient to warrant a booking. Mascherano realized that he was likely facing dire consequences. After lingering on the ground for a while, he finally stood up. The referee then raised the red card high. A red card. Indeed, a red card. Mascherano was dismissed from the match. This marked a significant turning point in the game. Barcelona, having taken the lead away from home, was now reduced to 10 men. There remained a lengthy 60 minutes ahead, during which they would be outnumbered, competing 10 against 11. Mascherano had clearly been covering for Peak, whose careless handling had put them in this predicament. He should have cleared the ball well before. But he hesitated, only for Yelo to seize the opportunity and touch the ball away from him. At that moment, Mascherano had little choice but to make a desperate attempt. Resignedly, he turned and exited the field. The camera, however, focused on his center-back partner, Peak. It was evident that the foul was committed by Mascherano. Yet Peak bore the brunt of the blame. In the stands, Malaga's fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Their opponents were now down to 10 men, and moreover, they had lost a key central defender. Opportunity had arisen for Malaga. For Barcelona, Mascherano's expulsion not only meant they would have to contend with a numerical disadvantage in this match, but he would also be unavailable for the next game. This was a considerable blow for Barcelona. With Puyol aging and increasingly relegated to the bench, the team had pinned its hopes on their young prospect, Fontes. Yet, it was clear that the emergence of extraordinary talents like the golden generation of Xavi and Iniesta was a rare occurrence. For a footballing powerhouse, youth development is crucial, but they cannot rely solely on it. Fontes had yet to demonstrate the vibrancy he showcased in the youth academy and B team in La Liga. Consequently, it was Mascherano, initially a defensive midfielder, who had been partnering with Peak in central defense. With Busquets firmly established as the starting defensive midfielder, Mascherano had been shifted back to center-back, cherishing the opportunity to play. Thus, since last season, Mascherano had gradually become more aligned with the role of Barcelona's first-choice center-back, surpassing Puyol in appearances. Now, however, the veteran Puyol, seated on the bench, was called upon to step in. As Puyol warmed up on the sidelines, Guardiola furrowed his brow, contemplating how to navigate the remainder of the match. Playing with one man down, even for a team like Barcelona, posed a formidable challenge. Should they adopt a defensive stance? This is not the style of Barcelona, nor do they excel in this manner. However, they must refrain from pressing forward in attack. Instead, they should strive for possession control. Substituting Villa, with Sanchez returning to the midfield, leaves Messi as the sole forward. Opportunities should be exploited for counterattacks, and when none arise, the focus must remain on maintaining ball control. The greater their possession, the fewer attacking opportunities Malaga will have. Retaining the ball at their feet is the most astute defensive strategy. Securing a 1-0 victory away would be a commendable outcome for a Barcelona side reduced to 10 men. Even if the score were to equalize at 1-1, or even shift to 2-1 against them, such results would still be tolerable. In fact, Mascherano's foul was somewhat timely. Had he hesitated even slightly, Yelo would have breached the penalty area. From this perspective, Mascherano's foul held some value, as it prevented a penalty for Malaga. Although the foul occurred near the penalty area, the position was not particularly advantageous. It was approximately 5 meters from the left edge of the penalty arc. While not excessively skewed, the angle for a shot was considerably narrower compared to a direct shot on goal. Furthermore, the foul was nearly on the sideline, making it difficult to generate significant power. A strong kick could send the ball soaring into the upper tier, while a lack of force would render Valdez, not an amateur goalkeeper, untroubled by the shot's speed. A lofted ball has limited drop, and a curving shot must navigate over the wall, complicating the execution. Isco and Yelo stood over the ball, while Barcelona's players, aside from the wall, were poised to thwart any tactical free-kick maneuvers from Malaga. Their defense was notably tight. Yelo, observing the relatively short Barcelona wall, noted the lack of height among many players. Even Pique, despite his stature, was flanked by Busquets, Abidal, and Alves. The wall comprised 4 players, with Busquets and Pique at the center and 2 fullbacks under 8 meters on either side. It appeared that opportunities lay on either side of the wall. However, the choice of Abidal and Alves for the wall was not arbitrary. Both possessed commendable jumping ability and speed. Hence, when they leapt, bypassing them was no simple task. The wall blocked the near post, while goalkeeper Valdez shifted slightly towards the far post. Was a coordinated effort in order? Isco whispered to Yelo. Yelo surveyed the daunting Barcelona defense and replied, "No need. Just make a dummy run for me later." Excellent. Their discussion was discreet, aimed at avoiding detection by opponents, as one could never be certain if Barcelona players were adept at lip reading. There was no body language involved. Once they concluded their strategy, they withdrew. Yelo then turned to the referee. Upon the referee's whistle, Isco initiated his run, followed by Yelo. As Yelo struck the ball, the Barcelona wall simultaneously leapt upwards. However, upon rising, Pique and his teammates soon realized that the ball was not soaring over their heads, but rather skimming along the ground. The football darted across the grass towards the goal, slipping past them in the blink of an eye. No one anticipated that Yelo would execute the free kick in such a manner, not even Valdez. His habitual thinking led him to focus above the wall, and when he noticed the ball emerging from beneath their feet, it was far too late. Yelo's shot was remarkably swift, likely exceeding 120 kilometers per hour. At such speed, the mere distance of a few meters was traversed in an instant. Valdez could not react in time, helplessly watching as the ball grazed the grass and plunged into the net. Yelo and Isco stood over the ball, with Yelo taking the shot after Isco's feigned run. The ball found the back of the net. The commentator briefly fell into astonishment before regaining composure. Yelo, oh, splendid. He executed a ground shot, deceiving everyone. Malaga has equalized. Yelo, unbelievable. Simply astonishing. This marks his 23rd goal in the Champions League. He continues to extend his lead in the scoring charts, further enlarging the record for goals in a single Champions League season. My God, 23 goals. Can you imagine? Almost doubling the record. Yelo propels Malaga forward. They have equalized. I am increasingly convinced that a monumental event is about to unfold in European football during the 2011-2012 season. A regal player leading a modest team to claim the ultimate Champions League title. Do not find this odd. Look at Yelo's form. Observe his performance. Malaga has leveled the score while having an extra player. They have the opportunity to eliminate any suspense in the first leg. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Yelo stood with arms outstretched, celebrating his goal, becoming the sole protagonist on the pitch. 23 Champions League goals. Who else? Yelo. Once again, Yelo. A direct free kick into the net. After being fouled while on a breakaway, Yelo promptly declared with his direct free kick that his arsenal of offensive weapons is unmatched. Duan Xuan enthusiastically exclaimed as he continued to extend his record. My heavens, 23 goals. Before this season, did you dare to imagine a player scoring 23 goals in a single Champions League campaign? And the Champions League is not yet over. Yelo's goal was repeatedly replayed on television. In truth, everyone knows that when the wall jumps, it can be breached in various ways. However, while it sounds simple, execution is challenging. Firstly, the ball must be struck with speed while maintaining control. This is inherently difficult. Secondly, the timing must be precise. As the ball was struck towards the goal, the defensive wall may not have yet leapt, or was merely in the midst of rising or descending, leaving a narrow gap insufficient for the football to pass through. However, Yelo executed a remarkably swift shot, impeccably timed, catching Barcelona off guard. At the moment Yelo handled the ball, Guardiola was still engaged in tactical discussions with Puyol. When Yelo unleashed the ball into the net, Guardiola instinctively smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn it! Now the score is equalized. Barcelona's margin for error had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, a substitution was imperative. Losing a central defender could not simply be remedied by another player filling the position. Thus, Puyol swiftly positioned himself at the sidelines, ready to replace Villa. Villa, reluctant to exit, dawdled on his way off the pitch, ostensibly to waste time. For Barcelona, they yearned for the match to conclude at that very moment. A scoreline of 1-1 would confer them a certain advantage upon returning to Camp Nou. Amidst the jeers of the Rose Garden, Barcelona completed their substitution. In the ensuing match, even with one player fewer, Barcelona did not retreat into a defensive shell but instead engaged in a tussle with Malaga in midfield, striving to maintain possession and drawing Malaga's players forward to press, only to exploit the space behind them, allowing Messi and Sanchez to trouble Malaga's defense. Both sides exchanged attacks. Barcelona managed to hold on to the draw until the halftime whistle. As the second half commenced, both teams resumed their battle. Initially, Barcelona could still contend with Malaga. But as the match progressed and fatigue set in, the disadvantage of playing with one less player began to manifest. A reduced squad meant that the remaining players had to exert themselves more, leading to greater physical exhaustion. Consequently, Barcelona's control waned, and Malaga began to dominate the tempo of the game. Malaga intentionally accelerated the pace, knowing that a high-tempo game would further deplete the stamina of the already diminished Barcelona. Guardiola was acutely aware of Pellegrini's strategy to leverage the quick transitions of attack and defense to wear down Barcelona's physical reserves. Once Barcelona's energy faltered, the final moments of the match would become ripe for harvesting victory. In anticipation, Guardiola made a decisive gesture. Barcelona's players refrained from pressing beyond the halfway line and instead compacted their formation in their own half, continuing to engage with Malaga. This adjustment reduced their running range, thereby mitigating stamina depletion. For Barcelona, a score of 1-1 would have been unsatisfactory had they not been reduced to 10 men. However, given their current predicament, if they could maintain this score until the final whistle, they would consider themselves fortunate indeed. It is entirely reasonable for Barcelona to adopt a conservative approach in their match strategy. Conversely, Malaga would not be content with a mere draw. Should they find themselves held to a stalemate by Barcelona despite having an extra player, it would indeed be a disheartening blow, significantly undermining the team's morale. Consequently, they intensified their offensive efforts. As the match progressed, Barcelona's players began to exhibit signs of fatigue, particularly the forward Sanchez, who was thoroughly exhausted by the end of this contest. He tirelessly traversed the midfield, often engaging in sprints and backtracking. Since Barcelona could not afford to have Messi exert himself in such a manner, he needed to conserve energy for potential counterattacks. Sanchez was thus required to cover more ground. The Chilean forward was visibly fatigued, panting and gasping for breath. In the 73rd minute, he was substituted by Thiago Alcantara, a product of Barcelona's youth academy. Thiago, a versatile midfielder adept in both attack and defense, signified Barcelona's intent to secure the draw. On the other hand, Malaga replaced the veteran Van Nistelrooy with Baptista, continuing their assault on Barcelona's defense. Barcelona's compact defense showcased their defensive prowess. These elite players are certainly capable of defending, as football fundamentally revolves around the utilization of space. How does one evaluate a player's football intelligence? The primary criterion is strikingly similar to real estate. Location, location, location. The positioning of Barcelona's players was astutely executed, ensuring that even in a more compact defense, their capabilities remained intact. With Fabregas entering the match in the 83rd minute to replace Messi, Barcelona fully retreated into a defensive stance, foregoing any counterattacks. Pellegrini had anticipated that Barcelona would have adopted this strategy much earlier. However, it was not until the 83rd minute that they enacted this, an indication of a well-drilled super team. Should the match conclude with this scoreline, Barcelona would undoubtedly depart the Rose Garden with smiles. As the match neared its conclusion, Malaga resorted to a tactic commonly employed by teams desperate for a late goal: long passes, aerial crosses, and high balls. At this juncture, the objective was to flood the opposing penalty area with as many passes as possible, exchanging quantity for quality. Ultimately, this strategy proved resilient under pressure. In the 88th minute, Turilin lofted the ball into the penalty area, where the towering Yelo leapt to direct a header towards the left flank of the box. The advancing Joaquin met the ball with a powerful strike. The shot struck Thiago's thigh, resulting in a deflection that left the already committed Valdez helpless. Thanks to this goal, Malaga narrowly triumphed over Barcelona with a score of 2-1. As the final whistle blew, it was evident that Pellegrini exited the players' tunnel with a grim expression. The players of Malaga wore expressions of discontent as they hurriedly exited the pitch. Despite their opponents being a man down and playing on home soil, they only managed to turn the tide in the 88th minute with a stroke of fortune, resulting in a score of 2-1. Although victorious, this outcome failed to elate the players and coaching staff of Malaga. They seemed to overlook the fact that their adversaries were none other than Barcelona. What caliber of team is Malaga, and yet they appear so discontented after triumphing over Barca? Guardiola, too, could not find joy in the result. Ultimately, a loss remains a loss, and with Mascherano suspended for the next match, he could only hope that Puyol would muster some resilience and avoid injury, as age has made injuries a frequent occurrence for him. In summary, both sides were left unsatisfied with the outcome. Consequently, the second leg of their encounter, set to take place a week later, assumed paramount importance. This was effectively a final. Media outlets worldwide, focused on the clash between these two teams, deemed the upcoming match at Camp Nou as crucial. Barcelona enjoyed the advantage of home ground, yet, considering the score and Yelo's form, the suspense surrounding the match remained exceedingly high. Yelo had dazzled at the Allianz Arena with a hat-trick and netted 4 goals at San Siro. Thus, it would not be surprising if he scored multiple goals at Camp Nou. It was evident to all that Malaga's progress hinged entirely on Yelo's performance. His form served as a barometer for Malaga's strength. When Yelo excelled, Malaga transformed into an invincible force. Conversely, if his form faltered, Malaga's prowess would regress to that of an ordinary La Liga side, incapable of competing with the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Therefore, as long as Yelo maintained his form, no one could confidently assert that Barcelona could eliminate Malaga on their home turf. Discussions regarding the match between Malaga and Barcelona began to wane a day later, as another significant match was set to unfold. Real Madrid was to host Bayern Munich. In terms of influence, both teams held immense stature, while there was considerable attention on Malaga and Yelo in the Dragon Country. The global interest in Real Madrid facing Bayern Munich surpassed that of the Malaga versus Barcelona match. The clash of titans between the Galacticos and the Bundesliga giants drew the attention of the majority of neutral fans, including Yelo himself, who tuned in to watch the match, recognizing its implications for the identity of their potential final opponent. The outcome of this match mirrored that of Malaga's encounter with Bayern Munich at home. Real Madrid took a 2-1 lead over Bayern, with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring twice, while Thomas Muller pulled one back for Bayern. Robben squandered a clear opportunity, and Real Madrid's defender Pepe was sent off after receiving 2 yellow cards. The match featured numerous moments ripe for media discourse. Following this game, the team is poised to face another significant encounter. Malaga will host Real Madrid. Just 2 days prior to the match, an explosive revelation emerged from Madrid media after the conclusion of the Champions League fixtures. The esteemed AS newspaper headlined a report stating that, according to internal sources at Real Madrid, Malaga's player Isco is set to transfer to Real Madrid at the end of the season, with a staggering transfer fee of €50 million, comprising €40 million as a fixed fee and €10 million in variable costs. Given the likelihood of Malaga facing a European competition ban next season, many of their players are expected to seek transfers. In fact, discussions regarding Isco's transfer between Real Madrid and Malaga had already commenced during the winter transfer window. Following AS's announcement, other outlets such as Marca and Madrid News swiftly followed suit. Rumors regarding Isco's potential move to Real Madrid had circulated during the winter transfer window, and many fans are aware that departures, including Isco and other players like Jeremy Talayan, would not be surprising after the season concludes. The timing of the Madrid media's announcement serves to provide Real Madrid with a strategic advantage in this critical clash. Indeed, at Malaga's training facility, numerous fans gathered, brandishing banners pleading for Isco to remain with the club. Journalists also stationed themselves at the entrance, awaiting comments from Malaga's players and coaching staff. Prior to the pivotal match, such news inevitably disrupts Malaga's preparations. In response, Pellegrini opted for a media blackout, initiating closed training sessions. As for Isco's impending transfer to Real Madrid, he took the opportunity to clarify the situation with his teammates in the locker room. While his agent is indeed in discussions with Real Madrid, a formal offer remains distant. Thus, the media narrative from Madrid is a calculated maneuver aimed at unsettling Malaga's preparations. This is all part of the championship battle, extending beyond the mere 90 minutes of play. Moreover, Mourinho, known for his verbal sparring, publicly criticized the scheduling of La Liga fixtures, stating, "We just played Bayern Munich. Yet our preparation time is 1 day shorter than Malaga's. We must hastily travel to Malaga, and with only 2 days of rest. The team hardly receives any respite and is utterly fatigued." Meanwhile, Malaga competes a day earlier and enjoys the advantage of home ground. I fail to comprehend how such a poor schedule is sanctioned. Why can't this match be postponed by a day? Can't the league demonstrate flexibility in scheduling to accommodate exceptional circumstances? Frankly, Mourinho's grievances hold merit, as their match against Bayern Munich occurred a day later than Malaga's game against Barcelona. Furthermore, Real Madrid is indeed at a disadvantage given that they are playing away. However, this bears little relevance to Malaga, as the schedule was determined prior to the commencement of the league. At that time, who could have foreseen that Malaga would reach the Champions League semifinals? Who could have imagined that this match would become a monumental clash for the top position in the league? Pellegrini responded to the situation: a congested schedule? During our quarterfinals in the Champions League, we also had merely 2 days of rest. Why did Mourinho not advocate for us back then? Of course, Real Madrid played on Sunday, affording them an extra day and a half of rest compared to us. It was not only the coaches of both sides who were engaged in a battle of wits. The players were also vying for supremacy. Ramos, the central defender for Real Madrid, stated in an interview that his team held an advantage. "We lead by 2 points. We possess a psychological edge. Even a draw in this match would feel like a victory for us." In response to Ramos's comments, Yelo expressed his astonishment, asking the reporter, "A draw equates to victory? You know, in our Dragon Nation, this phrase symbolizes a curse." A curse? The Spanish journalists exchanged puzzled glances, while the Dragon Nation reporters stifled their laughter. Indeed, a curse. Typically, when one speaks of a draw leading to advancement, it is often indicative of impending defeat. The Spanish journalists were left bewildered, while their Dragon Nation counterparts found humor in the situation. In the annals of Dragon Nation football history, there have been countless instances where a draw was proclaimed to be advantageous, only for the outcome to be contrary to expectations. Thus, the notion that a draw guarantees progression has become a significant jinx in Dragon Nation football. Madrid media also inquired about Isco. As the captain, Yelo addressed the matter directly. Isco's future is his own prerogative, and that pertains to next season. We are all professional players, and on the pitch, we shall give our utmost effort. If you believe that Isco's potential transfer to Real Madrid will cause him to hold back on the field, you are gravely mistaken. Such a notion undermines the spirit of professionalism in players. The Madrid journalists were aware that inciting turmoil within a team based solely on transfer rumors was a challenging endeavor, unless the rumors involved Yelo himself. Thus, one reporter posed the question, "One day, would you consider transferring to Real Madrid?" Upon hearing this, Yelo chuckled. "Is it appropriate to ask this question before a match? You are a journalist from Madrid, are you not?" I am from the Madrid News." "Very well. How would you like me to respond?" "I have 2 answers. One is no comment. We have a saying in our Dragon Nation: silence brings great fortune. Saying nothing is the wisest course. Should you insist on pressing for an answer, I shall provide you with a definitive response. I will not transfer to Real Madrid. Not now, nor in the future. Which answer do you prefer?" Yelo adroitly countered, leaving the Madrid journalist momentarily speechless. If he continued to press, it would render any potential connection between Yelo and Real Madrid impossible. Observing the other party's silence, Yelo then turned and proceeded into the training facility. The Dragon Nation reporters couldn't help but express their admiration. He truly embodies the demeanor of a great leader. He is maturing splendidly. "I am increasingly eager for this match," the journalists remarked. On match day, the Rose Garden Stadium was filled to capacity. This match represents a significant challenge for both Malaga and Real Madrid. The two teams find themselves in a similar predicament in the Champions League. Although they secured victories in the first leg, their advantages remain tenuous. Consequently, they have made divergent choices in preparation for this encounter. Malaga has opted to field its strongest lineup, while Real Madrid has implemented a degree of rotation. These decisions stem from the fundamental circumstances facing each team. Malaga, wary of making substitutions, understands that deploying a majority of reserve players would be tantamount to conceding defeat. After all, this is a pivotal clash that could determine the league championship. A loss at home to Real Madrid would widen the point gap to 5. And with Real Madrid's upcoming fixtures devoid of formidable opponents, Malaga's aspirations for the title would hinge solely on the misfortunes of Madrid. They cannot afford to place their fate in the hands of chance when they still possess the agency to influence their destiny. Thus, even amidst the pressures of time and responsibility, they must endure. On the other hand, Real Madrid possesses the luxury of rotation. Up front, Higuain and Callahan have started in place of Benzema and Di Maria, while in midfield, Sahin has taken the place of Khedira. In defense, Cointreau and Varane have replaced Marcelo and Pepe. Compared to their starting lineup against Bayern Munich, Real Madrid has made 5 changes. Nevertheless, the caliber of the players stepping in remains exceptional. This distinction underscores the divergence between Real Madrid and Malaga. As the team bus of Real Madrid glided toward the Rose Garden Stadium, José Mourinho, the head coach, was the first to emerge once the vehicle came to a halt. He greeted the cameras and microphones with his signature enigmatic smile, proceeding into the stadium. Behind him, the Real Madrid players appeared remarkably relaxed. From any perspective, this match favors Real Madrid, especially considering that Malaga had just endured a grueling battle against Barcelona and dared not rotate their squad, while Madrid benefited from 5 fresh legs. At this late stage in the season, physical endurance is paramount. Cristiano Ronaldo, ever confident, wore a smile as he faced the media. "You are aware that Yelo has scored 39 league goals, while you have only 31. What are your thoughts on this?" a reporter queried audaciously. Ronaldo's expression darkened as he regarded the provocative journalist. Upon entering the locker room, all of Real Madrid's players could sense Ronaldo's ire. Mourinho entered shortly thereafter, asserting, "Defeating them head-on is the best path to victory." Cristiano Ronaldo lifted his head, declaring, "I shall vanquish them." Mourinho chuckled, acknowledging the remarkable truth that Malaga was indeed a title-contending team this season. This match was unequivocally a decisive showdown. Yet, it is precisely in pivotal encounters that Mourinho excels. As the players emerged for warm-up, the national sports channel of Dragon Country had already commenced its live broadcast. The clock read 12:30 a.m. Beijing time, with merely an hour remaining before the commencement of the match. Typically, given the exorbitant advertising fees charged by the national broadcaster, it is rare for a match to receive such treatment of a pre-match broadcast beginning an hour in advance, followed by a parade of guests and experts engaging in idle chatter. After all, not many viewers have a penchant for such commentary. Nevertheless, viewership statistics reveal a different reality. Indeed, a considerable number of fans were tuning in to witness the hour-long warm-up preceding this monumental clash. This titanic battle bore immense significance for Malaga, as it could determine their quest for the championship. Winning this match would not guarantee the title, but it would place the power to claim it firmly in their own hands. Conversely, a defeat would likely cast them adrift from title contention. Mourinho's team could not afford to falter against weaker opponents in the closing rounds of the league, thereby granting Malaga a glimmer of hope. Moreover, even a single slip would leave Malaga trailing Real Madrid by 5 points. Such a deficit would necessitate winning at least 2 matches while relying on Madrid to lose 2 of their remaining 5 fixtures, an almost insurmountable challenge. Thus, Malaga found itself with no avenue for retreat. Even a draw was unacceptable, as it would still leave them behind Madrid. Despite the match time being inhospitable for viewers in Dragon Country, a substantial audience gathered before various screens, fervently supporting their team. In truth, a 1:30 a.m. start was already a concession by La Liga to accommodate the fans in Dragon Country. Many matches in La Liga commenced as late as 3:30 a.m. or even 5 o'clock a.m. While a 5 o'clock a.m. start allowed for a brief rest before rising for work or school, a 3:30 a.m. start was arduous, leaving fans to endure a sleepless night merely to watch a single match. It is worth noting that Real Madrid had suffered 3 consecutive defeats to Malaga. Should they lose this match, it would mark a disheartening 4th straight loss. Although the Madrid media previously sensationalized the notion that no team had ever inflicted 3 consecutive defeats upon Real Madrid, this time, many analysts speculated from a mystical standpoint that Madrid could not possibly endure a 4th. Inside the home team's dressing room, as the players returned from their warm-up and the doors and windows were secured, the cacophony of the stadium seemed to fade away, leaving only distant echoes. Malaga's head coach, Pellegrini, was delivering his final motivational address, with just 15 minutes remaining before the match began. The significance of this match cannot be overstated. It is abundantly clear to everyone involved. I will not deceive myself by suggesting that this is merely an ordinary league game. It is, in fact, a pivotal clash that could determine the fate of the league championship. Should we suffer a defeat, or even settle for a draw, the championship would slip further from our grasp. The fact that we have reached this stage of the season has surprised many, and frankly, it has even taken me aback. Here we are in La Liga, where Malaga once merely served as a relegation yo-yo between the top 2 divisions. We are but humble figures facing a team of giants. Yet we have triumphed over them 3 times in succession. Pellegrini raised 3 fingers. 3, he declared. Therefore, it is not we who should be fearful, but rather them. They have suffered 3 consecutive defeats to us, 2 of which occurred on their home turf. Does that not convey a significant message? We now stand just 1 step away from the championship. If we can grit our teeth and persevere through this final stretch, we can create history for this club and achieve unprecedented glory. The objective is straightforward. We must defeat them to have any chance of claiming the title. Let us use these 90 minutes to demonstrate to the world that we are not mere participants in the league. Nor are we a small team recklessly aspiring to the La Liga championship. We are champions. We possess the strength of champions. Pellegrini's impassioned address was evidently well prepared. His words rehearsed to perfection, igniting a fervor among the players, who resembled untamed horses poised to trample any adversary that dares to obstruct their path. Meanwhile, within the Real Madrid locker room, a stark contrast was evident. Unlike the outward confidence portrayed, Mourinho's expression was grave. I am aware that recent media commentary has been optimistic regarding our prospects. Yes, we lead by 2 points and have a 4-point advantage over Barcelona. Even a draw would keep us at the top, which seems quite reassuring. Mourinho surveyed his players. Right? Tell me, are these statements accurate? No one responded. It appeared that none believed these assertions to be true, which was reassuring. Forget about those notions. Forget the 2-point lead. Forget the possibility of a draw. I tell you, in the arena of competition, there exists only victory or defeat, only those 2 outcomes. If we cannot secure a win, then we shall inevitably lose. Should we approach this match with a mindset geared towards merely achieving a draw, we are destined for failure. Remember, our singular objective is to vanquish them on their own turf. The Real Madrid players were equally stirred. It has been 3 seasons since they last laid claim to the La Liga title. For 3 years, they have been overshadowed by Barcelona, who have secured 2 Champions League titles and a trio of league championships, becoming the unprecedented sextuple champions. These 3 years have belonged to Barcelona. Mourinho's arrival at Real Madrid was intended to dismantle Barcelona's dominance. It appears that he has performed commendably. At least in the past 2 seasons of encounters between Barcelona and Real Madrid, the latter has held its ground. This season, they even triumphed over Barcelona on home soil, leading them by 4 points. Although an unexpected contender, Malaga, has emerged this season, should they vanquish this opponent, it would render the surprise insignificant. Defeating Malaga would essentially equate to clinching the La Liga title. In this match, the players of Real Madrid are undoubtedly poised to give their utmost. As the athletes from both teams take to the field, the television broadcast captures close-ups of nearly every pivotal player, with the camera lingering longest on the likes of Yelo and Cristiano Ronaldo. Both teams' superstars, renowned for their explosive goal-scoring abilities, are poised to potentially dominate this encounter. The players have lined up on the pitch. The match is on the verge of commencing. Duan Xian's voice resonates with palpable excitement. In the commentary booth, Andres takes a deep breath. The match is about to begin, representing a crucial clash in the La Liga title race, which may even serve as a precursor to the Champions League final. Andres attempts a light-hearted jest, seemingly to alleviate the tension surrounding the event. Yet his remarks quickly incite ire among Barcelona fans, trending on Spanish social media. After all, The Champions League semifinals are far from concluded. The significance of this match is self-evident. Malaga's Cazorla returns to the starting lineup, while Real Madrid, despite making substitutions, boasts top-tier players even among their reserves, showcasing their undeniable strength. On paper, Real Madrid has the upper hand. However, football is not merely a game of strength. What truly matters is the performance of the players on the field. Moreover, Malaga possesses Yelo, which provides them with substantial confidence. Duan Xin proclaims loudly. No sooner had he spoken than the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Malaga kicked off first, with Baptista sending the ball to the back line. The recovering Cazorla received the ball and made a pass. This choice of passing indicates the mindset of both teams, cautious. Neither side dares to act recklessly. The anticipated showdown, envisioned as a fervent clash with rapid offensive and defensive exchanges, regrettably exists only in the realm of imagination. In reality, both Malaga and Real Madrid play cautiously in the opening phase. With no clear opportunities, they prefer to pass back. This is quite normal. In such a significant match, no one wishes to err, thus a conservative and prudent approach is indeed reasonable. Both teams engage in a tactical dance of probing and testing. As the match progresses into the 7th or 8th minute, astonishingly, neither team has registered a single shot on goal. This distinctly illustrates their caution and underscores the maturity both teams have developed. In the locker room, emotions run high, yet upon entering the pitch, one must swiftly regain composure. On the football field, succumbing to fervor is inadvisable. Intense emotions may secure victory in 1 or 2 matches, but a league is a marathon. Relying solely on bursts of enthusiasm for triumph is fleeting. Both Real Madrid and Malaga have achieved the remarkable feat of 9 consecutive victories this season. To win 9 matches in a row transcends mere fervor. It necessitates a mature system and a seasoned mindset. Teams contending for the league title are invariably those with a stable mentality. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a champion's mentality. A championship team must not only excel in tactics and techniques, but also possess superior psychological resilience. Cristiano Ronaldo is notably prone to bouts of passion. However, he has now learned to endure 7 or 8 minutes without shooting, patiently making runs and positioning himself. In the 10th minute of the match, the game finally began to unfold. Sahin received a pass in the attacking third and executed a precise through ball into the left side of the penalty area. Sahin, who transferred from Borussia Dortmund to Real Madrid this season, undoubtedly possesses formidable individual skills as a core player for Dortmund. Yet, upon joining Real Madrid, he has struggled to acclimate, finding himself with limited opportunities. His starting position in this crucial match is solely due to Kaká's injury, as the Brazilian is sidelined with tight calf muscles and currently seated on the bench. Seizing the chance to start, Sahin is determined to impress Mourinho. Rumors abound that once Isco's transfer to Real Madrid is finalized, Sahin will be sold. Having disregarded all obstacles to join the club from Dortmund, the prospect of being sold after just 1 season has inflicted a severe blow to Sahin's pride. He is acutely aware that his time is running short. If he fails to demonstrate the skills that would satisfy Mourinho, he knows he will be replaced by the Brazilian in the second half. This through ball showcases Sahin's ability to deliver threatening passes. The ball weaves through the crowd, finding the fleeting space in the penalty area's side. At that moment, a white figure bursts into the box, Cristiano Ronaldo. He has received the ball in the penalty area. The commentator, Andres, exclaims in astonishment. In the stands, Real Madrid supporters erupt in cheers, only to be silenced by the jeers of Malaga fans moments later. As Ronaldo penetrates the penalty area, he prepares for a left-footed shot. After Demichelis attempts to block, Ronaldo deftly flicks the ball with his heel to his right, pivoting into the center and unleashing a powerful strike. In a critical moment, Tula lunges desperately, leaping to deflect Ronaldo's shot out of bounds. Ronaldo. The commentator in Madrid clutches his head, nearly leaping from the commentary box in excitement. Cristiano Ronaldo. So close. Tourelang's defense proved to be pivotal. Real Madrid initiated the assault. Andres exclaimed in surprise, while Duan Xin was nearly startled into a cold sweat by the intensity of the play. A moment of danger. Real Madrid suddenly surged forward, overwhelming Malaga's defense and granting Cristiano Ronaldo an opportunity. Fortunately, Tourellang swiftly returned to block and avert the crisis. Ronaldo, standing in the penalty area, was on the verge of pounding his chest in frustration. He bellowed in fury, glaring at Malaga's goal, vowing to send the ball into that accursed net. This shot of his also unlocked the next phase of the match. The probing stage had concluded. The game was now firmly on track. Ronaldo had just unleashed a powerful strike that threatened Malaga's goal. In response, Malaga had to retaliate. Yelo received the ball on the left flank, cut inside, and prepared to shoot, prompting Real Madrid's defenders to rush into block. During this process, a gap appeared in Real Madrid's defense. Yelo feigned a shot, cleverly passing the ball to the left side of the penalty area. Isco made a rapid advance, receiving the ball on the left side of the box and deftly maneuvering inside. Isco! The commentators exclaimed in unison. Another focal point of this match was indeed Isco. He is highly likely to become a Real Madrid player next season, and if he were to snatch the title hopes from Real Madrid, it would be fascinating to see how he would face his new teammates when he arrives at the club next season. However, Isco was not concerned with such thoughts at the moment. As he encountered Coentro's defense, he slowed down, immediately assessing Yelo's position. He swiftly passed the ball to Yelo, which was the first choice for many Malaga players. At that moment, he indeed spotted Yelo making a run into the penalty area. Logically, he could simply pass the ball to Yelo. Although there were dangers ahead, Yelo could create a threat just by receiving the ball inside the box. However, Isco had his own ideas. He assessed that the probability of scoring was low if he passed now. After executing a feigned pass, he made a swift turn, driving hard against Coentro. Coentro was momentarily caught off guard but quickly responded, pursuing him relentlessly. After all, Isco's absolute speed wasn't particularly rapid, and the space ahead was limited. The closer Isco moved toward the baseline, the slimmer the opportunity became. Coentro's swift pursuit added considerable pressure on Isco. Faced with Coentro's defense, Isco abruptly halted, changing direction to evade. He pivoted again, shaking off Coentro's defense. However, just when everyone anticipated that Isco would shoot, he suddenly stopped. One foot suspended in the air while the other bounced forward, his expression agonized, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Coentro was bewildered, instinctively grasping the ball to launch a counterattack. Yelo slid in, sending the ball out of play, and quickly scrambled to his feet, urgently calling to the referee. "Our player is injured." He hurried over to Isco. "What happened?" Isco appeared in great pain, seemingly suffering from a muscle strain. Yelo muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting his misfortune. To sustain a muscle injury in such a pivotal match was nearly insurmountable. Not only would Malaga be deprived of a key player, but they would also squander a substitution. He understood the cause of Isco's injury. The weight of public scrutiny had undoubtedly influenced him. In his eagerness to assert his professionalism, he had overlooked the virtue of patience. The media's incessant coverage had indeed cast a shadow over Malaga. The team doctor swiftly ascended to the pitch, and after a thorough examination, he regrettably announced, "I am sorry, Isco, but you cannot continue in this match." He gestured towards the sidelines for a substitution. Damn it! Pellegrini, witnessing this, could not suppress an expletive. Nonetheless, he instructed assistant coach Malosca to notify substitute Bonatna to warm up. Thus, the chapter unfolds, and Isco must leave the field merely 10 minutes into the match. A significant blow to Malaga. The ramifications of his injury could extend beyond this game, and one can only hope he will recover in time for the upcoming Champions League semi-final against Barcelona. Commentary teams shook their heads in dismay, sensing that this fierce contest might pivot dramatically due to Isco's departure. Real Madrid appeared ever closer to seizing victory. The excitement of the Madrid commentators was palpable, even as they recognized the unfortunate timing of their jubilation. Nevertheless, they could hardly contain their enthusiasm. This situation underscored the immense pressure Malaga had exerted upon Real Madrid. While the commentators maintained a semblance of restraint in their public commentary, the supporters of Real Madrid were unabashed in their exuberance. In Madrid, countless fans raised their arms in celebration. Although Isco might very well become one of their own next season, that was not the case at present. To many observers, the substitution of Bonatna for the injured Isco was a stark loss. Bonatna, having suffered a significant injury in the past, lacked the sharpness he once possessed. The balance of the match had been irrevocably disrupted. It was now time for Real Madrid to seize control of the game. Before the television screens, numerous Real Madrid fans eagerly anticipated an offensive onslaught. As Isco was assisted off the field, an ice pack secured around his thigh suggested the situation was somewhat manageable. Bonatna took to the field, and the referee's whistle signaled the resumption of play. Real Madrid executed a throw-in. only for the newly entered Bonatna to inadvertently redirect the ball towards Yelo. Bonatna displayed commendable enthusiasm, and at least from this initial touch, Malaga supporters could find a sliver of reassurance. As the commentators elaborated, Yelo received the ball. It was a challenging stop. The ball sped toward him with a wicked spin. Consequently, as he attempted to control it, Khedira closed in swiftly, aiming to capitalize on any misstep in Yelo's reception. However, Yelo effortlessly brought the ball to rest at his feet, simultaneously executing a turn while shielding the football with his body, effectively placing the approaching Khedira behind him. This maneuver, however, left him facing away from the direction of the attack. Khedira, closely adhering to Yelo, resolutely prevented him from turning. He was cautious, for Yelo was not a frail winger who would lose his position at a mere push. His ball control was formidable. With a solid lower body and an impressive capacity for resistance, even under Khedira's relentless pressure, Yelo remained focused, surveying the surrounding situation while maintaining a firm grasp on the ball at his feet. Both Xabi Alonso and Sahin surged towards Yelo, while other Malaga players were making their runs. Naturally, Yelo could not afford to linger too long. He quickly made a decision, flicking the ball with his left foot towards the flank, where it found the feet of Bonatna. Subsequently, he turned and darted into the penalty area. Upon receiving the ball, Bonatna accelerated towards the byline and unleashed a powerful cross into the box. Bonatina's delivery. Alas, it soared high. The football sailed over the penalty area, landing on the opposite side, fortunately under the control of Joaquin, who was present to gather it. The disparity in ability between Bonatna and Isco was evident. As commentator Andres remarked upon witnessing the pass, Yelo initially intended to contest for a header, but upon the ball's release, he recognized that he would not reach it. Even if he possessed the height of a giant and the leaping ability of an athlete, he could not attain it. Human limitations can indeed be daunting. Thus, Yelo made a swift decision to pivot and dart towards the other side. Joaquin wasted no time. After settling the ball, he lofted it into the penalty area. Inside the box, the Real Madrid players were fully prepared. Ramos had been closely monitoring Yelo since his entry into the penalty area. Aware of Yelo's prowess, he was unperturbed about employing a few tactics while defending against him. For instance, as per standard defensive strategy, he should have leapt alongside Yelo to contest the header. Yet, Ramos feared that he might not outjump Yelo, whose heading ability was renowned. Even he was concerned about losing that aerial duel, illustrating Yelo's intimidating presence within the penalty area. Consequently, he resorted to a different tactic. Just as Yelo prepared to leap, Ramos exerted force with his right hand, thrusting forward abruptly before quickly retracting it. This action, strictly speaking, constituted a foul. However, due to its subtlety, and with fouls in the penalty area typically being judged with greater scrutiny, the referee often unconsciously applies this leniency. Outside the box, fouls are generally called, but within, the referee exercises caution since a foul by the defending side could result in a penalty kick. Such a decision profoundly impacts the outcome of the match, prompting any referee to approach it with considerable caution. Thus, Ramos was unconcerned that this minor gesture would be penalized. The action proved effective. Just as Yelo was about to leap, with a swift push of his hand against his waist, he exerted a lateral force that rendered Yelo, who had already gauged the ball's trajectory, unlikely to intercept it. Indeed, the reality mirrored this. Yelo was propelled forward momentarily. Meanwhile, the football began its descent towards his rear, poised to be seized by Ramos. Were he an ordinary player, he might have instinctively raised his arms in despair and writhed in the penalty area. Although the referee was unlikely to award a penalty, one could never be certain. However, Yelo never placed his hopes in the hands of the officials. As he was nudged forward, he deftly leaned back, then leaped into the air, his right foot whipping through the air like a whip as he struck towards the descending football. Ramos was taken aback. He had intended to clear it with a header, but with a resounding thud, Yelo's foot sliced past him, sending the ball hurtling towards the goal. Casillas, believing Ramos's defense was secure, was ill-prepared. By the time he noticed Yelo soaring for an acrobatic shot, it was far too late. Yelo executed a bicycle kick. Goal! Andres exclaimed passionately, bicycle kick. Bicycle kick. Oh, what a beauty! The 12th minute saw Malaga score. Yelo's magnificent bicycle kick marked his 40th goal of the season. 33 matches, 40 goals. Unbelievable. Remarkable. Absolutely stunning. Ramos, while defending, had made a minor gesture, pushing Yelo, yet he never anticipated that Yelo would still score in such a manner. Oh my God, what a leap! What a goal! My heavens! A breathtaking bicycle kick. A goal that shook the foundations. The match had been relatively uneventful until now, and with Isco having left the pitch due to injury, concerns for Malaga's fate had arisen. Yet, with this goal, Yelo once again proclaimed to the world that as long as he graced the field, Malaga should never be underestimated. Duan Xian, in the studio, raised his arms in exhilaration, proclaiming, if I recall correctly, this was Malaga's first shot of the match. Yelo maintained his lead in the scoring charts with his 40th league goal. Malaga led Real Madrid 1-0 at home, once again surpassing Real Madrid in the live standings. As Yelo landed, he saw the football nestled in the net. He quickly turned, sprinting towards the corner flag, beckoning his teammates to join in the celebration. This goal steadied the nerves of the Malaga players and invigorated their spirits. Following Isco's exit, the morale among Malaga's players had indeed dipped slightly. Yet, before Real Madrid could capitalize on this opportunity, Yelo's splendid goal turned the tide. As the Malaga players celebrated exuberantly, the Real Madrid players converged upon the referee. Ramos raised his hands, protesting to the official. He kicked me in the nose. That was a dangerous play. Foul. It was a foul. Such was Ramos's declaration. The other Real Madrid players naturally seized every opportunity to contest the referee's decision. They rushed toward the match official, who, displaying remarkable patience, clarified, I saw it clearly. He did not touch you at all, and he was at a considerable distance from you. Moreover, do not think I am oblivious to your little antics. Just look at the big screen, and you will see that I speak the truth. If you continue to dispute this, I shall not be so accommodating. The referee pointed toward the stadium's large screen, which was replaying the entire sequence of Yelo's goal, including Ramos's subtle infractions. Yelo executed a stunning overhead kick, and everything was laid bare. Yelo's foot never made contact with Ramos, while the latter's pushing action was glaringly evident on camera. The Real Madrid players retreated, somewhat disgruntled. On the sidelines, Pellegrini raised his arms in triumph, celebrating with his assistants. The Malaga substitutes surged onto the field, with Isco, despite an ice pack on his thigh, hopping on one leg, fist raised in jubilant cheer. The television screen incessantly replayed the magnificent goal by Yelo. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Is there a poet among us who could compose a verse to commemorate this moment? All I could utter was sheer astonishment. The fans from the Dragon Kingdom were electrified, flooding the live stream's comment section. Mourinho shook his head, visibly resigned. Isco's injury had initially presented Real Madrid with a golden opportunity, yet before they could capitalize, Yelo's acrobatic strike obliterated any advantage they might have gained. The tide had decisively turned. Malaga's morale soared while Real Madrid appeared somewhat deflated. Mourinho approached the sidelines, gesturing to his players to remain calm and composed. As Malaga's players concluded their celebration, Real Madrid was already poised to resume play. The broadcast captured the expressions of several key Real Madrid players, who, despite the setback, did not seem overly disheartened. It was merely one goal conceded. After all, Real Madrid is Real Madrid. A prestigious club cannot be so easily undone by a single lapse. However, for Los Blancos, a response was imperative in the moments to come. Chapter conclusion. Chapter 168, Yelo's ferocious 2 minutes, ascending to the top once more. Mourinho continued to emphasize the need for composure from the sidelines. Although the players of Real Madrid are seasoned professionals, one cannot guarantee they will not succumb to impulsive emotions. With Malaga having just scored, their momentum was at its zenith, and Real Madrid's eagerness to retaliate offensively could very well result in conceding another goal. Thus, upon the resumption of play, Real Madrid refrained from a hasty attack, opting instead to first solidify their defense. Meanwhile, Malaga, emboldened by their lead, launched aggressive offensives, yet they were unable to find the net once more in the immediate aftermath. The most significant transformation under Mourinho at Real Madrid was the fortification of their defense. Prior to Mourinho's arrival, the team's defensive strategy was heavily influenced by the policies of Zidane and Pavin. With a plethora of star players in the front, the backline was merely a flimsy defense. It is no wonder that Casillas was once regarded as the world's premier goalkeeper, having been shaped by the inadequacies of Real Madrid's defensive line. However, now, Real Madrid's defensive organization has become remarkably cohesive. Modern football demands a fluid integration of offense and defense. The archaic division of 5 players attacking and 5 players defending no longer exists. Every player bears the responsibility of defense, including Cristiano Ronaldo himself. During this period, Real Madrid has contracted back into their own half, staunchly guarding their goal, leaving Malaga struggling to find opportunities to strike. Despite their persistent attempts at offense, Malaga has been unable to make any headway, and they must tread carefully, as Mourinho's team is renowned for their rapid counterattacks. Just as this thought lingered in the air, Xabi Alonso received the ball in the backfield and initiated a quick counterattack with a long pass. The speedy winger Callahan surged down the flank and, nearing the baseline, delivered a cross. Charging in from the opposite side was Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano, amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations. Ronaldo executed a precise strike with the arch of his right foot, sending the ball curling into the net, brushing against the post. Real Madrid has scored. They have equalized the score. This moment caught the commentator slightly off guard. He was surely aware that the fans online were chastising him for his premature remarks. Nevertheless, Real Madrid's counterattack was indeed swift, comprising just 2 passes and taking less than 10 seconds to transition from their half to the opponent's, culminating in their leading scorer, Ronaldo, finding the back of Malaga's net. At the instant the ball crossed the goal line, the Rose Garden Stadium was engulfed in a brief silence, soon shattered by the cheers of the visiting fans and the boos of the home supporters, erupting almost simultaneously. Just 10 minutes after trailing, Real Madrid had leveled the score. 1-1. Oh, what a match this is, a true clash of titans, where determining a victor will not be easily achieved. Andres exclaimed with excitement. This is indeed a monumental battle in La Liga. Should it turn dull, many would undoubtedly be disappointed. This encounter symbolizes the pinnacle of La Liga competition. A direct confrontation between the top 2 teams in the standings, pivotal for the championship race. Neutral fans naturally hope to witness a more exhilarating display. Remarkably, within just 21 minutes, 2 goals have been scored. Such a contest ensures that neutral spectators remain engaged. Cristiano Ronaldo. The commentator from Madrid TV roared with fervor. Real Madrid has equalized. The teams are once again on equal footing. A crucial goal. Real Madrid has regained the initiative. Before the television screen, the fervent supporters of Real Madrid leapt to their feet, raising their arms in jubilant exclamation. As the match reached the 21st minute, both teams found the back of the net, intensifying the atmosphere of the final and heightening the tension among the fans. Real Madrid swiftly equalized. A disheartening turn of events for Malaga, as Duan Xian remarked. Online, a multitude of fans directed their ire towards him, exclaiming, "Silence, you harbinger of doom. Can you not cease your incessant chatter?" The fans of Longwa felt a growing anxiety. After taking the lead, the equalizer seemed to tilt the scales further against Malaga, compounded by the injury of a key player. In the context of the national team, such a scenario could easily lead to a collapse in morale and disarray, allowing the opposition to seize control of the match. Fortunately, Malaga was not the national team of Longwa. Even after conceding the equalizer, they exhibited remarkable stability. Yelo expanded his influence on the field, and as the first half progressed, both teams engaged in a tactical back and forth, yet neither could breach the stalemate. When the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the first half, the score remained 1-1. For Real Madrid, this scoreline was acceptable, as they still held a 2-point advantage even in a draw. This season, Madrid had only dropped points in 4 league matches, 2 draws and 2 losses, 1 draw occurring at Camp Nou against Barcelona, and a loss to Malaga. The other draw and loss could be deemed unfortunate setbacks. In the forthcoming 5 league matches, Real Madrid would face opponents from the lower echelons of the standings, minimizing the likelihood of further dropped points, provided they maintained focus. Indeed, these 3 teams in La Liga would dominate any of the top 5 leagues in terms of points. After 32 rounds, Real Madrid had amassed 86 points, Malaga 84 points, and Barcelona 83 points. Meanwhile, in the Premier League, after 35 rounds, the leading Manchester United had only 78 points, with Manchester City trailing at 76 points. In Serie A, Juventus stood at the forefront with 75 points after 31 rounds. The only team close to the points tally of La Liga's top 3 was Bayern Munich, who, after 30 rounds in the Bundesliga, had secured 79 points, showcasing an efficiency in scoring comparable to that of Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Malaga. This further attested to Malaga's capabilities. Their contention for the championship was not merely a result of the larger teams faltering. This level of points, in any season, would typically suffice to clinch the championship. Thus, the current La Liga season had garnered significant attention, with an exhilarating race for the title elevating its prominence. During halftime, Pellegrini implemented tactical adjustments. A draw was unfavorable for Malaga, especially on their home turf, necessitating an offensive approach. As the second half commenced, Malaga found themselves with little room for retreat. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Mourinho was also imparting a crucial message to his players. I am aware that many are currently suggesting that a draw would be advantageous for us, that we could accept a stalemate. However, I must convey this to you. I do not accept a draw. His voice resonated throughout the away team's dressing room. The players of Real Madrid raised their heads to look at their coach. To strive for a draw is not the mindset of a champion. And do you dare to guarantee that Yelo will not score? Mourinho fixed his gaze upon his players. As it turned out, Mourinho's motivation proved effective. Within 3 minutes of the second half commencing, Real Madrid was awarded a penalty. Cristiano Ronaldo, after receiving the ball in the penalty area, collided with de Michelis and fell to the ground, prompting the referee's whistle and a pointed finger towards the penalty spot. A penalty. Many commentators were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. A penalty. Real Madrid had been granted the opportunity. Ronaldo's fall appeared somewhat exaggerated. However, poor de Michelis seemed to have merely rested his hand upon Ronaldo's shoulder. The television replay showcased the sequence of events. Ronaldo, upon receiving a pass from the back line, skillfully maneuvered towards the baseline. Meanwhile, de Michelis had extended his arms to defend, and Ronaldo collapsed against de Michelis's arm, subsequently raising his arms and shouting before tumbling to the ground within the penalty area. Was there contact? Yes, there was. But was it so dramatic? Certainly not. Nevertheless, the penalty had already been awarded. Discussing it further seemed futile. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was vehemently protesting to the fourth official, diving. This is a blatant simulation. How could this possibly be a penalty? The fourth official gestured for Pellegrini to calm down. Yet, it was de Michelis who was more agitated, shouting at Ronaldo, who remained seated in the penalty area. Fraud. You are a fraud. This outburst earned him a yellow card. The players of Malaga were equally incensed. Diving. This is a dive. Yelo shouted at the referee, mimicking a diving motion with his hands. However, the referee remained unmoved, firmly believing it to be a penalty. After a brief entanglement among the players, the referee's decision stood unaltered. A minute later, Ronaldo stood at the penalty spot. The only obstacle now was Caballero. At that moment, the eyes of nearly the entire world were fixed upon the Malaga penalty area. It was a face-off between the forward and the goalkeeper. The camera focused on Ronaldo. It's up to me. Look at that resolute gaze. Surely he will score. There were indeed many fans of Ronaldo and Real Madrid in the Dragon Country. Not everyone supported Yelo. However, for the majority of fans at this juncture, there was little thought for anything else. Under the watchful gaze of all, both inside and outside the television screen, a wave of anticipation enveloped the atmosphere. In this silence, the referee's whistle sounded exceptionally clear. The camera captured Ronaldo taking a deep breath. Then he began his run-up. Thud. Caballero leapt into the air, accurately predicting the direction, even managing to graze the ball with his fingertips. However, he was unable to prevent the goal. The penalty is converted. Cristiano Ronaldo scores his second, propelling Real Madrid into the lead. Ronaldo's penalty is remarkably steady. Now, Malaga finds themselves in dire straits, having fallen behind despite initially taking the lead. On the pitch, the players of Real Madrid are celebrating. On the sidelines, Mourinho clenches his fist and rushes to the edge of the field, his face alight with exhilaration and confidence. The Malaga fans in the Rose Garden Stadium cover their heads with their hands, bewildered as they watch the game unfold. This has also allowed the away fans from Madrid to fill the stadium with their jubilant cheers. Just as the second half commenced, Real Madrid turned the tide, and Malaga is in serious trouble. In the commentary box, the Madrid announcer is ecstatic. Joel. Cristiano Ronaldo. 1-2. Real Madrid takes the lead. Victory belongs to Madrid. The championship belongs to Madrid. As the players and their supporters celebrate, Yelo, wearing a grim expression, retrieves the ball from the net. He shakes his fist and exclaims, "Brothers, we've been robbed of a goal, but I will not allow anyone to steal our victory." He speaks loudly, unbothered by the nearby presence of Real Madrid players. Many of the Real Madrid players glance towards Yelo. Yelo glares back, and for reasons unknown. The Madrid players avert their gaze. The Malaga players, initially disheartened, suddenly find renewed confidence upon seeing Yelo's demeanor. Yelo has ignited their spirit. They are destined to triumph. Although they are trailing, the Malaga players now exude an inexplicable surge of confidence. Once the match resumes, as anticipated, under Yelo's leadership, Malaga's offensive thrusts intensify. Yelo. A long-range shot. Oh, Casillas makes a spectacular save. A series of dribbles and shots within the box. Just a bit off target. Yelo. So close. Joaquin crosses, Yelo heads it. The crossbar. The crossbar. It denies Yelo's goal. Inspired by Yelo, Malaga's assault is relentless, sending shivers down the spines of many Real Madrid supporters. However, Mourinho remains calm, contemplating the ebb and flow of the game. As Malaga presses forward, space will inevitably open up in their defense. Real Madrid only needs to seize one counterattack opportunity to clinch the match. He does not believe Malaga's offensive can sustain for an entire half. The moment their pressure wanes, it will be Real Madrid's turn to strike. Just as Mourinho contemplates this, Yelo receives the ball at the edge of the penalty area and unleashes a long-range shot, which is deflected by a defender out to Bonatna. Simultaneously, Yelo makes a sudden dash into the box. But just as he approaches the penalty spot, he abruptly turns back. Bonatna had intended to deliver a cross. However, he noticed Yelo's fingers subtly directing towards the vicinity of the penalty area, and his eyes sparkled with realization. At that moment, Yelo's forward run had drawn all of Real Madrid's defensive strength into the box. A vast expanse of space lay just outside the penalty arc. Consequently, he struck the ball forcefully towards that area. As he passed the ball, Yelo also turned and sprinted back. He received the ball just outside the penalty area. Naturally, he had numerous options at his disposal. This was a half-high ball. He could attempt a direct turn and volley, but the difficulty was considerable, and the chances of scoring were rather slim. Alternatively, he could lay the ball back for a teammate, allowing Cazorla to take a long-range shot. Yet, Yelo chose not to do so. As a striker whose mission was to score, in a moment when the team desperately needed a goal, he knew he had to take matters into his own hands. He lifted his foot, and the ball seemed to adhere to his foot as it descended. A splendid control. Many commentators marveled at his skill. Varane closed in, not expecting to intercept the ball, for Yelo's ball control was as steadfast as that of an emperor. Varane could only shadow him closely, preventing Yelo from easily turning, while simultaneously creating opportunities for other players to come in for support. Yelo spread his arms wide to maintain balance, while Varane continued to exert pressure from behind. What a tenacious center-back he was. Real Madrid's primary center-back duo consisted of Pepe and Ramos, but with Pepe resting, Varane, equally formidable, had stepped in. As Yelo leaned back, Varane refrained from a direct confrontation, slightly retreating to deny Yelo the chance to leverage his strength. This young French center-back was quite skilled. Yelo regained his balance. But during his backward motion, he nudged the ball slightly to his right. An idea sparked in his mind. Varane remained fixated on Yelo's movements, eager to close in once more. Previously, he had hesitated to engage Yelo in a physical contest, aware that his own physicality could not match Yelo's. In their last encounter, Varane had watched from the bench as his team's strongest competitor, Ramos, was effortlessly knocked aside by Yelo. At that moment, Yelo continued to pull the ball inward, prompting Varane to swiftly extend his hand while lowering his center of gravity, sensing an opportunity to intercept. Just then, Yelo suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot and swiftly turned, sweeping the ball toward the goal with his right foot. His speed was astonishing. Varane hurriedly extended his foot to block, but the moment he did, he unwittingly widened the gap beneath him, allowing the ball to slip through. The ball skimmed along the grass, racing toward the goal. Yelo, a shot. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Casillas sprang into action like a coiled spring. The velocity of Yelo's shot was not particularly high. Indeed, it paled in comparison to some of his explosive long-range efforts. However, the angle was exceptionally acute. Most importantly, the ball was struck from a short distance to the goal, and as it passed beneath Varane, Casillas had little time and space to react when he finally spotted the ball. As Casillas landed, he could only fiercely pat the grass, for the football had already found its way into the net behind him while he was still in midair. Wow. In the commentary booth, nearly every commentator erupted. frantically shouting into their headsets. Simultaneously, the fervor of the goal ignited the entire Rose Garden Stadium. Cheers, roars, and various sounds intertwined within the arena, reaching a crescendo as the football was swept into the net. Malaga had equalized. Andres exclaimed, "Yelo! It's Yelo again." A turning shot from outside the penalty area. Varane made a significant defensive blunder as he hesitated to engage Yelo physically. Had he heeded Andres' words, he would surely have felt disheartened, for had he confronted Yelo, the outcome might have been far worse. The distance between Varane and Yelo was not great. Yelo turned and shot with such swiftness that it caught Varane completely off guard. Malaga had leveled the score, 2-2. Yelo scored his second. Following a penalty decision, Yelo responded immediately, a splendid goal, an exhilarating match. The commentator from Dragon Country, Duan Xian, finally had an outlet for his excitement. "Yelo, the ball's in. The ball's in. That's his second goal." Malaga has once again equalized. They glimpsed the light of victory. An unexpected turning shot. Remarkable, no matter the method. He always finds a way to send the ball into the opponent's net. Dragon Country fans in front of their televisions leaped up, raising their arms in celebration. What a goal! The fans in the stands of Malaga also raised their arms in jubilation, finally coming to terms with the reality. The opposing Real Madrid is formidable, but we have Yelo. Long live. The cheers reverberated throughout the stadium. After scoring, Yelo rose from the ground, clenched his fists, and gestured towards the stands in celebration before sprinting back. "We must continue to score. A draw is unacceptable for Malaga." On the sidelines, Mourinho could not help but mutter in frustration upon witnessing the recent goal conceded. One can only imagine the disdain he would express if Varane were standing before him. However, for Mourinho, the pressing issue was whether to attack or defend. Yet, before he could ponder this further, Malaga made the choice for them. Yelo's goal and subsequent celebration galvanized the Malaga players, seemingly erasing any fatigue. "We must score again." Fueled by this conviction, the home team of Malaga immediately launched a fierce offensive. After Real Madrid kicked off and barely completed a few passes, they were forced into a desperate clearance by Malaga's relentless pressing. The ball was quickly controlled by Malaga's defenders and passed directly to Yelo's feet. After receiving the ball on the flank, Yelo made an incisive cut and unleashed a powerful strike. The football was deflected by Casillas before crossing the goal line. A corner kick. Cazorla took the corner. Inside the penalty area, Yelo headed the ball back, and Demichelis's header narrowly missed the target. In a brief span, Malaga's offensive surge resembled a tsunami crashing towards Real Madrid's defense. After observing for 2 or 3 minutes from the sidelines, Mourinho was no longer troubled. Regardless of the situation, he decided to fortify the defense first. He instructed Las Diera to warm up. Real Madrid was preparing to defend. Witnessing this scene, the commentators remarked that the substitution of a defensive midfielder was self-evident. Real Madrid aimed to preserve this draw. Las Diera quickly positioned himself on the sidelines. As Mourinho was briefing him on defensive tactics, a sudden wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. Both Mourinho and Las instinctively turned to the field. It was revealed that Yelo had retreated to the midfield, maneuvered past Sahin, and was now sprinting forward with the ball. Before Alonso and Khedira could close in, he accelerated sharply, slipping between the two. As his pace reached its zenith, Yelo began to adjust his footing. Mourinho tensed, gritting his teeth as he watched the unfolding drama on the pitch. While in motion, Yelo lifted his right foot, his body resembling a tautly drawn bow. Bang! His right foot struck the lower part of the ball forcefully. The football soared into the air. In a mere blink of an eye, Yelo shot. Amidst gasps and cheers, Casillas felt his scalp tingle. From his perspective, it appeared as though a point in the void suddenly magnified before his eyes. Instinctively, he dove to one side, but his gloves merely grasped at the wind, with a crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoing in his ears. Casillas stiffly turned his head to see the ball spinning within the goal. Had it truly been less than 2 minutes since the last goal? Casillas despondently collapsed onto the grass. Many Real Madrid players clasped their heads in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Those 2 minutes had become a nightmarish ordeal for Real Madrid. They had squandered the opportunity to take the lead, only to be overtaken themselves. Mourinho furiously slammed his notebook onto the ground, startling Las Diera beside him. He wanted to inquire if he would still be needed to substitute in, but at that moment, it was evident that the head coach was on the brink of explosion. Yelo, 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 a hat trick. Oh, he did it. Just 2 minutes after Real Madrid had taken the lead, he scored 2 consecutive goals, propelling Malaga ahead once more. This marked his 42nd goal in the league. Oh my God, he has equaled his goal tally from the previous season. He still has several matches left to further enhance his scoring record. 42 goals. In a mere 2 minutes, Yelo utterly dismantled Real Madrid. What more can be said? Let us cheer for this magnificent forward from the Dragon Nation. The commentary booth erupted in frenzy. Even the commentators from Madrid were left aghast, hands clasped atop their heads, faces etched with disbelief, mirroring the stunned expressions of the Real Madrid supporters in the stands. Just 2 minutes prior, they were dreaming of La Liga glory. 2 minutes later, they found themselves trailing behind. Yet for the fans of Malaga, this was a moment of sheer ecstasy. Yelo swiftly assuaged their worries by netting 2 goals and turning the tide. Nearly all the Malaga supporters leapt from their seats, arms raised high, bowing in reverence. In Madrid, many Real fans stared in shock at their screens, some at a loss for words, others with hands clasped over their heads. While a few female supporters had already begun to weep, there was still ample time remaining in the match, with the second half yet to commence. Real Madrid had time to rally. However, at this juncture, Yelo's performance left the Madrid fans reluctant to harbor any hopes. He appeared as though a divine being had descended, rendering it difficult for the Real supporters to envision any further progression in the match. Pellegrini, upon witnessing that goal, clasped his head in disbelief, eyes wide in astonishment. 2 goals in 2 minutes. He had anticipated that the contentious penalty awarded at the start of the second half would serve as a turning point in the match. Little did he realize that this penalty would indeed signify a turning point, albeit not in favor of Real Madrid. Instead, it incited Yelo, elevating his ferocity to unprecedented heights. If given the choice, Real Madrid might have questioned the wisdom of the penalty altogether. The camera captured Cristiano Ronaldo, hands on hips, shaking his head slightly. I have done my utmost, yet I cannot carry the team. 2 goals to his name. What more could be said? Real Madrid suffered defeat. But I did not. In this moment, many of Ronaldo's admirers voiced similar sentiments. It remains unclear when the culture of fandom infiltrated the realm of sports, transforming many aspects into something unrecognizable, blurring the lines of right and wrong. Mourinho, indifferent to whether Ronaldo emerged victorious or not, focused solely on the fact that Real Madrid was trailing. Thus, he decisively scrapped the plan to field Last Era, opting instead to bring on Di Maria and the wily Callahan. At this point, Real Madrid required an offensive surge. However, the players, shaken by Yelo's rapid succession of goals, could not muster a sufficiently potent counterattack. When, in the 78th minute, Yelo delivered a cross within the penalty area to the advancing Cazorla, who calmly slotted the ball into an empty net, the match reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed at home, defeating Real Madrid 4-2 and overtaking them in the standings. Currently, Malaga has secured 87 points, surpassing Real Madrid by a single point. Meanwhile, Barcelona also triumphed in this round of matches, leveling their points with Real Madrid, but due to inferior head-to-head results, they find themselves in 3rd place. Malaga stands at 87 points, while both Real Madrid and Barcelona are at 86. With only 5 rounds remaining in La Liga, the race for the championship remains shrouded in suspense. The match has concluded. With merely 5 rounds left in the league, Malaga has overtaken Real Madrid, reclaiming the top position in the standings. They are advancing towards the championship. Can they create a miracle? Could Malaga historically clinch their first La Liga trophy? I believe that anyone who witnessed this match would harbor no doubts. Malaga is on the brink of glory. This is no jest. It is a reality in motion. Duan Xian exclaimed in excitement. He had often been taunted by Barcelona fans as a yellow dog, though he himself is a supporter of Real Madrid. Yet, at this moment, it is impossible to perceive his allegiance to Real Madrid. Amidst the shouts of the commentators, the players of Malaga embraced and encouraged one another on the field. The league is not over yet. The final 5 rounds await. Each match is akin to a final. Meanwhile, the players of Real Madrid can only hastily depart the pitch. For Real Madrid, losing is undoubtedly disheartening. They have failed to secure the championship in advance. However, it is important to note that Malaga only leads Real Madrid by a solitary point. Losing to Malaga is not the end of the world, as there remains a glimmer of hope. In the 37th round of the league, Malaga's opponent will be Barcelona. The direct confrontation between Malaga and Barcelona presents Real Madrid with an opportunity. Who would have thought that Real Madrid could also find themselves rooting for a Barcelona victory? Chapter conclusion. Chapter 169. The pressure mounts for Barcelona. In the mixed zone, at the press conference, Yelo netted his 42nd league goal. Since Messi only scored twice in this round, Yelo now leads by a solitary goal. Yet, this is not the focal point of public interest. The rivalry between the two strikers has reached a fever pitch. What captivates attention is Yelo's personal form. He has equaled his goal tally from the previous season. Yet, Yelo is not entirely satisfied. It took me 33 rounds to match last season's tally. I don't find this particularly commendable, he remarked, spreading his hands and pouting. This expression elicited discomfort among many Madrid-based journalists. You've scored 42 goals and even managed a hat-trick against Real Madrid, yet you remain unsatisfied? They pondered. Isn't it evident? Last season, I only played 26 matches. Any astute mathematician can deduce that my scoring rate has declined, Yelo responded. The journalists listened, nodding in contemplation, as a sense of understanding began to dawn upon them. This season, Malaga is set to compete in the Champions League. Throughout the league, they have frequently implemented significant rotations, making it challenging to exert full effort in domestic matches. Is it not entirely reasonable that Yelo's goal-scoring rate in the league has slightly diminished? Moreover, this season the team has acquired several additional attacking options. Players such as Van Nistelrooy, Isco, and Cazorla have all contributed goals. Van Nistelrooy has netted 7 in the league, Isco has scored 8. And Cazorla has tallied 6 along with 14 assists, many of which were facilitated by Yelo. Therefore, in the league, Yelo's goal-scoring burden is not particularly heavy, as the team's roster has improved. Consequently, most of his focus has been directed towards the Champions League, where he has amassed an astonishing 23 goals, an achievement unparalleled in history. Unless there is a fundamental alteration in football regulations, which should not be deemed impossible, as evidenced by the Chinese Football Association's previous initiative to count headed goals as double to enhance the national team's aerial prowess, the likelihood of surpassing such a record is exceedingly high. Furthermore, Yelo still has 2 Champions League matches to play. At the post-match press conference, Pellegrini could hardly contain his delight. Defeating Real Madrid and reclaiming the top position is an immense source of motivation for Malaga. We still have at least 6 matches remaining, and of course, I would prefer 7. We must give our all in these 7 encounters. As for Isco's injury, I am currently unaware, but I hope he can recover in time. At this juncture, we need the strength of every player. Yelo? Haha. I can only say we are incredibly fortunate. I am fortunate to have such a player. Pellegrini laughed heartily. What? You mentioned the Ballon d'Or? I believe it is not far from him. Pellegrini did not elaborate further. After he departed, it was supposed to be the turn of Real Madrid's head coach, Mourinho, to address the press. However, the reporters, left waiting, were met only by his assistant, Faria. Instantly, discontent arose among the journalists. Where is Jose? We need Jose. They clamored, frustrated as they had a multitude of questions prepared for Mourinho. Yet Mourinho had no desire to subject himself to humiliation at that moment. His relationship with the media has never been amicable, be it in England, Italy, or now Spain. From the outset, there has been a faction in Madrid opposed to Mourinho. They have been displeased with his stylistic changes to Real Madrid. These dissenters have merely been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity. In fact, the conflicts between Mourinho and the media are hardly newsworthy. Following his loss in this crucial match, he opted to forego the press conference altogether, leaving only his assistant Faria to face the protesting journalists. Although the reporters were unable to extract sensational insights from Mourinho, the events of the match alone provided ample material for media coverage. The penalty awarded to Real Madrid and Malaga's swift turnaround. Yelo's remarkable tally of 42 league goals is undoubtedly a subject ripe for sensationalism, particularly as he has equaled his own record for the most goals in a single La Liga season from the previous year. Indeed, he is poised to shatter records once again, proving himself to be a veritable record-breaking machine across Spain, England, Germany, Italy, and throughout Europe. The media, in a chorus of astonishment, exclaims at Yelo's extraordinary performances. If last season marked his emergence onto the grand stage, this season he has firmly established himself as a superstar, achieving these feats with undeniable prowess. With everyone acutely aware that Yelo is the unequivocal linchpin and most crucial scorer for Malaga, his goals remain an unstoppable force. Even legendary figures in football have emerged from the shadows to voice their opinions. And there is a remarkable consensus. Yelo is undeniably one of the best players in the world today. While there may be some debate regarding the inclusion of one of, it is clear that Yelo has ascended to this elite echelon. Recognized as one of the finest active players in the sport and a formidable contender for the Ballon d'Or. Some assert that should Yelo lead Malaga to a La Liga championship, even if he were to forfeit the Champions League, the Ballon d'Or would rightfully be his, a testament to his individual prowess. After all, the Ballon d'Or is a personal accolade, placing greater emphasis on individual performance rather than collective achievement, although the latter is certainly a prerequisite. It is unlikely that a player who has not secured any championships in a season would win the award and be accepted by the public. Yelo remarked on Yelo's extraordinary talent, noting that at under 20 years of age, few players exhibit such stability at such a young age, rivaling the peak performances of many world-class forwards. Roberto Baggio expressed astonishment at the records Yelo has set, stating that had he faced Yelo in his prime, he would have preferred to retire on the spot. Paolo Maldini admitted that Yelo is invincible this season, hoping for even greater achievements ahead. Ferguson praised him as an outstanding talent, hinting at undisclosed thoughts regarding Yelo's future, knowing full well he belongs to Malaga. Wenger, when asked if he would welcome Yelo to Arsenal, acknowledged the financial constraints despite the club's capability to pay the exorbitant release clause, emphasizing that player acquisition involves more than just transfer fees. Maradona exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why such a talent is not Argentine. Ronaldo confessed his admiration for Yelo, stating he is a fan and hopes to receive a signed jersey from him in the future, praising his electrifying style of play. When Ronaldo uttered these words, he must have been contemplating the notion that, if only he possessed the physical prowess and resilience of Yelo, he might have endured fewer injuries and continued to grace the pinnacle of competitive football. Indeed, he could still be dazzling on the grand stage. In any case, following this match, Malaga reclaimed the top position, taking a significant stride towards the championship, inching ever closer to that once miraculous threshold. However, to assert that Malaga's triumph is assured would undoubtedly provoke dissent from the Catalans. It is essential to recognize that Malaga's next two crucial encounters are against none other than Barcelona. First up is the UEFA Champions League semi-final between Malaga and Barcelona. While media outlets elsewhere marvel at Malaga's performance against Real Madrid, the scoreline of their first leg is rather delicate. Although Malaga emerged victorious, the score was a mere 2-1, winning by just one goal while conceding, thus granting Barcelona an away goal. Naturally, this match imposes considerable pressure on Barcelona as well, in their last three encounters. Since Yelo joined Malaga, the results have favored Malaga with 2 victories and 1 draw, leaving Barcelona without a win. Notably, 2 of these matches took place at the Camp Nou. In response, Barcelona's media mouthpieces have commenced a full mobilization, rallying the fans to come out in support of their team at the Camp Nou. As one of the largest stadiums in the world, it can accommodate nearly 100,000 supporters. To incite the Barcelona fans fully, the language employed by outlets such as Mundo Deportivo and Diario Sport has been rather intimidating, proclaiming the need to transform the Camp Nou into a hellish battleground and to fight until the end. Essentially, they evoke the spirit of a pre-war rally. This is Barcelona's final. They declare, "We must approach this match with the same intensity as a final. The players must give their all on the pitch, and likewise, our fans cannot simply stand on the sidelines like gentlemen. We must instill terror and fear in the Malaga players, making them quail at the very mention of the Camp Nou." As these articles from Catalonia made their way back to the Dragon Kingdom, many local media outlets reflected on the unprecedented seriousness with which Barcelona is treating this opponent. It seems, even in the Spanish El Clasico, Real Madrid seldom receives such fervent attention. It must be said that Malaga's home victory over Real Madrid, achieving a double over the Royal Club this season, has certainly placed significant pressure on Barcelona. End of chapter 170. Just one goal. Malaga arrived in Barcelona 3 days prior to the match, receiving warm hospitality from their archrivals, Espanyol. To be candid, the relationship between Espanyol and Malaga is not particularly cordial, but as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. It is safe to say that the entities most disinclined to see Barcelona advance to the finals, apart from the involved party of Malaga, are undoubtedly Real Madrid and Espanyol, given their fierce rivalry. The UEFA Champions League match between Malaga and Barcelona is scheduled for April 25th, while Bayern Munich will host Real Madrid the following day, April 26th. Thus, any pre-match scheduling concerns from Real Madrid appear to be mere complaints of unfairness. Following their match against Real Madrid, Malaga will have only 3 days of rest. 1 day less than both Real Madrid and Barcelona. Prior to the match, various media outlets suggested that this could be the root cause of Malaga's potential elimination. In stark contrast to Malaga's grueling back-to-back battles, Barcelona faces a much less formidable opponent in the 33rd round of the league, an already disheartened Racing Santander. Consequently, they opted for significant rotation in their squad, ensuring that all players will be in peak physical condition for the second leg of the semifinals. While Barcelona enjoys the advantage of home ground and ample recuperation, Malaga is burdened with a series of intense matches, leaving little room for rotation. In preview discussions, media from various nations believe that the well-rested Barcelona, playing at home, has a greater chance of advancing. Nonetheless, this matchup also serves as a valuable test for Malaga. Having already triumphed over Real Madrid in the first leg, should they manage to eliminate Barcelona and reach the Champions League final, it would be a monumental boost to their morale, significantly benefiting their league campaign. After all, Malaga has another critical encounter against Barcelona in the 37th round, a match that could ultimately determine the championship title. However, both teams have yet to focus their energies on that particular clash. For Pellegrini, surrendering in the Champions League semifinals is not an option. He must field his strongest lineup in hopes of overcoming their adversary. Yet, it is indeed a perplexing challenge for any coach to devise a strategy to defeat Barcelona. During their initial encounter, Malaga found themselves in a precarious position. Had it not been for a foul by Mascherano leading to a red card due to a breakthrough by Jefferson, the outcome of that match remains uncertain. Currently, the information regarding the opponent is a mix of truth and speculation. It is confirmed that Mascherano will be unavailable. Additionally, Catalan media has reported that Xavi sustained an injury during training and may miss the upcoming match. Another player, Puyol, was substituted midway through the league match, limping off the field, raising questions about whether this is a smokescreen from Barcelona. As for Malaga, Isco will certainly be absent, requiring at least 2 weeks of rest. Fortunately, the status of other players appears stable, thus presenting Pellegrini with a challenging yet hopeful scenario. He undoubtedly hopes that both Xavi and Puyol will be unable to take the field in this match. Although Barcelona has Fabregas to substitute for Xavi in midfield, and Fontes and Abidal available to fill in at center-back, it is evident that Fabregas cannot fully replicate Xavi's influence. Moreover, Fontes and Abidal are not on par with Puyol and Mascherano in the central defense position. Thus, if Xavi and Puyol are indeed sidelined due to injury, it would be fortuitous news for Malaga. However, Pellegrini cannot dismiss the possibility that this could merely be a smokescreen orchestrated by Barcelona. Consequently, he must prepare for the likelihood that Barcelona will field their full-strength squad. In light of Isco's injury, Pellegrini has resolved to adopt a strategy of solid defense and counterattack at Camp Nou. After all, the aggregate score stands at 2-1, with Barcelona trailing, and it is they who should feel the urgency. Leaving only Jairo at the forefront while fortifying the defense, the plan is to utilize Jairo whenever possession is secured. This will allow for the full exploitation of Jairo's individual prowess, regardless of whether it is an aerial ball or a ground pass. Jairo serves as a reliable focal point for both possession and attack. He can function as a bastion, a battering ram, or even a razor-sharp blade. Thus, as long as they do not concede in the first half, Malaga's chances of advancing to the final will significantly increase. In preparation for this match, Malaga has focused their training on defense, primarily rehearsing counterattacking maneuvers. Consequently, Van Nistelrooy and Baptista have taken their places on the bench, with the counterattack relying on Jairo and the advancing Joaquin and Cazorla. On the afternoon of April 25th, the entire Malaga team boarded the bus en route to Camp Nou. At this moment, the atmosphere of the Champions League semi-final was palpable. Flags of the Champions League and the competing teams adorned the lampposts lining the road. Along the way, throngs of Barcelona supporters clad in red and blue jerseys converged, creating a formidable wave of fans, many of whom belong to organized supporter groups. These groups are essential in cultivating the stadium's atmosphere, as they sang in unison while making their way to the venue. Observing this crowd, a player on the bus remarked, "It seems the entirety of Barcelona is now our adversary." Jairo responded, "Our opponents are merely the Barcelona players on the pitch. They can only create some noise at most." I hardly believe they can rush down from the stands to assist Barcelona players in scoring. The players erupted in laughter, momentarily alleviating the tension. However, when the players finally arrived at Camp Nou, they quickly realized that this was no mere noise. The deafening roar generated by over 90,000 fans reverberated throughout the stadium, shaking the very core of many players. This pressure is not something that an ordinary individual could endure. Yet, for the Malaga players, the allure of advancing to the Champions League final is simply too immense to resist. Indeed, we may be a modest team, yet we harbor grand aspirations. Who decrees that the prestigious Champions League title is solely the domain of elite clubs? The nobility and commoners alike have their own potential. Barcelona is undoubtedly poised to launch a vigorous offensive at home. Meanwhile, Malaga's counterattacks are, in fact, anticipated by Guardiola. He would not dare to presume that Malaga would engage in an open contest against Barcelona in this arena, for their defense is rather vulnerable. They have adopted a 4-5-1 formation, and upon seeing the starting lineup, Guardiola grasped Malaga's strategy for this encounter. As the season has unfolded, there are no secrets left for either side. Pellegrini was already aware prior to the match that Xavi and Puyol were in the starting lineup, revealing that their supposed injuries were merely a ruse. Once the match commenced, Barcelona did not press too aggressively, cognizant of the formidable individual prowess of Yelo. Should he seize an opportunity to score, it would spell trouble for Barcelona. Thus, in the first half, Barcelona was not in a hurry, as they only needed a single goal to advance on away goals. Both teams were wary, each measuring the other's patience. Malaga remained composed, resisting the temptation to be lured in by Barcelona's backpassing. The contest was fundamentally a test of patience. If the dynamics of the match remained unchanged, it would ultimately be Barcelona that felt the pressure. This scenario was precisely what Pellegrini desired, as a tranquil atmosphere would alleviate defensive strain and diminish the likelihood of conceding a goal. A scoreless first half would be advantageous for Malaga. Therefore, both teams tacitly refrained from aggressive pursuits, resulting in a lackluster half that left many fans feeling drowsy. The significance of the match, determining who would reach the Champions League final, led both sides to adopt a cautious approach, understandably reluctant to reveal their strategies. However, this proved somewhat unfriendly to the devoted fans in the East, who had risen in the middle of the night to watch. Admittedly, the match was somewhat soporific, as remarked by Duan Xian when the halftime whistle sounded. In the media section, several journalists even stifled yawns. It was exceedingly dull. Barcelona should not have squandered the first half, especially as they were at a disadvantage. In truth, Guardiola sensed that Malaga had come with a strategy of simply running down the clock against Barcelona. With only 45 minutes remaining, the second half left little room for retreat for Barcelona. They must adopt an offensive approach. Pellegrini understood this as well, thus emphasizing to his players during halftime the necessity of being vigilant against Barcelona's impending surge in the second half. With only 45 minutes remaining, the young lads displayed an impressive performance in the first half, having not conceded any goals, thus maintaining control of the match. However, the second half promised to be far more challenging, as it was certain that the opposition would intensify their offensive efforts, placing significantly greater pressure on our defense. Pellegrini's expression was grave, mirroring the seriousness etched on the faces of the Malaga players, all of whom understood the gravity of the situation. Before returning to the pitch, the captain, Yelo, stood up and declared, "Brothers, Barcelona believes that a single goal is sufficient to seal our fate. But let us not forget, we too need only one goal to cast them into despair. Remember, just one goal is all it takes." Yelo's words reignited the confidence of the Malaga players. Indeed, just one goal, whether it be Barcelona or Malaga. Chapter 171, all for the Champions League final as the second half commenced. It was evident to all that Barcelona had accelerated their passing rhythm, pushing their formation forward. An offensive barrage from Barcelona was imminent. The commentator from Catalonia was invigorated, convinced that no team could withstand Barcelona's onslaught. The home fans were equally exhilarated, with the roars from the stands of Camp Nou echoing into the heavens, creating a tumultuous wave of sound that crashed upon the chests of all players. The collective roar of nearly 100,000 souls was inescapable. Amidst this fervent cacophony, Barcelona unleashed wave after wave of attacks on Malaga's penalty area. The ferocity of Barcelona's offensive left Malaga's supporters in a state of anxious concern. "Messi shoots!" exclaimed Duan Xian. Although Caballero ultimately managed to gather the ball, The intensity of Barcelona's assault left Duan Xian profoundly unsettled. Malaga could not afford to remain passive. They needed to launch counterattacks, or else enduring the next 45 minutes would prove exceedingly difficult. This was a truth well understood by Malaga. However, they needed to await the opportune moment. Yelo retreated deeply into his position, serving as the sole point for counterattacks. Even so, Barcelona regarded him with utmost seriousness. Busquets kept a vigilant eye on Yelo, while Barcelona's two fullbacks alternated their positions to assist in defense, a tactical innovation by Guardiola. Typically, the strategy against a retreating forward involves advancing the center-backs. Yet Guardiola opted for his fullbacks to rotate inward. This was to maintain adequate coverage in the center-back positions while leveraging the speed and recovery abilities of the fullbacks. In essence, Barcelona's approach in this match bore resemblance to the Italian-style 3-5-2 defensive tactic. The role of fullbacks in modern football tactics has become increasingly pivotal. In the classical era, the 3223 formation, famously known as the MW positioning, reigned supreme. 3 defenders and 2 defensive midfielders were tasked with safeguarding the goal, while 2 attacking midfielders and 3 forwards focused on offensive maneuvers. The delineation of roles was clear, with defenders and forwards operating in their respective domains. However, as time progressed, such rigid strategies became increasingly obsolete. Consequently, a plethora of innovative tactics and player positioning emerged. Among the most enduring is the 4-4-2 formation, still embraced by numerous English teams, comprising 4 defenders, 4 midfielders, and 2 strikers. This arrangement effectively exploits the width of the pitch, allowing for advances down the flanks and facilitating crossing strategies, with the 2 center forwards ensuring a potent central offensive presence. Conversely, in pursuit of ball control, the Spanish game has gravitated towards the 4-3-3 formation, while in Italy, where defensive prowess is paramount, many coaches have begun to explore the impact of fullbacks on offensive play to amass numerical superiority in attacks. One of the most emblematic strategies is the 3-defender tactic frequently employed by coaches like Lippi. In this Italian 3-5-2 formation, one fullback pushes forward while the other drops back to join the central defenders, creating a triad of center-backs. However, under Guardiola's stewardship, the withdrawn fullback assumes a more advanced position, forming a dual pivot with Busquets. This undoubtedly represents a groundbreaking approach, yielding commendable results, as evidenced by the limited threats posed by the opposing team. Yet, player Yelo remains undeterred, tirelessly seeking opportunities. His mindset mirrors that of the current Malaga squad. The defensive pressure they face is undeniably immense, and Barcelona's offensive onslaught is truly fierce. Nevertheless, after numerous high-stakes encounters, the players have honed their mental fortitude. After all, high-intensity matches serve as the finest crucible for a team and its players. The Malaga contingent firmly believes that they only require a single opportunity to vanquish Barcelona, for their captain Yelo is certain to seize it. As long as Yelo stands at the forefront, as long as he graces the pitch, the Malaga players are resolute in their conviction. Indeed, the power of trust is formidable, even in their current precarious situation, as Barcelona's assaults intensify. As long as they believe in Yelo's capacity to deliver goals, they shall not be overwhelmed. The colossal waves crash down relentlessly. Malaga, akin to a submerged reef, remains steadfast, emerging resiliently from the tumultuous surf. After an aggressive 15 minutes of play from Barcelona, the score remains a stalemate at 0. In that span, Malaga scarcely had the opportunity to dominate possession. Barcelona's relentless pressure did indeed conjure several perilous moments, yet each was deftly neutralized by the resolute Malaga defenders. Every player threw themselves into the fray, using every part of their bodies to thwart Barcelona's every shot. The commentator from Catalonia wore a grave expression. Malaga's defense had become exceedingly dense as the match progressed. With the passage of time, Barcelona's offensive sharpness began to wane. One must not assume that such a rapid pace of attack and defense would not deplete Barcelona's stamina. In truth, the current scenario posed a dual challenge to Barcelona's physical and mental endurance. Numerous Barcelona players began to exhibit signs of anxiety, their tempers growing increasingly frayed. In contrast, Malaga gradually started to seize opportunities for possession, attack, and counterattack. The balance of offense and defense began to subtly tilt. In the 65th minute, Malaga initiated substitutions. Pellegrini replaced Juanito with Van Nistelrooy. Consequently, the midfield duo became Camacho and Tural, while Joaquin and Cazorla occupied the flanks, with Yelo and Van Nistelrooy positioned in tandem. This substitution clearly signaled Malaga's intent to intensify their offensive efforts. Van Nistelrooy's entry significantly alleviated Yelo's pressure, thereby amplifying Malaga's attacking threat. However, Barcelona responded with a targeted strategy, instructing both fullbacks to refrain from advancing to assist in the attack. Yet, this decision inevitably hampered Barcelona's own offensive capabilities. Thus, after Malaga withstood the initial 20 minutes of Barcelona's onslaught in the second half, the match devolved into a tug-of-war. Neither side could capitalize on counterattacking opportunities, as both offenses had to contend with the other's complete defensive structure. This meant that both teams needed to prepare for a battle of attrition in a static formation. The game transitioned from Barcelona's earlier dominance to a fierce struggle in midfield. As the match reached the 80th minute, the score remained a stalemate at 0-0. The atmosphere among Barcelona's supporters in the Camp Nou had notably diminished, with many fans standing in the stands, their faces etched with concern as they anxiously observed the field, lacking the spirit to create any uproar. The mindset of Barcelona's fans, in fact, mirrored the predicament faced by their team. Guardiola could no longer remain composed. He stood at the sidelines, his brow furrowed. Malaga's performance in this match was remarkably composed. They capitalized on their lead, initially wearing down Barcelona's attacking vigor through solid defense, and then introducing offensive players to shift the tide of the game. Now, both sides were engaged in an intense tussle in midfield, with players colliding, committing fouls, and even confronting one another. Each stoppage in play consumed precious match time, and with each passing moment, Barcelona's urgency grew. As time dwindled, the tension escalated for both teams. Guardiola glanced at the match clock, took a deep breath, and gestured forward with his right hand. This signaled Barcelona's all-out attack. Upon receiving Guardiola's cue, Barcelona's players swiftly responded. The most conspicuous alteration lies in the positions of the two fullbacks, Abidal and Alves, who have surged forward beyond the halfway line, effectively transforming their roles into that of wingers. Increasing the number of attackers in the front line is a common tactic employed to disrupt the equilibrium between the two teams. However, this also implies that Barcelona must embrace a certain degree of risk. As the match enters its final 10 minutes, Barcelona finds itself in dire need of a goal. There is no turning back. We require but a solitary goal. The Catalonian commentator, too, is growing anxious. In the 85th minute, Malaga seizes an opportunity for a counterattack. Yet, Barcelona responds swiftly. As Malaga's counter reaches the 30-meter zone in the attacking half, a number of Barcelona's defenders have already retreated to their positions. Both fullbacks have returned, while Busquets and Xavi have also resumed their roles. For Malaga, the ball is with Cazorla, who has Joaquin on the flank, and Van Nistelrooy is also making a diagonal run to stretch the attacking width. At the forefront stands Yelo, entangled with Puyol and Pique. Joaquin maintains his position close to the touchline, while Abidal positions himself to intercept Joaquin's penetrating run into the box. On the opposite flank, Alves faces significant defensive pressure, as Van Nistelrooy pulls towards him and Camacho makes a diagonal run. He cannot attend to both threats simultaneously, so he positions himself between the flank and the channel, ready to react promptly regardless of where the ball lands. As Cazorla lifts his head to survey the field, the opportunity for a counterattack dissipates, reverting to a stalemate. At this juncture, both teams are treading cautiously, particularly Barcelona, who yearn to attack but are wary of defensive lapses. Conceding a goal now would spell disaster for them. Conversely, Malaga also seeks a solitary goal, one that could seal the match. Cazorla cannot afford to linger on the ball. The other Barcelona players are not mere spectators on the pitch. However, the situation confronting Cazorla is far from favorable. Most players are marked, rendering each potential pass mundane, lacking the capacity to penetrate the defense. What, then, is to be done? Cazorla instinctively observes Yelo's positioning. Yelo is not static within the penalty area. Opportunities arise through movement. He pivots and sprints towards Cazorla, raising his hand. Not hesitating at the sight of Yelo's eagerness for the ball, Cazorla delivers it to his feet. Barcelona's players are acutely aware that, in the attacking phase, Malaga's players frequently seek out Yelo's position, given his considerable threat in the final third. Once the ball reaches him, he is capable of creating opportunities. Puyol and Pique, recognizing the danger, immediately advance, converging on Yelo from both sides. It is not only Puyol and Pique who are vigilant. Alves and Busquets have also set their sights on Yelo. They are all aware that Yelo has now scored 23 goals in the Champions League, and he undoubtedly wishes to continue expanding his record. Additionally, Yelo typically prefers to take shots on goal in this area. Everyone knows just how formidable Yelo is. In the previous league match, he recently triumphed over Real Madrid with a hat trick, propelling Malaga to the top of the standings. Although Barcelona is the reigning champion, they have been consistently overshadowed by Malaga and Real Madrid this season. Particularly, Real Madrid managed to defeat Barcelona at home this season, and Mourinho's transformation of the team has proven remarkably successful. For Yelo to achieve a hat trick against such a defense is nothing short of divine intervention. Moreover, Yelo has also excelled against Barcelona, and the painful memories from their previous encounters surely prevent Barcelona's players from underestimating him. As Casilla passed the ball to Yelo, Alves instinctively moved towards the center, forgetting that Van Nistelrooy was nearby, and instead turned to confront Yelo. At that moment, Yelo had already received the ball and was poised to turn. He did not stop the ball, but rather utilized the inside of his foot to pivot, a standard prelude to his shot. He spun and unleashed a strike. Near the edge of the penalty area, no one dared to allow Yelo such a clear opportunity. Thus, upon seeing Yelo preparing to turn, Alves charged forward, as the direction of Yelo's turn was within his zone. Almost everyone assumed Yelo would certainly shoot. The reasons are plentiful. Firstly, Yelo is Malaga's top scorer, possessing the freedom to shoot at will. His attempts constitute the majority of Malaga's total shots on goal, highlighting his strong desire to attack, which is evident from his impressive tally. Secondly, Yelo certainly aims to extend his scoring record, having netted in every Champions League match this season. To date, he has scored in 10 consecutive Champions League matches, a record in itself. Therefore, no one would doubt what choice Yelo would make. He was bound to shoot. As Yelo turned with the ball, he glanced up to find 3 defenders ahead of him, with Busquets and Xavi flanking him. He could not see the goal, or rather, he could not discern a viable route connecting the ball to the net. He could certainly attempt a shot, and with a stroke of luck, might keep the ball within the goal's range. However, this would likely squander a golden opportunity. At that moment, Yelo caught a glimpse of Van Nistelrooy in space. Passing the ball to him would yield a better shooting opportunity than he could create for himself. Although this would risk interrupting his streak of consecutive goals in the Champions League, such a concern did not enter Yelo's mind. For him, reaching the Champions League final far outweighed any personal records. If one were to focus solely on personal records, resulting in unforeseen incidents during this match, it would indeed be akin to grasping at straws while losing sight of the larger picture. In the eyes of the Barcelona players, the moment Yelo lifted his right foot, it signified his intention to shoot. A collective tension gripped the hearts of all. In that fleeting instant, 5 players, Pique, Puyol, Busquets, Xavi, and Alves, reacted defensively. The 2 central defenders immediately positioned themselves to block the trajectory of the shot, while Alves rushed in to minimize Yelo's shooting angle. Simultaneously, Xavi and Busquets opted to collide with Yelo from the side and behind, aiming to disrupt his shot. As Busquets made contact with Yelo's side, he sensed that the shot had not been executed, for the force felt different. A flicker of joy sparked within Busquets. This defensive maneuver had succeeded. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment, "Yelo passes." Almost all believed Yelo would choose to shoot from that position. Yet, contrary to expectation, at the moment Busquets collided with Yelo, Yelo deftly nudged the ball to the right with the outside of his foot. At that precise moment, Van Nistelrooy, who had been keenly observing Barcelona's defensive line, advanced swiftly, careful to remain onside and avoid being caught in an offside trap. His intention was to pounce for a rebound. In that instant, even he believed Yelo was about to shoot, for Yelo was surrounded, and it was a remarkable feat for him to control the ball, let alone assess the situation around him. Van Nistelrooy understood that if Yelo could deliver the ball to his feet, it would present a far better opportunity. Yet he did not dare to hope that Yelo could perceive his movement amidst such rapidity. Thus, his forward thrust was primarily aimed at seizing a potential rebound. This urgency saw him sprinting forward, just as Yelo's deft touch placed the ball perfectly in his path, requiring little adjustment as he accelerated. Offside. In a desperate attempt to defend, Xavi raised his arm, signaling to the referee and linesman that Van Nistelrooy was in an offside position. However, neither the referee nor the linesman made any indication. It was not offside. Yelo and Van Nistelrooy's coordination was impeccable. Andres gasped in disbelief. At the new camp, a chorus of boos erupted, mingled with cries of despair. Many Barcelona fans clasped their heads in disbelief, casting hopeless glances towards the field. Van Nistelrooy had no intention of stopping the ball. He adjusted his steps mid-run to position himself for a comfortable shot. Puyol reacted swiftly, disregarding whether Van Nistelrooy was offside, and turned to charge at him. Yet, Van Nistelrooy denied Puyol any opportunity. After a couple of strides, he unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. As Yelo controlled the ball, Valdez stood centrally in the goal, his full attention fixed on Yelo. He anticipated that if Yelo were to shoot, it was highly probable he would aim for the far corner, as several players were stationed near the near post, making it difficult to penetrate. Thus, should Yelo decide to shoot, the direction towards the far post remained his only viable option. As Yelo lifted his right foot, he instinctively took a step to his right, positioning himself to secure a more advantageous spot for a save. However, at that very moment, Yelo delivered a pass. Valdez was taken aback, hastily rushing forward in an attempt to block the near corner. To his astonishment, as he lunged, Van Nistelrooy's shot veered towards the far corner. Caught in motion, Valdez could not react in such a brief span of time, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past him. The ball struck the side netting, but it did so from within the goal. Van Nistelrooy. The goal is scored. Malaga leads Barcelona 1-0 away from home. This goal has plunged Barcelona into dire straits. Malaga now boasts an aggregate lead of 3-1. Barcelona must score at least 2 goals in the remaining minutes to force the match into extra time. This is a dramatic finish, Duan exclaimed. Although there were still several minutes left in the match, the exhilarated Duan was beyond the realm of rational analysis. The term dramatic finish slipped effortlessly from his lips. Van Nistelrooy gazed at the ball nestled in the net, then glanced towards the sideline. The assistant referee had not raised his flag, and the referee's whistle sounded. Pointing towards the center circle, the goal stands valid. Just as Van Nistelrooy prepared to celebrate, he was knocked to the ground by Yelo. Well done. Yelo made the pass. Indeed, in that position, he chose to assist, and it proved to be the correct decision. At that moment, nearly all of Barcelona's players were caught off guard, failing to anticipate that Malaga's leading scorer would opt to pass instead of taking the shot himself. This unexpected pass shattered the equilibrium on the field. While Barcelona's players focused on Yelo, they neglected the king of the small box, Van Nistelrooy. His shot was decisive. Even at the age of 35, with diminished physical capabilities, he would not squander such an opportunity within the penalty area. A splendid strike to the far corner pierced through Barcelona's defenses. 1-0. Malaga led at Camp Nou. This goal not only neutralized Barcelona's away goal, but also extended the aggregate score to 3-1. For Barcelona to reverse their fortunes, they must score 2 goals in the final minutes to have a chance at extra time. As for advancing directly, they would need divine intervention on their side. Yelo relinquished the chance to enhance his scoring record, potentially forsaking his opportunity to extend his consecutive UEFA Champions League goal streak, opting instead to pass to the better-positioned Van Nistelrooy. Some may find it perplexing. In people's minds, Yelo is a player with a strong desire to shoot. However, in reality, he has amassed numerous assists, completing 15 this season, one more than his teammate Cazorla, placing him second in the La Liga assist rankings, just behind Messi's 16 assists. He is, in fact, not a selfish player, as the Malaga players exuberantly celebrated their goal. The commentators from various nations fervently expressed their prophecies regarding the unfolding match. At that moment, the players of Barcelona exhibited no semblance of composure. Pique struck the ground in frustration, while Puyol vocally rallied his teammates. Xavi and Iniesta, among others, revealed their anxious expressions, urging their fellow players to regain their focus. For Barcelona, the only hope to extend the match into extra time lay in the realm of miracles. In the stands, the Barcelona supporters were left in disbelief, their hands clasped over their heads, some casting hopeful glances towards the stadium's giant screen. The current match time read the 85th minute, and the relentless march of time left Barcelona with alarmingly scant opportunities. The prospect of scoring 2 goals in the final minutes was daunting, a realization shared by the majority of Barcelona's fans. The situation was exceedingly dire. The sole voices resonating throughout the Camp Nou were those of Malaga's jubilant supporters. Upon witnessing the goal, Guardiola fell to his knees, his emotions of frustration and anger vividly displayed. Yet, at this juncture, Guardiola had no time to dwell on anything else. Barcelona needed to mount an offense. He glanced towards the bench, where attacking options like Fabregas and Pedro awaited his command. What was there to hesitate about? They must be deployed. Thus, while Malaga's players reveled in their celebration, Fabregas and Pedro commenced their warm-up. This season, it appeared that Barcelona might leave empty-handed. Though it would be inaccurate to say they achieved nothing, having secured both the UEFA Super Cup and the FIFA Club World Cup. However, in the absence of prestigious trophies such as the league title, the Champions League, or even the Copa del Rey, this season for Barcelona could hardly be deemed a success. Guardiola had already resolved not to extend his contract with Barcelona after the season's end. Perhaps he wished to bring a new Champions League title to the club, yet now, that hope seemed increasingly forlorn. In the league, although Barcelona remained in contention for the title, they were clearly at a disadvantage. As the commentators observed this scene, they reflected somberly on the fact that Guardiola had established a dynasty at Barcelona, yet every dynasty is destined to face its collapse. No one anticipated that the illustrious Barcelona would be ousted by Malaga in the Champions League this season. The likelihood of Barcelona ending the season without any significant titles was a disheartening prospect. Nevertheless, for Barcelona, their squad remained elite. Even with Guardiola's departure, Barcelona would continue to stand as a formidable force in La Liga and across Europe. Yelo's assist had facilitated the critical goal for Malaga, granting them a 1-0 lead over Barcelona. This goal had left Barcelona on the brink of despair. Hail Malaga! Hail Yelo! In the visiting supporters section at the stadium, located in the heart of Malaga, a resounding cheer echoed through every corner. Many Malaga fans were moved to tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Indeed, Malaga was on the verge of advancing to the Champions League final. Who could have imagined such a pinnacle for Malaga? This moment marks the most glorious chapter in the club's history. The fans in the stands sang hymns of praise. In fact, during the final moments of the match, the entire Camp Nou reverberated with their voices. Meanwhile, the commentators shifted their focus away from the match, discussing Malaga's historic progression to the Champions League final, while also reflecting on Yelo's assist. At that moment, had Yelo chosen to shoot, no one would have criticized him. I believe that had he taken the shot, he too might have found the net. However, Van Nistelrooy was in a far superior position, and passing to him presented a greater likelihood of scoring. I must admit, I was quite surprised by Yelo's decision to pass, as every goal he scores further extends his record. While Yelo's streak of consecutive goals in the Champions League may come to an end at 10 matches, it matters not, for he has forged another miracle, leading Malaga to their historic entry into the Champions League final. At that critical juncture, Yelo made the correct choice. The team's victory was paramount. As the commentators spoke, time continued to tick away. In truth, Yelo was also pursuing goals, yet the team required defensive fortitude at this moment. On the sidelines, Pellegrini gestured emphatically, and nearly all Malaga players retreated to their defensive third. Malaga was set to defend resolutely. As long as they did not concede 2 goals in the final minutes, they would secure their place in the Champions League final. Under such circumstances, Pellegrini certainly knew what needed to be done. Nothing was more significant than reaching the Champions League final. Everything had to be prepared for eliminating Barcelona and advancing to the final. With the entire team in defense, even Yelo returned near the edge of the penalty area to contribute to the defense, participating in aerial challenges, leaving him with few opportunities to attack. Nevertheless, if the record comes to a halt, so be it. There will be ample chances in the future. The key is to progress to the final and seize the Champions League title, which is the true objective. As the match reached the 94th minute, the referee glanced at his watch. Many commentators had already risen from their seats. In the stands of Camp Nou, numerous Barcelona fans sat in stunned silence, awaiting the inevitable verdict. With the referee's 3 whistles, the despondent Barcelona supporters finally resigned themselves to reality. All theoretical hopes vanished. In the visiting section, Malaga fans were overcome with emotion. On the substitutes bench, the Malaga reserves rushed onto the pitch, embracing their teammates in jubilant celebration. Isco, unable to play due to injury, climbed over the Camp Nou stands and entered the field, fists raised, joining in the revelry. Regrettably, you were merely 1 goal short of achieving a consecutive scoring streak in 10 Champions League matches, Isco remarked, embracing his dear friend with a countenance of disappointment. It's no big deal, Yelo chuckled, merely a minor record. There will be ample opportunities in the future. The crucial point is that we have reached the final. Isco laughed in agreement. For both Yelo and Isco, This season held immense significance, as they were on the brink of a monumental breakthrough in securing a major championship. In the post-match interviews, reporters inquired about Yelo's assist. "Indeed, I noticed Van Nistelrooy's position, so I made the pass. Is there an issue with that?" Yelo retorted. "But aren't you concerned about interrupting your streak of consecutive goals in the Champions League?" A journalist pressed. "What is there to worry about? Is the Champions League going to cease after this season?" Yelo replied with a smirk. During the press conference following the match, Pellegrini expressed his surprise at Yelo's decision to pass from that position. However, he believed that the team's progression to the finals was of utmost importance. "Ye's choice illustrates his commitment to the team," Pellegrini remarked with a smile. "Reaching the final is a historic achievement for Malaga, but we will not be satisfied with merely participating. Our goal is certainly not to return home with the runner-up title." At this juncture, Malaga's opponent had yet to be determined, as the match between Real Madrid and Bayern Munich was scheduled for the day after Malaga's encounter with Barcelona. Thus, Malaga had advanced to the finals first, while Real Madrid and Bayern were vying for the other Champions League qualification spot. Malaga's historic advancement to the Champions League final became the headline of sports media across Europe and the globe. Malaga is crafting a miracle as the underdog. Truly a one-man effort. Yelo is leading Malaga to create history. Champions League champions, Malaga? Yes, this may soon become a reality. In Europe, the majority of media outlets featured Yelo as the undisputed protagonist in their headlines and photographs. In the recently concluded second leg of the Champions League semi-finals, Malaga triumphed over Barcelona with a 1-0 away victory, advancing with an aggregate score of 3-1 to the Champions League final, thereby etching Malaga's name in Champions League history. They became the fifth club from La Liga to reach the Champions League final. Historically, only Real Madrid and Barcelona have claimed the Champions League title in La Liga, while Atletico Madrid has reached the final twice but finished as runners-up on both occasions. Valencia has also participated in 2 Champions League finals but ended as runners-up. Now, Malaga stands as the fifth club to reach the Champions League final, and if they ultimately seize the title, they will create a new chapter in Spanish football history. The esteemed Spanish media outlet Yelo promptly reported on this momentous occasion. Across the Dragon Kingdom, everyone was enthusiastically discussing Malaga's advancement to the Champions League final. The focal point is not whether Malaga can make history in Spanish football, but rather that a player from the Dragon Kingdom has reached the UEFA Champions League final for the very first time. Although Yelo did not score in the second leg of the semi-finals, it has not diminished the anticipation surrounding his performance in the final. Everyone is eager to witness Yelo's brilliance on that grand stage. Additionally, fans from the Dragon Kingdom are hopeful that Yelo might become the first player from his nation to secure the Champions League title. Historically, prior to Yelo, only Park Ji-sung represented Asian football on the Champions League final stage. In the 2008-2009 season, Park made history as the first Asian player to participate in a Champions League final. He started in that match, and 2 years later, in the 2010-2011 final, he again took to the field as a starter. Unfortunately, on both occasions, he could not lead Manchester United to victory, as they were defeated by the same adversary, Barcelona. Nevertheless, Park's achievements established a significant milestone. He remains the first and, to date, the only Asian player to have won the Champions League. In the 2007-2008 final, amidst the rain-soaked night in Moscow, Manchester United triumphed over Chelsea, securing their third Champions League title, although Park did not make the matchday squad. Still, he received a medal and lifted the trophy with his team. Thus, for the fans and media of the Dragon Kingdom, Yelo must surpass Park's accomplishments by helping his team lift the trophy as a starter, which would truly forge an unparalleled legacy. After all, while Park holds the Champions League title, it carries a certain sense of having been achieved with less contribution. Yelo, while he may not be the first Asian player to hold the trophy, could become the first to play in a final and emerge victorious. These seemingly trivial records are of little concern to Yelo, who does not even track such mundane achievements in the system's accomplishment module. However, the fans and media of the Dragon Kingdom revel in such milestones. In an interview, Yelo remarked, "The Champions League final? That's still far off. The most important thing before us is the league. Although we lead Real Madrid by 1 point, we cannot afford to be complacent with 5 matches remaining, especially with a direct confrontation against Barcelona ahead." Meanwhile, the Spanish media is contemplating another intriguing prospect: whether this season's Champions League final will evolve into a La Liga showdown. If both teams reaching the final hail from La Liga, it would be a remarkable contrast to the disappointing performances of Premier League teams in this season's Champions League. After this season, the possibility of La Liga surpassing the Premier League in UEFA rankings and becoming the foremost league appears significantly promising. On the evening of April 26th, Real Madrid faced Bayern Munich in an away match, a decisive encounter for both teams. However, Mourinho's squad delivered a somewhat disappointing performance in this UEFA Champions League semi-final. They conceded an early goal and, despite their efforts, struggled to breach Bayern Munich's resolute defense. In the aftermath, numerous media outlets criticized Mourinho's tactical approach to breaking down the opposition. As Real Madrid's impatience grew in their futile attempts, they paid a hefty price. In the 83rd minute, Bayern Munich struck again on a swift counterattack, leading 2-0. Ultimately, Mourinho's team succumbed to a 2-0 defeat, concluding their journey in the semi-finals with an aggregate score of 3-2. The final would see Bayern Munich, the German giants, face off against Malaga, leaving many Spanish media outlets disheartened. Following the match, Madrid's media vehemently criticized Mourinho, as Real Madrid had been halted in the semi-finals for 2 consecutive seasons without advancing further. However, there is a silver lining. Real Madrid still harbors hopes of securing titles in both La Liga and the Copa del Rey. They have reached the final of the Copa del Rey, where they will contend against Valencia. In La Liga, they trail Malaga by just 1 point, with a direct encounter between Malaga and Barcelona looming ahead, thus leaving Real Madrid's championship aspirations alive. The forthcoming schedule appears advantageous for Real Madrid, offering hope for their pursuit of the La Liga title. The Champions League final is set for May 20th, with less than 26 days remaining. After the Champions League semi-finals, on April 30th, the 34th round of La Liga commenced. The matches featuring Malaga and Barcelona kicked off on this day, while Real Madrid's match was postponed by a day. Ultimately, Malaga triumphed 3-1 against Rayo Vallecano, with Yelo scoring twice, raising his tally to 44 goals. In the subsequent rounds, 35 and 36, Malaga, Real Madrid, and Barcelona each overcame their respective opponents, maintaining identical point standings. Following 3 consecutive victories, Malaga amassed 96 points, a tally that would have secured the championship in previous seasons. Yet, they now lead Real Madrid by a mere point and Barcelona by 2. The competition for the La Liga title this season has been fiercely intense. Even in the final 2 rounds, no contender can afford to relax. Each team must remain resolute. By the 37th round, Madrid's media buzzed with excitement, seeing the prospect of overtaking Malaga. In this round, Malaga hosted Barcelona. Although it seems implausible, we must now rally behind Barcelona. Should Barcelona emerge victorious, or at the very least secure a draw against Malaga, it would present an opportunity for Real Madrid to surpass them in points. Such a statement may sound peculiar, yet it is indeed time to rally behind Barcelona. In contrast to the exuberance exhibited by the Madrid media, the Catalans are understandably displeased with the sentiments emanating from the capital. However, they find themselves in a position of disadvantage. If Barcelona were to cause Malaga to drop points away from home, it could potentially pave the way for Real Madrid to clinch the championship. Yet, to suggest that Barcelona would deliberately falter and hand Malaga 3 points is utterly inconceivable. Theoretically, Barcelona still harbors ambitions of winning the title. Should both Real Madrid and Malaga falter in the final round, while Barcelona suffers a loss to Malaga, they could find themselves the subject of ridicule. Thus, even though defeating Malaga might facilitate Real Madrid's title aspirations, much to the chagrin of the Catalans, they must begrudgingly acknowledge that Barcelona will indeed give their utmost effort. During a pre-match interview, Barcelona's captain Puyol expressed to the cameras, "We trail Malaga by 2 points. We must win this match. As for our chances of securing the league title, we shall see what unfolds after the 38th round of matches." In the 38th round, Malaga will host Sevilla, while Real Madrid will welcome Espanyol at home, and Barcelona will also compete on their home turf against Zaragoza. Although Sevilla has underperformed this season, currently sitting with 46 points in 10th place, behind Espanyol, they are still a local rival to Malaga. Moreover, Espanyol, being a subordinate to Real Madrid, is unlikely to disrupt their plans in such a critical encounter. Zaragoza, on the other hand, lacks the capability to pose a significant threat to Barcelona away from home. However, in the 37th round, Real Madrid faces Villarreal away, which leaves room for potential slip-ups. For Barcelona, even if the hope appears dim, They cannot afford to simply concede victory to Malaga. This match is destined to be a fierce contest where both sides will strive wholeheartedly for triumph. Our sole objective is victory, declared Yelo before the cameras. I need not articulate our goal. It stands plainly before us. Isco, who has made a timely recovery to participate in this match, also expressed his readiness. As Barcelona's official Twitter account drew attention, many Real Madrid fans flocked to comment. Though it may be distasteful, the fervent call to action resonated. Damn Barcelona. You must give it your all. Yes, vanquish Malaga. You can do it. Go for it, Barca. Indeed, it is a remarkable sight to witness Real Madrid supporters lending their support to Barcelona. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 173. The focal battle of the 37th round of the Three Kingdoms killing sees Malaga host Barcelona, undoubtedly the highlight of the match day. At the pre-match press conference, Guardiola refuted claims that a victory could inadvertently aid Real Madrid in clinching the title. I am indifferent to such notions. We are fighting for ourselves. If Real Madrid ultimately secures the league championship, it does not concern us. We have never, nor will we ever, fight for the benefit of Real Madrid. A reporter inquired whether the pressure from being eliminated by Malaga in the Champions League semifinals would weigh on Barcelona, thus granting Malaga a psychological edge. Guardiola, undeterred, replied, "Pressure? I do not believe we are under any pressure. That is devoid of logic. Their previous victory over us does not imply they will triumph again. These are two distinct matches, with no correlation. On the contrary, I believe we possess a greater advantage. How many matches has Malaga gone without rotation?" Upon hearing Guardiola's words, several journalists from Malaga visibly shifted in demeanor, for he had indeed pinpointed their most significant vulnerability. As the league enters its final stretch, Pellegrini cannot afford to make arbitrary rotations. The substitutes available are limited to Camacho, Juanito, Bonet, and Baptista. This means that during this critical period, from the first leg of the semifinals to consecutive matches against Real Madrid and Barcelona, the team has essentially relied on a mere 15 players. The scope for rotation is exceedingly constrained. Conversely, Barcelona has managed to rotate players in nearly every league match to ensure the team's stamina for the impending clash against Malaga. Interestingly, it is the Madrid media that first reported Guardiola's comments, now ardent supporters of his stance. Guardiola is unperturbed by Malaga, for they are running on empty. Though they are the visitors, Barcelona is well rested. How much longer can Malaga's stamina endure? The Madrid press relentlessly amplifies Malaga's negative news, exaggerating their fatigue, leading many to believe that the players are utterly exhausted, barely possessing the energy for a half. This situation is most displeasing to Malaga, but even more so to Catalonia. They are left feeling utterly disgusted, akin to having swallowed a fly, as their bitter rivals bask in support and adulation. They are acutely aware of Madrid's intentions, to see them overcome Malaga, thereby facilitating Real Madrid's path to the title. This scheme is so transparent that the entire continent is aware. Yet, Barcelona finds itself in a vexing position. Despite their relentless efforts to defeat Malaga, it is ultimately Real Madrid that reaps the rewards. The mere thought of this outcome is enough to leave Barcelona's players feeling ill. Thus, the current scenario depicts a fierce contest between Barcelona and Malaga, while Real Madrid sits back, observing the clash between the two titans. Almost all the fans in Madrid were anxiously shaking their legs, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Online, many Real Madrid supporters were indulging in memes, such as donning Real Madrid jerseys while subtly revealing Barcelona shirts underneath. Despite the 37th round of matches in La Liga commencing simultaneously, the spotlight was stolen by the encounter between Malaga and Barcelona. Guardiola was undeniably displeased. When the players returned from their warm-up, everyone noticed his evident discontent. "Folks, many are reveling in our misfortune," Guardiola remarked, causing several Barcelona players to shift uncomfortably. "Indeed, we have been eliminated from the Champions League, ousted from the Copa del Rey, and now our hopes of winning the league hinge on others' performances. This season has been a failure for us." His words prompted many Barcelona players to lower their heads. But must we concede now, just because hope seems dim? Should we abandon the competition and resign ourselves to defeat? If anyone thinks this way, they may leave now, for I will choose other players to take the field. Is there anyone who thinks so? Guardiola's voice grew increasingly fervent. Of course, no Barcelona player would be foolish enough to actually walk away. Balotelli was currently with Manchester City. Far from this scene. Satisfied, Guardiola nodded. I am acutely aware that the power to secure the championship does not rest solely in our hands. But what if we lose this match while Real Madrid slip up? We would become the greatest jest, the most wretched joke. Guardiola stated coldly. I refuse to become a laughingstock, nor do I wish to give up. Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance, I will not allow surrender. In the home team's locker room, Pellegrini stood silently in the center, observing the players as they changed into their kits, laced their boots, and strapped on their shin guards. Once everyone was nearly ready, he finally spoke. Gentlemen, this is our most significant challenge yet, he declared. The players lifted their heads to look at Pellegrini. I know we have 2 matches remaining, and I will not deceive myself by suggesting that they are equal. How could they be? That would be self-delusion. It is evident that facing Barcelona is far more daunting than confronting Sevilla. Therefore, gentlemen, this match is still a final. Forget about championships, forget about the last round. Forget about previous matches. Our sole objective in this encounter is to defeat them. At the Canta del Cielo Stadium, the Real Madrid players had already taken the field. Their opponents were Villarreal, yet many players couldn't help but glance towards the substitutes bench and the coaching staff. As several Real Madrid substitutes and members of the coaching team were keenly observing another match, the contest between Barcelona and Malaga, Mourinho, witnessing such behavior from his players, wore a look of concern. Meanwhile, on the other side, Villarreal's coach, Emery, appeared notably relaxed. In truth, Villarreal is quite relaxed, having already secured a spot in the Europa League. Even if they were to win their next 2 matches, they could not penetrate the top 4 to qualify for the Champions League. They have truly reached a state of unambitious contentment. The match is about to commence. However, I suspect that many fans, even those of Real Madrid, will be more preoccupied with the happenings on another pitch, chuckles the commentator from Cadena Cope. At this moment, all attention is focused on the Stadio de la Rosaleda. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the players from both teams line up to enter the field. This match is indeed a pivotal moment for Malaga, as a victory against Barcelona, coupled with a Real Madrid loss to Villarreal, would allow them to clinch the league title a round early. Prior to this, Malaga had hoped that La Liga would bring the championship trophy to the Rosaleda, for if such an event were to occur, they could celebrate their triumph on home soil. However, La Liga ultimately declined to do so, opting not to send the trophy to the Rosaleda. What if Malaga were to actually win the title? They would have to wait until the final round for the presentation. Many in the Malaga media expressed their discontent over this decision. Had it been Real Madrid or Barcelona in such a position, the trophy would have already been displayed at the stadium. Nevertheless, the players of Malaga are unconcerned by this. If they were to win the championship, could La Liga truly refuse to award them the trophy? There is no point in dwelling on these thoughts now. The essential task is to secure victory. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the players from both teams make their entrance. The camera focuses on the front of the line, where Yelo stands. His expression is composed, as if he is merely preparing for an ordinary league match. Yet, in reality, he is in a state of intense concentration, fully focused. As the pre-match ceremonies come to a close, this highly anticipated clash is finally set to begin. Malaga has been awarded the kickoff. Yelo and Van Nistelrooy stand in the center circle. Van Nistelrooy places his foot on the ball, surveying his surroundings. It's quite a moment to reflect upon. To be honest, he came to Malaga in hopes of securing one final lucrative contract in the twilight of his career. But who could have anticipated that in Malaga, he would not only contend for the La Liga title, but also for the Champions League? It is truly unexpected. Yelo remains silent, not engaging in conversation. As Van Nistelrooy glances over, he notices Yelo is fixated on Barcelona's goal. What are you thinking about, Yelo? Van Nistelrooy inquires. As a seasoned veteran in his 30s, having faced numerous battles, he has long since managed any lingering nerves. It is Yelo's demeanor that piques his curiosity. Could it be that Yelo is feeling nervous? That seems implausible. Yelo turns back. I was contemplating how to execute our first offensive play once the match begins, and, how to celebrate if we score. You certainly have a lot on your mind. What is this? I have yet to contemplate how to celebrate after winning the championship, Yelo remarked. Fan and I laughed heartily. Observing the two engaged in light-hearted banter, the other players from Malaga appeared to ease their tension. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the match. Fan and I gently nudged the ball with his foot, and Yelo swiftly followed, returning the pass. After executing this maneuver, they sprinted forward. As the match commenced, commentators from around the globe began their commentary. Ladies and gentlemen, You are now watching the focal clash of the 37th round of La Liga, where Malaga hosts Barcelona. The outcome of this match will profoundly influence the final destination of the La Liga championship. This season, the race for the title has been marked by an intense competition among three contenders. The result of this match will not only affect the fates of these two teams, but will also have significant repercussions for the title-challenging team, Real Madrid. As Duan Xin spoke, Malaga initiated the first wave of attack. Yelo, positioned near the edge of the penalty area, turned after receiving the ball from approximately 30 meters away, and then unleashed a powerful shot. The ball soared towards Valdez's goal with terrifying speed. Valdez, well prepared, extended his hand and valiantly deflected the ball out of play. Yelo, what a fierce strike right at the start. A corner kick. It seems Malaga intends to confront Barcelona head-on. In truth, there is no need for either team to test the waters. They had only recently faced each other in the Champions League semi-finals. Both teams are exceedingly familiar with one another, leaving no room for hesitation. Malaga took the corner kick. Valdez leaped high to claim the ball and quickly initiated a counterattack. Ultimately, Barcelona's Sanchez took a shot, which narrowly missed the goal. Just 2 minutes into the match, both teams had already posed significant threats. This match promised to be anything but dull. Commentators remarked in unison. Indeed, in the ensuing minutes, both teams displayed an aggressive style of play, exchanging attacks. In the 6th minute, Messi cut in from the right flank and attempted a curled shot. The ball grazed the post and went out of play, eliciting gasps from the spectators at the Rose Garden Stadium. Just as Messi turned, holding his head in disappointment, the stadium erupted with a tremendous cheer. The cheer was so unexpected that many players turned to look at the stands. However, in the next moment, both Malaga and Barcelona fans quickly realized the source of the commotion. Just as Messi had made a threatening shot, the crowd at the Rose Garden inexplicably erupted in applause. The only plausible explanation was that Real Madrid had conceded a goal. End of chapter. Chapter 174, Mourinho's countenance. They have conceded a goal. Marlaska excitedly whispered into Pellegrini's ear, Real Madrid has conceded a goal. Pellegrini felt a surge of exhilaration as well, for if Real Madrid were to lose that match, Malaga would secure the championship by defeating Barcelona a round early. However, Pellegrini was aware that the match was still in its early stages. The outcome of Real Madrid's game remained uncertain. Conceding a goal so early was undoubtedly detrimental. Yet such circumstances could also ignite their fighting spirit and resolve, providing ample time to turn the tide. Consequently, Pellegrini approached the sidelines, gesturing to his players to remain composed and not to get carried away. Similarly, Guardiola mirrored this action on the opposite side. Although Real Madrid had conceded, it bore no relevance to their own strategy. They needed to play their game regardless. Both coaches maintained their composure, yet it was the players on the field who dictated the flow of the match. While the players understood the necessity of staying level-headed, emotions can be challenging to contain, especially on Barcelona's side. Prior to the match, they had been taunted by the Madrid contingent, fueling their frustration. Thus, upon hearing of Real Madrid's misstep, the excitement among Barcelona's players was palpable. They perceived a glimmer of hope, the hope of clinching the title. Soon, Barcelona regained possession and initiated an offensive. Messi received the ball, and Turan immediately closed in on him. Malaga was acutely aware of the threat posed by Messi and took his defense very seriously. No one would underestimate Messi's potential impact. Rather than forcefully advancing against Turan, Messi opted to pass, sending the ball to Sanchez on the left flank. Sanchez skillfully advanced it to the baseline and struck a powerful cross towards the edge of the penalty area. After delivering the pass, Messi surged into the area and curled a left-footed shot. Messi, amidst the commentators' exclamations and the gasps from the Rose Garden Stadium. Messi's shot was valiantly parried by Caballero, only for it to be cleared by De Michelis with a powerful kick. The immediate danger was averted. What a close call. Thankfully, Caballero was alert. We have just received news from another stadium. Real Madrid has conceded a goal. This indisputably serves as a tremendous stimulus for Barcelona's players. They glimpsed their championship aspirations. From this point onward, Malaga's defense must be exceedingly vigilant. Duan Xin felt his heart leap to his throat as he witnessed Messi's shot. In front of the television, numerous fans from Longwood gasped in alarm. The title race in La Liga had reached its most fervent stage. Real Madrid's concession was a significant impetus for both Malaga and Barcelona. Neither team intended to adopt a conservative defensive stance. For both, Failure to secure 3 points equated to defeat. Now invigorated by the external stimulus, both teams' attacks became increasingly open, and the match's intensity escalated. The 9th minute of the game had arrived. After Yelo effectively restrained much of Barcelona's defensive strength in the midfield, he created a scoring opportunity for Van Nistelrooy. Cazorla's pass reached the near post, where the advancing Van Nistelrooy unleashed a strike with the outside of his left foot, only for the ball to strike the upright and go out of play. This offensive maneuver sent a chill down the spines of the Barcelona supporters. The atmosphere at the Rose Garden Stadium reached its zenith at that moment. The fans in the stands erupted in cheers, their exuberance reverberating through the air and sweeping across the entire stadium. Guardiola stood on the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on the pitch. His expression revealed his displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with the performance of the Barcelona players. Then, Barcelona retaliated with vigor. In the 11th minute of the match, Messi, attempting to break through in the attacking third, was brought down by Joaquin, earning Barcelona a free kick on the right side of the field, approximately 26 meters from goal. The position was quite favorable. Messi took the responsibility of the set piece himself, curling the ball with his left foot towards the far corner, but it narrowly missed the target. 3 minutes later, Iniesta took a long-range shot from the edge of the penalty area, the ball grazing the post as it veered off course. Since the onset of the match, Barcelona had already posed a threat on multiple occasions. The continuous onslaught invigorated the visiting supporters, who passionately cheered for Barcelona from the stands. In the eyes of Barcelona's fans, Malaga had indeed emerged as a surprising dark horse this season. Yet in terms of championship experience, Barcelona held the upper hand. Even when playing away, Barcelona possessed the strength to dominate Malaga. As the match progressed, it seemed inevitable that Barcelona would breach the Rose Garden, while Real Madrid faced defeat at the Song of Ice Stadium. In a miraculous turn of events, Barcelona would ascend to the top of the league in the penultimate round, ultimately lifting the La Liga trophy. With the situation unfolding in this manner, a goal was imminent. The Barcelona fans' predictions proved accurate, as the goal soon arrived. However, this particular goal was difficult for them to celebrate. In the 20th minute of the match, Cazorla, under the close scrutiny of Busquets, delivered a precise through ball. Van Nistelrooy was on the receiving end, yet he failed to collect it due to the vigilant marking by Barcelona's central defender, Pique, who shadowed him closely. At that moment, Van Nistelrooy caught a glimpse of Yelo's forward run from the corner of his eye. Consequently, he opted not to receive the ball, allowing it to pass through his legs. Although this decision bore the risk of the goalkeeper seizing the opportunity, there was also a chance that Yelo could gain possession. Thus, the decision to let the ball go was fraught with risk. Nevertheless, Van Nistelrooy chose to embrace this gamble, for if successful, the rewards would be tremendous. Even in failure, it would merely result in the loss of possession, nothing more. Van Nistelrooy feigned a reception, lifting his foot as if intending to control the ball. As anticipated, Pique immediately closed in, determined to prevent Van Nistelrooy from turning, applying pressure both physically and with his feet, aiming to disrupt Van Nistelrooy's comfort in controlling the ball. Yet, Van Nistelrooy had no intention of stopping the ball. He lifted it, allowing it to slip through beneath his foot. Pique was evidently unprepared for this moment. The goalkeeper, Valdez, was momentarily taken aback before he responded. Van Nistelrooy did not stop the ball, but instead let it pass through. It was unclear whether this was intentional or a mere misstep. However, Valdez understood that this was not the time for contemplation. He swiftly advanced from his goal, eager to seize control of the ball. Yet, as he took a step forward, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The commentator from Malaga's booth erupted in excitement. From their vantage point, it was clear that Van Nistelrooy had let the ball slip, and Yelo was making a run forward. As Pique turned, he saw Yelo behind him and raised his hand, unaware of how Yelo had infiltrated the space. He instinctively assumed Yelo was offside, a common reflex among many defenders. Nevertheless, neither the referee nor the linesman reacted. The referee did not blow the whistle, and the linesman did not raise his flag. There was no offside. From the commentator's perspective, it was evident. Even if Van Nistelrooy had touched the ball, Yelo was not offside. He had surged in from behind. Yelo had penetrated the Barcelona defense. A clear shot. A clear shot. Valdez felt a chill run down his spine. Resolutely, he continued his advance, striving to narrow the angle for Yelo's impending shot. As an experienced goalkeeper, he made the correct decision to press forward, lowering his center of gravity. Spreading his arms to broaden his defensive reach, muscles taut, and ready to spring into action to deflect Yelov's strike. However, Valdez's efforts could not thwart Yelo. After feigning a shot, Yelo deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it whizzing past Valdez, who was already committed to a diving save. Valdez attempted to adjust his balance, but it was too late. All he could do was watch as Yelo zipped past him and into the empty net. As the entire Rosalita Stadium erupted in thunderous applause, Valdez fell despondently to the ground, slapping the turf in frustration. The other Barcelona players who had chased back stood disheartened. Yelo. He danced through the penalty area, leaving Valdez as motionless as a mere post. Malaga had taken the lead, 1-0. The live scoreboard now showed they were 4 points ahead of Real Madrid. The commentator from Cadena Cope, Andres, shouted exuberantly, "Yelo, splendid, magnificent." Yelo had scored his 49th league goal of the season in this pivotal clash. Duan Xian echoed the excitement. To score 49 league goals in a single season is a staggering feat, almost surreal. Could he possibly surpass 50 league goals this season? Duan Xian marveled. On the sidelines, Pellegrini raised his arms in celebration, shouting with fervor. After the goal, Yelo and the players from Malaga celebrated exuberantly at the Rose Garden Stadium. At the Song of Love Stadium, Real Madrid was relentlessly attacking Villarreal with fervor. However, Mourinho, on the sidelines, wore a grim expression, as dark as the bottom of a pot. The thought of losing this match and consequently the league title would be an immense disgrace. If they were to win the subsequent matches yet ultimately falter at the finish line, it could be said that they died standing, with dignity intact. However, if they were to falter themselves and allow Malaga to seize the championship, what would that be but humiliation? Currently, the dilemma confronting the Real Madrid players was the formidable defensive formation of Villarreal. Although Real Madrid's capability in overcoming such defenses was commendable compared to average teams, it remained a shortcoming when weighed against other elite teams. Their forte lay in counterattacking, which is the very essence of Mourinho's football philosophy. At that moment, Mourinho's assistant, Faria, approached with troubling news. Malaga had scored. Upon hearing this, Mourinho's countenance darkened further. Chapter 175, The Blade Piercing the Heart. While the Malaga players reveled in their celebration, several senior figures in Barcelona's locker room convened a meeting with their players. If Real Madrid loses and we fail to win this match, it will be our greatest regret and disgrace of the season, Puyol stated, nearly biting down on his teeth in frustration. Indeed, an opportunity to claim the title had presented itself, yet it was squandered, and only in hindsight did they realize its value. Everyone yearns for victory. No one wishes to be the subject of ridicule. As the match resumed after the goal, Barcelona launched an even more ferocious offensive. With the attacking trident of Messi, Villa, and Sanchez, complemented by the midfield triangle of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets, Barcelona was arguably one of the most potent attacking teams in the world. Under their relentless assault, Malaga was compelled to tighten their defense and momentarily retreat from the spotlight. During this period, Barcelona generated numerous opportunities, showcasing their prowess. In the 38th minute, their relentless pressure bore fruit. Just a minute earlier, Messi's breakthrough had created havoc, leading to a free kick just right of the penalty arc. Messi took the free kick, curling the ball around the wall and successfully threading it into the net. Messi, Leo Messi. The Catalan commentator's voice trembled with emotion. What a magnificent free kick. This marks Messi's 49th goal in the league this season. He had now equaled Yelo in goal count and helped Barcelona level the score. However, a draw meant little to Barcelona. Without securing all 3 points, their championship aspirations would effectively be extinguished, as declared emphatically by the commentator from Cadena Cope. The Rose Garden Stadium erupted in boos. The players of Barcelona did not indulge in exuberant celebrations. Instead, they promptly returned to their half, awaiting the resumption of the match. Messi's goal facilitated Barcelona in equalizing the score, restoring both teams to a level playing field. Prior to the conclusion of the first half, Barcelona managed to level the score. With Messi once again emerging as the pivotal figure, he and Yelo each netted a goal, bringing the score to 1-1. This match proved to be a boon for neutral fans, as neither team would be content with a draw. Malaga found themselves equalized against, while on another pitch. Real Madrid trailed 1-0. The situation had become increasingly enigmatic, with all 3 teams still harboring hopes. Barcelona's ferocious counterattack following their conceded goal demonstrated their prowess. Although Malaga played on home turf, They could not confidently assert their dominance over Barcelona in the La Liga title race, leaving the ultimate outcome uncertain. The camera focused on Messi, whose expression appeared grave. Messi was serious. A determined Messi is the best in the world. He is the greatest of all time. The Catalan commentator lavished praise upon Messi, who indeed exhibited utmost seriousness. Having suffered a defeat to Yelo in the Champions League and being pressured by Malaga throughout the season, he could no longer endure the strain. Now was the time for a counteroffensive. The league title was his goal. The golden boot, too, was within his grasp. Guardiola visibly exhaled in relief. Equalizing before halftime was crucial for Barcelona. Furthermore, with Real Madrid still trailing 1-0, Barcelona retained their hopes. After Messi scored, only a few minutes remained in the first half. Moments later, both teams entered halftime with a score of 1-1. The faces of Barcelona's players visibly brightened as they emerged for the second half. Messi's goal had significantly bolstered their confidence. With the scores still level and no developments from the Real Madrid side, Barcelona's players glimpsed hope for a resurgence in the final 2 rounds of the league. They believed that with adjustments made during halftime, they could turn the tide in the second half. Conversely, Malaga's players appeared somewhat somber due to conceding a goal in the dying moments of the first half. Having taken the lead only to be equalized left them with a sense of a promising situation being overturned. This sentiment was rather disheartening, causing many Malaga players to descend the pitch with furrowed brows. Conceding a goal after initially leading certainly impacted the players' morale. However, it was fortunate that Barcelona's goal came just as the first half was nearing its end. Had they continued their relentless assault, the circumstances could have been quite different. Upon returning to the locker room, Pellegrini clapped his hands. The first half has elapsed, and now we must concentrate solely on the second half. We performed admirably in the first half. If we continue in the same manner, there is no need for haste. Patience is key. We must diligently seek and exploit the vulnerabilities in their defense. In the second half, they will undoubtedly press forward, and we must capitalize on the spaces behind their defensive line. Pellegrini refrained from chastising the team for conceding a goal, as he wished to alleviate any undue pressure on the Malaga players and mitigate the impact of Barcelona's equalizer. Meanwhile, within the Barcelona locker room, Guardiola was rallying his players. We performed commendably after conceding a goal, displaying the attacking prowess synonymous with Barcelona. I understand that many of you are concerned about the situation with Real Madrid, but that is beyond our control. What we can govern is this match. Yes, I implore you to maintain control in the second half. Regardless of Real Madrid's circumstances, our foremost objective is to secure victory. In the second half, Malaga will likely attempt to exploit balls behind our defense. If necessary, do not hesitate to foul Yelo and prevent him from advancing comfortably. Guardiola's words were directed at all the Barcelona defenders, as Yelo could appear in any position. The Barcelona players nodded in agreement. They would not show leniency towards Yelo. As both teams prepared for the second half in their respective locker rooms, the media section buzzed with discussions about the recently concluded first half. The initial half was a quintessential display of an intense, fast-paced offensive battle, with both sides exchanging blows in a lively manner. However, both teams exhibited commendable defensive performances, and a score of 1 goal apiece seemed a fair outcome. Barcelona's defense against Yelo was nothing short of impenetrable. Despite their players being predominantly technical in nature, their agility, pressing ability, and positional awareness allowed them to establish numerical superiority in localized areas, effectively isolating Yelo and severing his connections with other Malaga players. Consequently, Yelo had limited opportunities to receive the ball in the first half, a testament to Barcelona's defensive prowess. The expressions of the Catalonian journalists were infused with enthusiasm and hope. The current scenario appeared to be tipping in favor of Barcelona, with Real Madrid trailing and Barcelona having equalized. If we can secure victory in this match while Real Madrid falters, we shall ascend to the top of the table. Throughout this season, the lead has alternated between Real Madrid and Malaga, and we have yet to occupy the summit for over a week. To achieve a last-minute turnaround would be nothing short of magnificent. Conversely, the expressions of the journalists from Longwa reflected concern. Their brows furrowed as they apprehensively anticipated Malaga's performance in the second half. As the second half commenced, Barcelona's spirits soared higher with every passing moment. Following Messi's goal, the morale of the Malaga players visibly faltered, leaving Yelo uncertain if he could find the net again. In truth, if Real Madrid were unable to secure a victory, Preserving the draw would still be commendable, as it would maintain their lead in points. But such optimism seemed misplaced. What if Real Madrid managed a comeback in the second half? To clinch the championship, one must seize control of the situation. The journalists from the Dragon Kingdom were particularly concerned with Yelo's individual performance and Malaga's prospects for the title. At this stage of the season, if Malaga could grit their teeth and win the final 2 matches, the championship would be theirs for certain. Moreover, Yelo would become the first player from the Dragon Kingdom to ever claim the La Liga title. And he would also be the first to secure a championship in one of Europe's top 5 leagues as a regular starter. On social media in the Dragon Kingdom, numerous fans rallied behind Yelo, urging him on, give it your all, win the last 2 matches, defeat Barcelona, and seize the championship. As anticipation mounted, the 15-minute halftime interlude swiftly passed. When the second half began, the players of Barcelona indeed unleashed a relentless assault. They took control of the ball immediately after the kickoff, pushing the action deep into Malaga's defensive third, where for 5 minutes, Malaga hardly touched the ball. Barcelona's offense surged like a tsunami, and the hearts of the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium raced with excitement. The Catalan commentator, in a state of fervor, exclaimed, "This is it. This is the state of mind and prowess that Barcelona should embody." On the sidelines, Pellegrini wore a worried expression. The intensity of Barcelona's attack was overwhelming. "We cannot simply defend. We must find a way to counterattack," Marlosca stated. Yet, the challenge remained. How could they mount an effective counter? Executing such a strategy was exceedingly difficult. The head coach had limited options. He could substitute players, but which ones could make an immediate impact on the game's dynamics? Ultimately, it was the players who were on the pitch. The true strength of a team lies in the caliber of its players. A head coach cannot manipulate each athlete like a character in a FIFA game, directing them to act according to his whims. Thus, the coach had no recourse but to trust in his players' resilience. After all, Barcelona could not sustain their frenetic pace indefinitely. They would eventually slow down. No team can maintain a high-pressure state throughout an entire match, as fatigue necessitates adjustments. And it would be at that moment that Malaga would seize their opportunity. The Malaga players were well aware of this, and their confidence was bolstered by the presence of Yelo in the forward position. They believe in Yelo's abilities. Given the opportunity, he will undoubtedly assist the team in scoring. Everyone is committed to defense. Their grit and determination will not be in vain. Their efforts stem from a profound belief that Yelo will ensure their movements bear significance. Under this conviction, the players of Malaga fiercely contest every inch, with each athlete actively running, pressing, and covering positions. They trust that Yelo will not betray their hard work. Barcelona launched a relentless assault for 10 consecutive minutes, and their momentum showed no signs of abating. The thirst for victory filled the Barcelona players with fervor, their resolve as formidable as that of Malaga. In this fervent spirit, the Barcelona players seemed to momentarily forget their fatigue. The mental fortitude invigorated them as if they had taken a stimulant. Attack, attack, attack. The entire Barcelona squad remained intensely focused. The ferocity of their offensive display was astounding, reminiscent of Sir Alex Ferguson's trembling hand during last season's Champions League final, where the English giants Manchester United were nearly outclassed by Barcelona's technical prowess. Ferguson candidly remarked that the Barcelona team he faced in that final was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. This season, Barcelona's lineup has undergone adjustments, resulting in a slight decline in their sharpness. Yet, it now appears they have regained their peak form, even surpassing it. Truly, Barcelona embodies the essence of a cosmic team. Observers noted Barcelona's overwhelming offensive force, pinning Malaga within their penalty area, evoking feelings of despair. Duan Xian furrowed his brow, filled with concern. Barcelona's onslaught following halftime was relentless, completely suppressing Malaga. If this continues, conceding a goal is merely a matter of time. With only 2 rounds left in the league, should Barcelona overtake Malaga and secure victory in this match, Malaga would find themselves trailing Barcelona by a point. In the final round, for Malaga to clinch the championship, they would need to rely on Barcelona stumbling at home. Losing this match would strip Malaga of all control over their championship prospects. Meanwhile, before the television, most fans in Longwo were equally anxious. Many gritted their teeth, growing more restless upon hearing Duan Xian's words. One name resonated within everyone's minds: Yelo. At this critical juncture, only Yelo can rescue Malaga, pulling them from the depths of despair. Yelo is indeed striving to alter the situation. Now is the moment when Barcelona's offensive is at its peak. To disrupt their rhythm and undermine their morale, the most effective strategy would be to gift them a goal. Currently, Barcelona resembles a boiling pot of water, bubbling and seething. This scalding cauldron radiates an overwhelming heat, threatening to engulf Malaga entirely. However, if cold water were to be poured over them at this moment, the boiling water would come to a complete calm. For Yelo, there indeed exists an opportunity to achieve this, as the space behind Barcelona's defense is quite expansive. Yet, the players of Malaga find it challenging to accurately receive the ball at their feet. On the other hand, Barcelona's players exhibit decisive defensive tactics, resorting to outright fouls. Whenever Yelo appears poised to receive a pass, they immediately shove, pull, or even kick. To alter this predicament, he must receive the ball while evading Barcelona's crude and straightforward defensive strategy. Historically, Yelo has roamed the front line, awaiting his teammates' passes. However, under the relentless pressure from Barcelona, it has become increasingly difficult for Malaga's players to execute long-distance passes with precision. Consequently, Yelo decides to retreat, thereby shortening the distance. Although this brings him further from the goal and potentially into a crowded situation, it appears to be the only viable solution. If they cannot pose a threat to Barcelona offensively, their aggression will only escalate. Is Busquets merely a typical defensive midfielder? The answer is a resounding no. He is an exceptional maestro of midfield rhythm, adept at controlling the pace of the game, with top-tier passing skills and positional awareness. Much like Manchester United's Michael Carrick. Often dubbed an invisible angel, some criticize Carrick for his elusive presence, as he might scarcely appear on camera throughout a match. Such a low profile naturally invites criticism. Yet, many regard Carrick as a masterful midfielder due to his positioning and anticipation, which are nothing short of elite. Busquets can be seen as an enhanced version of Carrick. His capabilities are akin, yet he excels in physicality and mobility. People's perception of Busquets may often be colored by his notorious glance at the referee through his fingers, but he is capable of playing as a lone defensive midfielder and forming a formidable triad with Xavi and Iniesta. Busquets is undeniably a top-tier midfielder, not merely a blue-collar worker tasked with defensive duties. In this match, however, he has dedicated more energy to defense, specifically to monitoring Yelo. Upon observing Yelo retreating, he immediately followed suit. Busquets understands Yelo's intention to drop back to receive a pass, and his objective is to ensure that Yelo cannot comfortably take possession of the ball. As Busquets pursues Yelo, the midfield defensive spaces are covered by Abidal or the advancing Puyol. With most of Malaga's players pressed within the penalty area, Barcelona has little concern about the numbers in their defensive line, as long as they can stifle Yelo's movements. Thus, Busquets disregarded everything else and focused solely on Yelo, following him closely wherever he went, remaining steadfastly at his side. Yelo had grown accustomed to this. He faced man-to-man marking from dedicated defenders in every match. Consequently, he found it unremarkable. He sprinted back, calling for the ball from his teammates. Upon receiving the ball, Cazorla found himself under pressure from Xavi, who was tightly marking him from behind, while other Barcelona players swiftly closed in, forming a tight circle around him. Under such duress, it was challenging for many players to maintain possession, let alone survey their teammates' positions to make a pass. At that moment, Cazorla heard Yelo's voice urging him, "Pass to me." Instinctively, Cazorla directed the ball toward the source of the voice. This reaction was a conditioned reflex for most Malaga players, whenever in distress. They sought out Yelo. However, as soon as he released the ball, Cazorla regretted his decision. After all, this was in the defensive half. What if the ball were intercepted? Moreover, Yelo had dropped back so deep that he would undoubtedly face significant defensive pressure. Barcelona players had clearly noticed his retreat and were already closing in on him. It was a trap. The instant Cazorla passed the ball, Busquets surged forward, closing in on Yelo and delivering a forceful shoulder check from behind, determined to prevent Yelo from securing the ball. "Busquets!" the commentators exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst their gasps, other Barcelona players rushed toward Yelo. "Be careful!" the journalists in the press box cried out, recognizing the perilous situation. Should Yelo be dispossessed in this zone, Barcelona could swiftly launch a counterattack from the resulting turnover, an opportune moment for a goal. Yelo was acutely aware of this. He understood the implications of Busquets' shoulder impact as it struck him from behind. He knew that Busquets would not allow him a moment of comfort to control the ball, and he had anticipated the collision. Thus, as he received the pass, he braced himself for the impact. As a result, when he was knocked forward, his formidable balance provided him the chance to adjust. He instinctively stepped back, pulled the ball, and turned, pushing the ball forward with his right foot as he landed. Through the legs. Amidst the commentator's astonishment, Yelo maneuvered the ball through Busquets' legs. He quickly gathered momentum, his thigh muscles contracting powerfully as the studs of his boots dug into the soft grass. In that instant, it felt as though he were propelled by a turbocharged engine. Surging past the startled Busquets, who had just completed his defensive action and had yet to fully regain his composure. At this critical juncture, Busquets extended his hand in an attempt to intercept. His hand was poised before Yelo, but in the next moment, Yelo came to an abrupt halt and pivoted. Busquets grasped nothing. Yelo did not cry out or tumble to the ground. Instead, at the crucial moment, he halted his body, evading the fate of being ensnared by Busquets. He understood that had Busquets managed to bring him down in such a scenario, a yellow card would have been inevitable. Yet, the opportunity for a counterattack was lost. A sudden stop, a swift turn, and an acceleration. Whoosh! Busquets' fingers merely grasped at the wind. Yelo, he has broken through. Duan Xian exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he rose from the commentary booth. Splendid. A magnificent escape. Yelo has eluded the defense. An unobstructed path lies ahead. At the Rose Garden Stadium, the roar of the crowd surged like a tsunami. On the field, the sprinting Yelo resembled a lion pouncing on its prey. With each undulating movement, he charged towards the Barcelona goal. He was akin to a sharp blade, slicing through the frozen air, its cold gleam piercing directly at the enemy's heart. The chapter concludes. Chapter 176, another hat trick. Marseille turn followed by an immediate stop and turn? Oh my God, how does he achieve this? Are his knees forged from steel? The commentator from Kobe Radio, Andres, gasped in wonder. As an experienced commentator and a former semi-professional player, Andres had once played in the Segunda División B. Thus, he was acutely aware of the difficulty of such maneuvers. It wasn't that other players were incapable of performing them, but rather that executing such actions under rapid motion placed an extraordinary strain on the knees. Moreover, the explosive power demanded for a sudden stop and turn at high speed is not something the average person can endure. Why is it that some players can execute extravagant moves in a static state, yet so few manage to do so during a match? Because, in the heat of competition, players are typically engaged in running and physical confrontations. Movements performed in a static context hold little significance, perhaps only serving to provoke an opponent. It is actions like Yelo's that possess true practical significance. His turn seemed to defy the laws of physics. Akin to a droplet striking a warship at an acute angle, simple in execution, yet unleashing tremendous power. Such formidable physical prowess seems almost inhuman, the commentator marveled. After evading Barcelona's relentless pursuit in the attacking third, Yelo now faced the formidable Barcelona defense. In that moment, as their midfield players joined the pressing in the attacking zone, a wide expanse of space emerged in the midfield, allowing Yelo to gallop freely. However, Barcelona's defense remained vigilant, their backline intact. The first challenge he encountered was Alves. Alves, a swift Brazilian fullback, typically embodies the Brazilian trait of being more offensively inclined than defensively adept. However, Alves was a seasoned veteran, and his defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Confronted with Alves' frontal interception, Yelo executed a sudden stop, altering his rhythm, and then feigned a move to break through on his right side, which was Alves' left. Alves was hesitant to bet on his speed, but Yelo was swifter. If Yelo truly darted past him, his speed could easily outpace Alves. Nonetheless, as Alves prepared to defend, he did not fully commit his weight, maintaining a slight reserve and angling his body to account for both sides. Indeed, Yelo did not attempt to break through on his left. Instead, he executed a quick turn before deftly directing the ball with his right foot in the opposite direction. Alves felt a surge of relief. His cautious approach had proven beneficial. However, as he pivoted to intercept Yelo, the latter abruptly halted the ball at his feet, his body freezing in place. On television, it appeared as though Yelo had come to an abrupt stop, leaving Alves to rush past him, creating an unintended lane for Yelo to exploit. As Yelo surged forward once more, Alves could only watch helplessly as Yelo's silhouette slipped beyond his grasp. Alves attempted to halt his momentum, but a momentary stutter in his balance caused him to lose his defensive edge entirely. By the time he resumed pursuit, Yelo had already gained several meters on him. Alves. Yelo. Magnificent. Oh, the Brazilian fullback has been completely outmaneuvered. A gap has emerged towards Barcelona's goal. The commentators exclaimed in astonishment. The Catalan announcer clasped his head in disbelief. Alves has been effortlessly bypassed. This is a predicament. He must be halted outside the penalty area. We cannot allow him to enter the box. The players of Barcelona were acutely aware of the urgency. Having maintained pressure on Malaga, their defensive numbers were limited. With Alves bested, Yelo found himself with significantly more space. At that moment, Yelo resembled a human magnet, drawing all the Barcelona players towards him. Regardless of their distance, everyone was desperately converging on Yelo. At this juncture, they were willing to commit fouls, even risk cards, to thwart him. Busquets sprinted back with all his might. Alves' defense had not been in vain. It had afforded Busquets, who had steadfastly pursued Yelo, the opportunity to close in. Alves had momentarily delayed Yelo's advance, allowing Busquets to catch up. Then, he launched a desperate tackle from behind. Though Busquets typically played as a defensive midfielder, he rarely resorted to such reckless fouls. Yet now, he was resolved to do whatever it took to contain Yelo. For the breach in Barcelona's defense had originated from him. At this moment, Busquets was consumed with a singular thought. Stop him. Busquets. Danger. Duan Xian exclaimed in alarm. And he was not alone. The fans at the Rose Garden Stadium echoed his astonishment. The peril of a tackle from behind was immense. Thus, FIFA has unequivocally delineated the regulations regarding tackles from behind. A tackle from behind resulting in contact warrants a red card, with no room for negotiation. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Yelo appeared utterly oblivious to the imminent peril lurking behind him, fixating his entire attention on peek ahead. He advanced with the ball, and almost at that very moment, Busquets executed a flying tackle. It seemed Busquets was about to land squarely on Yelo's left foot. Many spectators covered their mouths, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In the collective imagination, the ensuing image was one of Yelo crashing to the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. However, in stark contrast to this anticipated tableau, Yelo suddenly surged forward, his body propelling like an arrow released from a bow, accelerating with remarkable speed. Busquets, of course, failed to make contact with the ball, but that was of little consequence, for his intention had never been to play the ball. Rather, it was to thwart Yelo's progress. Regardless of the potential repercussions, including a red card, his resolve was to impede Yelo at all costs. Yet, as he slid in, he found himself grasping at nothing. He failed to make solid contact with Yelo's ankle, nor did his raised foot connect with Yelo's calf. All he encountered was air. Yelo's sudden acceleration led to Busquets misjudging the situation, a fortunate escape from a red card for him. Busquets could only watch helplessly as Yelo slipped past him once more, his movements appearing almost in slow motion compared to Yelo's speed. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he was powerless to halt Yelo's advance. Who then could? Lying on the ground, Busquets strained to lift his neck, observing Yelo's diminishing figure in the distance. Danger! Yelo! How astonishingly swift! He had suddenly accelerated, evading Busquets' defense while simultaneously slipping past Peak. This burst of speed was the most incisive form of breakthrough for a player of his caliber. Peak's defense was utterly ineffective, faced with Yelo's velocity. He had barely registered the threat before Yelo thundered past him. At that moment, Puyol was the one returning to the fray. The veteran's speed in his prime was formidable. After all, as a relatively shorter center back, his ascent to being a top defender was attributed to his positional awareness, anticipation, and exceptional physical prowess. However, age remains the nemesis of all athletes. Thus, despite Puyol's advantageous positioning, he found himself outmatched by Yelo's speed. Realizing he could not contend with Yelo's pace, Puyol swiftly resorted to the same tactic as Busquets, a flying tackle. This was not merely a defensive maneuver. It was a form of intimidation, a warning. He cautioned Yelo that should he persist in his offensive foray, the consequences could be dire. Regrettably, Puyol's warning was of little consequence to Yelo, who effortlessly navigated past Puyol's defense with a simple yet effective maneuver. In a frantic dash, Yelo deftly flicked the ball into the air with the tip of his toes, propelling himself upward as if clearing a hurdle, soaring over the grounded Puyol. At this critical moment, Puyol gritted his teeth and lifted his foot. He failed to intercept Yelo, yet his foot grazed the sole of Yelo's foot, causing him to stumble slightly in midair. Nevertheless, with arms outstretched, Yelo resembled a bird flapping its wings, and through the graceful motion of his hands, he managed to regain his balance upon landing. Puyol's desperate slide. Yelo has passed him. Yelo has broken free. A clear shot. A clear shot. Yelo surged into the penalty area. Yelo. Yelo. Duan Xian's voice rang out in a fervent cry. This continuous breakthrough ignited a fervor among the spectators. At that moment, in front of their televisions, all fans from the Dragon Country were perched on the edge of their seats, fists clenched, eagerly awaiting the celebration that would follow the goal. Attack. Yelo landed with scarcely any loss of speed, swiftly closing the distance to the ball and seamlessly entering the penalty area. Barcelona's players scrambled to retreat, yet they had largely devolved into mere spectators, with only the goalkeeper Valdez left to confront Yelo. This was the second time in the match that Valdez faced Yelo directly. The memory of his previous failure loomed in Valdez's mind. Yet, he could not afford to display any signs of fear. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, attempting to bolster his own courage while hoping to intimidate Yelo. Valdez gritted his teeth, his expression fierce and menacing. A one-on-one situation, a duel between goalkeeper and striker. A contest not only of skill, but of psychology. Alas, his theatrics were merely for show. The moment Valdez lunged forward, Yelo unleashed a powerful strike with the instep of his right foot. The ball whistled past Valdez's midsection and, with a swift sound, crashed into the net. Valdez's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated Yelo would handle the ball in such a manner. By the time he reacted, the ball had already sped beyond him. As he turned to look, he could only see the ball spinning within the net. Yelo. As Yelo burst past Puyol and into the penalty area, Andres was already shouting in exhilaration. This solitary strike was executed with remarkable precision by Yelo. Just as Valdez prepared to intercept, Yelo unleashed a powerful shot, completely catching everyone off guard, including the commentators and the fans in the Rose Garden stands. Thus, when the ball struck the net, the entire stadium seemed momentarily stunned. Approximately a second later, other commentators and fans reacted, while Andres seized the moment to jubilantly declare the goal. 2-1. 2-1. Malaga has once again surpassed the scoreline. How splendid. For Malaga, if this round of the league were to conclude at this very moment, they would be lifting the championship trophy. Indeed, at this instant, within the confines of the Song of Songs Stadium, Real Madrid finds themselves utterly at a loss against Villarreal's impregnable defense. Their players are beginning to exhibit signs of anxiety. Mourinho's brow is furrowed, while Faria hesitates, uncertain whether to inform him of the developments occurring at the Rose Garden Stadium. What is happening on the other side? Before Faria can make a decision, Mourinho inquires himself. The prospects of a comeback for Real Madrid appear increasingly bleak. Even managing to equalize would be a commendable feat thus. If Malaga and Barcelona were to draw, Real Madrid would still have a glimmer of hope. But Malaga has scored again, with the goal coming from Ye. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crosses Mourinho's face. Who could have anticipated that the team potentially thwarting his pursuit of the league title this season would not be Barcelona, but rather Malaga? We have no way out. Mourinho glances at the match clock. It is now the 58th minute of play. Typically, it would be somewhat premature to make substitutions at this juncture. However, Mourinho can no longer afford to ponder. Have Higuain and Kaká warm up. He is determined to take a desperate gamble. With Malaga in the lead, a draw holds no significance for Real Madrid. If Malaga secures all 3 points while Real Madrid settles for a single point, Malaga would lead Real Madrid by 3 points. Given that Malaga has already achieved a double victory over Real Madrid this season, even if Real Madrid wins in the final round and Malaga loses, they would still be tied. La Liga rules prioritize head-to-head records in the event of a tie. Thus, even in a tie, the trophy would ultimately be awarded to Malaga. Therefore, Real Madrid finds themselves with no retreat left. Observing Higuain and Kaká warming up on the sidelines, the Real Madrid players realize the gravity of the situation. Their demeanor becomes increasingly agitated. Pellegrini embraces his assistant, Molosca, and together they raise their arms towards the fans in the stands, celebrating alongside the Malaga supporters. The current circumstances are exceedingly favorable for Malaga. They might even lift the championship trophy a round early. Notably, prior to the match, La Liga had refused to deliver the trophy to the Rose Garden Stadium. Should Malaga indeed clinch the title in this round, La Liga would face a significant embarrassment. On the pitch, the Malaga players are celebrating exuberantly, with even the substitutes rushing onto the field. The Barcelona players stand on the field, many with hands on their hips, gazing upwards, while others lie prostrate on the grass. Their morale has been utterly shattered by this goal. The boiling water has now completely cooled. Guardiola, with his hands clasped atop his head, is equally affected, yet as the head coach, he understands that now is not the time for lamentation. He glances at the match clock displayed on the big screen. It is now the 60th minute of the match, with over 30 minutes remaining until the final whistle. In this time, the imperative is to score another goal. It is not yet time to concede defeat. While scoring 2 goals is undoubtedly a daunting task, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. History has shown us instances, such as Manchester United's remarkable comeback in the Champions League final, where they netted 2 goals in injury time to overturn Bayern Munich's lead and claim victory. Therefore, miracles can and do occur on the football pitch. The crucial point is to remain resolute. Guardiola glanced toward the substitutes bench. Prepare Pedro for warm-up. Upon the resumption of play, Barcelona executed a substitution, bringing on Pedro in place of the underperforming Sanchez. This tactical change was aimed at bolstering their offensive capabilities. Although Guardiola recognized the importance of defense, the immediate need for Barcelona was to mount an attack. The coach instructed his players to withstand Malaga's offensive onslaught before seeking their own opportunities. With Malaga recently scoring and their morale soaring, it was vital for Barcelona to stabilize their formation and prevent conceding further goals. They aimed to endure this challenging phase before launching a full-scale offensive. Guardiola was confident that, in the closing moments of the match, Barcelona would assert their dominance over their opponents. Mascherano also began preparing for his own substitution, as he anticipated that Malaga's stamina would wane in the final stages of the match. At the 60th minute, 10 minutes later, they would reach the critical 70th minute, marking the first fatigue threshold. It would be then that Barcelona could embark on their aggressive assault. If they managed to equalize, Malaga would likely suffer a dual collapse, both physically and psychologically. Subsequently, Barcelona's third goal would come as a natural progression. Thus, after conceding, Barcelona did not recklessly throw themselves into attack, but opted instead for a solid defensive posture. Meanwhile, Malaga indeed pressed forward with vigor. This scenario is quite typical within a match. The team that has just scored often capitalizes on their momentum, intensifying their offensive efforts while the opposing side's morale dips. If successful, it could potentially seal the match in their favor. Unless explicitly instructed by the coach to refrain from pressing forward, Malaga would undoubtedly unleash a concentrated offensive. While scoring would be advantageous, even failing to score would serve to consume valuable time. Pellegrini did not deter his players from this approach, as he had no concerns regarding their strategy. Their attacking prowess was formidable, but it did not imply that Malaga disregarded their defensive responsibilities. Indeed, their midfielders and defenders remained cautious, rarely venturing beyond the halfway line. Malaga's offensive thrust relied on the harmonious interplay among a select few players: Yelo, Van Nistelrooy, Cazorla, Isco, and Joaquin, each possessing considerable attacking talent. Yet even Cazorla and Joaquin seldom ventured into the opponent's penalty area. With the prowess of players like Yelo, Van Nistelrooy, and Isco, the Barcelona defense found itself in disarray. Under such circumstances, the pressure on Barcelona's defense was immense. Yelo began to seize more opportunities to possess the ball. However, he found himself devoid of space to maneuver. Barcelona had been pushed back, resulting in a congested defensive line. The prospect of Yelo charging forward as he had previously seemed increasingly unrealistic. Nevertheless, this did not imply a lack of opportunities for him to score. He was certainly eager to net another goal. His brace had merely widened the gap by 1 goal. Victory in this match was imperative. The safest strategy was to score once more. Barcelona, wary of Yelo, who had already netted 2 goals, deployed tight marking against him. Wherever Yelo roamed, he was closely shadowed by defenders. This scenario was all too familiar for him. Nowadays, every team guarded him with such diligence. Yelo's position was notably flexible. He did not confine himself to a specific area but roamed across the front line, occasionally retreating to midfield. On this occasion, he received the ball on the flank. In Malaga's offensive foray, Yelo served as the beacon of attack. Wherever he appeared, the ball would follow. This time, he faced Busquets, who was not alone, as Iniesta also arrived to lend support, creating a two-pronged assault against Yelo. Naturally, Yelo was determined not to be ensnared by both adversaries. Confronted by Busquets, he chose to drive the ball toward the center. As Busquets shifted his weight, Yelo abruptly halted, deftly maneuvering past him from the outside. Due to Iniesta's presence in the middle, as Yelo broke through from the flank, Iniesta could only watch helplessly as Busquets obstructed his path. Yet, Busquets was not one to concede easily. He pivoted, cutting off the inside lane. He relinquished the outside to Yelo, determining that as long as Yelo did not penetrate the inner lane to shoot, the threat level would be significantly diminished. His resolve was firm, whatever Yelo attempted. He merely needed to guard the inside lane and prevent Yelo from advancing into the penalty area. Whether Yelo feigned movement on the outside or attempted to pass, Busquets remained unfazed. His defensive performance was commendable. He positioned himself strategically, blocking the hazardous route. Given the difficulty of intercepting Yelo's ball, which was nearly impossible, successfully keeping him on the outside and forcing him to pass was, in itself, a triumph of defense. Once the ball departed from Yelo's feet, the threat diminished considerably. Andres commended Busquets for this defensive effort. With sufficient numbers in Barcelona's defense, as long as Busquets maintained his position and refrained from overcommitting, Yelo would find himself at a loss. Indeed, after executing several feints and realizing his opponents remained unperturbed, Yelo came to a halt. On the sidelines, Guardiola exhaled with relief. In his view, Busquets had successfully executed his defensive duties, and indeed, he had. After Yelo came to a halt, creating a threat became exceedingly difficult. He yearned to break through directly, yet the confined space within the penalty area made it easy to lose possession. Yelo was unwilling to relinquish the ball so effortlessly. However, with the tempo and pace of the attack now diminished, what could he possibly do? Gradually, he advanced the ball forward, keeping a watchful eye on Busquets' feet. Indeed, his most formidable offensive tactic lay in high-speed breakthroughs. Nevertheless, this did not render him entirely helpless in such a scenario. He possessed an arsenal of offensive weapons. Abidal charged towards Yelo, determined to seize the ball from his feet, even if it meant committing a foul. Originally, this defensive zone was meant for Abidal to engage. Yet he chose to retreat into the penalty area to secure a crucial position, willing to concede the flanks to Yelo to prevent him from penetrating the box. However, once Busquets maintained his position, Abidal believed an opportunity had arisen, prompting him to launch an immediate strike, even if it meant conceding a free kick to Malaga. He was intent on disrupting the opponent's rhythm. Yet, as he lunged towards Yelo, the previously stationary Yelo suddenly shifted. With the outer instep of his right foot, he deftly nudged the ball inward, signaling an intent to cut in for a powerful shot. Busquets reacted instantly, shifting his weight and pivoting inward, maintaining a reasonable distance. Should Yelo shoot, the ball would collide with him. However, what transpired next left everyone wide-eyed. Not just Busquets, but fans watching on television and commentators alike were rendered speechless. Everyone had anticipated that Yelo would continue to cut inside, seeking an angle for a shot. Yet at that moment, Yelo abruptly performed a feint, his body and the ball veering toward the goal line. Was he attempting to break down the baseline? Abidal felt a surge of optimism. He immediately planted himself, certain that if Yelo broke through, he would most likely collide with him. Busquets also spun around. But at that instant, Yelo flicked the ball with the outer instep of his right foot, sending it through the gap between Busquets' legs. In the next moment, Yelo stepped forward. His left leg propelled him with immense force, launching his body like a bolt from a crossbow. Yelo surged past Busquets' left side. Before Busquets could comprehend the situation, Yelo's right foot lashed out at the ball like a whip. In a critical moment, Puyol rushed in desperately. Yet he was a step too late. As he attempted to stretch his foot to block Yelo's shot, the ball had already zipped past him towards the goal. At this range, despite Valdez's reaction and his arm grazing the ball, he ultimately could not alter its trajectory. The ball took a slight deflection and collided with the net. Everyone remained in their original positions, turning to gaze at the ball bouncing within the net. The once quiet Rose Garden Stadium seemed to be brimming with pent-up energy. The next moment, boom, the entire stadium erupted into a frenzy. The chapter concludes, and with it, the 177th chapter marks the first championship. In truth, The fans at the Rose Garden Stadium scarcely comprehended how the ball found its way into the net. Yelo's velocity was astonishing, not just in terms of his movement speed, but also in the frequency of his actions. Standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters. His ability to execute such maneuvers demands an extraordinary level of flexibility and muscular explosiveness. Remarkably, he performed these actions with a swiftness that surpassed many shorter players, leaving spectators utterly astounded. Yelo sliced into the box, soared past the arc, then darted back into the area, skillfully nutmegging Busquets before unleashing a powerful strike. This sequence of movements saw Yelo transition from the flank into the interior of the box, all accomplished in just over a second. Many fans in the stands momentarily lost focus, entirely unaware of how the ball had crossed the threshold. Yet, this did not hinder the jubilant cheers from the Malaga supporters, who understood the profound significance of that goal. With this score, Malaga was on the verge of victory, inching ever closer to the league championship. In Barcelona, numerous supporters clutched their heads in disbelief as they gazed at their television screens. Most of them, too, had not grasped the intricacies of how the ball had entered the goal, but the celebration belonged to Malaga. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indisputable that Barcelona had conceded. In the commentary booth, the announcers were momentarily stunned, left speechless by the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before them. The rapidity, the velocity, and the frequency of these actions were beyond comprehension. How had he achieved this? This question echoed in the minds of all the commentators. It was Andres who first regained his composure. Clenching his fists, he let out a hoarse shout. Yee. Soon, a cacophony of exclamations erupted from the commentary team. Yee. Unbelievable. An astonishing goal. It's simply incredible. Such speed, such frequency, such a shot. Oh my God, in this moment he is a deity. Malaga had secured their triumph. Indeed, even with over 10 minutes remaining in the match, Malaga had sealed the victory. 3-1. Yelo had dismantled Barcelona with a hat trick, continuing his stellar form against them. No team could claim they could score 3 goals in the remaining time. Not even Barcelona. Yelo. Goal. A hat trick. 51st league goal of the season. Absolutely insane. So unbelievable. 51 league goals. What can one say? In the face of Yelo's prowess, Malaga is invincible. Barcelona's defeat is certain. Malaga is now exceedingly close to the league championship. Amidst the chorus of exultant voices in the commentary booth, only the Catalonian commentator remained silent. After Yelo's goal, he sat there in a daze. Had this not been the substitute bench, one might have mistaken his expression and demeanor for that of a defendant in a courtroom. The Barcelona fans in attendance exhibited a similar expression to that of the Catalan commentator, all too aware that the match had concluded. The season had come to an end, and the prospect of a miracle seemed utterly remote. Barcelona, the illustrious team, had failed to secure a single significant championship this season, despite having captured the UEFA Super Cup, the Spanish Super Cup, and the Club World Cup, what could be deemed a trifling treble. Yet, for the cosmic team that is Barcelona, this meager trifecta felt more like an affront than an achievement. At that moment, the crowd was more concerned with how Yelo had executed his goal. The television broadcast began to replay the moment in slow motion, drawing the spectators' gazes to the large screen, while the commentators fixated on their monitors, hardly daring to blink. In truth, many commentators had not seen the play clearly. They were seated too far from the pitch, and it could be argued that the viewers at home had a better vantage point. In the slow-motion footage, viewers observed Yelo initiating an inward cut, a movement that left no doubt about his intent. Everyone understood that if Busquets had hesitated even slightly, Yelo would have sliced through to take a shot, rendering the subsequent sequence unnecessary. As Busquets closed in to block, Yelo's rhythm and pace overwhelmed his opponent. With remarkable agility, he deftly maneuvered the ball. While Abidal rushed to provide support, Busquets, adjusting in haste, attempted to turn, yet before he could complete his pivot, Yelo deftly redirected the ball. With 2 swift changes in rhythm, Yelo outpaced both Busquets and Abidal. When the ball slipped through Busquets' legs, and Yelo stepped forward to unleash a powerful strike, it was already too late for the defenders. In the face of Yelo's extraordinary speed, Busquets, Abidal, and indeed all of Barcelona's defenders moved as sluggishly as snails. The rapid succession of directional changes demanded an almost insurmountable level of physical prowess and technical skill. Without robust physical attributes, balance, explosive muscle power, rapid reflexes, and stride frequency, such maneuvers would be unattainable. However, physical capability is merely a foundational requirement. The crux lies in ball control and technique. The synthesis of physical attributes and technical finesse birthed such a remarkable goal. It is truly a testament to his terrifying physical capabilities. After the replay, commentator Nan remarked, "We all know that he possesses exceptional technical skills and remarkable speed, both of which rank among the greatest in history. Yet, this time I must emphasize his comprehensive physical abilities. A player standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters is hardly considered diminutive among footballers. Typically, players of this stature struggle to exhibit the agility of someone like Yelo. Yet, in this goal, we witness his remarkable balance and footwork, proving that his nimbleness rivals that of shorter players. Achieving such feats at this velocity seems almost superhuman, as one commentator wryly noted. Busquets was utterly overwhelmed. The Barcelona midfielder found his composure crumbling. Sitting on the ground, his head buzzing, he had no words to express his frustration over the conceded goal. He had pushed himself to the absolute limit. His defensive effort at that moment represented the pinnacle of his career, characterized by intense concentration. He believed that had it been another player, Yelo would have been ensnared between him and Abidal like a filling in a sandwich as he approached the goal line. Yet, Yelo seemed to hit the pause button, seamlessly transitioning from a dribble to a deft touch, allowing the ball to glide between his legs. Busquets remained seated, his expression one of despair. Despite employing every tactic at his disposal, he could not thwart his opponent's goal. Iniesta stood nearby, hands clasped atop his head, astounded by Yelo's extraordinary maneuver, having witnessed the entire sequence from a close vantage. He could scarcely fathom that what he had just witnessed was real, replaying the moment in his mind. While Iniesta possessed exceptional technical skills, exemplified by his signature moves, he now recognized that unless his physicality improved by a significant margin, attempting such actions at high speed could easily result in losing his balance and falling. His fortunate escape would be to avoid injury altogether. He glanced at Yelo, who was celebrating exuberantly with the Malaga players, showing no signs of distress. Was this individual even human? Guardiola, initially standing on the sidelines, observed the jubilant Malaga bench following Yelo's goal, which transformed the atmosphere into one of sheer elation. Reluctantly, Guardiola rubbed his bald head, silently turning to return to his seat, knowing deep down that the match was effectively over. Barcelona had no chance left. Trailing by 2 goals was one thing, but their morale was utterly crushed. With Malaga dominating the field, the defeat was not merely about conceding a goal. It was the manner in which it occurred that was truly daunting. Having once been a top player himself, Guardiola understood all too well the profound shock that such a goal from Yelo could inflict. Barcelona's players were not robots. They would undoubtedly be affected by this moment. Moreover, Guardiola could not simply pause the match, gather everyone in the dressing room for a motivational speech, and then press the button to resume play as if he were orchestrating a basketball game. In fact, even in basketball, such prolonged pauses are unheard of. Consequently, the current predicament faced by Barcelona is one of trailing by 2 goals, with morale plummeting and players burdened by trepidation. In such circumstances, it is utterly unrealistic to expect the Barcelona players to suddenly ignite their spirits, conjure a miracle, and overturn the match. That is a narrative fit for animated tales. Guardiola, for his part, does not anticipate that the current scriptwriter will bestow upon Barcelona's players the divine strength to accomplish the impossible task at hand. He harbors a sense of regret. Having decided to depart from Barcelona, he wishes he could have brought more glory to the club this season. Nevertheless, he established a near-dynastic era for Barcelona, and that is sufficient. Guardiola is not one to capitulate easily, yet he must now concede defeat. Acknowledging failure and embracing it are essential qualities for a football manager. No one is immune to defeat, and no team can perpetually bask in victory. A team may establish a dynasty and claim championships for a time, but like the tides, one must be prepared to descend from the crest back into the depths. This truth applies to both football and life. No one can remain perpetually at the pinnacle. When one falls from grace, some may rise again and reclaim their place atop the waves, while others may sink entirely into obscurity. Falling to the depths is not synonymous with failure. For those who strive vigorously will invariably discover the wave that propels them back to the heights. Guardiola will not succumb to despair. He will continue to navigate the forthcoming era, rising once more with the tide. He believes that Barcelona will do the same. Perhaps that young lad will find himself at the bottom one day as well. Guardiola gazes at the ecstatic Malaga players celebrating wildly. He does not see Yelo, as he has been engulfed by the jubilant Malaga squad. The players of Malaga celebrate with unrestrained fervor to the extent that the referee is compelled to intervene, lest they continue their revelry until the match concludes. In truth, both the Malaga players and fans yearn for the match to end at that very moment. For during the celebration of their goal, all on-field players are inquiring of the substitutes. Has Real Madrid scored? Upon receiving a negative response, their excitement only intensifies. With time dwindling, Real Madrid must score 2 goals within the remaining minutes to retain hope of claiming the title. The clock is ticking down for Real Madrid, while for Malaga, the remaining time feels ample. They can scarcely contain their anticipation. As the match resumes, the Rose Garden Stadium transforms into a grand celebration venue. The fans in the stands sang and danced, with many of Malaga's longtime supporters holding models of the La Liga Championship, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. The bond between the football club and the community is an integral part of the football culture. Among the devoted fans of Malaga, a significant portion belongs to families with generations of allegiance to the club. For some elderly individuals, witnessing Malaga reach unprecedented heights in their lifetime is a profound source of happiness. The buoyant atmosphere in the stands also stemmed from the situation on the pitch. Yelo's goals severely dampened Barcelona's morale. Once the match resumed, Barcelona appeared deflated. As for Malaga, witnessing their opponent's state, they were eager for the match to conclude without further effort. Consequently, the game entered a rather dull and tedious phase, with both teams lacking offensive vigor, thus granting Malaga's fans ample opportunity to celebrate. On the substitute bench, Van Nistelrooy, having just been substituted, immediately inquired about the situation in another match. They had yet to score. Bonatna held up his phone, watching the live broadcast, while other players gathered around him, all intently focused on the developments in the other stadium. At the Cantasong Stadium, Real Madrid substitutes were as anxious as the head coach, standing at the sidelines. The relentless assault by Real Madrid had persisted for several minutes. Yet their efforts bore no fruit. Villarreal's players, now devoid of ambition, were unconcerned about the ramifications of a potential loss to Real Madrid. For them, securing a victory at home against such a formidable opponent was of paramount importance, perhaps even more so than Real Madrid losing the championship. In any case, the La Liga title was irrelevant to them. With this relaxed mindset, Villarreal's players comfortably nestled back into their defensive posture, performing admirably. In contrast, the increasingly anxious attacks from Real Madrid posed diminishing threats. Against a dense defense, patience and careful passing are essential for creating opportunities. Expecting to vanquish the opponent with a single blow is unrealistic unless fortune favors them. And in this match, luck was evidently not on Real Madrid's side. At that moment, Cristiano Ronaldo retreated to the midfield to collect the ball. After evading one defender, he charged forward and unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters out. This impulsive act reflected the urgency within him. However, as a player of near legendary caliber, Ronaldo's prowess was unquestionable. His long-range strike produced an exceptionally high-quality shot. In the eager gaze of all Real Madrid supporters, the ball struck the crossbar. Damn! Mourinho nearly sank to his knees, ready to celebrate a goal. The players of Real Madrid clasped their heads in disbelief, while Cristiano Ronaldo let out a roar, gazing skyward with a visage of helplessness and incredulity. A collective gasp arose from the Malaga bench and the fans in the stands of the Rosaleda Stadium, who were engrossed in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the match on the field continued in a rather mundane manner, prompting several Malaga players, as well as some from Barcelona, to glance towards the stands. It seemed that Real Madrid had almost scored. Almost, meaning it did not happen. The Malaga players appeared invigorated, though they dared not express their excitement too readily, for theoretically, Real Madrid still possessed the potential to turn the match around. While luck had not yet played a role, the Malaga players wished to refrain from premature celebration, lest they disturb the increasingly favorable circumstances for their team. This encounter at the Rosaleda Stadium had devolved into mere garbage time, with all eyes fixed on whether Malaga could secure the La Liga title a round early, hinging on Real Madrid's ability to mount a comeback. However, the likelihood of such a reversal seemed to diminish with each passing moment, a sentiment echoed by the commentators. Most believed that the ensuing minutes would yield little of interest regarding the match itself. Instead, discussions turned to the La Liga Championship, Malaga, and the significance of the occasion. After all, This marked the first major title in the club's history, their inaugural La Liga championship, the first time they would lift a prestigious trophy. Duan Xian was exhilarated, repeatedly emphasizing that this was the first league title for players from Dragon Country in a European league, indeed the first championship in one of the top 5 leagues. Since Yelo's emergence, he had been consistently breaking records, not only within Dragon Country's football, but also on the global stage. He was the most outstanding footballer of his era, a player with the capacity to dominate a generation. Perhaps, upon Yelo's retirement, his historical significance would be compared to that of Maradona and Pelé. This year, Messi had already turned 25, and Ronaldo was 28, while Yelo was merely 19. At such a tender age, could there be any player comparable to him? I can assert with certainty, there is none. He stands as the epitome of brilliance at this age, with Messi and Ronaldo being the only players of this era who can be mentioned alongside him. Messi and Ronaldo are destined to age before him. He may one day reign supreme in the football world. Yet, despite such a prodigious talent, the football authorities seem to be ignoring him, taking no action whatsoever. This is nothing short of a travesty. Duan Xian was genuinely excited. So much so that a staff member in the studio stood up to gesture for him to rein in his fervor. Duan Xian restrained the more outrageous statements that had been bubbling within him, fully aware of the significance of the moment. Based on his previous remarks, he is likely to face disciplinary action, perhaps even a suspension. Previously, a host had criticized the Dragon National Football Association during a program, resulting in a direct inquiry from the association, which placed immense pressure on the station. That was a pre-recorded sports program. Now, however, it is live, and the consequences could be far more severe. But does he regret it? Duan Xian does not. He understands that this reflects the sentiments of all Dragon National Football fans. The wretched Dragon National Football Association. They are committing crimes. They are the culprits responsible for the decline of Dragon National Football to its current state. From the source of the program to the malevolent figures below, they all deserve condemnation. As the minutes tick away, both teams are no longer focused on the field. The players of Malaga are filled with excitement, knowing that no news is the best news, indicating that the score of another match remains unchanged. The stoppage time for this match is 3 minutes. However, the referee is aware that, given the current state of the players, this match has lost any significance. Thus, with 30 seconds remaining, he blows the final whistle. The match is over. Commentator Andres exclaims, stretching his voice. Malaga is only 2 minutes away from creating a miracle. The match involving Real Madrid has entered the 92nd minute, with 4 minutes of stoppage time. In these final 2 minutes, can Real Madrid conjure a miracle? In truth, everyone knows this is nearly impossible. Yet, the players of Malaga rush to the bench the moment the final whistle blows, gathering around a phone displaying the match. At El Madrigal, in the 92nd minute, Villarreal leads Real Madrid 1-0. Everyone holds their breath, fixated on the screen. At this moment, Real Madrid has been awarded a free kick. Cristiano Ronaldo steps up to take it. As he strikes the ball into the net, the tension in the entire Malaga stadium reaches its zenith. There is only 1 minute remaining, and Real Madrid has equalized. Oh, what a tremendous test this is for the hearts of Malaga fans. Many fans are already placing their hands on their chests, feeling their hearts racing. Yelo's palms are sweaty. Securing the championship a round early would be monumental for Malaga, allowing for significant rotation of players in the final round to rest key players ahead of the Champions League final on May 20th. Real Madrid has equalized, but time is running short. The atmosphere has become intensely grave, and whether Malaga can clinch the title around early hinges on whether Real Madrid can score again in the next minute. In the commentary booth, no commentator has announced the end of the live broadcast. On the television screen, what was originally the live feed of this match has been accompanied by several channels opening a small window to show the situation of the Real Madrid match. At this moment, the camera hovered above the heads of the Malaga players, all of whom anxiously gazed at their mobile screens. The goal in the 93rd minute truly sent a shockwave through the morale of Real Madrid. In a race against time, the players of Real Madrid forewent any celebration. As soon as the match resumed, they launched a fierce assault. Nearly all players pressed into Villarreal's penalty area, with Ramos and Pepe taking on the roles of forwards. The player initiating long passes from the back transformed into goalkeeper Casillas. Continuous long balls and headers ensued, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos within the penalty box. With just 5 seconds remaining in the theoretical stoppage time of 93 minutes and 55 seconds, Marcelo received a cleared ball outside the Villarreal penalty area, deftly carrying it into the box without letting it touch the ground. Ramos leaped high, outmuscling the defenders to send a powerful header toward the goal. The hearts of the Malaga players nearly stopped at this sight. Yet, in that critical moment, Villarreal's goalkeeper, Lopez, reacted swiftly, sweeping the ball away with a grand gesture, ensuring it went out for a corner. He was a hero. Lopez was a hero. I could kiss him. Gratitude poured forth for Lopez as the Malaga players collectively cheered for Villarreal's goalkeeper. It must end. The match must conclude. Some players shouted toward the mobile screens. However, the referee awarded Real Madrid a corner kick. Casillas joined the fray in the penalty area. Real Madrid had thrown caution to the wind. Alas, the corner was cleared by Villarreal's defenders. The ball went out of play. It was over. It must end. Baptista seemed to chant an incantation. Yet his spell could not influence the unfolding drama on the pitch. The referee had yet to blow the whistle, although 94 minutes had elapsed. Real Madrid persisted in their offensive. A quick throw-in was executed, and Real Madrid launched another attack, which culminated in a wayward header from Cristiano Ronaldo, resulting in a goal kick for Villarreal. Lopez placed the ball on the edge of the 6-yard box and launched it with a powerful kick. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixed on the referee. Indeed, the referee raised his hand. Before the whistle could sound, the Malaga players clenched their fists in ecstatic celebration. In the stands, the cheers of the Malaga supporters surged like a tsunami, enveloping the entire arena. It was over. In the commentary booth, the commentators raised their arms in jubilation. The match was concluded. The match was over. In another arena, Real Madrid had drawn 1-1 away to Villarreal, thereby allowing Malaga to lead Real Madrid by 3 points, with a double victory over Real Madrid in both home and away matches. Even if Real Madrid matched the points in the next round, Malaga would still be champions. The suspense of the 2011-2012 season of La Liga had reached its conclusion. In a stunning turn of events, Malaga triumphed over Barcelona with a score of 3-1 on their home turf, while Real Madrid managed only a 1-1 draw against Villarreal. This ultimately paved the way for Malaga to claim the championship of this season's La Liga. It is indeed regrettable that the La Liga Association failed to deliver the championship trophy to the Rose Garden beforehand. Otherwise, Malaga could have celebrated with an awards ceremony immediately. Perhaps the league did not anticipate that Real Madrid would drop points away from home. As the commentators spoke, reporters had already rushed onto the field, their focus clear. Yelo. He had been named the best player of the match and was undoubtedly the standout player of the season. However, the reporters found it impossible to approach Yelo, for he was instantly surrounded by his ecstatic teammates. Before he could even process the situation, he found himself firmly held by Baptista and Van Nistelrooy, one on each side. At that moment, Baptista and Van Nistelrooy showcased defensive prowess that rivaled that of Busquets, successfully restraining Yelo. "Are you ready, guys?" Van Nistelrooy bellowed. And the team understood precisely what was about to unfold. With a flurry of hands, they lifted Yelo high into the air. Hey, what are you doing?" Yelo exclaimed, somewhat unprepared for the sudden turn of events. Yet, his protests fell on deaf ears as they hoisted him up, and with a collective count of 1, 2, 3, they launched him into the air. Yelo's voice was abruptly silenced, transforming from an invincible player on the pitch to a frightened young boy. "Oh no, I have a fear of heights." No one heeded Yelo's cries until they grew weary of their antics, at which point he was finally set down, but still carried on shoulders to the sidelines to bask in the adoration of Malaga's fans. "Our champions have arrived," the DJ exclaimed with infectious enthusiasm. "Malaga, champions!" The cheers of Malaga's supporters echoed through the stadium. Although the trophy presentation was marred by the incompetence of the La Liga Association, the victorious Malaga could not immediately lift the cup. They would have to wait until the next round of matches for that honor. It was truly a disappointment. Nevertheless, the players organized a small celebratory gesture of their own, mimicking the lifting of a trophy and joining together in jubilant cheers. Yelo, as the captain, pretended to hold an imaginary trophy aloft. Observing this scene, Spanish journalists expressed their disdain for the La Liga Association, criticizing their failure to deliver the trophy when a team might be on the brink of victory, an embarrassing oversight indeed. Photos of Malaga lifting an air trophy were sure to headline the news the following day, as Spanish journalists lamented the league's inefficacy. Meanwhile, reporters from Longwas celebrated jubilantly. For Malaga had made history by clinching the championship. Although the trophy had yet to be presented, it was only a matter of time. Yelo, too, became the first player in Longwas football history to secure a title in a major European league. Duan Xian's excited voice resonated through countless households, as many fans gathered in various locales to witness this historic moment. A cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted, as everyone celebrated the triumph of their championship. This victory marks not merely the first title for Malaga, but also the inaugural championship for Yelo. Chapter 178. The Maradona of Malaga. Yelo, who was rightfully designated as the best player of the match, should have been in the mixed zone for interviews. However, the players of Malaga were wholly engrossed in their celebrations, leaving the journalists to smile wryly at the scene. At this point, no one could fault the Malaga players for their apparent negligence, for they had undeniably become the heroes of the entire city. The most legendary cohort in the annals of Malaga's football history, without exception. Even if Yelo departs Malaga next season, he will forever remain the most illustrious captain in the club's history, being the first captain to lead the team to a prestigious trophy. The relationship between Yelo and Malaga is akin to that of Maradona and Napoli. In the post-match press conference, Pellegrini wore a beaming smile, his excitement palpable. He had succeeded in becoming the legendary coach who guided a smaller team like Malaga to La Liga glory. Indeed, this has been an indescribably remarkable season for us. Before the season commenced, I could scarcely envision us claiming the La Liga title, yet here we are, having achieved it. It was no easy feat, but in retrospect, it is evident that our championship was not merely fortuitous. We possessed a great captain, a phenomenal player. Do you attribute the lion's share of the championship to Yelo? I certainly acknowledge the contributions of other players, yet one fact remains indisputable. Without Yelo, we would not have secured the La Liga title, nor reached the Champions League final. Pellegrini stated, "Sometimes the impact of a great player is precisely this. Yelo is Malaga's Maradona. As for this year's Ballon d'Or, he will undoubtedly receive the 2012 Ballon d'Or. I truly cannot fathom who else could rival him for this honor. This season, Yelo is the world's best player, and he deserves every accolade." At this moment, Pellegrini showered Yelo with lavish praise, unafraid of the potential backlash of overpraising him. He knows Yelo well, and Pellegrini is genuinely exhilarated. When Guardiola arrived at the press conference, the gloom that had previously shadowed his face was absent. In reality, Malaga had not merely usurped Barcelona's title. The supporters of Real Madrid were perhaps the most disheartened. Nevertheless, Guardiola graciously extended his congratulations to Malaga. "I congratulate them. They are truly deserving champions." Yelo's performance was simply astonishing, Guardiola remarked. Pellegrini stated that Yelo faces no competition for this year's Ballon d'Or. Do you agree with this assertion? Guardiola is undoubtedly aware of the underlying intention behind the journalist's inquiry. It is merely an attempt to provoke a sensational headline involving him as the Barcelona coach. How could he respond? By affirming that Yelo is undoubtedly this year's Ballon d'Or recipient? Such a statement would lead the journalist to assert that Guardiola believes Messi is unworthy of the award. Guardiola is well acquainted with such journalistic tactics. "I am uncertain. That is a matter for the Ballon d'Or selection committee, and I do not possess voting rights." "What if I did?" he would retort with an air of mystery. In the locker room, Yelo finally found a moment to access the system. As the season had yet to conclude, his primary quest, path to glory, remained unfulfilled. However, upon securing his first La Liga title, a new achievement appeared in the achievement system, First League Championship. Achievement rating, S. Achievement reward, Heart of a Champion. Heart of a Champion, S-level skill. You are a natural team leader, and your mere presence on the field exerts a profound motivational influence on your teammates, significantly enhancing the team's morale. Yelo furrowed his brow slightly. This was, indeed, a skill aimed at bolstering the morale of his teammates. Nevertheless, it is true that as long as he is on the pitch, his teammates will consistently maintain high spirits and fervor. This is quite a formidable ability. Football, after all, is a team sport, and if each teammate performs exceptionally well, the likelihood of victory increases significantly. This can be regarded as an area of effect skill, and an S rating is certainly justified. After closing the system and donning his attire, Yelo joined his teammates in celebration. After a grueling season, Pellegrini chose to overlook the final round, as the outcome against Malaga had become inconsequential. Consequently, the players celebrated with exuberance. Even Yelo indulged in drinks, and they all became merrily intoxicated. That evening, the news of Malaga's triumph became a sensation across the global internet. While it is not uncommon for teams other than Barcelona and Real Madrid to claim victory in La Liga, a humble team like Malaga achieving such an unexpected title had never occurred before. Malaga had wrought a miracle, and people are always eager to discuss miracles. The following day, Yelo slept until noon. The team's two-day holiday afforded the players a much-needed opportunity for relaxation. Meanwhile, nearly every sports media outlet headlined the story of Malaga's championship. Malaga's Maradona. Epic championship. A great achievement for a small team. Champion Malaga. All Spanish media marveled at the miraculous victory of Malaga. Not only in Spain, but mainstream media in other European countries also turned their focus to La Liga. Yelo's statistics astonished all of Europe. 51 goals in La Liga dramatically shattered the single-season scoring record. Undoubtedly, the most significant contributor to Malaga's championship was Yelo. The football whirlwind ignited by Yelo continues unabated. This marks the most significant news in the Dragon Kingdom for the day. Not only traditional sports media, but the majority of newspapers and television news are inundated with this event. Malaga claims championship. Yelo makes history for Chinese players abroad. The greatest underdog in La Liga history, Malaga's miraculous road to victory. Yelo leads Malaga to their first league title. The headlines in the newspapers hardly require sensationalism. These titles alone are sufficient to capture public attention. On television, the national news channel mentions this matter almost at every hour. The day's news broadcast also featured a report on Malaga's championship triumph. Meanwhile, the national sports channel is announcing plans to film a series documentary titled Malaga's Journey to the Champions League. This will cover Malaga's final league match, their preparations in Munich, and the moments leading up to the Champions League final. They have obtained permission from the Malaga club to access the team's training facilities and locker rooms for filming, allowing fans in the Dragon Kingdom to gain deeper insights into Yelo and the Malaga team. Moreover, starting the day after filming commences, the national sports channel will air an episode during prime time, from 8 to 9 in the evening, every day. The documentary will consist of 7 episodes, meaning the production team will accompany Malaga for 7 days leading up to the Champions League final. On the day of the final, they will broadcast an extended edition, airing from 10 in the evening until half an hour before the match begins. Prior to this, the national television station had never received such treatment from a team of Champions League caliber. Their ability to secure such privileges is undoubtedly tied to Yelo's involvement. With the release of this promotional trailer, coupled with the excitement surrounding Malaga's championship victory, anticipation has surged among not just football fans, but also many who care about the Dragon Kingdom sports scene, hoping for its emergence as a sporting powerhouse, particularly in football. Amidst this excitement, the production team for the national sports channel's Malaga's Journey to the Champions League documentary, along with the commentary team for the final, arrived in Malaga on May 12th. The Champions League final is set to take place on May 20th. Before this, on May 15th, the 38th round of the La Liga season will occur, which serves as the season finale and coincides with Malaga's home award ceremony. The award ceremony in La Liga has a rather peculiar tradition. If the champion has not been determined by the final round, the ceremony is postponed until before the next season begins. For instance, if Real Madrid wins against Villarreal in the 37th round, leaving the championship undecided in the 38th, no awards will be presented at the last match. Fortunately, Malaga secured their championship in the 37th round, clinching the title a match early. Thus, the La Liga League will arrange for the trophy to arrive at the Rose Garden Stadium, allowing the award ceremony to take place immediately after the match concludes. When the filming crew arrives, they will simultaneously capture the moment when the players of Malaga lift the trophy. As the rented bus carrying the crew enters the city of Malaga, the entire city is still immersed in the joy of victory. Along the streets, Malaga club flags and portraits of the players are omnipresent, with the largest being a grand image of Yelo. This city is practically his. He is nothing short of a superstar here. Indeed, he is a global sensation wherever he goes. Admittedly, I am still adjusting to the idea that a world-class star has emerged from our nation's football scene, the crew members chatter. Duan Xian and his partner Su Yang are also on the bus, sharing their awe. Yelo is undoubtedly the king of Malaga. The fans cheer at their bus for a simple reason. It bears the emblem of the national flag. Upon seeing the flag of our country, they erupt in cheers and salutes. What could be the reason for a group of foreigners to do this? As they witness the friendly smiles from the crowds lining the streets and the ubiquitous images of Yelo, Duan Xian cannot help but reflect. It reminds me of Maradona in Naples. Su Yang's expression shifts. The Maradona of Malaga? I believe that would make a splendid title for the first episode of our documentary. The Maradona of Malaga. What a brilliant name. Duan Xian exclaims. Chapter conclusion. Let us together bring the Champions League trophy home. On the first day of the national television crew's arrival in Malaga, they are already brimming with material. The posters of Yelo scattered throughout Malaga provide the perfect backdrop. Through the bus window, the billboards and enthusiastic fans keep the crew's photographers busily engaged. Of course, the highlight of the first episode of this documentary will be the exclusive interview with Malaga's general manager, Sans. The Malaga team extends a warm welcome to the crew from the national television station, granting them access to the training facility and even the locker room. Interviews with the general manager, head coach, and key players are naturally arranged. The sports channel of the national television has produced similar documentary features before, but they have never received such generous treatment. The interview with Sans proves to be a resounding success. This is the trophy storage room, indeed a new establishment. We are now eagerly awaiting the next round of the league to bring the championship trophy back here. Sans beams at the mention of the league championship. Who would have thought that Malaga would one day clinch the La Liga title? This is Yelo's first youth training contract, the original of his inaugural professional contract. We will establish a club museum at the Rose Garden Stadium, which will house this alongside the league championship trophy as important exhibits. Sans smiles. This is truly a momentous occasion. Duan Xian reflects with emotion. Indeed, our team is currently experiencing one of the most glorious moments in its history. An unprecedented era of brilliance. Sans leans slightly forward, emphasizing that the pivotal figure behind this illustrious time is Yelo, the greatest captain in the annals of the club. For prior to his leadership, no one had aided the team in securing the historic La Liga championship trophy. The possibility of a Champions League title also looms ahead. Duan Xian remarked with a smile. Certainly, but isn't the Champions League final yet to be played? Sans blinked, cautioning against speaking too boldly. Nonetheless, even if it is merely the league title, it is monumental enough for Malaga. Thus, we plan to erect a statue for him at the Rose Garden Stadium. A statue dedicated to the greatest captain of Malaga. I am well aware that Yelo may not remain with Malaga for the next season, but what does that matter? His time at Malaga was brief, yet he has ushered in an unparalleled pinnacle for the club. Duan Xian found himself at a loss as to how to conclude the interview. Upon hearing that Yelo would have a statue at the Rose Garden Stadium, he felt a sense of disorientation. For any European club, it is not uncommon to honor legendary players with statues at their home grounds. Just last year, Arsenal erected a statue of their legendary star, Thierry Henry, celebrating his iconic sliding knee goal celebration. Similarly, the statues of the Holy Trinity at Old Trafford are widely recognized. Therefore, upon reflection, Malaga's decision to honor Yelo with a statue is entirely fitting. Given all that Yelo has brought to Malaga, he deserves to be eternally remembered by the club's fans. However, the respect afforded to a player from the Dragon Nation in Europe leaves Duan Xian contemplative. The football scene in the Dragon Nation remains shrouded in darkness, yet Yelo is crafting his own legend. At 8 o'clock the following evening, the national television sports channel aired the first episode of Malaga's Champions League journey. Thanks to the thorough promotional efforts leading up to this, the viewership for that day was exceptionally high. Hundreds of thousands of viewers tuned in at the appointed hour while online. The view count on CCTV's streaming platforms swiftly surpassed 1 million. The ubiquitous images of Yelo and the admiration from local fans made the Dragon Nation's supporters feel a sense of pride. This was especially true after the interview with Malaga's general manager, Sans, was broadcast. The fans were astonished. A statue. Wow, wow, wow. Incredible. I can't help but feel that Sans possesses a keen business acumen. Yelo may depart, but the Rose Garden is likely to become a sanctuary for his fans. A place of significant tourist appeal. Congratulations on your astute observation. Haven't you heard that the stands at the Rose Garden Stadium are set for expansion? It's a pity that Malaga will most likely not participate in the Champions League next season. The media's revelation about Malaga's plan to erect a statue for Yelo has ignited excitement across the Dragon Nation's online sphere, and with the momentum from the internet. The documentary Malaga's Champions League journey has received an overwhelmingly positive reception. In the coming days, the filming crew will capture the team's training sessions and conduct interviews with the coach and players. Each coach and player holds Yelo in exceedingly high regard, and such accolades bring immense joy to Longwa fans. who feel a sense of pride in his accomplishments. The day before the 38th round of La Liga, the crew interviewed Yelo. There were no particularly probing questions. They merely inquired about the team's preparations for the Champions League final and how they planned to approach the final league match against Malaga, who had nothing to play for. Naturally, Yelo could not divulge the team's strategies for the Champions League final to the media, so he resorted to platitudes, expressing confidence in the team's readiness and the players' preparations. In the final league match, the team would undergo significant rotation to prevent injuries to key players in a game of no consequence. For the Malaga players, the closing match at the Rose Garden Stadium held little importance. They simply needed to arrive, await the conclusion of the match, and subsequently lift the championship trophy. Although most of the main players were rotated, Yelo still took to the field as a starter. Pellegrini understood that this would likely be Yelo's last appearance at the Rose Garden Stadium, and given that Yelo had not needed rotation in the past, Pellegrini had grown accustomed to this. Prior to the match, the official La Liga organization had placed the championship trophy in the players' tunnel, awaiting the conclusion of the match for the award ceremony. Meanwhile, Sevilla's players stood at the entrance of the players' tunnel, lined up to applaud and pay tribute to the champions. Welcoming our champion member, the first to emerge was our captain, Yelo. As Yelo, adorned with the captain's armband, led his teammates out of the tunnel, the DJ at the venue erupted with excitement. Simultaneously, the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium collectively chanted in unison. Duan Xian, sitting in the commentary booth, was narrating the match live. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed Malaga fans across the stands holding up colored cards, creating a massive depiction of Yelo's silhouette. Beside his figure was the vibrant red national flag. Witnessing this spectacle brought a lump to Duan Xian's throat, nearly bringing him to tears. The match was about to commence. The entire Sevilla team lined up to pay homage to the champion Malaga. Opposite him, in the southern stand of the Malaga Rose Garden Stadium, the fans were honoring Yelo in this magnificent manner. Undoubtedly, Yelo has become the hero of the entire city of Malaga, and he has brought the utmost respect to our national flag within this stadium, Duan Xian exclaimed passionately. Next to him, other commentators looked on, some even giving him a thumbs up. Yelo, amazing. Andres chimed in with his limited Chinese. From the very beginning of the match, the atmosphere in the stadium was devoid of competitive tension. The fans sang and danced, treating the match as a grand celebration. Simultaneously, on the pitch, both teams' players were devoid of desires, thus unleashing their full potential in their offensive maneuvers. Yelo, seizing the opportunity, was determined to score several more goals to etch his name in the annals of La Liga history. In the 11th minute of the match, Yelo struck with a low left-footed shot from the edge of the penalty area, and Sevilla quickly equalized the score. The match was characterized by a complete lack of conservatism, with both sides engaging in a lively exchange of attacks. In this intense contest, goals were plentiful. The final score was 3-3, with Yelo netting 2 goals, elevating his tally for the season to an impressive 53. Meanwhile, in another match, although Messi executed a hat-trick against Zaragoza, he managed only 51 goals. While this figure is undeniably remarkable, it placed him 2 goals behind Yelo, relegating him to second place on the scoring chart. Yelo once again claimed the La Liga Golden Boot. Concurrently, the cameras were firmly focused on Yelo. According to information from UEFA, the prospects of Malaga participating in next season's Champions League appeared exceedingly bleak. Under these circumstances, many players from Malaga, including Yelo, were likely to depart. During this time, the media buzzed with speculation regarding Yelo's next destination, and the reports were rather chaotic. It seemed that next season, Yelo might no longer belong to La Liga. Andres expressed his regret. At that moment, Yelo was surrounded by a throng of media reporters. The camera crew from the national television station immediately captured this scene in its entirety. In the documentary footage aired the following day, the camera shook slightly as the reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, encircled Yelo. Various recording devices were thrust before him. Manchester United has extended an olive branch to you. Will you accept their invitation? It is said that Real Madrid is also in pursuit. Where will you be next season? For the journalists, what news could possibly eclipse the excitement surrounding Yelo's potential transfer? If Yelo were to complete a transfer, it could very well be more monumental than Cristiano Ronaldo's departure from Manchester United to Real Madrid. These matters were irrelevant to the match. Until the conclusion of the Champions League final, I shall not concern myself with any transfer-related discussions. My entire focus is directed toward the Champions League final. Thank you. Please make way. I wish to celebrate with my teammates. And oh, we must also lift the La Liga Championship trophy. With that, Yelo pushed past the reporters and dashed toward the stands. Meanwhile, a simple podium had been erected, a plastic platform adorned with a banner proclaiming 2011 to 2012 La Liga champions. Subsequently, the players of Malaga were summoned to prepare for the awards ceremony. As Yelo, the captain, received the La Liga championship trophy from the hands of the league's general manager, Pepe Guerra, his teammates could barely contain their excitement. Holding the trophy aloft, Yelo approached the awards podium and, amidst the throng of players, slightly bent down to lower the trophy. A soft murmur of awe resonated from the players. Suddenly, Yelo raised the trophy high above his head, prompting the Malaga players to follow suit, raising their arms in jubilant celebration. At that moment, a flurry of camera flashes illuminated the scene. Subsequently, nearly every player chased after the trophy, while Yelo took the microphone to address the fans. This has been a glorious season. This is our first trophy, but it certainly will not be our last. May 20th, Munich. Together, let us bring the Champions League trophy home, he declared, his voice resonating with fervor. His proclamation sent the entire stadium into a frenzy. Let us bring the Champions League trophy home, echoed the Malaga fans, fists clenched and voices raised. The atmosphere was electric, and the excitement sent shivers down the spine of the onlookers. One could only wonder when the Dragon Kingdom would experience such a fervent football ambience. This chapter concludes with the promise of securing the Champions League Ballon d'Or. The final round of the league served as Yelo's farewell to the Malaga fans, and he felt elated that his last match would be held at home. However, Yelo was acutely aware that another monumental farewell gift awaited him and his teammates in Munich. The venue for this season's Champions League final was none other than the Allianz Arena, the home ground of Bayern Munich, which posed a significant challenge for Malaga. Competing in the final on the opponent's turf would undoubtedly heighten the difficulty of clinching the championship. The Allianz Arena has a total capacity of 75,021 spectators. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich consistently fills the stadium to capacity for nearly every match. However, for international competitions like the Champions League, safety considerations dictate that only 70,000 tickets are released. In this Champions League final, ticket distribution was as follows. Both Bayern Munich and Malaga were allocated 20,000 tickets each, which would likely go to their respective supporters. An additional 20,000 tickets were designated for neutral zones, available to global visitors, while the remaining 10,000 were reserved for major sponsors and UEFA officials. Theoretically, even with the final taking place at the Allianz Arena, the number of fans from both sides would be nearly equal. Nevertheless, there were concerns from the Spanish side that, given the familiarity with the venue, Malaga would be at a disadvantage, and that even the neutral tickets would predominantly be snatched up by local Munich fans. Although these tickets were primarily sold online, one could only wonder how many tourists would actually attend. As it turned out, Spanish media had severely underestimated the fervor of Dragon Kingdom fans for this match. 20,000 neutral tickets were sold in several batches, but as the match approached, German media revealed that at least 10,000 of these tickets had been seized by individuals from the Dragon Nation. This is rather unsurprising, given the vast population of the Dragon Nation. Consider the relatively smaller population of Germany. Moreover, the citizens of the Dragon Nation are seasoned ticket hunters. Every year during the spring festival travel rush, countless individuals vie for tickets. Some companies have even seized the opportunity to develop ticket acquisition software for the UEFA Champions League final. However, most of these tickets eventually ended up in the hands of travel agencies, which have now withdrawn from their plans for European tours, such as the 7-day tour of 3 European countries or the 3-day tour of 5 countries. Regardless, whether for leisure or specialized tours, the most alluring event remains the UEFA Champions League final held in Munich. The achievement of Malaga reaching the UEFA Champions League final under the leadership of Yelo has resonated in Spain, but the impact is far greater in the Dragon Nation. For the realm of football in the Dragon Nation, this is indeed a monumental event. Yelo has become the first player from the Dragon Nation to win a championship in a major European league. Should he also secure the Champions League title, his stature in the sports community of the Dragon Nation would be unparalleled. Even the legendary female player, who shone brightly in the NBA, did not garner many prestigious accolades. especially when one considers the global influence of football compared to basketball. This explains why the sports channel's documentary, Malaga's Path to the Champions League, has recently become the highest-rated program nationwide. Meanwhile, Germans are protesting that too many tickets for the Champions League match have been snatched away by individuals from the Dragon Nation. Initially, Bayern Munich hoped to leverage the advantage of playing the final on home turf, thereby dominating in terms of fan attendance. However, it now appears that their plans may be thwarted by the mysterious forces from the east, leading to a significant presence of Dragon Nation fans in the neutral section. Although Bayern Munich has a considerable following in the Dragon Nation, Germans are not naive enough to believe that these fans have come to support Bayern Munich. Under the spotlight, the entire Malaga team arrived in Munich 4 days early. They were warmly welcomed by their fierce rivals, Munich 1860. In the coming days, Malaga will prepare at the training facilities of Munich 1860. As the Champions League final draws near, the atmosphere surrounding the event intensifies. More and more television stations are producing special programs focused on the final. With only 3 days remaining until the match, Malaga has arrived in Munich. But they have opted for closed training sessions, allowing reporters only a limited half-hour to capture some warm-up footage of the team. For Bayern Munich, this represents their sole opportunity to contend for a championship this season. They finished as runners-up in the Bundesliga, overshadowed by Borussia Dortmund, and similarly succumbed to Dortmund in the DFB Pokal final, suffering a staggering defeat of 2-5. In the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal, Bayern Munich has secured the runner-up position. Should they falter in the UEFA Champions League final, they would find themselves in the rather embarrassing predicament of being dubbed the triple runners-up. Some may opine that, given Bayern Munich's illustrious reputation and formidable prowess, vanquishing Malaga to claim the title would be a mere formality. However, the reality is far more intricate, as Malaga is the reigning champion of La Liga. This season, neither of the Spanish giants, Real Madrid and Barcelona, succeeded in besting Malaga in league encounters, with Real Madrid suffering a double defeat. Fortunately, they did triumph over Malaga in the Copa del Rey. As for Barcelona, in 4 matches against Malaga across both the league and the Champions League, they have registered 2 losses and 2 draws, failing to secure a single victory. This underscores Malaga's strength against formidable opponents. In fact, during the group stage, the two teams faced each other twice, with Malaga having previously triumphed over Bayern Munich at this very venue. The media is fervently promoting this upcoming match, as it represents the final heavyweight contest of the season among Europe's major leagues. Champions of the top 5 leagues and domestic cup competitions have already been crowned. Consequently, the focus of football enthusiasts worldwide is riveted upon this clash. The media meticulously dissects the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, compares players, and analyzes tactical nuances for the fans. However, such analyses often prove to be of limited value, primarily relying on publicly available information. They present data in a manner akin to a chess game, projecting an air of professionalism. Yet, football is not merely a game of statistics. Even identical players representing the same club can exhibit varying performances across different matches. An array of factors can influence the outcome of a football match, rendering it one of the most complex chaotic systems in existence. The latest developments concerning the players are, naturally, a focal point for the media. Overall, Bayern Munich tends to attract more attention than Malaga, owing to their greater prominence. Bayern Munich is one of the most renowned elite clubs across Europe, while Malaga is regarded as an underdog or dark horse. Moreover, their closed training sessions limit the information accessible to the media. Nonetheless, whether Malaga conducts open or closed training, there are no secrets to be unveiled. The global audience is acutely aware that Malaga's performance hinges largely on the form of their star player, Yelo. Thus, the media's attention has seamlessly shifted from discussing Malaga's overall status to concentrating on Yelo's individual performance. How is Yelo faring? Many believe he is in exceptional form, having scored 2 or more goals in nearly every match during the final rounds of the league. With an impressive tally of 53 goals this season, he has secured the Pichichi Trophy, setting the record for the most goals in a single La Liga season. Recently, the German media has inundated those following German sports news with the name Yelo, leaving them with a sense of déjà vu. In response, German media outlets are offering advice and insights for Bayern Munich and coach Jupp Heynckes. Various methods to restrain and counteract Yelo have surfaced in the media. However, if Yelo were so easily dealt with, he would not have scored such an impressive number of goals. Spanish media has also taken an interest in this match, with one outlet detailing Yelo's goal tally for the season: 53 goals in La Liga, 23 in the Champions League, and 1 in the Copa del Rey, culminating in a total of 77 goals. Bayern Munich's primary attacking lineup includes Ribery, Robben, Müller, and Gomez. Ribery and Robben are steadfast starters, while Müller and Gomez share about equal playing time. As Gomez faced frequent injuries in the latter half of the season, Müller eventually surpassed him in terms of playing time. Nevertheless, what is the total goal count for these 4 players? Together, they have scored only 47 goals, a staggering 30 goals less than Yelo alone. Such a comparison is truly astonishing. Yelo has outscored all of Bayern Munich's forwards combined. This is Malaga's greatest confidence. In conclusion, the media commented on this aspect. However, in Germany, the media still favors Bayern Munich. Indeed, Yelo is formidable, yet football matches cannot solely be assessed in this manner. When gauging overall strength, financial prowess plays a significant role. In terms of collective capability, Bayern Munich remains the superior side, possessing a stronger starting lineup and deeper bench than Malaga, allowing them to navigate various unforeseen circumstances. In terms of individual player prowess, Malaga's roster boasts only Yelo as a player of elite caliber. Van Nistelrooy would qualify if he were a few years younger. Isco is still too young, while Cazorla has never played for a top-tier club, leading many to doubt his status as a player of elite quality. On the defensive line, De Michelis was released by Bayern Munich. This explains why everyone believes Malaga can rely solely on Yelo. Should his form waver, Malaga's prospects would be dire. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich possesses an abundance of top-tier players: Robben, Ribery, Lahm, Kroos, Schweinsteiger, Neuer, and Boateng. To put it succinctly, they are a team composed of 2 elite wingers and the core of the German national team. Just relying on star power could easily overwhelm Malaga. Of course, merely discussing the level of star players does not adequately reflect the media's professionalism. Thus, many outlets refrain from directly comparing the players' abilities as fans do. They must utilize more specialized terminology. For instance, they may refer to big match experience. In this regard, Malaga is utterly overshadowed by Bayern Munich, a team that has claimed the Champions League title 4 times. Furthermore, just 2 seasons ago, this team has once reached the Champions League final, although they were defeated by Mourinho's Inter Milan. However, their wealth of experience in finals is unparalleled, with only a handful of teams across Europe able to compare. Furthermore, their extensive experience in major tournaments, including the World Cup and the European Championship, cannot be overlooked. The players from Bayern Munich are predominantly key figures in their national teams. For instance, the German national team boasts a significant presence of Bayern players who possess a wealth of experience in high-stakes matches. In contrast, Malaga's roster features only De Michelis as a mainstay for Argentina, while the other international players are largely peripheral figures. Many media outlets suggest that this could be Malaga's most significant vulnerability. In the face of the immense pressure of a final, the stresses of group stages pale in comparison. Experience can often play a pivotal role when confronted with the pressures of a final. A lack of experience will inevitably leave Malaga floundering when faced with unexpected situations, leading to potential blunders from both players and coaches. If Bayern Munich can exert sufficient pressure on Malaga during the final, it may very well cause disarray within their ranks. At that point, if Bayern performs to their usual standards, they could easily triumph over Malaga. In Germany, this perspective is quite prevalent. Numerous German media outlets express optimism regarding this Champions League final. This does not stem from ignorance of Yelo's capabilities. They are undoubtedly aware of Yelo's prowess. However, the media, seasoned and knowledgeable, have witnessed countless instances where teams and players who excelled prior to a final entered the match in a state akin to a stupor. Take, for example, the 1998 World Cup. That tournament was widely believed to belong to Brazil, given their outstanding performances in both the group and knockout stages. Bolstered by the peak form of Ronaldo, young, fast, robust, technically gifted, and possessing exquisite positioning, much like Yelo today. In the semi-final against the Netherlands, Ronaldo's crucial goal propelled Brazil into the final. Logically, with Ronaldo in such stellar form and the Brazilian team performing exceptionally, they should have easily dispatched the somewhat stumbling host nation, France. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Brazil suffered a decisive 0-3 defeat to France in the final. Ronaldo's performance was nothing short of catastrophic. He appeared as though he were in a trance, a stark contrast to his earlier brilliance. Why did Ronaldo's form suddenly falter? Who can say? Ultimately, Brazil was adversely affected by the poor performance of their star player, which led to their loss of the World Cup title. Prior to the final, Ronaldo was a deity on the pitch, and Brazil seemed to have a clear path ahead. Conversely, if not for a stroke of luck, France would not have even reached the final. Yet, in the end, it was France that claimed the championship. The Brazilian team is, in fact, stronger than the French squad. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich's prowess far surpasses that of Malaga. Given this context, it is certainly plausible that Malaga could falter in the final. After all, this is the UEFA Champions League final, a stage that countless players yearn to grace. It is inconceivable to suggest that there would be no pressure in such an arena, and the burden of this pressure can be quite substantial. Consequently, the likelihood of Malaga succumbing to this strain is quite significant. The inexperienced players of Malaga, overwhelmed by the pressure in the final, may underperform, rendering them one of the most regrettable dark horses in history. This notion, while somber, resonates profoundly. In all fairness, the analyses from the German media possess a degree of validity, as Malaga indeed appears to be the more vulnerable side. However, the media has overlooked a crucial factor, the mentality of their captain, Yelo. As the foremost star and core player of Malaga, Yelo's state of mind serves as the barometer for the team. As long as he remains unshaken by pressure, Malaga will not crumble under the weight of expectation. After all, there is always someone to support them when adversity strikes. So, how is Yelo's mindset? At least from the perspective of his teammates, Yelo appears remarkably composed. While others exhibit varying degrees of tension, he remains unfazed, exhibiting an attitude akin to that of any ordinary day. This is largely due to Yelo's intimate familiarity with Bayern Munich. The two encounters during the group stage allowed him to exhaust the last of his match simulation tools. In other words, to prepare for this match, Yelo has already faced Bayern Munich countless times in the virtual arena. Ever since it was confirmed that Bayern would be their opponents in the final, Yelo has engaged in 2 high-intensity matches against them daily in the virtual realm. The outcomes have been evenly split. Thus, while Malaga may not possess overwhelming confidence in defeating Bayern Munich, they certainly do not resemble the narrative presented by some German media that suggests they have no chance at the Allianz Arena. This is a contest of near equals, with a significant degree of unpredictability involved. Hence, Yelo is genuinely invested in the match. On the day of the match, while the world buzzes with anticipation, Yelo continued to engage in virtual battles with Bayern Munich during the team's afternoon rest period. With another opportunity for physical reset available today, he is keen to seize the moment and refine his skills against Bayern. Following a modest dinner, the Malaga team took a brief respite before boarding the bus to the venue. Just a day prior, they had already trained at the Allianz Arena, so they were not entirely unfamiliar with the venue. They had played there earlier in the season. However, when it comes to acclimatization to the match environment, even training daily at the Allianz Arena would not equate to the advantage held by their opponents, Bayern Munich. As this is Bayern's home ground, many believe this could exacerbate the pressure felt by Malaga as they traveled from their hotel to the Allianz Arena. Throughout the journey, Malaga fans were ubiquitous, donned in their team jerseys and brandishing an array of banners and posters. Among them were numerous supporters from the Dragon Kingdom, clad in the yellow number 10 Malaga jerseys, some even sporting stickers of their national flags on their faces. Naturally, the presence of Bayern Munich fans was even more pronounced, for this was Munich, the stronghold of Bayern. The atmosphere of the Champions League final grew increasingly electric. As the team disembarked from the bus, they were encircled by journalists, with reporters from various nations positioned on either side, capturing the moment. Yelo was the first player to step off the coach, sporting a backpack and a relaxed smile, exuding confidence, a stark contrast to the stern expressions of many of his Malaga teammates. Clearly, Yelo's mindset was commendable, a harbinger of misfortune for Bayern Munich. Was this not his first encounter with such a high-stakes tournament? He truly appeared to possess a heart of steel. The media buzzed with speculation. The players had arrived at the stadium. They would soon commence their warm-up. Only an hour remained until the match began. At this very moment, within the Allianz Arena, the atmosphere had reached an astonishing crescendo. The stands were filled to capacity, and the roar of the fans reverberated against the chest and eardrums. Frankly, even in such an environment, I felt a twinge of nervousness, and I wondered if the players sensed the tension as well. In the commentary booth, the national broadcaster's commentator, Duan Xian, adjusted his earpiece, his face alight with excitement. I feel as if this is akin to a Champions League final held at home. Look at the footage. The screen displayed the view of the neutral fan section opposite the commentary booth. This area housed the diehard supporters of both teams behind each goal. In the neutral zone, one could see a multitude of fans wearing blue and white Malaga jerseys, proudly waving red flags. The national flags fluttered in the Allianz Arena. As Yelo and the Malaga players emerged for their warm-up, he noticed this detail. "Brothers, it seems the Germans were mistaken. We are here to take the lead," Yelo exclaimed, pointing towards the stands, his excitement palpable. Malaga's players also glanced towards the sidelines. The red flags waved, and those individuals were there to support them. Supporting Yelo meant supporting Malaga. Yelo took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration. Before the grand event, he needed to maintain his composure. "Let us focus on the warm-up," he asserted, promptly leading by example as he engaged in earnest training. In the stands, Mendes had also arrived. In his possession were several offers. Though the transfer fee was not the focal point, given the substantial buyout clause of $1.2 billion at hand, the crucial element lay in the contractual terms, encompassing signing bonuses, wages, merchandise revenue sharing, image rights, and commercial partnership proceeds, among others. The current Yelo is no longer the nameless rookie of the past. He has emerged as one of the most commercially viable stars in the world. Any contract proposal in the hands of Mendes, if leaked, would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the global football community. However, regrettably, Yelo had made it abundantly clear to Mendes a month ago that he wished for no distractions unrelated to the Champions League final. Consequently, Mendes had no choice but to keep such matters under wraps. Presently, Yelo stands as the flagship of Mendes' agency. Observing Yelo warming up, Mendes felt a swell of pride. Strive to perform at your best. Secure this Champions League title, and the Ballon d'Or will be within your grasp. By then, your earnings will multiply. Apologies for the delay in updates. I had engagements earlier today. Tomorrow, expect a surge of at least 15,000 words. Chapter 181. Does he ever experience a dip in form? The team has completed their warm-up, and the players have returned to the locker room. At this moment, fans across the globe are seated before their screens, eagerly watching the live broadcast of the match. The starting lineups for both teams have been revealed, and experts from various media outlets are analyzing them accordingly. From the lineups, it appears that neither team has made significant alterations, as the potential for a surprising victory is minimal at this stage. The lineups are set. And is there truly any team capable of plucking a player from their youth academy who could alter the course of a match at this level? Such talents are exceedingly rare. Therefore, both teams have opted for their strongest formations as usual. For Bayern Munich, the starting 11 features goalkeeper Neuer, with center-backs Boateng and Dante. Left-back Lahm, right-back Rafinha, a double pivot of Schweinsteiger and Timischuk, attacking midfielder Kroos, and wingers Ribery and Robben, with Gomez as the central striker. While Muller remains on the bench, employing a 4-2-3-1 formation. On the other hand, Malaga has opted for a 4-3-3 formation, with Caballero as goalkeeper. The center-back duo of Demichelis and Matheson, left-back Monreal, right-back Sanchez, and a midfield triangle of Talalan, Cazorla, and Joaquin. Yelo occupies the left-winger position. Isco plays as the right winger, and Baptista takes the central striker role, with Van Nistelrooy on the bench. Pellegrini values Van Nistelrooy's experience, but prefers the physically stronger Baptista to initiate the attack, planning to substitute Van Nistelrooy in the latter stages of the match to exploit his experience in seeking scoring opportunities. Experts are employing every analytical tool at their disposal to dissect the starting lineups. Even the simplest 11 players can yield a multitude of analyses. In truth, the significance of formations has diminished considerably with the evolution of modern football. In the realm of competition, the rigidity of formations is a mere illusion. Player repositioning and tactical shifts are commonplace. In the context of a football match, formations evolve in response to the dynamics of the game. The 4-2-3-1 formation can seamlessly transform into a 4-4-2 or 4-3-3, while the latter may morph into 3-4-3 or 3-5-2, rendering discussions about the merits of specific formations somewhat futile. Within the confines of the locker room, coaches are not preoccupied with their opponent's formations at this juncture. There is little to be perplexed about. Bayern Munich, for instance, typically adopts a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1 initial setup, adjusting according to their adversaries, while Malaga oscillates between 4-3-3 and 4-4-2, resulting in minimal variation. The teams that progress to the UEFA Champions League finals are predominantly those with stable core frameworks. It is exceedingly challenging for teams with unstable compositions to navigate such prestigious tournaments successfully. After a season of tactical evolution, both teams have solidified their strategies, meticulously analyzed by their respective coaches. Each player has internalized their roles on the pitch, approaching their responsibilities with almost instinctual precision. In a match of this caliber, if a head coach were to leisurely unveil the tactical approach to his players a mere 20 minutes before kickoff, one might as well forego the match altogether. Even amateur teams exhibit greater professionalism. The tactical blueprint for a match should be ingrained during training sessions, particularly for a prestigious event like the Champions League final. In fact, Malaga had begun preparations for this encounter a month prior, making it implausible for a coach to devise a brilliant strategy on a whim that would determine the outcome of the match. Tactical decisions are the culmination of thorough analysis and data-driven insights, representing the collective wisdom of the coaching staff. Thus, many believe that the true essence of a head coach lies not merely in tactical acumen, but rather in their capacity to lead a team. Much like Sir Alex Ferguson did. In his tenure at Manchester United, Ferguson largely refrained from interfering with tactical training, delegating such responsibilities to his assistants. The common perception that tactics are solely the domain of the head coach is a misconception. Otherwise, there would be no need for extensive coaching staffs. At this moment, within the locker rooms of both teams, what are the coaches discussing? Undoubtedly, they are instilling a sense of determination in their players. While tactics require years of refinement, emotions are fleeting. Numerous factors influence the outcome of a football match. Strength forms the foundation, while determination, or the competitive spirit familiar to Dragon Kingdom fans, fluctuates around this fundamental strength. The greater the resolve, the more formidable the performance on the pitch. Gentlemen, we have finally arrived at this arena. In just 15 minutes, perhaps one of the most significant matches of our lives will commence. Many of you may encounter similar moments in the future, yet thus far, this match stands as the most pivotal in our existence. Inside the dressing room in Malaga, Pellegrini's tone was surprisingly calm. Yet the players fell into an involuntary silence upon hearing his words. The tension was palpable. Each player had their own method of alleviating anxiety. But as the head coach began to speak, a sense of reassurance washed over many. At the very least, it seemed we were not unprepared for this encounter. And Pellegrini appeared composed. I noted various murmurs. How Bayern Munich was significantly stronger than Malaga, how they could not afford to be runners-up again, how the Allianz Arena was their fortress, and so forth. It seemed we were expected to triumph in this contest. Hanks remarked, equally composed. I concur with this sentiment. While I may not agree with the reasoning behind it, I share the conclusion. This is a match we must win. However, we do not strive for any other reason than for ourselves. Undoubtedly, we are the superior team, yet that does not justify losing our composure. We cannot fall victim to media hype. Our adversary is Bayern Munich, a formidable force and one of the most prestigious clubs in Europe. The matches between them and Real Madrid are dubbed the European Derby. Pellegrini shrugged, suggesting that it is as if they represent the pinnacle of football in Europe. In truth, they are indeed the finest team in Germany, perhaps even in all of Europe. However, you must recognize that Real Madrid has often been defeated by us. Our experience in overcoming such giants is ample. This season has been notably unfortunate for us. I understand the humiliation associated with the moniker three-time champions. Yet, I remain calm. For we have never surrendered. Our presence here today is a testament to our genuine capability of being European champions. Thus, let us reclaim the trophy that symbolizes European supremacy and place it in our trophy room. This is our redemption, our salvation from this wretched season. In 2010, we faced defeat on this stage, but 2 years later, we returned, which sufficiently attests to Bayern Munich's strength. Rather than battling against Malaga, we are confronting our past selves. Bayern Munich has returned, and we are here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. In the dressing room, silence prevailed. Yet, Hanks could discern the flames of discontent burning in the eyes of several players. True strength lies in conquering oneself. Today, we have been afforded this opportunity. We have the chance to face the challenge head-on. Thank the heavens. Let us not allow this opportunity to slip through our fingers. The dressing room remained silent. However, Hanks perceived a spark in the eyes of each player. One individual, brimming with excitement, leapt to his feet and proclaimed with fervor, "This time, we must triumph. Victory belongs to us." To hell with fate. I emphasize the importance of focus and attitude. Whether in offense or defense, discipline and zeal must be unwavering at all times. From the very outset of the match, we must exert pressure on them from every possible angle, even if it means committing fouls or receiving cards. Gentlemen, this is the grandest stage, the finest opportunity. Many have labeled Malaga as the dark horse, but let us demonstrate our prowess. To hell with the dark horse. We shall emerge as the rightful champions of Europe. No sooner had he finished speaking than the fervent Yelo sprang to his feet. With a crash, the chair behind him toppled to the ground. Yet, no one paid heed to such trivial details. Yelo took a deep breath, extended his fist, and encouraged. Let us go, brothers. He refrained from further lengthy discourse. As his fist was raised, all traces of excitement faded from his visage, replaced by an extraordinary calm. Influenced by his demeanor, the emotions of many players gradually settled, and the atmosphere became increasingly serene. Fists began to unite, forming a circle. Let us go, the collective shouted, their voices transforming from tranquility to a crescendo in an instant. Suddenly, the previously calm surface of the sea appeared to surge with tumult. A pack of bloodthirsty sharks, with eyes ablaze, emerged from the confines of the locker room. As the players from both teams stood in the tunnel awaiting their entrance, they exuded a sense of calmness, silence, and resolve. The two teams had previously faced each other in the group stage, but that encounter bore little relevance now, as the psychological states of both sides had vastly evolved for the Champions League final. No words were exchanged. The tunnel was merely traversed by staff members. They made their entrance. The final was about to commence. Excitement surged through everyone. This was the Champions League final, where the illustrious Bayern Munich faced the potential underdogs of La Liga, the Champions League dark horse, Malaga, creating quite the spectacle. The Allianz Arena reached its first climax with the appearance of both teams. The deafening cheers of the fans reverberated through the stadium, rendering even the resounding Champions League anthem somewhat cacophonous. As the players lined up for their entrance, the camera first focused on key players before abruptly shifting to the stands. Platini was also present, of course, as the award presenter for after the match. What expression would he wear if Malaga were to seize the championship? One commentator remarked. This season had seen considerable strife between Malaga and UEFA. Even before the semi-finals, news had emerged regarding Malaga's impending European competition ban for the next season, casting a shadow over their preparations and mindset. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Malaga managed to eliminate Barcelona under such pressure, advancing to the finals. Many pondered the current sentiments of Platini, while few entertained the notion that he might orchestrate any mischief during the eagerly anticipated Champions League final. The Champions League stands as UEFA's most lucrative tournament. To cause a stir during the final would be tantamount to tarnishing its reputation. In truth, Platini harbored concerns about Malaga clinching the title. The prospect of the reigning Champions League winners being unable to participate in the following season would create a sensational uproar. However, he found himself with no recourse but to hope that Bayern Munich could thwart Malaga's ambitions. The mere thought of the few slaps he had endured at the Lion Olympic Stadium sent a pang of discomfort through Platini's face. His growing disdain for Yelo, that insufferable figure from the Dragon Country, was palpable. He lacked the humility of Messi. Should this individual emerge victorious, one could only imagine the heights of arrogance he might reach. Contemplating this, Platini felt increasingly discontent. The sight of the numerous supporters from the Dragon Country scattered throughout the stadium only exacerbated his irritation. Yet, he had no choice but to suppress his feelings, as no alternatives were available to him. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced in earnest. Yelo launched the ball into play, and the stands erupted with a flurry of camera flashes, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. The highly anticipated Champions League final had finally begun. Bayern Munich, donned in their red jerseys, initiated the kickoff. During the first half, they attacked from left to right, their loyal supporters cheering behind them, while the Malaga fans occupied the stands in the direction of their offensive maneuvers. Although many fans from the Dragon Country had gathered in the neutral sections to rally behind Yelo, their presence lacked organization. Thus, despite their numbers, they failed to form a cohesive force. The true dominion of the field lay with the fervent supporters of both teams, locked in a battle behind the goal. Amidst the cheers of Bayern Munich's devoted fans, the team launched their first offensive. The ball swiftly traversed the flanks. Robin, Cruz, and the supporting defensive midfielder Schweinsteiger advanced along the left side in a coordinated effort. Ultimately, it was Lahm who delivered a cross from the intersection of the goal line and the penalty area. Inside the box, Gomez soared into the air, heading the ball towards the goal, but it sailed just over the crossbar. A collective gasp resonated through the stands, as German commentators clasped their heads in dismay, exclaiming their regrets. Gomez, what a pity. The header was just a fraction too high. Bayern Munich had nearly secured a dream start with a rapid flank attack, creating an opportunity through teamwork, yet Gomez's attempt went awry. Turning back, Malaga immediately pressed forward, eager to respond and assert their presence in attack. Yelo advanced along the edge of the penalty area, skillfully maneuvering the ball before delivering a precise diagonal through ball. Isco, positioned at the periphery of the penalty area, struck with his right foot without allowing the ball to touch the ground. The football struck the side netting, causing a ripple that elicited gasps from the spectators. Some commentators even nearly believed the ball had found the back of the net. Isco, what a near miss. Within the first 2 minutes of the match, both sides had created a threatening opportunity, suggesting that this encounter would not be uneventful. Yelo had almost provided an assist, but alas, Isco's shot failed to find the target. He had been overly ambitious in seeking the perfect angle. Standing within the penalty area, Isco clasped his head in despair, lamenting the missed opportunity. However, he did not forget to acknowledge Yelo, offering a thumbs up after his moment of frustration. Yelo, although somewhat disappointed, remained less perturbed than Isco. After all, it was merely a preliminary exploration of their form. It became evident that the opposing defense was not impenetrable, presenting opportunities for attack. Yelo recognized the potential for offensive maneuvers, a sentiment echoed by Bayern Munich's players. Both teams sensed chances to breach their opponents' defenses. The initial attempts by Gomez and Isco set the tone for what promised to be an exhilarating match, with neither side adopting a conservative approach. The confrontations were equally fierce, particularly for Malaga, who understood that they were at a disadvantage in terms of overall strength compared to Bayern Munich. Thus, they aimed to gain an advantage through more vigorous movement and intense physical contests. From the outset, Malaga's pressing was aggressive and relentless, employing considerable physicality. In the 3rd minute, Tourlang executed a sliding tackle on Kroos, who cried out in pain while clutching his ankle. However, the referee merely awarded a foul without issuing a card, much to the discontent of the German commentators. Has Mr. Webb imported the Premier League's officiating standards to the Champions League? They questioned the appropriateness of having an English referee for this match, especially given the rumors of Yelo's potential transfer to the Premier League next season. Regardless, they believed such a foul warranted a yellow card, warning that if Webb did not curtail such behavior, the match could spiral into a situation beyond his control. Webb, a seasoned Premier League referee, had faced criticism for allegedly favoring Manchester United, yet he had proven himself as a highly experienced international referee, having officiated in European Championship finals and numerous World Cup knockout matches. Thus, it was not surprising that he was appointed for this Champions League final. He certainly possessed the requisite qualifications. Prior to the match, German media had raised no concerns regarding the officiating. However, once the game commenced and Malaga's physicality became apparent, the German commentators began to express their dissatisfaction, scrutinizing the referee's decisions. They understood that if the officiating was too lenient, it would not favor Bayern Munich, a team that excelled in overall tactical prowess. Heinz was certainly aware of the situation. Standing on the sidelines, he observed the unfolding match. He understood Pellegrini's intentions. They aimed to gain an advantage through relentless pressing, hoping to unsettle Bayern Munich under Malaga's aggressive pursuit. However, Heinz was not intimidated by this strategy. If Bayern were to falter under pressure, they would never have triumphed over Real Madrid to reach the final. In their home match against Real Madrid, where they secured a 1-0 victory, Bayern faced even greater pressing from their opponents, yet they ultimately withstood the pressure. Heinz was unfazed by Malaga's intensity. His only concern lay with Yelo, specifically, Yelo's form. Should Yelo's performance mirror that of their last encounter at this venue, Bayern would indeed find themselves in peril. Heinz resolved to continue observing, ready to make adjustments based on Yelo's condition. If Yelo struggled, they would engage in a fierce exchange with Malaga, but if Yelo excelled, measures would need to be taken to stifle his influence. As the match progressed into its 5th minute, the fierce competition rendered the passage of time almost unnoticeable for the fans. Eyes were glued to the screen, with commentators scarcely finding the opportunity to announce the players' names. However, for those on the pitch, 5 minutes was ample time to fully immerse themselves in the contest. Malaga, having reflected on their previous group stage encounter with Bayern, resolved to unleash a fervent pressing strategy to disrupt Bayern's overall offensive rhythm while accelerating the pace of play, drawing both teams into a fierce battle. In their initial group stage clash at the Allianz Arena, it was this very exchange that led Malaga to victory over Bayern. Now, returning to their home ground, the coaching staff felt confident due to their advantageous position in the group and thus devised a counter-attacking strategy. Yet, they nearly suffered a home defeat. Had it not been for Yelo's late goal that salvaged a draw, they might have lost their top position to Bayern. Consequently, Malaga decided to take the initiative in this match, increasing the tempo and engaging in numerous exchanges to capitalize on Yelo's formidable finishing ability. As long as Yelo had ample opportunities to shoot, everything would fall into place. During this process, Yelo endeavored to integrate himself into the team's attacking rhythm. While pushing the pace, he remained acutely aware of the risk of losing possession. Through countless virtual encounters with Bayern, Yelo had discerned patterns from their defeats. Foremost, it was crucial to prevent Bayern from executing counterattacks from the midfield. This necessitated a focus on the safety of passing and movement in Malaga's defensive and midfield lines. Yet, as Yelo was not a defender, he could not initiate attacks from the back. It was akin to a siege, if one were to charge from several trenches away. The distance would render them vulnerable to enemy fire. Thus, to breach the opponent's defenses, it was essential to minimize the distance of the assault as much as possible. However, to ensure the preservation of possession in the midfield and defensive zones, the role of Yelo becomes crucial. He opts to slightly retreat, moving laterally between the midfield and forward line to offer support, thereby providing his teammates in the back line with more advantageous passing options and minimizing horizontal and backward passes. Consequently, Malaga's offensive rhythm appears markedly faster. Once again in possession, Yelo skillfully executes a turn, facing the defense of Template and delivers the ball to the flanks. Rather than challenging Template directly, Yelo chooses to distribute the ball. Joaquin receives it on the wing, and at that moment, Cazorla has surged forward from behind him. Without hesitation, Joaquin sends the ball forward. In his run, Cazorla assesses the situation in the penalty area, particularly noting Yelo poised to make a move into the box, and promptly passes the ball towards the center. The ball soars through the air, spinning and curving elegantly. Such decisive passing aligns with pre-match strategies. On the flanks, whenever there is space, players need not ponder the quality of the opportunity. They should simply deliver the ball into the penalty area, where both Yelo and Baptista, possessing aerial prowess, await. Cazorla crosses. Yelo darts into the box, leaping high. Boateng rises alongside him. In the face of Boateng's defense, Yelo elevates higher and showcases superior physicality, thus seizing the advantage first, and then he heads the ball. The sphere suddenly hurtles towards the goal. A chorus of gasps and cheers erupts from the Allianz Arena, enveloping the stadium in a cacophony of excitement. At this pivotal moment, Neuer intervenes, deflecting the ball just enough to send it out for a corner. All Bayern Munich fans exhale deeply, their eyes darting to Yelo in the box, some still shaken. On the sidelines, Henk's right eyelid twitches. Yelo is in exceptional form. This bodes ill for Bayern. This fellow seems never to encounter a dip in form, Henk's murmurs softly. The chapter concludes with the 182nd segment, igniting the stadium. Yelo heads the ball. Neuer, a godlike reaction. Had he been even a fraction slower, it would have been a goal. This was the closest opportunity to score since the match commenced, yet Yelo's audacious attempt nearly sent Bayern Munich's players into cardiac arrest, who claimed Malaga would adopt a conservative strategy in the final. It now seems that Malaga poses no intimidation to Bayern in the offensive realm. The commentator, Duan Xian, lamented loudly. Nevertheless, neither side has played excessively conservatively in this match, diverging from our preconceived notions of a tedious final. From the outset, both teams established the tone for the encounter, indicating that the match would likely not be dull. Indeed, that has proven to be the case. In the ensuing minutes, both sides exhibited a dynamic exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers. Malaga displayed audacious aggression, showcasing remarkable tenacity in their pursuit, while Bayern Munich, upon regaining possession, swiftly transitioned to defense, establishing a formidable barrier that was impenetrable. The players from Malaga pushed their limits in focus, discipline, and zeal. On the other hand, Bayern Munich's formidable collective strength was vividly apparent. Despite facing Malaga's relentless pressing and obstruction, they frequently ignited the flames of offense within Malaga's penalty area, creating threats through a combination of wide and central play. Jupp Heynck's squad was indeed well assembled. Otherwise, Bayern would not have secured the treble the following season after claiming the Club World Cup, allowing the venerable coach to retire triumphantly. Louis van Gaal laid the foundational framework for the team's personnel, while Heynck's restored Bayern's quintessential German essence. They reclaimed the advantages inherent to German football, leading to a resurgence of power after several seasons of mediocrity. They exhibited no fear of physical confrontations or fast-paced football, domains in which Germans traditionally excel. Consequently, from Heynck's perspective, Malaga's strategy of intensifying physical confrontations and match tempo to exert pressure on Bayern was insufficient to overcome them. What Bayern Munich required now was patience. In the context of the match thus far, Malaga had indeed posed threats, but it was far from sufficient. If the opposition remained at this level, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tilt in Bayern's favor. Cheers, jeers, and a cacophony of sounds reverberated throughout the Allianz Arena. On the field, Yelo bore a grave expression. Bayern was demonstrating formidable form and remarkable patience, avoiding rash decisions and maintaining composure in their passing. This was not favorable for Malaga. In a hypothetical matchup against a Bayern in such form, Malaga could expect to lose at least 6 out of 10 encounters, potentially drawing 2 or 3, with a victory being a rare occurrence. This starkly illustrated the disparity in hard power between the two teams. In a match of such import as the Champions League final, the opposition would scarcely reveal any vulnerabilities. Underestimating them, that was inconceivable. Bayern's players were far from naive. Thus, Yelo's mind raced with urgency. Cognizant that Bayern had acclimatized to this rhythm, a shift in tempo was imperative. He could not permit Bayern Munich to remain in their comfort zone, lest the match's dynamics devolve into an irretrievable state. Yelo dashed toward the ball holder, Kroos, who, upon passing, saw Yelo swiftly retract. Throughout this contemplation, Yelo remained actively engaged in the defensive efforts. Bayern Munich's offensive maneuvers were executed with remarkable swiftness, as the ball was deftly relayed to the flanks, thereby creating space for a cross. Rafinha delivered a half-high cross into the penalty area, where 4 Bayern players, Ribery, Robben, Gomez, and Kroos, were poised to strike. Although Gomez possessed the most formidable heading ability, the nature of Rafinha's cross posed a challenge for both the attacking and defending sides. With the defensive unit bearing the greater burden of pressure, the ball slipped through Sanchez's legs, and in a moment of dynamic movement, Ribery lifted his foot, guiding the ball towards the goal with the arch of his foot. At a critical juncture, Caballero leaped to make a save, deflecting the ball back into the box, where Kroos rushed in to seize the opportunity for a shot. Fortunately, the angle was exceedingly narrow, and the ball ricocheted off the side netting and out of play. The excitement among Bayern Munich supporters in the stands surged as they witnessed 2 consecutive attempts on goal, with many fans prematurely celebrating Kroos's narrow-angle shot. However, the jubilant cheers abruptly ceased when the ball rolled out from the side netting and struck the advertising boards along the sideline. This close call nearly caused a heart-stopping moment for Malaga's faithful supporters. Turning the tide, it was now Malaga's turn to mount an offensive. Bayern Munich did not retreat immediately. Instead, they maintained a pressing presence in the midfield. Yelo decided to alter the rhythm of the attack, returning to the vicinity of the center circle to receive the ball. Facing the pressure from Kroos, Schweinsteiger, and Template, Yelo turned with the ball at his back, skillfully maneuvering past Kroos before advancing forward, managing to slip past Schweinsteiger and Template before they could close him down. Previously, Yelo had sought to breach the defensive line through passing rather than holding onto the ball, but it became evident that dismantling Bayern Munich's defense through that approach was unrealistic. Thus, Yelo resolved to modify the tempo of the attack to disrupt Bayern's defensive inertia. As he broke through Bayern's midfield defense, the backline reacted with an almost instinctive contraction. Despite Yelo's limited engagement with the ball prior to this moment, Jupp Heynck's had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of containing Yelo's breakthroughs, recalling their previous defeat to Malaga, which was sealed by Yelo's last-minute strike against Bayern. That match haunted Bayern players, as Yelo had effortlessly navigated through their defensive ranks, placing the ball into their net. This sense of helplessness compelled Bayern's players to instinctively guard against his advances. Consequently, Bayern's defensive line retreated too far, demonstrating decisiveness. yet inadvertently affording Yelo an opportunity. As Yelo maneuvered between Bayern's two defensive midfielders, he anticipated the contraction of Bayern's defensive line, which would inevitably expose space on the flanks. Initially, his intention was to pass the ball after breaking through, providing his teammates on the wings with an opportunity to deliver a cross and continue pressuring the opponent's defense. However, with Bayern's players retreating so deeply, Yelo felt no hesitation. He boldly advanced several steps forward and unleashed a powerful strike from approximately 30 meters away. The ball soared into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards the goal. At the moment Yelo took his shot, the defenders of Bayern felt a shiver of apprehension. They quickly realized the mistake they had made. Previously, Yelo appeared to be merely holding back, yet the Bayern players had always been wary of his breakthrough capabilities. It was akin to a nuclear weapon hanging ominously above, uncertain of when it might descend. When Yelo suddenly opted to carry the ball forward, it felt as though that weapon had finally dropped, prompting the Bayern players to scramble back into their penalty area, much like a startled hedgehog confronted with danger. Yet, they had overlooked the threat posed by Yelo's long-range shooting. Thus, as he launched his shot, one could almost see the expressions of sheer terror etched across the faces of all the Bayern Munich players. It was only when Neuer leaped into the air to deflect the ball out of play that the tension was alleviated. With a powerful thrust, he sprang up from the ground, roaring at his teammates, "Do not allow him such an easy opportunity for a long-range shot." The Bayern Munich players, hearing this, wore expressions of resignation. Yelo was indeed a formidable force. His dribbling and breakthroughs were exceptional. His ball control and passing were top-notch. His long-range shots were elite. His heading ability was supreme. His physicality was unparalleled. His speed was unmatched. He could create opportunities through passing and movement, or he could dribble and break through defenses to inflict damage. He could even strike from long range or surge into the box at critical moments to score with his head. His offensive arsenal was so diverse that it was virtually impossible to defend against him. Yelo. Once again, it was Neuer. That long-range shot was crucial. Just as Bayern Munich was beginning to gain momentum, Yelo's strike thwarted their advance. Duan Xin exclaimed. Although the shot did not find the back of the net, he continued to cheer for Yelo's audacity. Prior to this moment, Bayern Munich had begun to assert themselves offensively, stifling Malaga's attacking momentum and threatening to seize control of the match. Yet, Yelo's powerful shot reversed the tide. At this very moment, it was Malaga's turn to surge with vigor. In the stands, Malaga's fans erupted in cheers, singing a spontaneously adapted chant. We've heard that the opposition is Bayern Munich. They are as formidable as Real Madrid. But we have Yelo. He is invincible. He is unstoppable. He is unstoppable. The spirits of Malaga's fans were somewhat dampened, yet they were invigorated by a remarkable long-range shot. In the stands, they sang and danced, waving their team's scarves and flags. Unbeknownst to them, 20 minutes had already elapsed. During this span, Malaga held their own. Prior to the match, many fans expressed that it would be disingenuous to claim they felt calm or untroubled, especially when confronted with media analyses that seemed quite plausible, leaving them anxious as their own expertise paled in comparison to that of professional analysts. Thus, a sense of worry permeated among the fans, as it appeared that Malaga was destined to struggle. However, the current state of play revealed a different narrative. Both teams engaged in a back-and-forth battle, with Malaga creating slightly more scoring opportunities. In critical statistics such as dangerous attacks and total shots, Malaga not only matched their opponents but also held a slight advantage. Yelo takes a long shot. Neuer remains composed. Malaga is creating numerous chances. Bayern Munich cannot afford to be complacent, exclaimed the commentators upon witnessing this strike. Most commentators maintained a neutral stance, sharing the same anticipation for an exhilarating match as the neutral fans. The pace of the game exhilarated both commentators and spectators alike. Bayern Munich's overall attack was swift and decisive, while Malaga's offensive thrust was equally incisive. Both sides generated attacking opportunities, eschewing the typical hesitancy seen in finals, where one team often retreats defensively while the other advances sluggishly. Heynckes furrowed his brow. Yelo's individual prowess was formidable. Every dangerous attack from Malaga seemed to revolve around him. Heynckes understood that neutralizing Yelo was essential to quelling Malaga's threat to Bayern's goal. Yet, while this was easier said than done, he had instructed his players that the match's outcome hinged not solely on containing Yelo, but but rather on whether Bayern Munich could capitalize on their offensive opportunities early on. Thus, although Yelo's long-range attempt had unsettled Bayern's players, they quickly responded in midfield. After compressing Malaga's formation back into their penalty area through a series of incisive passes, Robin executed a cut-in shot. The ball curved past a defender, grazing the post before veering out of play. Robin shoots, gasped the commentators and the crowd in unison. This match was proving to be enthralling. Yelo's long-range strike had tested Neuer, while Robin immediately challenged the hearts of Malaga's fans with his own attempt. Had the ball's trajectory been just a tad more pronounced, it would have nestled into the net. On one side, Malaga boasted Yelo's exceptional individual talent driving their formidable offense, while on the other, Bayern Munich also featured players of remarkable individual skill. Commentators noted this with enthusiasm. The commentator in Munich clasped his hands on his head, lamenting with a deep sigh directed towards the heavens. He had been ready to cheer in celebration as Robin took his shot. Had Bayern Munich taken the lead, the scales of victory in this final would have decidedly tilted in their favor. The team that scores first invariably enjoys a significant advantage, not only in the scoreline but also psychologically. This advantage would elevate Bayern's spirits while dampening Malaga's resolve. Under such circumstances, Bayern could seize control of the game's tempo, gradually exhausting Malaga with their formidable collective strength and depth on the bench, ultimately securing victory. Meanwhile, in the realm of online discussions, fans from the Dragon Kingdom were filled with trepidation. Robin's inward cuts were indeed challenging to defend. Malaga needed to tread carefully. Bayern was no easy opponent. Indeed, if they were easy to play against, they wouldn't be called Bayern Munich. German teams are notoriously difficult to contend with. Have you not heard the adage that football is a game where 22 players chase a ball, and in the end, the Germans prevail? Fans from the Dragon Kingdom were engrossed in the back-and-forth exchanges between the two teams. Just as the television replayed Bayern Munich's splendid offensive maneuver, the footage abruptly halted. At that moment, a cacophony of cheers intermingled with boos erupted from the stands, transforming the stadium into a vibrant cauldron of emotion. The broadcast switched scenes, revealing the football at Yelo's feet as he propelled it past the halfway line, accelerating like an intercontinental missile, shedding its first-stage rocket remnants. Now entering a more ferocious phase of acceleration. This was Malaga's counterattack. Yelo, the counterattack from Malaga. In the commentary booth, the announcers leaned forward, erupting in exclamations. As most commentators uttered these words, many Bayern fans remained transfixed, admiring their team's exquisite offensive play on the screen. The slow-motion replay of Robin's shots still played on the television, while the live commentary resonated with the crowd's sounds. Just as Bayern's supporters were still in a daze, the broadcast returned to the action. They saw Bayern Munich players scrambling desperately to defend. Yelo surged forward with the ball, his speed astonishing. His legs propelled him forward in a blur, almost leaving traces of afterimages. He was not merely barreling ahead blindly. He kept his head up, swaying slightly as he scanned the field. The football seemed tethered to his feet, never straying more than a meter from his body with each touch and dribble. A tremendous uproar filled the Allianz Arena. Bayern Munich fans released sharp jeers, while Malaga supporters responded with thunderous cheers. In this pure duel of boos and cheers, the voices from the Dragon Kingdom's fans ultimately rose above those supporting Bayern, creating an echo of support for Malaga that resonated throughout the stadium. Cheers reverberated through the sky, transmitted via television signals to every fan watching the live broadcast. Charge forth. The supporters of Malaga clenched their fists, their minds bursting forth with this one word in various languages. At this moment, Yelo's momentum as he advanced with the ball was exhilarating. Amidst the cheers intertwined with boos, Yelo forcefully surged past Schweinsteiger with his speed. Now, facing him was the central defender Dante. At this juncture, Bayern Munich's players were clearly delineated in their roles. Some desperately sprinted towards the penalty area. Establishing a comprehensive defensive formation was no longer feasible. The correct choice was to position themselves as advantageously as possible within the box. Others moved closer to Yelo, prepared to take the risk of a yellow card in order to bring him down. The player in possession of the ball posed the greatest threat. The ball lay at Yelo's feet, akin to a flashing orange signal light. Yelo understood that this was a rare opportunity for a counterattack. The ball boy on the scene proved to be immensely helpful. Robin took a shot, and just as the ball crossed the goal line, a ball boy tossed it back into play, prompting later inquiries from journalists about that very boy. Fortuitously, This ball boy was a supporter of 1860 Munich. Thus, it is often one's fiercest rival who delivers the decisive blow at critical moments. As Yelo received the pass and turned, most of Bayern's players were behind him. He could not afford to waste time, especially not allowing himself to be tangled with Bayern players at this position. A free kick here would yield little benefit. Being approximately 40 meters from goal, should he fall victim to a tactical foul at this moment, it would be a significant loss. A counterattack could swiftly devolve into a siege, making it increasingly difficult to regain such space. Yelo refrained from taking risks, for his teammates were surging forward. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich's players were desperately retreating, while Isco, Joaquin, Cazorla, and Baptista were all sprinting ahead. On Bayern's side, there were few left in the back. The two center-backs, Dante and Boateng, along with holding midfielder Timischuk, and two fullbacks had already returned. The others were still straining to catch up. Dante, retreating while contending, awaited the return of Lahm and Rafinha to the penalty area. Once they arrived, he would immediately press forward, even if he could not win the ball. He aimed to keep Yelo occupied, for the ball must not be allowed to pass him. In the event of a failed tackle, there would still be others to cover. Dante's strategy was sound, yet Yelo's subsequent actions diverged from his expectations. Rather than attempting to break through himself, Yelo opted to pass. The ball was pushed towards the flanks, angled to the right. Yelo passed. Isco. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Isco made a late run. Advancing the ball forward, it was now positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Malaga had a 3-on-4 opportunity. Isco cut inward, compelling the players of Bayern Munich to shift their positions. However, they remained vigilant against Yelo, the most threatening player from Malaga. Boateng and Dante prepared to encircle Yelo. Yelo charged strongly towards the penalty area, suddenly taking a few steps forward before abruptly retreating in a swift turn, momentarily evading Dante and Boateng. At that moment, Isco's pass returned, a precise triangular ball skimming along the ground back into the center of the penalty area, where Yelo had also retracted to the edge of the box. Aware of his limited space, he opted for a direct shot. In motion, he twisted his body, raised his foot, turned, and unleashed a strike. Bang! Just as Dante and Boateng lunged forward to defend, the ball struck Boateng's shoulder and soared into the air. Damn it! Yelo gritted his teeth. Continuing his charge into the penalty area, Boateng let out a sigh of relief. Had he not intercepted that shot, it was highly likely destined for the corner. Now, with the ball rebounding off his shoulder, it flew straight up. In such circumstances, heading the ball with power is exceedingly difficult. Yet, Boateng understood that Yelo would undoubtedly contest for that ball. Indeed, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Yelo charging into the box like a lion pouncing on its prey, causing Boateng to tense up. Just then, Boateng's pupils dilated. He watched as Yelo took a few steps back and leapt directly upward. A misjudgment? Had he jumped too early? Boateng, Dante, and several other Bayern Munich players in the penalty area all shared this fleeting thought. If it had been anyone else, they would have exhaled in relief. Yet, this was Yelo. Consequently, they too leapt decisively. Although they believed Yelo had jumped prematurely, they dared not underestimate him. If Yelo indeed leapt too soon, the situation would be straightforward, a mere aerial confrontation. In the air, as long as their arms were not extended to strike or shove their opponent, a foul could not be called. Conversely, if Yelo had not jumped early, their two bodies would act as mountains blocking his path. Coupled with the ball's trajectory being straight up and down, Yelo would then have to rely solely on his core strength to direct the ball towards the goal. In the absence of leverage, how could he possibly overpower two players of comparable weight? Even if he managed to break through, would he possess the strength to shoot? Thus, this defensive maneuver was deemed successful. In the air, Boateng breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure of contending with Yelo was immense, and opportunities to catch his breath were truly scarce. Yelo had indeed jumped too early. Even Dante and Boateng on the field could ascertain that. How could the commentators in the stands, with their elevated perspective, remain unaware? They held the vantage point of the divine. Each commentator is equipped with a monitor, allowing them to capture the nuances of the pitch through high-definition cameras. Thus, their perspective is far clearer than that of the players on the field. As the ball struck Boateng's shoulder and soared upwards, Yelo had already begun his run and leapt into the air. Alas, his takeoff was poorly timed and positioned. He was too hasty, some commentators lamented. Just moments before, Yelo's shot had posed a significant threat, but fortune favored Bayern, as Boateng's hurried positioning deflected the ball away. The ball then ascended into the air and descended sharply, making it exceedingly difficult to execute any quality offensive play. While the supporters of Malaga mourned yet another failed offensive attempt, Yelo surged forward, propelling himself into the air with remarkable speed. As he soared, many began to sense that something extraordinary was unfolding. Andy Gray, the commentator for Sky Sports in England, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "My God! He leaps so high. This is not merely a jump, it is an ascent. He soars like an eagle." Amidst the gasps of the commentators and the crowd, Dante and Boateng also leaped, bracing themselves for a fierce physical confrontation. The rules of football are straightforward. There is no concept of infringing on a cylindrical form. As long as arms are not extended and feet are not deliberately aimed at an opponent, collisions of flesh do not constitute fouls. At this moment, retreat was not an option. Yelo had already surged forward. If he were to meet the ball with the momentum he had built, the repercussions would be monumental. Thus, Dante and Boateng gritted their teeth and charged forth. At this juncture, to hesitate would be to show cowardice. It was time to act. The three of them, along with the ball, arrived at the point almost simultaneously. Yelo was acutely aware that he would likely contend with his adversaries. They would not allow him an easy header. However, he could not retreat now. With teeth clenched and a fierce expression, the muscles of his abdomen and waist coiled with power as he boldly collided with Boateng, Dante, and the ball. The other players in the penalty area had momentarily halted, as Bayern Munich's players anticipated a chaotic melee in the box, preparing to clear the ball. Meanwhile, Malaga's players were poised to seize the second ball. Neuer kept his eyes fixed on the ball, readying himself for the possibility of it being directed towards him by Yelo. Players' gazes were fixed skyward. Commentators watched intently. The 70,000 fans in the stadium, along with millions of television viewers around the globe, were riveted to this moment. Bang! The three collided. Many fans instinctively shut their eyes. Boateng and Dante, one on the left and one on the right, collided solidly with Yelo's chest. Indeed, Yelo soared higher than both of them, and in that instant, the athletic postures of both parties are entirely opposed. Yelo continues to ascend, while Boateng and Dante have already begun their descent. In terms of jumping height, Yelo triumphs. Yet, no one believed that he could maintain his balance amidst such aerial confrontation. Consequently, as Boateng and Dante launched themselves forward, they lost their center of gravity completely, tilting their bodies as they fell through the air. However, everyone misjudged the situation. This collision indeed momentarily stunned Yelo in midair, yet he retained his equilibrium. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the football. Boateng was taken aback, wondering if this individual was a monster. How could he maintain his balance after such a collision in the air? The spectators were astonished. This defiance of logic left many players slack-jawed, gazing in disbelief at Yelo, suspended in the air. In the next moment, Yelo's body appeared to fold in midair. The immense power in his waist and abdomen propelled his header forcefully towards the football. Bang! This sound silenced the entire stadium. All eyes converged on the football. Time seemed to slow. The Bayern Munich players within the penalty area felt a jolt at the sound. The Malaga players clenched their fists, gritting their teeth and pursing their lips, fearful of disturbing the football hurtling towards the goal. The crisp sound of the header reverberated throughout the Allianz Arena. Neuer leapt into the air, having been closely observing Yelo. Thus, once Boateng and Dante were knocked aside, he immediately reacted. Yet, Yelo's header was impeccably executed. The angle and ball speed were beyond reproach. The football struck the ground and then ricocheted into the goal from an impossible angle. Boom! In that instant, the entire Allianz Arena erupted. Chapter complete. 70,000 words, 80,000 words, 150,000, accomplished. Chapter 183. The mighty Bayern, the mighty Yelo. By the time Neuer was airborne, he realized he could not save his team. The angle of the shot was too cunning, compounded by a bounce. Even if his arms were 10 centimeters longer, and his jumping ability and reaction speed were superior, he would still be unable to reach the ball. As he landed, the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakable. What did he witness? As a goalkeeper, he perhaps had the closest and most direct insight into how such a breathtaking goal was conceived. In this offensive play, Yelo's sudden retreat and turn to shoot was executed with remarkable finesse. However, Boateng was fortunate. As he lunged forward, the football struck his shoulder and ricocheted upwards. Typically, at this point in the attack, one would expect it to conclude, or at least any immediate threat to the goal to dissipate. Everyone should have been contemplating how to contest for the second ball, ideally. Malaga would create chaos within the penalty area and seize the opportunity for a shot amidst the turmoil. Yet, when Yelo suddenly accelerated for a run, Neuer sensed something amiss. He observed Yelo leap into action first, while Boateng and Dante followed suit later. This was due to the fact that Yelo was positioned further from the ball's landing spot, while Boateng stood directly at that point. Under such circumstances, Yelo, after having brushed aside Boateng and Dante, still possessed the strength to deliver a powerful header towards the goal. Was he truly human? Did a ferocious beast lurk beneath his human facade? Yelo, the header. Oh my God. Ghoul. Splendid. Magnificent. Unstoppable. In this moment, Yelo transformed into a raging Tyrannosaurus Rex. Simultaneously, the commentators in the booth erupted with enthusiasm. Yelo, Boateng, and Dante fell to the ground in succession. However, Yelo remained standing, while Boateng and Dante lay flat on their backs. In this aerial contest, Yelo emerged victorious. Yelo glanced at the fallen Boateng and Dante, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that these two had intentionally used their shoulders to collide with his chest, causing their own downfall. Thus, Yelo disregarded the two sprawled on the ground and sprinted towards the corner flag, arms wide open, before leaping into a lengthy slide. Unfortunately, he faced the devoted fans of Bayern Munich in the stands. Instead of cheers and applause, he was met with boos and gestures of disdain from the Bayern supporters. Yet, this did not dampen the excitement of the Malaga players. Behind Yelo, Isco, Baptista, Joaquin, and Cazorla also slid onto the pitch in celebration. From the substitutes bench, Van Nistelrooy and others rushed forward with open arms. The Malaga players surged towards Yelo, exclaiming, "Well done. Brilliant. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Incredible." Teammates flocked to Yelo, piling on top of him in jubilation. Unbelievable. Yelo had executed a jaw-dropping header, devoid of finesse, but pure physical confrontation. Malaga had taken the lead. Who could have anticipated this? In this seemingly lopsided Champions League final, Malaga led Bayern Munich 1-0. In the 23rd minute, Yelo opened the scoring for Malaga. It was his 24th goal, the second goal of the Champions League season. Unbelievable. Unfathomable. He had elevated the previous single-season record of 12 goals to an astonishing 24. Before the match, everyone had remarked that if Malaga were to pose a significant threat to Bayern Munich in the Champions League final, the key player would be Yelo. It was common knowledge that restricting Yelo would limit Malaga's performance. Yet, what was the use of this knowledge? Yelo was unstoppable. What more could be said? This overwhelmingly powerful header showcased strength, confrontation, explosiveness, and heading technique to perfection. Boateng may have thought he successfully thwarted a shot from Yelo, but alas, when the ball soared through the air, the danger was far from averted. This offensive maneuver was predominantly orchestrated by Yelo, who unexpectedly retreated to the center circle, skillfully dribbling past Bayern's midfield defense, compelling the Munich backline to collapse inward, thereby liberating space on the flanks. Instead of charging aggressively, Yelo opted to transition the play to the wing, and as the wide players made their incisive runs, Bayern's defense began to falter. Magnificent. The true artistry, of course, lay in the header that followed in the dying moments of the match. Bayern Munich had been gradually regaining control, having dominated possession prior to this goal. Yet all was overturned by Yelo. An astonishing leap, an exceptional header, a remarkable display of physicality. What brilliance from Malaga. Securing a lead in such a pivotal final holds immense significance for Malaga. Commentators scoured their vocabularies, tirelessly elucidating the magnitude and importance of this goal to the viewers. In the Allianz Arena, Malaga's supporters erupted in sheer ecstasy. They leapt from their seats, exclaiming, "Well done. We are in the lead. Thank God. Thank you, Yelo. Oh, I could cry. Could we possibly be European champions? It feels like a dream." The emotions of Malaga's fans exploded forth. Prior to the match, nearly no media outlet favored their chances, much to the discontent of Malaga's supporters. "We have Yelo on our side. How could we possibly lose?" In the eyes of Malaga's fans, Yelo is nothing short of a deity of football. Meanwhile, Bayern Munich's fans clasped their heads in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Just moments before, they had been celebrating the successful defense against Yelo's shot, yet in the next instant, silence engulfed the majority of them. As diehard supporters of Bayern Munich, they understood the monumental difficulty of the goal just scored by Yelo. Before the match, Bayern fans brimmed with confidence. bolstered by the overwhelming consensus among media and experts who deemed Bayern the favorites. Given their illustrious history, they perceived it as logical. They were Bayern Munich, a club of profound legacy, facing a relatively obscure opponent. In terms of overall strength, experience, and pedigree, Bayern Munich was undoubtedly superior. Moreover, the match was hosted at Allianz Arena, the designated venue for the UEFA Champions League final, established well before the current season commenced. With such a plethora of advantages, it was indeed Malaga that struck first, and this was no fluke. If we were to speak of luck, it would be Boateng's shoulder-blocking Yelo's shot that could be considered fortunate. Yelo's individual prowess is simply unparalleled. In the midfield, he elegantly maneuvered past 3 defenders, distributed the ball to the side, surged forward, executed a swift return, and, with a deft turn, unleashed a shot that was blocked. Yet, without hesitation, he charged into the penalty area, leaping high to confront 2 central defenders, managing to head the ball into the net despite the challenging circumstances of the play being entirely vertical, offering no leverage. What manner of beast is this? The Bayern Munich supporters were left speechless. Could Bayern Munich truly emerge victorious against such an opponent? The confidence of the fans began to waver. A foul. He committed a foul. Yes, that goal should be disallowed. On the ground, Dante and Boateng remained down, while the other Bayern Munich players were indignant, rushing towards the referee. Captain Lahm pointed angrily at the 2 fallen defenders, his expression one of fury, akin to a victim at a car accident scene appealing to the police. Yes, he collided with them. The foul was committed first. The goal should not stand. Neuer sprang to his feet, immediately rushing towards the referee to contest the decision, with Bayern Munich players applying pressure in hopes of having the goal annulled. At that moment, many Malaga fans watching were filled with concern, given the well-known tensions between Malaga and UEFA. However, the Malaga players remained unfazed. How could this goal possibly be disallowed? There was absolutely no justification. If anyone was at fault for a collision, it was Boateng and Dante who initiated the contact. Thus, the Malaga players merely stood by, observing the Bayern players engage with the referee. Bayern Munich players were insisting that Yelo had committed a foul, yet upon reviewing the slow-motion footage, it became clear that Yelo had leaped first, while Boateng and Dante followed suit. The evidence suggested that Yelo had aimed for the ball, whereas the Bayern defenders appeared to be leaping towards him. If a foul were to be called, it would seem that Boateng and Dante had a stronger case. The Bayern players felt unjustly treated, as it was they who had fallen, yet this was merely a reflection of their physical inadequacy against Yelo's prowess. The commentator from Radio Cope, Andres, scoffed at the situation. Meanwhile, not far away, the commentator from Munich television was vociferously declaring a foul. This was undoubtedly a foul. How could one person possibly knock over 2? Indeed, the notion of one individual toppling 2 others does seem dubious. However, we are no longer in an era of mere radio commentary. We now have high-definition television broadcasts. High-definition cameras can capture every detail, down to the player's sweat. To discern the truth, one need only review the slow-motion replays. With dozens of cameras positioned throughout the venue, every angle of the incident is documented. The events that transpired are laid bare. As the footage replayed on the screens, everything came to light in slow motion. The Munich commentator fell silent. Although the referee, Webb, is notorious as one of the old Premier League blind monks, his fundamental officiating skills were evidently intact. The decision regarding this goal was not difficult to make. If such a foul is to be called, then virtually every header within the penalty area would be deemed a foul, as any physical contact would provide grounds for such a decision. This would fundamentally alter the essence of football. One might as well play volleyball, where physical confrontation is absent. Webb was acutely aware that should he decide to call that foul, his officiating career would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, without hesitation, he waved away the Bayern Munich players. The goal stands. The goal stands. Webb reaffirmed his stance, having made the correct judgment. In the commentary booth, Duan Xian let out a significant sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that Yelo's actions might have provoked unfair treatment from UEFA President Platini. However, it now appeared that UEFA would refrain from any underhanded tactics during a match of such magnitude that could jeopardize their reputation. Had Webb made the opposite call on that play, even a decade or 2 later, media outlets would likely resurrect the incident, labeling it a monumental miscarriage of justice. On the sidelines, Pellegrini and his assistants celebrated joyously, embracing each other in excitement. Meanwhile, Hanks wore a troubled expression. He was acutely aware that the goal was unlikely to be overturned. Bayern Munich now faced the daunting reality of conceding first in the final. And it was a truly staggering goal. Such a scoreline typically deflates a team's morale. Yet Hanks remained unperturbed regarding his players' spirit, for he held unwavering confidence in his squad. It was merely a single goal conceded, not warranting a complete loss of composure. However, this concession meant that Bayern Munich had no alternative but to adopt an offensive strategy. Hanks pondered his next tactical move from the sidelines. The team doctor entered the field, and after a thorough examination, both Boateng and Dante were able to rise once more. Fortunately, play resumed without the need for them to leave the field and await the game's restart, as that would have left Bayern Munich at a numerical disadvantage of 9-11 in that crucial moment. Nevertheless, Boateng and Dante had suffered no serious harm. It was merely a hard collision, resulting in a momentary loss of balance and a fall onto their backs. Though the impact may have been uncomfortable, it posed little risk to their joints. The Bayern Munich players returned, but their attempts to pressure the referee into reversing the decision proved futile. They would have to accept the stark reality of trailing by a goal. Boateng and Dante wore grim expressions, feeling embarrassed. Two players had collided with one, only to find themselves upended. There was no time for dwelling on that. The priority now was to devise a strategy to equalize the score. "Come on, let's focus," Lahm exclaimed, clapping his hands. As the captain, Lahm understood that the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Bayern Munich. Malaga took the lead with a goal, and Yelo's pace was astonishing. His dribbling posed a significant threat, and his finishing ability was so formidable that it instilled a sense of trepidation. In this scenario, Bayern Munich felt compelled to launch an offensive, seeking to deploy more personnel in attack. They required an offensive strategy. It can be asserted that after Yelo scored, the equilibrium of the match was disrupted. Bayern Munich could no longer prepare for a protracted battle as they had before. They were undoubtedly required to initiate change to alter the tempo of the game and secure a goal. Indeed, Hanks summoned Schweinsteiger to the sidelines for a tactical discussion. "We must attack, accelerate our offensive pace and rhythm, push them back," he instructed. Schweinsteiger inquired, "Understood, boss, but how do we defend against their counterattacks?" Hanks shook his head, stating, "Now is not the time to ponder such matters. If we aim to cover all bases, we may end up with nothing. Inform our players that it is time to give their all." Taking a deep breath, Schweinsteiger nodded and returned to the field to convey Hanks' latest directives to the Bayern players. As the match resumed, Bayern Munich immediately surged forward. Hanks' words liberated them from their burdens. Conceding the goal galvanized the Bayern players to focus all their energy on the offensive. As Bayern pressed forward, Malaga found themselves under immense pressure with considerable space to manage. The swift interplay in the attacking third compelled Malaga's players to move with greater urgency. In the 25th minute, Robin received the ball on the right flank, evading Sanchez before delivering a pass to the back post. Amid gasps, Gomez leapt high at the far post, but unfortunately, he miscalculated his jump slightly, resulting in a feeble touch that sent the ball out of play. Although Gomez failed to make contact, it sent cold sweat down the spines of Malaga's players. Shortly thereafter, Bayern's assault resumed. Gomez, receiving the ball with his back to the goal at the edge of the penalty area, deftly laid it off to Ribery, who surged forward to shoot. The ball skimmed the ground, heading towards the goal, only to be tipped away by Caballero's fingertips, sending it out of bounds. Ribery. Oh, so close. Bayern Munich began to unleash their offensive prowess. Their attacking unit demonstrated remarkable synergy, each player showcasing unique strengths, with a rapid passing tempo. The pressure on Malaga's defense was immense. Ribery's shot was just narrowly off target. Bayern Munich's formidable collective strength began to manifest. In that moment, commentators marveled at Bayern's attacking capabilities. Meanwhile, in the stands, Bayern Munich supporters regained their fervor, fervently cheering to support their team. The performance of Bayern's attack instilled a sense of hope. Yes, they had Yelo, but we are Bayern. We possess a powerful collective, and each player in our attacking line is of the highest caliber. Yelo is indeed formidable, but he stands alone. Football is a collective endeavor. The strength of the team will always surpass that of the individual. The fans of Bayern Munich, upon reflecting on this, find their hopes rekindled. Bayern, Bayern. We are the invincible Bayern Munich. Their songs resonate within the Allianz Arena. The supporters clap and stomp their feet, their voices rising in encouragement for their team. Bayern Munich is unbeatable. We are the strongest team. Defeat them. Goal. Goal! Goal! Amidst the exuberant cheers of Bayern's fans, the supporters of Malaga are equally resolute. What of Bayern? We possess the talent of Yelo. He is the best in the world. Hail! Hail! The fans of Malaga collectively chant. In their eyes, Yelo is an omnipotent deity. They need only to cheer, like fervent worshippers, beseeching divine favor, and their God will fulfill their desires. The commentators are astounded by this scene. What does this signify? One side chants for Bayern, while the other chants for Yelo. Is this match a duel between Yelo and Bayern? Bayern Munich intensifies their offensive efforts, evidently spurred after falling behind. The pressure on Malaga's defense is immense. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Malaga swiftly launches a counterattack. Yelo, receiving the ball on the flank, accelerates along the sideline. After cutting in decisively just outside the penalty area, he takes a powerful shot. Though the angle is narrow, the strike is assertive and forceful. The ball soars through the air, tracing a rapid, descending arc. Yelo shoots. Watch out! The commentators exclaim in unison. With a fierce, curling shot, the ball streaks like a meteor across Bayern Munich's penalty area. In the stands, numerous fans fixate on the fleeting image of the ball in flight. Thud! The ball strikes the post. It also resonates within the hearts of all the fans. The supporters of Bayern Munich feel a sense of survival, while Malaga's fans clutch their heads in despair over the missed opportunity for a second goal. The post denies Yelo's shot. Bayern Munich presses forward, applying pressure on Malaga's defense. Yet they must not forget that their own backline remains under the constant threat posed by Yelo. Following Malaga's goal, the pace of the match accelerates. The truly thrilling contest is only just beginning. Bayern advances vigorously, while Malaga relies on counterattacks to threaten their opponent's goal. But the game is fair. When opportunities are squandered, punishment often follows. Just as Yelo's shot strikes the post and crosses the goal line, Bayern Munich immediately retaliates. In the 34th minute of the match, Kroos advances the ball in midfield, distributing it to Robben, positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Robben's shot poses a significant threat, compelling Malaga's players to remain vigilant. He skillfully dribbled to the edge of the penalty area, executing a feigned shot that compelled de Michelis to attempt a block, only to instantly convert his motion into a pass. During his tenure in the Premier League, Robben was often referred to as a lone wolf, indicating his tendency to solo through defenses, predominantly cutting in to shoot from the vicinity of the penalty area. However, after the trials and tribulations at Chelsea and Real Madrid, the Robben at Bayern transformed, balding yet stronger. He exhibited a more rational approach to the game. Now, he would pass when the opportunity arose. Having shed his previous solitary playstyle, the veteran Robben finally manifested the formidable tactical value of a top-tier winger. Just as he initiated a shooting motion, the defenders from Malaga were compelled to react. This action inevitably created openings elsewhere. With a deft push of his left foot, he delivered the ball to the flank of the penalty area. Kroos, making a late run, struck the ball with the instep of his foot, sending it skimming along the ground and penetrating the net from a tight angle. Splendid. Kroos, assisted by Robben, Bayern Munich leveled the score. Bayern Munich showcased their immense collective strength. Yelo's shot struck the post, and moments later, Bayern netted the equalizer, with fortune smiling upon them at that instant. Such is the nature of football. One can never predict what may unfold in the next moment. Just seconds ago, Bayern's supporters were filled with anxiety, their hearts racing. And then, in the blink of an eye, their team scored. The Allianz Arena erupted with cheers, while Malaga's fans held their heads in despair. Joy and sorrow intertwined in that moment, as every fan's heart resonated with the unfolding drama on the pitch. On the sidelines, Hanks raised his arms in exhilaration. Conceding a goal is never ideal, but equalizing is a different matter. This shift significantly influenced the course of the match. Coming back from behind instilled a surge of confidence in Bayern. After celebrating, Hanks immediately gestured with both hands. Attack! Attack! Continue to apply pressure. He aimed to capitalize on the momentum, entirely overwhelming their opponents. With their spirits soaring, Bayern was undoubtedly capable of achieving this. Meanwhile, Pellegrini, on the sidelines, felt a sense of urgency, though he strove to conceal it. He clapped continuously, urging his players to remain composed, reminding them not to lose their heads. The match was still long. Yelo squinted at the jubilant Bayern players. Indeed, Bayern was incredibly formidable, especially in the context of a Champions League final. However, Defeating such an opponent to claim the championship would only serve to enhance the prestige of this title, wouldn't it? After the match resumed, Yelo opted to retreat to his own half to assist in defense, anticipating that the opposition would seek to capitalize on their newfound momentum. At this moment, a united defensive effort was paramount. As expected, once the match resumed, Bayern launched a fierce offensive, pinning Malaga within their own 30-meter zone, rendering them immobile. This is Bayern Munich. The invincible Bayern Munich. The commentator in Munich is exclaiming, while Bayern's supporters are cheering. For the fans of Malaga, these moments are sheer torment. Bayern's offensive onslaught is overwhelming, as if they could dismantle Malaga's defense at any moment. Pellegrini's expression is grave. Indeed, Bayern Munich in the Champions League final is a far cry from their group stage performance. The ferocity exhibited by this team is both awe-inspiring and fear-inducing. Malaga can only temporarily huddle together, compressing their space to the utmost, in a desperate attempt to withstand Bayern's relentless attacks. However, this strategy leaves them devoid of counterattack opportunities. Without the prospect of a counter, it is only a matter of time before they concede under such persistent pressure. At this moment, Malaga's formation resembles a spring that has been compressed to its limits. If they manage to spring back, the greater the compression, the more potent the rebound. But should they fail to rebound, that spring may very well be crushed. Malaga is in peril. Their defensive line is utterly flattened, and they are incapable of launching a counterattack. Bayern Munich has completely subdued Malaga, with waves of attack following one after another. Although Malaga has yet to concede, such relentless pressure could lead to a goal at any moment. Yelo. Just as the commentators are providing varying perspectives on Malaga's fate, one commentator gasps in astonishment. Fans in front of their televisions are startled, quickly turning their attention to the screen, only to realize that Yelo has inexplicably returned to defend at the edge of the penalty area, frustrated by his inability to receive the ball up front. Yelo has retreated further back. Now he finds himself at the forefront of the penalty area. With a sliding tackle, he dispossesses Schweinsteiger, sending the ball out of play, and then quickly rises to his feet, vocally rallying his teammates. Stand firm against this onslaught. Despite his encouraging words, Yelo knows that alleviating the defensive pressure ultimately requires finding a solution on the offensive front. Setting aside thoughts of scoring, the immediate goal is to secure some control of the ball, pushing the battle towards midfield, thus distancing the threat from their own penalty area. Yelo's tackle surprises Schweinsteiger, who, upon realizing it is Yelo returning to defend, exhibits a peculiar expression that quickly shifts to one of relief. The return of Yelo signifies that Malaga has truly exhausted their capacity for a counterattack. The throw-in is executed swiftly, as Ribery receives the ball. He hears a gust behind him, and, without time to assess, hurriedly shields the ball beneath his feet. Yelo closes in for the challenge, and Ribery, in a moment of disarray, finds himself gradually forced out towards the sideline. Now it is Malaga's throw-in. The commentators are in awe. On the pitch, Yelo raises both arms, using his body like a bulldozer to push Ribery out of bounds. Ribery is powerless against such relentless and physical defending from Yelo. He spits in frustration, masking his astonishment. Although Ribery is not a towering figure on the pitch, his lower body strength is commendable, and he does not shy away from physical confrontations. However, the sheer force exhibited by Yelo was nothing short of astonishing. Ribery was caught off guard, unable to make a pass during the intense struggle against Yelo, ultimately being pushed out of bounds. It is a moment that will undoubtedly evoke a sense of regret for the French winger in years to come. After regaining possession, Yelo did not rush to launch an attack. Recognizing Bayern's overwhelming offensive momentum, he aimed to temper the pace of the game, seeking to wear down the opponent's fervor first. When he received a throw-in from Sanchez, Yelo skillfully shielded the ball, facing the defensive pressure from Rafinha and Timišćuk. With a deft touch, he maneuvered the ball, spun around, and executed a brilliant move. Simply magnificent. If the previous display highlighted Yelo's formidable physicality, this moment showcased his ethereal footballing finesse. As the commentator marveled, Yelo accelerated, evading both Rafinha and Schweinsteiger. In that instant, Ribery, sprinting back in defense, forcefully tugged at Yelo's jersey. Yelo, with a burst of power, surged forward, inadvertently sending Ribery tumbling to the ground. Yet, Ribery clung tenaciously to Yelo's shirt. The quality of modern jerseys is impressive. Such a pull would not easily tear them, especially since they are predominantly manufactured in China, yet to be relocated to places like Vietnam. Yelo took several strides forward, only to discover that Ribery had both hands firmly grasping his jersey, his body dragged along the ground, yet unwilling to relent, prompting Yelo to helplessly raise his hands in resignation. Ribery's defense appeared rather desperate. Consequently, the referee, Weber, issued a yellow card. Ribery, undeterred, accepted the consequence, having successfully thwarted Yelo's advance, thereby granting time for his Bayern teammates to regroup. Though slightly disheveled, a forward like him could afford the inconvenience of a yellow card. Despite the interruption of the attack, Yelo remained undaunted. With possession returning to Malaga, he opted not to push forward but stayed back in the defensive half, acting as a viable receiving point, moving, receiving passes, and distributing the ball. With Yelo stabilizing the midfield, Bayern's attempts to reclaim the ball were in vain, as Yelo successfully delivered passes into open spaces and executed several clever plays. As Malaga gradually seized control of the ball for several minutes, Bayern's initial fervor waned significantly. On the sidelines, Pellegrini exhaled in relief. Yelo returned to the midfield, promptly stabilizing the situation. Malaga managed to consume valuable time through ball possession as the first half neared its conclusion. Yelo's performance was nothing short of exemplary. He undoubtedly emerged as an outstanding team leader, possessing an innate understanding of when to act and what to do. Malaga maintained continuous possession, stabilizing the situation, with the pivotal role of Yelo being particularly significant. His orchestration in midfield rendered Bayern's pressing ineffective. Currently, Yelo resembles a true maestro of the midfield. Perhaps if he returned to this position, he would rank among the world's elite. Commentators have lavished praise upon Yelo's performance. As the first half drew to a close amidst the back-and-forth exchanges between both teams, the match ended unexpectedly. With the referee's 3 whistles, the first half concluded, and both teams retreated to their locker rooms with a score of 1-1. Chapter 184. Everything about Malaga resides within you. As the first half came to an end, all the fans and commentators, previously engulfed in tension, began to relax. Unbeknownst to many, 45 minutes had swiftly elapsed. Such a fast-paced match easily allows one to lose track of time, as both sides engaged in a lively exchange that left spectators exhilarated yet wanting more. At this moment, major television networks transitioned their coverage to the studio, allowing football experts and legends to analyze the first half of the match. This encounter primarily showcased a duel between Yelo and Bayern's attacking front. For Malaga, Yelo stood as the sole attacking threat, with other players merely providing support, while Bayern's attacking options were more diversified. Nevertheless, Bayern found it challenging to contain Yelo, and Malaga's defense appeared somewhat strained against Bayern's offensive onslaught. The current dynamics of the match suggest that neither side is likely to retreat into a defensive shell in the second half. Malaga's strength lies in its attack, whereas if Bayern attempts to tighten their defense to limit Yelo, they will undoubtedly face repercussions. Malaga's reliance on Yelo's performance may prove detrimental. He exerted considerable energy in the first half, even retreating to the midfield and defensive lines to assist in both defense and support. This could impose some strain on his stamina. Should he reach his physical limits, Malaga may find themselves in a precarious situation. Perhaps Hanks might be satisfied with the current score. If Bayern can drag the match into extra time, their chances of victory would significantly increase. Malaga's endurance does not rival that of Bayern, and they may need to adopt a more conservative approach in the second half. Experts have shared their insights regarding the second half, seemingly adopting the roles of technical analysts for both coaching staffs. However, this is merely theoretical discourse, serving only to excite the fans. As for the coaches, they certainly do not concern themselves with media opinions at this moment. Had they been truly exceptional, they wouldn't be commentators, but rather head coaches, enjoying the considerable salaries that accompany such positions. Pellegrini entered with a serious demeanor, yet as he opened the door, a relaxed expression replaced it. Inside the locker room, Captain Yelo was rallying the team. So what if we conceded a goal? It's not a big deal. In the second half, let's score 2 or 3 more. With Yelo's words, the confidence of Malaga's players has significantly returned. Pellegrini is quite satisfied with the fighting spirit of his team. Seeing Yelo exude such confidence, Pellegrini is also filled with optimism. Bayern Munich holds an advantage in overall strength. However, Malaga can still rely on Yelo to launch sufficiently threatening offensives. The outcome of this match remains highly uncertain. In such circumstances, the side possessing a true superstar undoubtedly holds a distinct advantage. What defines a superstar? It is one who can rise to the occasion in crucial moments. Pellegrini believes that Yelo embodies this quality. He is certain that in the second half, there will be a display of star power. As for Bayern Munich, Pellegrini is confident that as long as Malaga's players do not harbor fear of their opponents, they will not be easily vanquished. Even if they concede a goal in the second half, as long as Yelo remains on the field, Malaga will have hope for a comeback. Although the world currently claims that Malaga is overly reliant on Yelo, it is undeniable that they have reached the UEFA Champions League final thanks to his contributions. Should they win this match, they will be crowned champions of Europe. How many teams and coaches in this world can claim the title of Champions League winners? In the past 2 decades, apart from Porto, all other champions have been traditional powerhouses: Real Madrid, Barcelona, AC Milan, Liverpool, Bayern Munich, Manchester United, and so on. Even Porto can be considered one of the elite clubs in Europe, being one of the 3 giants of Portuguese football, with a reputation far exceeding that of Malaga. Therefore, if Malaga were to truly claim the Champions League title, they would become the first underdog team to do so since the tournament's reformation over the past 20 years. Pellegrini would then be celebrated as a coach who led a non-elite team to triumph in the Champions League, a feat that would be a source of immense pride for over 99% of coaches worldwide. What does reliance on Yelo signify? For a coach, effectively utilizing players is a fundamental quality, is it not? Pellegrini takes a deep breath. Gentlemen, in the second half, our opponents will launch even more ferocious attacks. We must respond with an even more aggressive offense to completely overwhelm them. In Bayern Munich's dressing room, Coach Hanks declared loudly, "Conceding a goal and then equalizing has greatly boosted Bayern's morale, even though Malaga's resilience has surpassed their expectations. But this is the Champions League final. How could a team that has reached this stage be easily defeated?" Hanks is confident in his team's performance in the second half, as they possess greater depth on the bench and superior stamina. Bayern Munich's collective attacking strategy forces Malaga's players to exert more effort, which means their physical exertion is greater than that of Bayern Munich. At the conclusion of the first half, Hanks scrutinized the statistical data of both teams. He particularly focused on the distance covered by the players. Malaga's squad had collectively run a total of 64 kilometers during the first half, while Bayern Munich's team managed a mere 56 kilometers. The players of Malaga outpaced their Bayern counterparts by 8 kilometers. This distance should not be underestimated. The 8 kilometers represent an average, yet it is likely that certain key Malaga players exerted themselves significantly more, creating this disparity in total distance. On one hand, one could argue that Malaga's players displayed remarkable determination and a strong desire to win, showcasing their extensive coverage and vigorous efforts. Conversely, it is evident that Malaga must exert considerably more effort to remain competitive with Bayern Munich, resulting in a greater expenditure of energy. Do you see? This is our advantage. Hanks presented the data, substantiated and compelling, which resonated with the Bayern players. Indeed, they had run 8 kilometers more. With such a significant difference, their fatigue must be substantially greater than ours. As long as we continue to apply pressure in the second half, they will inevitably falter. We must not grant them a moment's respite. Hanks declared, clenching his fist. His aim was to instill a sense of unwavering confidence within the Bayern players, convincing them that by maintaining pressure and launching relentless attacks, they could overwhelm their opponents. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Shortly after the commencement of the second half, Bayern Munich scored. In the 50-minute mark, a cross from the right flank found Gomez, who headed the ball into the net. A quintessential German goal, an amalgamation of pressure, wing play, and the perfect fusion of skill and strength. Gomez, a splendid goal. Bayern Munich took the lead, 2-1. Now, Malaga found themselves in considerable trouble. Despite the limited opportunities in the penalty area for Bayern, their relentless assault had already shattered Malaga's defense. Immediately upon the start of the second half, Bayern unleashed a frenzied offensive. A tremendous roar erupted from the Allianz Arena. After scoring, Gomez raced to the sidelines, raising his arms in triumph. Often regarded as the successor to Klose as Germany's premier striker, Gomez's development had not been as fruitful as anticipated. The era of traditional strikers had waned. Even at Bayern, he merely alternated opportunities with Müller being younger. It was foreseeable that he might assume a starting role next season, prompting Gomez to contemplate seeking opportunities elsewhere. However, how splendid it would be to secure a Champions League trophy before departing. Bayern fans at the Allianz Arena reveled in jubilant celebration. Having completed a comeback after initially conceding a goal, They firmly believed that Bayern would maintain this advantageous lead, as the team, once ahead, possessed a tremendous advantage. They can retreat to defend and launch counterattacks against Malaga, leveraging the speed of Ribery and Robben. The Bayern fans are convinced that few defensive lines in the world can withstand the rapid onslaught of these two elite wingers. Gomez has missed the opportunity. At that moment, Malaga's defense faltered against the opponent's surge. Gomez's header in the penalty area was of exceptional quality, as the ball soared in just beneath the crossbar with remarkable speed, leaving Caballero with no chance. In the commentary booth, Duan Xian felt a chill in his heart, his voice tinged with urgency. Malaga is behind. Having conceded a goal shortly after the start of the second half, the situation has reached a critical point for them. Bayern's goal felt like a heavy blow, making the upcoming match exceedingly daunting for Malaga. In Longwa, many fans were anxious upon hearing Duan Xian's remarks. Bayern is indeed a notch above. Trailing just 5 minutes into the second half raises questions about their strategy. Now Bayern can comfortably execute counterattacks. It appears that Malaga is not destined for the Champions League glory. Unfortunately, there may still be opportunities for Yelo in the future. The match is not over yet, but it feels as though it is already concluded. A mixture of pessimism and optimism permeated the atmosphere, with some critics seizing the moment to voice their opinions. Although the majority of Yelo's supporters quickly silenced them, Pellegrini, of course, is acutely aware of the dire situation. Standing on the sidelines, his brow furrowed. He recognized that the team fell behind just 5 minutes into the second half. After Bayern Munich took the lead, Malaga became reactive. During halftime, Pellegrini urged the team to attack and apply pressure on Bayern's defense, yet he emphasized the need for strong midfield defense and control. However, it now seems that Bayern's offensive onslaught is overwhelming and Malaga's defense is struggling to cope. The players have been diligently defending, but Bayern's relentless tactics are causing Malaga to falter. Against Bayern's diverse attacking strategies, defending has proven exceedingly challenging. Their firepower is simply too fierce. Pellegrini took a deep breath. At this juncture, Malaga must fight with all their might. If they cannot defend, they must go on the offensive. An eye for an eye. His gaze shifted to Yelo, and as Bayern's players continued to celebrate, Pellegrini summoned several key players to the sidelines. It is time to give it everything, Pellegrini declared. He could not possibly devise a last-minute plan for such desperation. Prior to the match, the team had crafted various tactical approaches based on multiple scenarios. At this point, the coach merely needs to assess the situation and switch between different tactical options, all of which had been meticulously practiced during training, making them quite familiar to the players. Desperation? The players exchanged glances. Is it too early to resort to such extremes? Pellegrini is acutely aware of his players' thoughts. It is not too late. We cannot allow Bayern Munich to establish their rhythm. If they gain complete control of the game's tempo, our fate is sealed. In any case, we must disrupt their cadence. Though merely 50 minutes have elapsed, we have compelling reasons to fight with all our might. The head coach is absolutely right. We cannot afford to be complacent. Now is the time for a decisive strike that will surely unsettle their defensive structure. If we can throw them into disarray, that will present our opportunity. Yelo's fist struck his other palm with a resounding clap. Yes, offense. We need to attack, Cazorla proclaimed loudly. We must seize the moment to score. Joaquin nodded in agreement. The other players followed suit, encouraging one another as they returned to the field, relaying the latest strategies to those on the pitch. At that moment, the players of Bayern Munich had completed their celebrations and were back on the field, while the Malaga players took their positions. Yelo placed the ball at his feet, and the camera zoomed in on him. His youthful, handsome face appeared before fans around the world, causing many female admirers to clasp their hands to their hearts. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The visual narrative conveyed to all television viewers. Malaga is trailing. They must respond. And it is the responsibility of their star player to do so. Pellegrini's gaze was fixed on Yelo's back as he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I have placed all my bets on you. Chapter 185. No matter the cost, it is worth it. The essence of football lies in the pursuit of scoring more points than the opponent. In essence, regardless of the competitive game or its rules. The ultimate determination of victory or defeat hinges on the final score. This is the fundamental nature of the matter. For Malaga to triumph over Bayern Munich, they must surpass their rivals in scoring. Thus, Pellegrini has no intention of employing intricate tactics. The plan is to focus on Yelo. Seize possession, hand it to Yelo, and attack the opponent. Simple and direct. There will be no back passes or midfield exchanges. When in possession, look for Yelo. If we continue to engage Bayern Munich in a battle for midfield control, the rhythm of the match will fall into their hands. Malaga must shatter this rhythm. I don't care how you do it. Just ensure that the damned ball reaches their net. Yelo turned to the referee, Pellegrini's words echoing in his mind. This match is entrusted to him. Everything in Malaga revolves around Yelo. Indeed, everyone willingly serves as his support, a mere backdrop to his brilliance. Such trust. Yelo even felt a hint of pressure mounting. Rest assured, I will blast their goal. Yelo turned his gaze toward the Bayern Munich goal, awaiting the whistle that would resume the match. In the media section, the journalists from Germany rose to their feet, applauding with particular enthusiasm from those hailing from Munich. They raised their arms in celebration, akin to fans in the stands. Behold, this is Bayern Munich. The Munich reporters proudly proclaimed. Indeed, this is Bayern Munich, the preeminent powerhouse of Germany and one of the most illustrious clubs in all of Europe, coveted by the youth of the German-speaking world. Any elite club possesses an immense influence within its cultural sphere, much like Real Madrid and Barcelona do among Spanish-speaking players, with countless young talents from Brazil aspiring to join these two giants. Bayern Munich holds a similar stature. In the German-speaking regions of Eastern Europe, Bayern Munich stands as the undisputed leader. Moreover, the quality of young talents emerging from Eastern Europe's German-speaking regions is hardly inferior to that of South America. It is this vast reservoir of talent that enables Bayern Munich to rival the likes of Real Madrid as a top-tier European club. When Bayern Munich took the lead, the journalists from Munich felt a sense of reassurance. Given Bayern's overall strength, once they gain the upper hand, the likelihood of a reversal diminishes significantly. Now, Bayern could tighten their defense, awaiting the opponent's advance, ready to exploit counterattacks through the speed of their forwards. One could observe that even the center forward Gomez had retreated near the center circle, with Robben and Ribery pushing forward. Bayern's formation demonstrated their respect and caution towards Malaga, indicating that they were not underestimating their opponents. Under these circumstances, it became almost predictable that Bayern Munich would continue to score. At that point, no amount of struggle from the opposition would avail them. Stability was assured. The atmosphere was exhilarating, yet the Munich reporters felt relief knowing their team was in control. Thanks to divine providence, the night belonged to the Munich faithful. In an instant, the journalists in Munich relaxed. The chants of Bayern Munich fans filled the Allianz Arena. Everything was unfolding favorably for Bayern Munich. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. The players of Bayern Munich swiftly retreated to their half, fortifying the central defense. Meanwhile, Robben and Ribery's advance appeared more like an annoyance. Nobody knew Malaga's forthcoming offensive strategy, rendering the atmosphere deceptively calm. The ball was passed back to Demichelis, while Yelo made a direct run toward the center-forward position. Baptista dropped back into the attacking midfield role, with Cazorla and Isco flanking. As Yelo confronted Boateng, the latter instinctively touched his chest, recalling the impactful collision they had experienced. However, confusion now clouded Boateng's face. Why was Yelo in this position? Were there other Malaga players around him? There were none. What was the significance of venturing so deep alone? The vast chasm between the front line and midfield was glaring, revealing a severe disconnect. What is Malaga truly aiming for? Soon, Boateng's perplexity was resolved. When the football found its way to Demichelis' feet, the Bayern Munich players refrained from advancing to that position. In fact, upon witnessing Demichelis settle the ball, they remained stationary. If it were possible, they would have preferred the ball to linger at Demichelis' feet a tad longer, ideally allowing him to maintain possession until the match's conclusion, though this was, of course, an impossibility. Demichelis took a step forward while dribbling, at which point Robben leisurely approached to apply a token press, and then Demichelis unleashed a powerful long pass. Demichelis displayed commendable technique. His long passes from the back line were remarkably accurate, particularly in such untroubled circumstances. The ball soared into the air, advancing towards the front line. Simultaneously, upon observing Demichelis' kick, Baptista and Isco surged forward in unison. Tula, Joaquin, and Cazorla also crossed the halfway line, poised to control the peripheral landing spots. In essence, this attack involved only Yelo, Baptista, and Isco from the Malaga side, with the remaining players stationed defensively. Joaquin, Cazorla, and Tula formed a trio in midfield. Although Joaquin and Cazorla's defensive capabilities could not rival Tula's, their sense of positioning was commendable, and they were adept at covering ground. Cazorla is a midfielder with excellent ball control. Prior to his injuries, his mobility was also noteworthy, enabling him to fulfill the demands of both the number 8 and number 10 positions. Had it not been for several significant injuries later in his career, he might have evolved into a truly elite midfielder. After all, during the era of unparalleled talent, Arsenal supporters held Cazorla in high esteem. With Cazorla, we contend for the title. Without him, we strive for 4th place. When he falters, the team collapses. Though slightly exaggerated, this sentiment underscores Cazorla's prowess. Joaquin now possesses the versatility to play any position in the attacking midfield, even filling in as a defensive midfielder. Positioned on the left and right flanks alongside Tula in midfield, Joaquin and Cazorla aimed to thwart counterattacks from the opposition, while the attacking responsibilities were entrusted entirely to the front three. This may seem somewhat insubstantial, but the players of Malaga held a different perspective, for their attacking trio included Yelo. As the ball soared towards the front line, beginning its descent, Malaga seemed poised to execute a long ball strategy. Some commentators expressed their confusion. Indeed, the formation Malaga had adopted did lend itself to the appearance of preparing for long balls. However, would the number of players committed to the attack not be too few? Furthermore, while the long ball tactic remains timeless, its simplistic and brute approach is typically reserved for the final minutes of a match, at which point it devolves into a game of chance, endeavoring to deliver the ball into the opponent's penalty area in the most straightforward manner to create chaos, resulting in low offensive efficiency. It's a gamble, or as one might diplomatically phrase it, a trade-off between the frequency of attacks and the quality of those attacks. Amid the commentators' puzzled gazes, the football descended from the sky, and Boateng felt a sharp pain in his chest, involuntarily uttering a word beginning with F. During his confrontation with Yelo, he had been pushed back relentlessly. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to withstand Yelo, who continued to nudge him backward with his shoulder, nearly causing him to lose his breath. However, he had no choice. It was a contest for the ball, and if Yelo managed to gain control, it would spell danger, especially within the penalty area. Thus, Boateng steeled himself to press on. Just as Boateng surged forward, Yelo deftly thrust his backside against him, displacing Boateng and bringing the ball under his control before swiftly turning to take a shot. In a pivotal moment, Lam intervened, blocking the ball with his foot, which then deflected out of play. Yelo seized the high ball, turned, and unleashed another shot. Oh, it posed a significant threat. It appeared that Malaga had adopted an entirely new offensive strategy. Many commentators discerned hints of this change in Malaga's attack. The Munich commentator furrowed his brow. Was Malaga playing football from the last century? Were they forsaking midfield play, relying solely on Yelo's individual prowess? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Could they truly hope to breach Bayern's defenses with just Yelo? Nevertheless, regardless of the feasibility, the Malaga players exhibited remarkable execution, demonstrating a meticulous understanding of Yelo's capabilities. This fervent approach, which required other teams to commit numerous players, could be effective with just 3 from Malaga. Although there was a risk of counterattacks from Bayern Munich, this risk was considerably less pronounced than that faced by other teams employing desperate tactics. As long as they could advance the ball into the attacking zone, Yelo would claim the drop. Whether he shot himself or passed to a teammate, he could generate substantial threats. Joaquin and Cazorla were poised to make incisive runs for long-range strikes, while Baptista and Isco lurked near the penalty area, ready to exploit openings on the flanks for goal-scoring opportunities. For Malaga, the objective was not only to shorten the time taken for each offensive maneuver, but also to create more shooting opportunities. Boateng found himself outmatched in aerial duels against Yelo, often being overwhelmed. Thus, Dante was compelled to assist. Yet, even Dante alone proved insufficient. Bayern Munich needed to deploy a defensive midfielder for support. Yelo single-handedly occupied 3 opposing players, thereby granting Malaga's other players the space they required. Yelo's robust physique, elite dueling capabilities, and astute judgment of aerial balls, combined with his exceptional footwork after controlling the ball, rendered even a direct long ball tactic, which typically bypassed midfield, remarkably potent. The Malaga players had witnessed the efficacy of this atypical offensive strategy during training. Consequently, Malaga's subsequent attacks became decidedly straightforward and forceful. If Bayern Munich resembled a finely tuned machine, then Yelo was the mighty hammer. Malaga did not attempt to dissect this intricate mechanism with meticulous precision. Instead, They opted for the simplest approach, to strike with brute force. Yelo embodied the hammerhead of this formidable tool, with each pass resonating like the heavy blow of a mallet. 80, 80, 80. Was this truly a long ball strategy? Did Malaga possess no alternative? With merely 50 minutes gone, was it necessary to resort to such desperate tactics? Did Malaga not fear Bayern's counterattacks? This approach could swiftly lead to loss of possession. Yet, astonishingly, they seemed unfazed, as if only a few players had pushed forward. In that moment, everyone appeared somewhat bewildered by Malaga's tactical scheme. Could this truly be their secret weapon against Bayern, conceived during a few days of close training? It seemed far too simplistic and rudimentary. The outcome proved that whether through refined short passes infiltrating the opponent's goal or through direct aerial assaults, the effectiveness remained unchanged as long as it served a purpose. At least for now, Malaga's strategy placed considerable pressure on Bayern Munich, compelling them to recall more players to their defensive zone. To prevent a disconnect between their midfield and defense, Bayern's players had no choice but to retreat further. Consequently, Bayern's momentum diminished, and Malaga's players found respite, no longer pinned down in their half. Moreover, the fact that Bayern was forced to contract their formation indicated the efficacy of Malaga's approach. In the 59th minute, Malaga executed another long pass from the back. Yelo leapt high, empowered by his aerial dominant skill, truly becoming a force in the air. He withstood the tussle with Bayern's players and, utilizing his exceptional jumping ability, deftly nudged the ball towards the right flank. There, Isco surged forward, receiving the ball and advancing into the penalty area. As Yelo landed, he too rushed towards the box. Bayern's defenders could not afford to be complacent. Allowing Yelo to receive the ball in the penalty area would sound the highest alarm for their defense. Isco penetrated the box, but with a narrow angle. He opted against shooting and instead chose to pass. He had already noted Yelo's position and saw him making a forward run. Yet Isco decided to play the ball back. Indeed, at the moment Isco delivered the pass, Yelo swiftly halted and pivoted. Their synergy was in full display at this juncture. Yelo received the ball on the left side of the penalty area, preparing to turn, but Lahm quickly closed in. Yelo leaned back, attempting to maneuver past Lahm, who, like a tenacious gum, recognized Yelo's formidable physicality. Thus, he did not engage directly but retreated a step, waiting for Yelo to expend his energy before re-engaging. Finding his initial plan thwarted, Yelo opted to pass the ball instead. Continuing to tussle with Lahm would only lead to being encircled by Bayern's players. It was wiser to pass and regroup for another attack. Yelo executed a diagonal pass, delivering the ball to Cazorla's feet before making a run into the penalty area. Cazorla skillfully controlled the ball, deftly maneuvering it towards the byline before delivering a precise cross. Yelo surged forward, poised to leap for a header. Yet, in a pivotal moment, Lahm intervened, his arm gently exerting pressure on Yelo's waist, inadvertently causing him to overshoot the ball. Cazorla's cross aimed for Yelo. Alas, did he miss it? The commentators initially believed Malaga's attack had reached its conclusion. However, they were taken aback when Yelo suddenly spun around, arching his body backward. Lahm had intended to allow the ball to pass. As there were few Malaga players in the box, should Yelo fail to connect, the ball would land at Dante's feet, potentially setting Bayern up for a counterattack. At that instant, a gust of wind swept across his forehead. Lahm instinctively squinted, and as clarity dawned, he realized it was Yelo's right foot. At the edge of the 6-yard box, Yelo soared high, executing an audacious bicycle kick. His right foot connected solidly with the ball. Bang! The resounding impact sent a jolt through the hearts of Bayern's players and fans alike. In the next heartbeat, they beheld Neuer leaping through the air, alongside the ball behind him. Swish! The ball grazed the inner netting before descending. Simultaneously, Yelo's back hit the ground. The Allianz Arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, the chaos of the stadium seemed frozen in time. After half a second, an eruption of cheers reverberated throughout the arena. It was the voice of Malaga's supporters. The entire stadium quaked under the force of their sudden exultation. Oh my God, what have we just witnessed? A bicycle kick. A magnificent strike from an acute angle. Beautiful. Incredible. Quite simply astounding. Malaga had equalized. Once again, it was Yelo. Another goal from him. He is the deity of Malaga. What is genius? This is genius. He has netted a brace in this final. Remarkable. His 25th goal in this season's Champions League. Just the sheer number of goals sends shivers down one's spine. Utterly insane. 2-2. Both teams returned to square one. Yelo. It's still Yelo. His spectacular bicycle kick ignited the passion of everyone present. In that moment, he was nothing short of superhuman. Hail! Malaga's fans were utterly ecstatic. They leaped from their seats, arms raised in jubilation. Unbelievable. Oh my. Before television screens, computer monitors, and among the live audience. Fans from long country also sprang to their feet. The fervor of football ignited everything around them. Long country's supporters cherished this rare joy brought by the beautiful game. In the stands, countless transfer scouts from prestigious clubs were left speechless. We must act swiftly. Conditions? Conditions can be negotiated to anything. Issue him a check and allow him to inscribe his own salary figure. The affluent and the wealthy have lost their minds. In the Champions League final, he dazzled with a brace, netting a staggering 25 goals throughout the season, all at the tender age of 19. Whatever the cost, it is undeniably worth it. Chapter 186, The Decisive Strike. As Yelo executed a magnificent bicycle kick, sending the ball into the net past Neuer. The Bayern Munich supporters in the stands leaped to their feet. Yet, their expressions revealed that they were not celebrating. Rather, they were taken aback. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Yelo would score in such a manner? This is the Champions League final, after all. When Yelo was pushed aside by Lahm, the ordinary mind would assume that Malaga's attack would come to an abrupt halt. Who could have imagined that Lahm's masterful defensive technique would be seamlessly exploited by Yelo, who skillfully converted with a bicycle kick? Malaga equalized in such a spectacular fashion. At this moment, even the most optimistic Bayern Munich supporters felt a twinge of anxiety. They understood that the current situation was precarious for Bayern. Especially in the face of Malaga's unpredictable offensive tactics, Bayern Munich found themselves flustered and unprepared. If they did not make timely adjustments, the team risked being overwhelmed by this seemingly absurd style of attack. Jupp Heynckes furrowed his brow, his expression gravely discontent. From an observer's perspective, he might have felt compelled to tip his hat in admiration for the goal. The decisiveness, agility, and shooting technique displayed were undeniably top tier. Yet, as the head coach of Bayern Munich, he could not afford to appreciate such a splendid strike, as his team had just conceded a goal. At this moment, Heynckes was far from elated. He was acutely aware of the serious challenges facing his squad. First and foremost, there was the issue of team morale. This goal would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Bayern Munich's spirit. The more spectacular the opponent's goal, the greater the shock to his players. Simultaneously, the opposing team's morale would be bolstered and invigorated. A football match resembles a battlefield. In times of stalemate, it is often the fighting spirit that determines the victor. Fluctuations in morale profoundly impact the course of a 90-minute contest. Secondly, there was the tactical aspect. Malaga employed a straightforward strategy of linking their defense to the attack. This tactic is simple. Against any other team, Bayern Munich would have 100 ways to counter it. Indeed, 100. However, in this instance, the simplicity of the strategy became a challenge due to the presence of Yelo in the attacking lineup, rendering Bayern Munich's responses quite clumsy. Yelo's individual prowess was simply overwhelming. He single-handedly stifled the majority of the defense. Even if he failed to seize the initial touch, the presence of players like Yelo, Baptista, and Isco confined most of Bayern's athletes within the penalty area. As the ball was cleared, it was highly probable that the second ball would land in the vicinity of Malaga. Clearly, Malaga had meticulously rehearsed this tactical approach, specifically devised to counter Bayern, serving as their clandestine weapon for the Champions League final. Due to Yelo's influence, Malaga's front line effectively neutralized a significant number of Bayern's players, compelling them to retreat into their own penalty area. Consequently, only Ribery and Robben remained on the periphery, unable to stray far from Bayern's defensive line. Thus, Bayern faced a daunting predicament. The likelihood of Yelo claiming the first touch was substantial, and even if he did not, the ball was likely to fall to Malaga's midfielders, who could easily confront Bayern's two wingers for the second ball. After this dual filtration, the chance of Bayern mounting a counterattack had diminished considerably. Even should Robben or Ribery secure the peripheral ball, they would still need to cover a significant distance to breach Malaga's goal. If they attempted to advance solo, they would have to carry the ball from their own half into the attacking zone, culminating in a shot on goal. If the opponent were to score from such a situation, it would not be unjust for Malaga to suffer defeat. In light of Malaga's strategy, Heynckes found himself in a rather precarious situation. The team could not continue in this manner. Alterations were imperative, or they would remain perpetually on the defensive. But how to adapt? Should they bolster the midfield? Amplify their counterattacking prowess? The crux lay in how to contain Yelo. Should they withdraw personnel from the penalty area to reinforce the midfield, gambling against Malaga? While Hanks wrestled with these dilemmas, the match resumed amidst the jubilant cheers of Malaga's supporters, invigorating the players. Simultaneously, they persisted with their straightforward, robust tactics, directly linking the back line to the front line without engaging Bayern in midfield skirmishes. This approach lacked aesthetic appeal and, in the eyes of many, possessed little technical finesse, rendering it unattractive and, to some, a disgrace to football. Yet Malaga remained unconcerned. Tactics were not about visual appeal, but rather effectiveness. Engaging Bayern in a battle for midfield control, ground play, or intricate penetration would undoubtedly lead to Malaga's downfall. Given that such a rudimentary yet forceful strategy could turn Malaga from a passive state to an assertive one, vexing Bayern in the process, there was no reason to abandon it. Aesthetic value? Could it bring forth a championship? In comparison to the glory of the Champions League title, any notion of playing unattractively was utterly trivial. Malaga had no obligation to sacrifice their championship aspirations to appease any neutral spectators hoping for a visually pleasing contest. They had discerned a pathway leading them towards the Champions League crown, and they would not forsake this righteous course due to the opinions of others. Upon the resumption of play, Malaga continued with their established approach. This style of play has put Bayern in quite a predicament. Moreover, upon the resumption of the match, Malaga was the first to make a substitution, replacing Isco with Van Nistelrooy. This decision stemmed from the realization that the team no longer required a midfield orchestrator. Rather, it needed a sharp attacking spearhead, a poacher capable of seizing opportunities within the penalty area. In this regard, Van Nistelrooy is far superior to Isco. His introduction only exacerbated Bayern's challenges, as Van Nistelrooy's agile movements and significant threat inside the box could not be overlooked, leading Bayern to stretch their resources even thinner in defense. At this juncture, Malaga unleashed a triad of attackers: Yelo, Van Nistelrooy, and Baptista, all positioned within the penalty area. Van Nistelrooy and Baptista, serving as Yelo's accomplices, pinned down one defender each, while Yelo exhibited remarkable flexibility, appearing wherever the ball was likely to land from the backfield. Upon gaining possession, Malaga's players launched long passes aimed at Yelo. This attacking strategy proved advantageous, enabling a rapid succession of offensive maneuvers without the need to traverse the midfield, thereby allowing Malaga's midfielders to concentrate entirely on reclaiming second balls and defensive duties. Malaga's defensive shape was impressively compact. When Bayern Munich initiated their attacks, Malaga withdrew entirely, forming a solid wall. However, once Malaga regained possession, they unleashed a barrage of aerial assaults lasting several minutes. This relentless pressure only heightened Bayern's anxiety. Consequently, Malaga's opportunities to regain possession multiplied, leading to an increase in their attacking endeavors, further complicating Bayern's predicament and leaving their supporters increasingly anxious. Such is the nature of football, an ebb and flow where one side's weakness becomes the other's strength. Malaga's momentum surged, recently equalizing with a spectacular goal, which, coupled with their elevated morale, diminished the once formidable defensive pressure they faced. The belief that they could indeed conquer Bayern Munich and seize the Champions League title fueled Malaga's players to press on with fervor. Bayern's attack saw Robin cut inside for a direct shot. In desperation, the ball was blocked by Tula, who passed it back to Demichelis. Demichelis launched a long pass. It was slightly off-target towards Yelo. A magnificent header to redirect the ball. Yelo deftly set it up for Baptista. Baptista's lob. Van Nistelrooy's header. Oh, just a tad off course. Bayern Munich narrowly escaped a calamity. Malaga's straightforward tactics yielded remarkable results, primarily due to Yelo's exceptional ability to control the ball, whether in the air or on the ground. Here it comes again. A long pass from the backfield. Oh, splendid. Yelo subdued Boateng, extending his foot to delicately halt the ball right before him, as if it were glued to the top of his foot. The elegance of this stop was indeed a sight to behold. In the midst of contention, executing such a flawless stop is no small feat, which explains why Malaga could confidently initiate long passes. Most commentators opine that Bayern finds itself in a precarious situation. Previously, many had believed that Bayern Munich was favored to win. Yet, who could have anticipated that after falling behind, Malaga would adopt such a tactical approach, creating significant difficulties for Bayern? This unconventional strategy certainly possesses its vulnerabilities, but the pressing question remains whether Bayern's coaching staff can identify these weaknesses in time, and if the players can effectively implement their countermeasures thereafter. Time is running short for Bayern Munich, and their players appear increasingly impatient. In the last 10 minutes, Bayern Munich has managed only 3 attempts on goal, all from distance, with 2 of those being Robben's efforts from outside the box. Even the veteran Robben seems anxious, a clear indication of the player's fraying mental state. In stark contrast, Malaga has launched 8 effective attacks into Bayern's penalty area during this same period, 5 of which resulted in shots, 2 of which struck the frame of the goal, necessitating saves from Neuer. In terms of attacking efficiency, it is evident that Malaga holds the upper hand. As the match progresses, the confidence of Malaga's supporters swells. A thought crosses the minds of many. Could Malaga truly secure a victory? Of course, the match has only just surpassed the 70-minute mark. With 20 minutes of regular time remaining, and considering stoppage time, at least 23 minutes in total. With the score still level, anything could transpire within that span. While time is limited for Bayern, their coaching staff is certainly not idle. Hanks has now gained a clearer understanding of Yelo's prowess. Interestingly, over the past 10 minutes, Bayern Munich has maintained a slight edge in possession percentage. Yet, why does it feel as though Malaga is surging with momentum? Because their attacks are incisive and impactful. At this juncture, possession statistics seem irrelevant. Malaga does not even pursue control. They launch the ball directly from the backline, posing a direct threat to Bayern's goal. Should this situation remain unchecked, conceding a goal could well be within the realm of possibility for Bayern. Furrowing his brow, Hanks pondered for quite some time, but failed to devise an effective counter-strategy. Malaga's approach has indeed countered Bayern's overall advantage, fully utilizing Yelo's explosive capability, leaving Bayern struggling to regain their composure. Tactically, there is little to critique. It is merely a straightforward long ball strategy. Yet, when combined with Yelo's individual skill, this tactic becomes quite formidable. While the long ball may lack technical sophistication, its efficacy in critical moments is undeniable, which is why it has yet to be rendered obsolete. In the final moments of the match, the team in desperate need of a goal often resorts to this strategy, as it serves as the most effective means to rapidly accumulate offensive opportunities. A simple long pass can traverse the midfield and penetrate the opponent's penalty area, reaching the most perilous zones. It is straightforward, albeit rather crude, with a low success rate. Yet, who can overlook the prowess of Yelo? Hanks found himself in a state of exasperation, painfully aware that, in the face of the opponent's overt strategy, he had no immediate solution. Consequently, he resorted to a rather unorthodox approach to delay the game. By dragging it into extra time, he aimed to exhaust the opponent's stamina. Hanks believed that if he could extend the match into extra time, Bayern Munich's endurance would ultimately secure them the championship. With this thought in mind, Hanks cast a glance towards his substitutes. Muller anticipated an opportunity to don his kit, as the team required offensive adjustments. However, to the surprise of the Bayern Munich players on the bench, Hanks opted not to substitute Muller, but rather to bring on Alaba. A defensive change? As Alaba warmed up, it seemed Bayern intended to make a substitution, but surprisingly, it was not an attacking player being introduced, but a defender. Many commentators found this somewhat perplexing. Soon enough, Alaba entered the field bearing Hanks' latest instructions. Defense? Upon hearing the coach's directives relayed by Alaba, the Bayern Munich players were momentarily taken aback. The coach emphasized the need to delay. Suddenly, all Bayern players snapped back to reality. They were struck by a sense of dread when reflecting on the past 10 minutes. Realizing their defensive line had been perilously exposed, it was sheer luck that they had not conceded a goal. Once they regained their composure, the Bayern Munich players steeled themselves. If the opponents intended to employ such a simplistic tactic to attack, so be it. Would the energy expended in their back-and-forth runs suffice to sustain them through extra time? Bayern's players began to retreat, refraining from pressing forward aggressively, and instead awaited the opportune moment for a decisive strike. The players from Malaga, however, were unrelenting. Upon seeing Bayern withdraw, Yelo immediately shouted to his teammates, "They are afraid. Bayern is afraid." Yelo spoke in Spanish, and among the Bayern ranks, Dante, being Brazilian, was fluent in the language. Noticing the attention directed at him, Dante could only shrug and say, "That rascal claims we are afraid." The Bayern players gritted their teeth in response. Afraid indeed. Hanks' choice was undoubtedly underpinned by rationale. The data supported his decision. The players of Malaga had exerted far more energy than those of Bayern. Moreover, as Malaga had essentially played the season with a mere handful of players, by the end of the season, their physical condition was certainly not on par with that of Bayern. Thus, his decision to extend the match into extra time was, in fact, a commendable strategy. Time continued to elapse, second by second. The offensive momentum of Malaga gradually diminished, bringing a sense of ease back to Hank's expression. His assessment proved accurate. The overall physical condition of Malaga's players was far from optimal. As the match approached the 80th minute, veteran Joaquin sustained an injury during a routine defensive action, one devoid of excessive force. Yet, Joaquin remained unable to rise, ultimately necessitating a substitution. The occurrence of injury from such a commonplace maneuver indicated a critical decline in the player's stamina. Pellegrini was compelled to make his second substitution of the match, bringing on Camacho to replace Joaquin. While Joaquin was an attacking midfielder, Camacho assumed a more defensive role, indicating a further retreat in Malaga's offensive vigor. To compensate for the gap in the midfield, Baptista reverted to a deeper position to assist in defense, leaving only Yelo and Van Nistelrooy in the forward line. As the match entered its 80th minute, Malaga's forays into attack diminished, and their threat on goal waned. Pellegrini furrowed his brow, standing anxiously on the sidelines. With only one substitution remaining at his disposal, this final opportunity could not be squandered lightly. Should the match extend into extra time or should another injury occur, this substitution might become crucial. Thus, he could only rely on the 11 players currently on the field. Hanks, having settled on the sideline, observed a shift in the match's dynamics. Bayern could afford to relax. With Malaga's attacks dwindling, the contest grew increasingly tense, and their players' movement slowed, suggesting a potential physical crisis. Van Nistelrooy had even retreated to assist in midfield, leaving Yelo isolated up front without support. The commentators noted Malaga's deteriorating condition as the game reached the pivotal 80th minute. Yelo acutely sensed the decline in service, receiving far fewer passes in the attacking third. Van Nistelrooy had opted to drop back into midfield for support, having not ventured into the box for several minutes. Yelo glanced towards the sidelines, aware that only 10 minutes remained in regulation time. Given the current physical state of the team, the prospect of extra time appeared grim. It would be fortuitous to score at this juncture. Positioned at the forefront, Yelo raised his arm, signaling for the ball. Currently, Boateng and Dante were marking him, but other Bayern players noted the absence of any Malaga teammates pressing alongside Yelo, rendering any pass to him less threatening. He was now effectively isolated and surrounded by Bayern's defensive players. Consequently, Bayern commenced their offensive efforts in the closing moments of the match. Ribery's shot came perilously close to finding the net, but Caballero made a critical save, preserving a glimmer of hope for Malaga. The situation for Malaga had become precarious. Their stamina was depleted. As the time dwindles, the match is on the brink of entering extra time, a scenario that would impose an excruciating toll on Malaga. Yelo, akin to a kite severed from its string, finds himself devoid of any support in the attacking front. The commentators in the booth shake their heads in dismay. To them, it appears that Malaga has reached a critical juncture of survival. Yelo, however, has no time to ponder his predicament. He continues to seek opportunities for offense. His demeanor remarkably composed, which may easily be misinterpreted by Bayern's players as a facade of calmness. Yet, for his teammates, Yelo's unhurried presence serves as a beacon, providing them with the motivation and rationale to persevere. In the 87th minute, Cazorla receives the ball near the edge of the penalty area, prompting an immediate swarm of Bayern Munich players to converge upon him. This has been a frequent tactic, making it challenging for Malaga to regain possession and advance the ball. Unable to turn, Cazorla resorts to passing back to Demichelis, with Bayern's players hot on his heels. Demichelis has no time to assess the situation and can only hastily clear the ball from the field. Unfortunately, his kick is slightly underpowered, allowing Schweinsteiger to leap and deflect it, altering its trajectory and speed dramatically. Yelo, positioned near the left of the center circle, instinctively reacts to the redirecting ball, which falls perfectly within his reach. He positions himself, extending his right foot to bring the ball to a gentle stop on the grass, devoid of any bounce. The commentators marvel at Yelo's ball control, yet that admiration is fleeting, for a mere stop does not guarantee a promising counterattack for Malaga. In front of him stand Timish Juk, Lam, Boateng, Dante, and Alaba, a formidable wall of a defensive structure, not to mention the presence of goalkeeper Neuer. Meanwhile, the rest of Malaga's players remained trapped within their own penalty area, struggling to break free for a counterattack. Faced with such overwhelming defense, Yelo makes a swift decision. He must take matters into his own hands. He pivots and accelerates with the ball, akin to an F1 car roaring to life. The engine's thunderous growl creating an exhilarating rush. Yelo. The commentators erupt in excitement. From the stands, the scene is nothing short of breathtaking. A player clad in blue and white stripes surges forward, undeterred by the solid defensive formation ahead of him. Alaba advances, joining Template in a defensive stance, with Lam, Boateng, and Dante positioned behind them. In the face of such a defensive barrier, who can discern an opportunity? With each step Yelo takes, he touches the ball, maintaining control while rapidly advancing, patiently biding his time for the perfect moment to unleash his potential. Alaba, both vigilant and retreating, fixed his gaze upon Yelo, while Schweinsteiger stood ready to strike at any moment. Behind them, Boateng and others occupied critical positions. Yelo had previously scored numerous solo goals, which prompted the defenders to refrain from making an immediate tackle. Their strategy was to force Yelo towards the flanks, compelling him to carry the ball to the sidelines. Once there, even Yelo's formidable prowess would pose little threat to the goal. His extraordinary capabilities instilled a sense of trepidation in the Bayern players, leading them to make such a choice. Even in a 5-on-1 situation, they did not dare to hope for a successful interception. After all, the individual before them was Yelo. Other players might boast of 1 or 2 remarkable goals after deftly maneuvering past several opponents. But for Yelo, scoring was as commonplace as eating and drinking. The Bayern players were acutely aware that, despite having a numerical advantage, they could not afford to be reckless. Every one of them felt the weight of the challenge. As Yelo advanced with the ball, Schweinsteiger, who was trailing behind, grew increasingly anxious. Each time he felt he was closing in, Yelo would take a step forward, evading him once again. Thus, he remained behind Yelo, who, undaunted, continued to push forward despite the presence of numerous Bayern players. The Bayern defense was on high alert, for they were indeed facing Yelo. The commentators grew excited. At the Allianz Arena, boos and cheers erupted almost simultaneously. The Bayern Munich fans were vocally deriding him, fully aware of Yelo's prowess. Foul. Tackle him. Bring him down. Don't let him continue his run. The Bayern supporters shouted from the stands, but their voices were too distant to influence the match. At that moment, behind Bayern's goal, the stands were filled with dedicated Malaga supporters, their fervent cheers rising as if to will the ball into the net. Suddenly, Alaba surged forward. Schweinsteiger, who had been chasing from behind, seemed to sense an opportunity. Simultaneously, Template charged in from the center. The 3 men converged on Yelo from various angles, intent on stopping him. The ball could pass through, but the players must remain. Yelo was not a reckless youth blindly charging ahead. He was acutely aware of his surroundings as he advanced with the ball. Multitasking was no challenge for him. He observed while maintaining control. The football beneath his feet responded to him, as if it were an extension of his own body, allowing him to survey the situation while keeping a steady rhythm of dribbling. He had discerned the intentions of the 3 Bayern players flanking him. They undoubtedly aimed to push him towards the sidelines, yet Yelo understood that to score, a breakthrough through the center was paramount. With this realization, he suddenly accelerated. Alaba's expression brightened. The 2 bodies were on the verge of colliding. In such a confined space, could Yelo possibly execute any extraordinary maneuvers? Alaba decisively lunged forward. His movements were exaggerated, intent on colliding with both the player and the ball. Even if he failed to make contact with the ball, knocking the player to the ground would suffice, for conceding a free kick to Malaga from this position was of little consequence. Just as Alaba swept in, Yelo suddenly flicked the ball, changed direction, and slipped past Alaba on the opposite side, precisely opposite to where Alaba had shifted his weight. This thwarted Alaba's attempt to intercept Yelo with his outstretched hand. Yelo broke through. The commentators gasped in astonishment. As Alaba realized he had missed Yelo, he quickly turned and lunged towards him. With Timoshchuk's defense ahead, he recklessly accelerated, hoping to close the gap and hinder Yelo's momentum. However, at that moment, Yelo unexpectedly came to a sudden halt. Alaba, unable to stop in time, collided forcefully with Yelo's back, feeling as though he had crashed into a truck, his nose stinging as he fell to the ground. Foul, bellowed the commentator from Munich. The Bayern Munich fans in attendance pointed at the scene of the collision. That's a foul. Yet, the referee, Weber, deemed it not a foul. In this incident, the rear driver bore full responsibility. Yelo had not acted intentionally. He halted to avoid a direct clash with Template, and Alaba's misfortune was his own doing. Nevertheless, this momentarily freed Yelo from both Alaba and Schweinsteiger, who had been obstructed behind him, even if it slightly diminished his speed. Yet, only Template remained before him. Thus, he decisively accelerated, dribbling the ball forward with vigor. Template, caught off guard, was swiftly passed by Yelo, but he would not relinquish his defensive efforts easily. Template immediately turned and seized Yelo's jersey. Even at the cost of a yellow card, he was determined to bring Yelo down. Yelo felt his jersey tighten across his chest, transforming into a second skin. However, in that moment, he could think of nothing else. As long as he could surge forward, only 3 defenders lay ahead. No one would impede his progress. Gritting his teeth, Yelo charged ahead. A breathtaking scene unfolded on the field. Tymostuk's right hand clung tightly to Yelo's jersey, yet Yelo continued to propel himself forward, while Template leaned back, as if engaged in a tug-of-war, attempting to drag Yelo down. Yet, under the immense strain, the grass bore the marks of a shoe, as if plowed by a football boot. This sight left everyone astounded. "Will you not let go?" Yelo shouted in frustration. With a sudden burst of energy, he twisted his body forward. Template's fingers turned white from gripping Yelo's jersey. He had not anticipated such an explosive display of strength. With a powerful jerk, Yelo freed himself from Template's grasp. In fact, Template lost his balance and was propelled forward. With astonishment gleaming in his eyes, he gazed at Yelo, who had effortlessly evaded his defense. Such power was simply beyond belief. Template lay sprawled on the ground, dumbfounded, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, his scalp prickling with shock. Weber had raised his whistle to his lips, poised to blow at the slightest halt from Yelo, as it was evidently a foul committed by Template. However, upon witnessing Yelo break free, he immediately raised both arms in signal of advantage. The offensive momentum had shifted. Yelo's speed had erupted forth, and now he was sprinting at full throttle. In the blink of an eye, he surged to the edge of the penalty area, just as Boateng, who had recently joined the fray, attempted to close in. His movements appeared to unfold in slow motion before Yelo, who deftly flicked the ball with his left foot and zipped past him. Yelo, amidst the commentators' exclamations and the excited gasps of Bayern fans present, Yelo charged into the penalty area, his right foot arched back, delivering a powerful strike towards the goal. After outpacing Boateng, Yelo found himself with little space to advance while dribbling. Yet, standing in the penalty area, nothing mattered more than a well-placed shot. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the football soared into the air. Dante, rushing in, merely felt the ball whisk past his cheek. In the next instant, the entire Allianz Arena fell into hushed silence. Swish! The ball had struck the net, billowing it into a small tent-like formation. As the tent receded, it resembled the retreat of a tide. The next moment, the stadium erupted in a frenzy. Cheers swept through the Allianz Arena like a tornado, shaking the very foundations of the venue. A last-minute triumph. After a brief pause, the commentators, hands clasped atop their heads, erupted into a roar. The chapter concludes here.